Book 4, Chapter 18, Cradle. 7 battles I won on my feet, and lost the war sitting at a table. Periander Theodosian, tyrant of Helike, after the founding of the League of Free Cities. 632 dead, Juniper said. Our edge has been scraped. Rull. Catherine. I was really beginning to regret that oath to Hakram, because a bottle of Eric right now would do wonders for my peace of mind. I'd guessed it was bad when I'd taken a look from the sky, but I hadn't understood quite how bad it had really gotten. I leaned back into my seat and passed a hand through my mess of a hair. You did better than I could have hoped, I admitted. Considering what the other side was fielding, it's a miracle it went this well. Miracle was the wrong word, I decided a moment later. It was shortchanging Juniper. While I'd been traipsing about the magical wonderland of winter, the Hellhound had been dancing on the edge against an army about twice the size led by heroes. That she'd not just lasted the day, but actually inflicted a defeat was a reminder that Juniper of the Red Shields did not need a name to be one of the sharpest knives in my arsenal. The casualties are trouble, but there's worse, the Hellhound grunted. We're near out of munitions, and without accord with the tower the moment our stores run dry we lose one of our heaviest advantages. Goblin fire? I asked. Enough for one last blaze, but not a large one, my marshal replied. We're entirely out of demolition charges. Sappers still have a decent stock of combat munitions, but you know how fast we go through those when they're properly used. Even if I hadn't been taught the logistics of that at the college, rat-faced constant reminders that a protracted campaign would see us run dry halfway through would have served that purpose. Once again, militia managed to fuck us without ever needing to do anything but say no. The Snake Eater tribe that had settled near Marchford had made it clear it could not produce munitions, which meant the vicious old crones in the Grey Ares had a monopoly. It was illegal under Imperial law for anyone but the tower to possess munitions. Not that it would have stopped me if I had a solid way to get them into Callow. I didn't, and there were watchful eyes at the border just in case I felt like trying anyway. I heard we took a hit on siege engines, I ventured, which was a polite way to say that Pickler had spent exactly 3 heartbeats welcoming me back before beginning to rant about the Grey Pilgrim apparently wrecking her lovelies. I'd taken that to mean the repeating scorpions. And while I did not share the slightly unsettling affection my senior sapper had for her creations, the loss of them was still a heavy blow. They were one of our major force equalizers. 2 repeating scorpions left, no spitters, Juniper said. We've still got our full count of ballistas and trebuchets, but they've already proven they can make those irrelevant with their fences. As our skirmishing contingent consisted of pretty much only the Watch, that left the mages' lines as our only effective long-range option, which wasn't saying much, considering they'd have to deal with both wizards and priests on the other side. They'd be spending most their time on defense and damage control, not going on the offensive. Don't count on the mages, the Hellhound warned. We've been running them ragged for 2 days, fighting and healing. A lot of them are on the edge of burning out. I sighed, fingers drumming against the arms of the chair. You're telling me we can't have another battle, I said. Not if you want to have a force capable of fighting afterwards, Juniper bluntly said. 4 to 6 months of recruiting and refit, and we'll be able to campaign again. Anything else is scrapping the host. Well, I said, that adds a certain spice to the negotiations, doesn't it? The orc grunted in amusement, and I allowed myself a moment of envy as she drank a mouthful of wine. My own cup was, sadly, water, which I didn't need anymore, or particularly enjoy. Had a good look when we engaged this morning, Juniper said. They're on their last rope, too. Without their officers, they've had to rely on Fantassins for frontline command, and we bloodied those repeatedly. Levies got bled bad, and the Principality troops were always few. Most of their soldiers are Fantassins now, and mercenaries won't be eager for another go. They've got heroes, Juniper, I reminded her. Morale's not ever going to be an issue for them. You say that, but we know for a fact they had runners after the first gate trick, the Hellhound said. Keegan's already caught a few up north, trying to flee back to the passage. The meat of them will stay, I said. Still, worth keeping in mind at least half their host is gone. Gods, 50,000. I still have a hard time believe we held against that. Wouldn't have, without the gate, the orc said, though that wasn't without costs. I couldn't call it luck, not with the amount of contingencies I'd had waiting, but I couldn't deny it had turned into a gamble in the end. I'd been so sure that if we kept the positioning aligned for only a short while, no point in whining. They had used their abilities, as I had mine. A mistake had been made. All I could do was learn from it. That particular tool wasn't going to be put away entirely, but the restrictions on where and how it could be used had to be adjusted. It all rests on diplomacy, then, I said. Your speciality, infamously, Juniper said, rather drilly. I hadn't even been back for a full day, and already my underlings were ragging on me. I flipped her off, feeling the weight on my shoulders lighten the slightest bit. It just wouldn't feel like home without the sarcasm. I groaned and rose to my feet. Best I get started on Masigo, I sighed. It could take the entire night, if it gets tricky. Don't linger, the hellhound said. This all falls apart if you're not at the table. He's not going anywhere. I nodded. Much as I disliked the thought of leaving my friend under any longer than I had to, as long as he was in no danger of death, there were higher priorities. Having him at the table with me, even if he was blatantly bored with the proceedings, would get a point across. But uncertainty would have to do, if it took too long. I clasped Juniper's shoulder in farewell, but paused when I felt her hand take mine. She tightened her grip, face half hidden by her fur-like dark hair. Good to have you back, Juniper got out, looking away. It's not the same without you. I embrace her, awkwardly given our respective sizes, but after that I couldn't not. We're still in it, Juniper, I murmured. Bloodied, but on our feet. She shook me off, but only after a moment. Go away, foundling, she growled, sounding embarrassed. And don't let me catch you sleeping through a battle again. It's horrible for our reputation. Yes, ma'am, I replied amusedly. She looked highly insulted by how sloppy my farewell salute was, and the good mood clung to me all the way back to Masego's tent. I'd know she was there without ever taking a look. People had a warmth to them that I had learned to discern. Orcs were warmer than humans, as a rule, and goblins almost feverish to my senses. Archer burned warmer than any of them. My mantle stirred, tasting the sheer vitality in the air with relish. Indrani looked, at first glance, perfectly relaxed. She'd moved the folding chair she was on so she could rest her bare feet on Masego's guts, and was casually chipping away at a chunk of wood with a knife. The carving looked like the beginning of a fox to me, but given her dubious artistic skills that meant very little. Her body was perfectly loose and at a rest, but the eyes gave it away. It wasn't the restlessness of a woman who couldn't wait to move I saw there. It was the silent frustration of someone who had a problem in front of them, but no way to do anything about it. Shaving off another sliver of wood, Archer flicked it at Masego's face to join a growing pile and offered me a wan smile. Cat, she said. Wondered when you'd come. Part of me wanted to simply get what I'd come here to do done as soon as possible, but instead I claimed a chair and dropped it by her side. Boots resting on the edge of the bed instead of Hierophant himself. Since I was a good and loyal friend, I made myself comfortable. Had to talk with Juniper, I told her. Get the lay of the land. She hummed, knife deftly twisting in her grip so she could change the angle she was carving at. How someone so good with knives could be so terrible at sculpting, I had no idea. We're fucked, but so is the other side, so we're all showing teeth and pretending it's a smile, Indrani said. That about it. I snorted. More or less, I conceded. A sliver fell to the ground. The tent was silent, save for Masego's spell-induced breathing and the quiet whisper of steel on wood. He's going to be all right, I said quietly. Is he? Archer said quietly. Not so sure about that. I turned to glance at her and found her face aloof. You're angry, I said. Angry's not the right word, the other woman replied. I get angry, I cut a throat. This is something else. I folded my arms around my chest, feeling defensive but not quite sure why. Vexed, I said. Her smile was thin. A cousin of that, I reckon, Archer said. I understand the lady a little better now. Wish I didn't. Thought you had a pretty good handle on her already, I said. As much as anyone can, Indrani shrugged. But I did always wonder why refuge. Not like she enjoys running it. If it was just about the fights, she could have found those as a calamity. They have a regular hero body count. And she still talks about your teacher like she's in love with him, or as close to that as she can be. But now you know, I said. I do, Archer agreed. Put an arrow in that hard old biddy the saint, this morning. Walking back to camp, after you gave the signal, I had a thought. I remained silent, watching her. Catherine, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't really care about any of this, Indrani sighed, waving the knife around. It was a good laugh when you put on that crown, and the scraps keep coming. Got no complaints about that. But they're just enemies, not my enemies, you get me? It doesn't feel like your fight, I quietly said. You're my friend, she said. So re the others. Even Vivienne, though she's usually a twat about it. It's not that I mind giving a hand, and I'm pretty sure we've still got legendary fights ahead of us. But it doesn't quite scratch the itch. Because it's not your story, I murmured. It's yours, Indrani agreed. And there's something to being part of this. The woe, or whatever you want to call it. I found something here I didn't know I wanted back in refuge. But I get the lady, now, and why she left. Because this isn't something I was meant to do, just something I'm doing. My throat clenched. You were always upfront about it, I said. That you'd leave eventually. Stop looking like I kicked your unicorn, she sighed. No one's abandoning you. I'm not Ranger, Cat. I want to see it through to the end, to see. What's at the end? I don't have that. It's hard to put into words. She's old, you know, in a way I don't think we can really understand. I never got a hard number on her age, I admitted. At least 200, but that's only rumors. Archer's knife stilled, tapping against the side of the possible fox. It's the half-elf thing, she said. You go in knowing the people you meet will be dust before you even hit your prime, and there's a part of you that doesn't grow roots. Because you know it's going to pass. I thought of the man whose name we'd avoided saying, of a quiet conversation the two of us had had long before I loved or hated him. They never understand. He'd told me, so very tiredly. Even if they love you, they never quite understand. In this, as in so many things, I was still the bearer of his legacy. You look sad, Indrani said suddenly, and I found her eyes on me. It's been a long time since I've seen you so human. The gentleness she'd said it with made it so much worse. I only ever seem to be, I murmured, when I'm at my worst. If it had been Hakram at my side, he would have offered comfort. Masigo would have given an explanation, brought reason into it. Vivienne, I still hesitated to be that open with her. The nature of our relationship had set boundaries. You could not bare your soul to the person you'd entrusted the means to kill you with, should it prove necessary. Indrani didn't say anything, though, because unlike the others she understood that some truths simply stayed with you. Like a scar, or a limp you barely even noticed. You ever miss her? I asked. It's different, for us. Archer replied hesitatingly. She's not my mother. I did not say. I knew a thing or two about words it cost to speak out loud. Isn't she? I gently said. Indrani laughed, but the mockery in it was not meant for me. It's deeper than that, she said. She didn't tuck me in at night. Cat. She taught me a way to live. I didn't want someone holding my hand. Or maybe I did. Fuck. I was a kid and I was scared. But she gave me what I needed instead. Being able to stand on my own feet. It's not a weakness, you know, I said. Loving her for that. Archer scoffed, looking away. I left it at that. You ever miss him? She asked. My smile was a bitter one. I shouldn't, I said. It was admission enough. My friend suddenly snorted, jolting in remembrance. I had a talk with him once, after Marchford, Indrani admitted. I was curious after hearing so many stories, so I sought him out. You never told me about that, I said. Didn't think it mattered, she shrugged. I was going to challenge him to a spar, but he had this look. I chuckled. Like before you even entered the room he'd figured out 3 ways to kill you, I said. She grinned, and it had her hazelnut eyes alight. She was most beautiful, I thought, in fleeting moments. Indrani was easy on the eyes yet not so striking it took the breath away, without the scarf. But now and then there would be a moment, and it was the only thing you could think about. Yeah, that, she agreed. Couldn't find the nerve. We had tea, we talked about refuge a bit, and then about the battle against the demon. She paused. And then after that, mild as you please, he smiled all nice, and said that if I ever attacked you again, he'd have me drowned, she added. I blinked in confusion for a moment, before I remembered the first time I'd ever met Indrani. She'd burst out of a window without warning at the manor in Marchford, then slapped me around along with Hakram and Masigo, while I was still freshly wounded from a fight with devils, no less. Gods, I'd completely forgotten about that. Archer cleared her throat. What I mean is, I think he does, she said. Or did. Love me, she meant. In his own way. Doesn't matter, I said. He can put it in a box when he acts. It's not that I don't think it's genuine. It's just, how can it be enough if it can fit in a box? She said. I nodded. I think I can handle caring, I admitted. As long as it also fits in a box. Because it was one thing, to have this tangle of gratitude and affection within me that refused to go away, but it was another to let it dictate my actions. There was a chance, however slight, that I could get to the end without killing him. But there was a greater chance I couldn't, and when the time came I could not allow myself to hesitate. Not going against a man who wouldn't. You ever wonder if getting older just makes us more like them? Archer asked, looking upwards at the ceiling of the tent. Different roads, maybe, but going to the same place. My boot scraped against the edge of the bed uneasily. I think we can learn from them without becoming them, I replied. Or maybe I just want to, because the alternative scares me. Not sure it can really be called faith, when I'm more afraid of being wrong than believing I'm right. They wouldn't have called a truce, Indrani decided after a moment. They would have found a way to kill every last one of them. My fingers clenched, then slowly unclenched. I'm not so sure they would have been wrong to do that, I confessed. I could feel her surprise without turning. Thought you were all about victory and peace these days, Archer noted. Peace after a lot of killing, sure, but making nice still being the end of the road. If I'd listened to Juniper and gone with Bonfire, I said, a third of my army wouldn't be dead right now. You just got done sleeping off your last big move, she shrugged. Not sure if it was the right call to pass on the Hellhound's plan, but I can't say for sure it was the wrong one either. Neither can you, unless you know things you're not telling me. So I keep telling myself, I said. But so far, all my plans gotten done is a lot of bleeding by people my duty is to. Not have bleeding. And it might fail, Indrani. That's the thorn on the stem. I need the other side to be willing to make a deal, and I'm less certain of that being a real possibility by the day. I thought Pilgrim was someone I could work with, but after this morning, they're not interested in both sides getting what they want, because if we get our way even a little bit, they see it as a defeat. So beat them, Archer said. Crush them so brutally they're not thinking about winning, just surviving. They'll take terms then. I laughed harshly. Gods, I admitted. It might not be easier, but it'd be simpler. If all I had to care about was coming out on top and what it takes to get there. And that's the hypocrisy of it. Because as much as I rail against them, what I'm after is utter victory as well. It just involves make treaties instead of invading another country. I'm still not hearing a reason not to step on them, Indrani said, frowning. Because Triumphant took 10 years to conquer all of Calernia and 5 years to lose it, I said. Just being strong isn't enough, because if strength is all that keeps the peace, then the moment you falter it's gone. And we all falter, eventually. You can't dance for decades without ever missing a step. I used to think Militia lost sight of that when she tried to get her hands on the Doomsday weapon, but now I'm not so sure. After second lease, I told myself she'd put herself in the corner on her own. That by fanning the flames when Procker had its civil war she ensured sooner or later there'd be a reckoning, and then made it so much worse by trying to get the weapon. Now, though, I think I get where she was coming from. She thinks the only way they'll ever negotiate with her is if the alternative is annihilation. No uncertainty, no room for a turnaround. I snapped my fingers. Gone. We rebuilding the Fortress O'Doom, then? Archer asked. I was under the impression we didn't care for it. Before I told Juniper to raise the army, I said. Before I let everyone off the leash to rebuild Callow and get it on war footing, I drew a line for myself. That I'd only keep fighting so long as what I led to wasn't worse than surrendering to the crusade. Because if I can't even believe that much, I'm the problem more than them. No to the Fortress O'Doom, then, Indrani snorted. I think it can be hard to tell with you. If it takes Hellgates to make what I'm doing work, then it isn't worth doing, I replied. The thing that gets me is what I hate most about the heroes. I do it too. I'm furious that they think they should win just because they won't compromise. But when have I ever done the same when I had the power not to? And I couldn't just dismiss that. Because getting angry about them being stubborn didn't hold when I was just as stubborn. I could believe they were wrong, but I couldn't just dismiss their right to disagree with me. The fury that burned whenever they cast their righteousness in my face was childish. I'd spent years telling my enemies that blame was pointless, that it didn't change anything, that it was whining to demand the world be as you thought it should instead of how it truly was. It had been my answer when facing Vivienne in lore, and I would not renounce it now. The servants of the gods above had powers my decisions had barred from me, but that was my own doing. I did not surrender the right to restrain and work around these powers whenever I could, but I could not honestly call it unfair. When had fair ever mattered? That I had to refrain from using powers I had gained because they were harmful or dangerous in no way meant my enemies had limited themselves the same way. If I could not win with this state of affairs, that was on my head. There could be no such thing as cheating when none of this was a game. And gods forgive me, but I'd known it would be like this when I took up the knife. Winner takes all, Archer said. The law older than laws. I could probably end the war in about a year, I admitted. If I hit Black's army in the back while it's defending against the Crusaders, then help them move against praise. There'd be a lot of death before it was over, taking precise cities, and probably just as much in purges afterwards. I'm not sure, though, that it won't result in fewer corpses than my way. I genuinely can't tell. If I threw it all away, if I rolled over for Hazenbach, fuck, Callow wouldn't be independent, but I broke William's neck because I believe the sign on the banner is less important than the people under it. I'm not after the same things I was when I started, Not anymore. The amount of corpses on the ground at the end isn't all that matters. Never did get why you worry so much about people, Indrani said. Vivienne's all about the good ol' motherland and getting even, but she was upper crust before she learned wandering hands. She's got a stake in that game. You're an orphan, cat. Never left lore before Black took you in, if Hakram is to be believed. Why do you give two shits if this country burns? Not like it ever did anything for you. A chunk of it still hates your guts, and considering you sure as hells don't enjoy ruling it, you're going through a lot of trouble to keep doing just that. More than once I'd reflected that Archer had a lot in common with orcs when it came to the way she looked at the world. I'd been wrong, though. Oh, they both liked blood on the floor, and they measured most things through strength. But orcs had loyalties. Not in the way I'd been taught to have them, but they were there. Follow the warlord, protect the clan, uphold what an orc should be. Indrani had none of that. If she was loyal to anything, it was herself. A betrayal, to her, would be forcing herself to do something she didn't want to do, pretending to be something else than she was. Black and I were creatures fettered to outcomes, if not means. Archer, and Ranger as well I suspected, could not conceive a world where fetters could be anything but a sin. The only thing Indrani had it in her to truly hate was being restrained. I thought I could fix it, I quietly said. I looked around me and thought that, if I had the power all those other people had, I wouldn't make their mistakes. I'd use it the way it should be used. That it would be better. Archer studied me silently. And do you still? I made and broke the lease rebellion. I thought. I bargained with Fae as my people died around me. Failed the responsibilities I had claimed so grandly a city was blotted out from creation along with 100,000 souls. I am leading this land to make war on half the continent while the rest plots my demise. I'm not good enough a liar, I said, to make myself believe that. So leave, Indrani said. Take your cloak and your sword, wake Masigo, and convince Vivienne. You have a way with her. We can be out of the kingdom before dawn. Do you think we're good people, Indrani? I asked. Good people is what we pretend to be, when we're more afraid of consequences than we are hungry or jealous, Archer replied without hesitation. When the living is soft and someone else takes the pain for you. It always falls away when you walk through fire, and we've been in too many blazes to still be wearing that face. Right and wrong are less important than works or not. I mused. That's what I was taught. And it fit, because mercy's the privilege of the powerful. The House of Light can speak the pretty sentiments because by following them it wins. Black never followed his philosophy to its logical conclusion, though, because it's not about logic for him. Not really. If the heavens always win, why should anyone ever pick another side? Gold, pretty boys, the power to fry anyone getting on your nerves, Indrani suggested. Angels tend to be pricks, too. You're being all philosophical about this, but that's just you. Most people don't think that deep about it. The empire of the last 20 years was probably the most reasonable evil has ever been on this continent, I said. It still involved exploiting an occupied country and habitual assassination. I don't think it was worse than other current nations, not objectively. But if the best evil can do is acceptably awful, then some things have to be reconsidered. The pilgrim said I'm leading everyone down the cliff just by being in charge, and just because he's trying to kill me doesn't mean he's wrong. So stab the Empress. Archer nonchalantly said, like it was just an afternoon's work. Climb the tower, and, don't do any of that. That's exactly what Diabolist is trying to get me to do, I murmured. But I think it's a trap, Indrani, because I'll have to get worse to stay on top and praise. Below wins, and just because I'd hang the heavens if I could doesn't mean I trust the opposition any. And whoever puts a knife in me, a few decades down the line, takes up the old banner with the scales having tilted their way. Pilgrim's right about that too. There's going to be consequences to all of this that won't come out for decades, and if I ignore that I'm fucking over a lot more people than I'm trying to save. You made part of this mess, can't deny that, Indrani said. Promises too, to people you like. I won't pretend breaking would be pleasant. But this is larger and older than us, cat. It's the game of the gods. Not playing is as close to victory as you'll ever get. If was a heroine, I said, I'd tell you to have a war you need two sides. That ship sailed when you fucked over the Hashmalam, I'm pretty sure, Archer said. I laughed ruefully, shaking my head. The last time I felt like I had a grasp on any of this was when I killed the lone swordsman, I admitted. Ever since it's been like swimming in the dark. I know I saw a shore on the other side, but the night is young, and I'm getting tired. The longer I'm at it, the more I doubt I'll ever get to land. And what's our shore? Indrani asked. I call them, I softly said, The Lisa chords. They worth the swim? Archer said, eyebrow quirking. They're why I still have a crown on, I replied. Because for them to work, someone needs to enforce them from this side. So we fight, she said. So we fight, I echoed. Silence lingered between us, almost restful. I'm not sure I do, I murmured. Care. If I did, why would I need so many rules? Same reason anyone has rules, Indrani replied, with kindness like a knife. Fear. I knew better, these days, than to argue with the truth. I rose to my feet and leaned over Masigo, forcing away her feet and brushing the wooden slivers off his face. Wake me with dawn, I told her. She nodded silently, blade beginning to chip at wood again. I laid my hand on Hierophant's head and breathed in, seizing his dream. I never felt myself breathe out. Book 4, Chapter 19, Recovery. To seek to ascertain the worth of even a single soul through morality is to force unnecessary mysticism onto a simple matter. As in all things, supply and demand determine the price. Extract from Bought and Sold, a collection of the teachings of the merchant Prince Ironos, founder of Mercantis. I'll admit it, I said. I was expecting a library. My previous trips into Dreamland had not led me to expect a great deal of nuance in the matter, though admittedly that had been my own mind. Might just be that Masigo was a little less straightforward in his way of looking at the world. The lack of swamp and shambling hordes certainly implied as much. Instead, Hierophant's dream was order gone mad. A pane of crystal under my feet, tethered to the center of the massive structure by a long length of gold, kept me aloft. Unfortunately, that did little to put my old fear of heights from rearing up its head. It was one thing to leap down from the sky when I knew my legs would unbreak themselves within moments. Another to have only a thin sheet of crystal being the only thing keeping me from falling into endless void. Fucking hells, Masigo, I muttered. Would it have killed you to put up a railing? Aside from the very real possibility of falling down forever, I had to concede there was a strange beauty to what I saw. It reminded me, in a way, of the depiction of astral spheres I'd once seen in Black's mansion in Keter. Though, instead of circling the sun the way mages had a long ago proven creation did, everything here was circling the sphere of shivering translucent flame held within a deep basin of gold. From it spanned long tubes of gold holding up lesser spheres, all wildly different. Crystal and frost, roiling wind, and swarms of small silver constructs. My own platform, like all the others, circled around the central sphere with a slow and measured ticking sound. I could glimpse gears and cranks beneath the basin that kept it all moving along. I shivered, though there was no wind here. Perhaps, because there was no wind, there was something subtly wrong about what lay before me, though I would not deny its eerie splendor. It was not a perspective, the way the cold machinery behind Black's eyes could be understood. It was a way of understanding creation, I finished out loud. My voice felt dim, and there was no echo. The void swallowed it all. My platform kept moving, and I shook myself out of the fugue. Odds were that I'd be able to find Masigo within the sphere at the heart of this. I looked down at the gold support beam and winced. It was round, after all. If I slipped after making my way down, well, I wasn't sure what the consequences of falling into the void would be, but considering Hierophant's mind was bound to have some very nasty defenses, I suspected it would not be pleasant. Not that my own little journey into Winter Dreamland had been a treat. My fingers clenched. Don't think about it, I told myself. Winter had been trying to grind me down by lingering on the remembrance I was only playing its game. So shimmying across that beam is a bit of a stretch, I decided. That leaves trying to move from sphere to sphere. I turned my gaze to the moving structures. While I couldn't discern the exact pattern yet, some beams extended at specific sections of the rotation, while others withdrew. I could at least grasp the likely length of the beams. And, more importantly, if one was ever going to come close enough for me to leap across. 1, 2, 3. No, just 2. That last one was moving back without warning and staying there. It'd have to do. I considered allowing a full rotation to take place just so I'd avoid running into any surprises, but there were no guarantees the pattern would remain the same every time. And, by the looks of it, this was going to take a while. Not all spheres were rotating at the same speed, but mine was fairly slow. Hard to properly measure time and distance in here, but I guess at least 2 hours for a full turn? Leaping uncertainly would be a risk, but so would be waiting that long when I was uncertain of the relative time flows in here and outside. I understand you're a man of deep and complex thought, Z's, but you're not making this easy, I sighed. You know what's the worst people have to deal with in my mind? Condescension Queen and Lady Backstab, and that one endless horde of dead trying to kill them. But let's be honest, that's not exactly out of our wheelhouse. I kind of expected one or both of the twins to materialize and mouth off after that, but I remained alone. Shame. Probably could have made rope out of intestines, maybe used bones for a hook. I paused. I'm not being unnecessarily gruesome there. I defensively told the void. I don't know how to make rope out of hair, and to be solid enough to hold my weight skin would have to be tanned first. Nothingness did not answer. Pointedly so, I felt. Well, fuck you too, I muttered. It wasn't murder if they were projections of your unconscious mind. I comforted myself. Probably. I'd never looked up if the Empire had laws on the subject. Testing the platform beneath me. To my distaste, I found it rather slippery. That was not going to be pleasant. I tried to see if Winter was willing to get involved, but I was reaching for nothing. No, I thought. Not nothing. It was just distant. Interesting, but it wasn't helping me in the slightest at the moment. The first outer sphere passed close after I spent half an eternity dawdling in the middle of nowhere, but I let that one pass. The sphere was wind and barely contained. Too much of a risk. The second rotated close after the rest of eternity passed me by, and I winced. Fire. Silver flames that flickered without a sound. Well, it wasn't going to be pleasant if I stumbled into those, but it was still better than falling. The boots on my feet were old, nothing like those I now wore, though I vaguely recalled having owned that pair before being apprenticed to black. The wiggle room for my toes was nice, but the softness of used leather less so. I had to balance my weight carefully when I took a running start. No, dash, I valiantly screamed, realizing with horror halfway through the leap that the sphere was withdrawing. I had no power to call on, no mantle or name that could save my hide at the last moment. The stark understanding of my helplessness brought back something I'd begun to forget, fear. Not the dim worry for events yet to come that haunted my every hour since I'd taken the crown, but the colder thing that was having to look death in the eyes. I twisted forward, and my fingers caught the edge of the platform. My life was not owed to my own merits. The sphere had just withdrawn only slightly. Oh hells! I panted, forcing my other hand to clench so the trembling would stop while I brought it up to clasp the platform's edge. I felt sweat drenching my back, another sensation I'd near forgotten. My palms were growing moist as well, and that was a lot worrying since they were the only thing between me and falling. God's damn it, Masigo, I said. God's fucking dash. I took a deep breath, then pulled myself up with grunt of effort. It was awkward, and my palms slipped when I got my leg over the ledge. I ended up falling awkwardly on the side, rolling in panic towards the fire to avoid the fall. Wait, had there really been enough? The conjurer was an utter fool, yet somehow he still lived despite Masego's best efforts. His lips twisted into a sneer, and he traced form and force, weaving the formula his words shaped through them. Air clustered into 3 arithmetically perfect spheres and shot forward, though in his irritation he had allowed the proper angle to slash. 7 full months had he studied the theory. It was the simplest working he knew, transmutation of power into heat and light. Yet his every deviation from the original formula to craft his own had resulted in failure. The numbers were perfect, he knew it, but somehow the spell would not slash. We're not bleeding people, apprentice, she said accusingly. We're not that desperate. He blinked, more out of sheer affront than surprise. What kind of a blunderer did she take him for? He opened his mouth to snap slash. I rolled out of the silver flames, my body shivering. That had felt. I patted my own stomach, reassured to find it flat. For a moment there'd been a disconnect, and I'd expected to find otherwise. I closed my eyes and laid there for a moment before slapping my own face with an open palm. The sting snapped me out of it, and I dragged myself into a crouch. Memories, I murmured, glancing at the sphere. Maybe. I'd felt genuinely nettled throughout all 3 glimpses. The third time had even been directed at myself, which was giving me a headache since his recollection of that conversation was a lot more vivid than my own. There'd been a common thread. It might be the same for every sphere, a sort of archive. Gods, his mind was so weird. I was starting to feel a lot better about the murder swamp in my own. I shook myself out of the trance. The rotation had continued while I was elsewhere, and for longer than I'd thought. I couldn't even see the crystal platform I'd started on anymore. Still, screwed as that had been, I was in a much better position now. There were twice as many spheres circling close to this one than there'd been for the last, and I picked on that looked like an orb of pure white marble for my second leap. There was no nasty halfway surprise this time. Time was hard to gauge, in here, but by my 4th leap I felt like I'd made some decent progress. I was more than halfway through, though difficulties had come with the advance. This close to the center of the structure, the spheres moved a lot quicker. And, I saw with a frown, the platforms around them were smaller. Not a lot of room for mistakes there. I bid my time, reluctantly, until I picked one out whose rotation seemed steady and the sphere on it not too dangerous. A slower one passed by, but I wasn't going anywhere near something that looked like a hole of darkness sucking in everything if I could help it. A constantly moving jigsaw of ivory wasn't honestly much better, I'd admit to myself, but at this point there was only so much pickiness I could afford. With another heroically shrill scream I leapt, and it went perfectly. Angle and swiftness, all aligned as they should be. Then my boot touched the crystal, and with a sinking feeling I realized it was rough instead of smooth. Which wouldn't have been much of a problem if I'd adjusted my stance before jumping. I had not. I stumbled with all the grace of cart rolling down a hill, my forehead going into. He did not understand why the orc kept seeking his company, though as long as he came with a Shatranj board, Masigo would not refuse the company. Campaigning, much as father had implied, was a dull thing to suffer through. It was only when Hakram sat across him, sliding open the shutters holding the pieces, that he realized he'd been awaiting adjutant. That he had no ceased his dissection earlier because there was nothing more to learn from the subject, but because he'd been looking forward to their evening game. White. Hakram offered in slash. It's a sprite, Archer said, shaking the glass bottle. He'd known at a glance, of course, and the angry buzzing of the lesser spirit indicated displeasure at the rough handling. I am not unfamiliar with them, Masigo replied. They are quite common in Western Kalo. The strange woman chuckled, tossing the bottle into his lap. He hastily grabbed it. Magelight's supposed to be hard on the eyes, Archer said. If you're going to keep reading after dark, use that instead. He started in surprise. Had she caught it for him? Why would she slash? They were the rooms of the Wizards of the West, you know, Thief said, leaning against the threshold. Masigo did not quite succeed at hiding his start. She'd emerged without warning, as was her wont. Not even summer's light cast a shadow on her aspect. His eyes swept across the room, finding only furniture and a bath in the sonic manner. There is no trace of their presence, he informed the woman. She shrugged. Figured as much, Thief said. But there's old stories about the location making it easier to align with otherworldly powers. Thought you might want to have a look. The tone was defensive, he was certain. It held all the right markers. Did slash. My face was less than an inch away from shifting ivory as I balanced uneasily on my feet. The roof of my mouth was dry. I licked my lips, retreating half a step. That had been much more intense than the last. More nuanced as well. I'd felt the confusion shifting to understanding like it was my own. I still remembered what it felt like, people's faces being so hard to read. Was that how he felt all the time? I'd thought he was uncomfortable with touching because it was the way Warlock had raised him, but that hadn't been the way at all. I just hadn't known what the touching was for, and I'd hesitated to act until I could correctly identify the reason. It had been like living a world full of masks, so very few of which I could read. Slowly I calmed down. Touching my face helped, the touch of my own fingers on my own flesh. I didn't even bother to assess how much time had passed, since I already knew I wouldn't like the answer. The spheres moved, but I waited patiently for my openings. Another 2 leaps, and as I stood beside a sphere of lightning-infused amber, I timed my last one. I'd underestimated how massive the central sphere truly was. At least as large as the royal palace in lore, and the gold basin that held it was even larger. The trembling, translucent flame in front of me was unlike the other globes I'd encountered. It was not full, only a thin barrier. Through it I could make out lights and shapes, some still and others in movement. Steeling myself, I marched through. Heat licked at my skin, ignoring my clothes, but there was no rush of foreign memories. Inside the sphere, as I had thought, Masigo awaited. He was far from the only thing in there. Constellations of instruments of all kinds filled the firmament of this place. Gold and silver and obsidian and 100 other tools, some I had seen before, others never even imagined existed. They all clustered around Hierophant, who stood with his back to me as he studied something I could not make out. Distraction, Masigo said absent-mindedly. Kill it. The only other living entity in the sphere moved. I looked back at my own face, my twin snorting and unsheathing her sword. Not my twin, I thought. She didn't wear the same clothes as me, neither in this place nor back in creation. She wore the same plate I had that day when we fought the Princess of High Noon, and her smile was too broad to be entirely human. It was a caricature of daring and insolence, not something lips could actually do. Masigo, I called out. Apologies, he replied patiently. Please, kill it. Flicker. The other Catherine was no longer that. Archer idly knocked an arrow. The boundary between her scarf and her face blurred. Her appearance was even stranger than my not twins had been. She was less detailed, like a rough painting of herself. It was when the string went as furthest back as it could that she sharpened, and in that moment she was stunning. The hungry gleam in the eyes, the easy arrogance in her stance. She wasn't more beautiful than the real Indrani was, but there was an intensity to her that I'd never seen in Archer, like she was leaving an indelible mark on this moment. The surprise of it slowed me down, and throwing myself to the ground did not help quite enough. The arrow went through my chest, and I grunted in pain. Flicker. Adjutant slowly spun his axe as he advanced towards me. More statue than orc, all that he was set in stone. The weight of his presence was feather-light, at first, but the longer it was there the heavier it bore down on me. He bared fangs of carved bone as two clever eyes followed my rising to my feet. The eyes were the most expressive part of this statue of Hakram, inhumanly perceptive, as if they were the only living part of him. I broke the arrow's shaft, biting my lip to avoid screaming. Hakram, I said. Don't do it. He kept advancing. Hakram, I barked. I order you to desist. Still advancing. Fuck. Masigo, I screamed, and then not Hakram was upon me. The moment he struck, he was a statue no longer. He turned into flesh and blood, strength uncoiling like a trebuchet released. I tried to catch his wrist, but I might as well have been wrestling that trebuchet. He smashed me into the ground effortlessly, painfully jarring the arrowhead still in my chest. Z's, I yelled. Don't you dash. Wait, Masigo said. The entity froze, axe a hair's breadth away from my throat. Hierophant turned, and I grimaced at the sight. No blindfold on his face, I hear. Hollow, burnt-out sockets studied me, balls of summer flame hovering within. I know you, he said. Catherine, I reminded him. Your friend. He frowned. His face blurred, then became calm again. Are you quite certain? He asked. Shit. He doesn't remember anything that's in the spheres outside, does he? I had no idea how much of the man I knew was standing in front of me. Masigo, you need to wake up, I said. I came here to get you back. Don't be absurd, he chided me. There is so much left to study. He gestured towards the thing his body had been hiding, and my eyes widened. It was a sphere like those outside, though much smaller. The ball of light was wriggling violently, a wound in it kept open by silver pincers. It is much clearer, without the noise, Hierophant told me. We are making great progress. I forced a smile. That's good, I said. Tell me more about that. I want to see, but I'll need to get up, for that, and there's a blade at my throat. Flicker. I saw Thief's face, for a heartbeat, and then the entity was gone. Masigo was gesturing. Come, he said. You're familiar with the Ligurian theory of magic, of course. I got up, hand on my throat. Of course, I lied. It's my favorite. He offered a beaming smile. His face blurred, and he was calm again. You're not trying to trick me, are you? He asked. Of course not, I hastily replied. I, just really hate the Jaquinite theory. Gods, I really should have listened more closely when he talked about that. Was being an occasionally shitty friend going to get me killed? That'd be fitting piece of irony. As you should, Hierophant sniffed. Procerants. Their idea of a proper formula is to get down on their knees and pray. Just the worst. I agreed, slowly coming closer. He gestured again for me to stand by his side. Now, the Gigantes do shroud their sorcery behind unnecessary claptrap, he lectured. But I believe Garen the Wise was correct when he theorized they are the eldest race on Calernia to have developed a comprehensive method for use of the gift. Only makes sense, I said. I was close enough to knife him, now, but would that actually help? Academic question anyway. I didn't have a knife and not thief could be anywhere. I glanced at the sphere he was inviting me to watch, and my vision swam. I could almost make out something. A memory, though I didn't live it like the others. Marchford. Night, with hundreds of columns of fire moving according to my will. A ritual repurposed, my first real stride towards understanding the deeper mysteries of high arcana. I closed my eyes. You were the apprentice then, I said. Just a title, he dismissed. As milestone that denotes understanding reached, but of little practical worth. You're not anymore, though, I said. You're the Hierophant. How did that happen? A little heavy-handed, but I had a lot of detachment to bludgeon through here. Subtle wasn't going to work. Masigo smiled. His face blurred. He was furious. Distraction, he said. Unimportant. Name transition isn't important. I probed. How often have you seen that phenomenon? His face blurred, returned to calm. I'd survived to hear a reply then. Apparently improving one's vocabulary really was a life-saving skill, who knew? Not enough, he said. But it is all contaminated. Too much bias. Not enough left to examine after removal. Oh, that's all right then, I shrugged. He nodded, pleased at my agreement. Difficult research isn't for everyone, I continued. I'm sure someone will eventually get around to explaining it to you. His face darkened. I do not need to depend on the findings of others, he said. Obviously you have to, I said. I mean, you're just not capable enough to study it with the bias intact. You've said it yourself, it's too much. I would have felt a lot worse about trying to trick him in this state if he hadn't ordered me shot moments ago. Hierophant dismissed the sphere of light with a wave of the hand and reached out. Plucking out a distant sphere of water in a way that should not have been physically possible, he set it in front of us. It can be done, he insisted. Simply a matter of discipline. I look forward to your findings then, I smiled. His face blurred and remained that way. You interfere with the process, he said in an utterly flat voice. I would never, I said and snatched his hand, forcing it into the sphere. White light, blinding. A knife going through my back. No, Hierophant's voice barked. No, go away. Catherine, I dropped down on my knees. Was that blood in my mouth? Fuck, it was just a stabbing. Thief was nowhere that good at killing people. I called bullshit. The spots went away and I looked at Masego's mortified face. Hey Z's, I grunted. Been a while. Cat, he murmured. No, doesn't matter. I can end it. His fingers threaded through mine, softly, and as he squeezed we woke. Book 4, Chapter 20, Onset. Procer promises should be treated like stew. Unless you know every ingredient, best not swallow. King Charles Fairfax of Callow, the rightfully wary. Archer's elbow was pressing into my eye. I blinked and craned back my neck before she could smack me again, turning in the bed. I carefully extracted myself from the pile of limbs over me, careful not to wake either of them. It was easier than I'd thought, since somewhat unsurprisingly Indrani was hogging the covers. Masego was laying back with his face towards the ceiling, still like he'd been put to rest in a coffin instead of passing out by my side when we came back from his mind. The eye cloth had been tugged down at some point, bearing an eerie glass eye and partly covering one of his cheeks. I wrinkled my nose. Archer reeked of yesterday's fighting, so clearly she'd not bothered to clean up before piling on top of us. She murmured in her sleep in a tongue I didn't recognize, then promptly spread her legs where I'd been before. She was not, I noted with amusement, granting Masego any more room in the process. If anything, she was coming closer to edging him off the bed. I'd not taken off my tunic before falling asleep last night, and it still surprised me I'd felt the need to sleep at all, but I sat to pull on my boots. I splashed my face with the water basin more out of habit than any real need, the tepid liquid doing nothing to wake me up. A dreamless night, huh? Been a while since I'd had one of those. I made my way out of the tent quietly, stretching my frame when the sun bore down on me. It felt rested, like I'd been tired and no longer was. It was a small pleasure I allowed myself a moment to properly savor. The army of Kalos camp was only beginning to wake, dawn fresh to the sky, and I wouldn't truly be needed for at least an hour. If Hakram were around, there'd be a meal waiting for me somewhere, along with the night's reports, but he was very far away. Last I'd heard, he was bringing the latest recruits up Quicksilver River, intending to link up with Keegan's host before joining us. The campfire closest to my tent was deserted save for a single person, tending to a kettle hung over the flames. I didn't need to look twice to recognize Vivienne. She did not turn, though I was certain she'd heard me approach, instead putting down a pair of cups on a flat stone and reaching for the kettle. I raised an eyebrow. The twin bells set on silver made it pretty clear where she'd gotten those. Had she nabbed old Fairfax dinner sets? I smothered a fond smile. Of course she had. Why would even bother to ask? I dropped down at her side, glimpsing the leaves inside the cups. Tea, though not the precise stuff. Smelt. Assurin maybe? Wasn't the stuff Aisha got imported from across the Tyrian Sea anyway. Wordlessly, she poured the boiling water into them without spilling a drop. I claimed one, inhaling the scent. I tended to enjoy that more than the drink itself. I hope that was part of the 10th, I said. If there's silver missing, the palace seneschal is going to be pissed. Thief smiled, using a long spoon of silver to stir her tea. Stealing from the palace is a hanging offense, she said. Not since we revoked Maze's decrees. I objected. It's a whipping and a fine now, I think. As Her Majesty says, Vivienne drawled. She'd never actually denied it, had she? I sighed. All right, I said. You were waiting for me. Out with it. We'll be sitting with the Procerans at noon. she replied before taking a sip from her cup. Addressing our diplomatic approach is in order. I hummed, inhaling the fragrant steam again. Our strategic objectives are still more or less the same as when we started to march, I said. We need them on the other side of the passage, and to stay there long enough we have breathing room to refit while we prepare our next move. Coin 2, if possible. I doubt they'll agree to actual war indemnities, so we'll have to get that through the supplies if we get it at all. I've been in contact with the observatory, Vivienne said. The situation abroad is evolving. The Dominion's armies should be in southern Proker by now, I said. But I'm guessing there's more to tell. Klaus Pappenheim has finally begun his offensive in the Red Flower Valleys, my spy mistress said. No word as to the results of the first battles yet, but the Carrion Lord seems to be holding. I grimaced. He'd better, I said. If the Crusaders punch through, our army's in no shape to take them on. I've also had word from Praise, though the news is a fortnight old, Vivienne said. Nock was sacked by the Assuran war fleet. I let out a low whistle. I wasn't exactly pleased at the loss of life that'd be involved there, but it was an impressive achievement for the thalassocracy nonetheless. Precise cities were layered with centuries of wards and sorcery, not to mention the pack of horrors the aristocrats kept bound in the basement for rainy days. I'd known the Assurans weren't exactly pushovers, considering they had the largest fleet in Calernia, but most their wars had been fought at sea. Last large-scale engagement I could recall they'd fought on land was when they'd landed armies to help Levant rise against the Principate, and it had been the incipient Dominion that had done the heavy lifting there. They withdrew after? I asked. Set half the city on fire in the process, after looting it, Vivienne said. The Wasteland Legions arrived 2 days too late to help with the defense. The Empress is taking a beating at court over it. Thalassinas threaten to rebel if they don't get a Legion garrison. Whoever's in charge of the fleet isn't a fool, I mused. Nock's the easiest target in the Empire, relatively speaking. They spent most their history under the thumb of one city or another. It's nowhere as crucial to Praise as Thalassina, but they made the tower bleed. All the wolves will be drawn out by the scent of it. I would not wager that the Empress is too preoccupied to sabotage us if she so wishes, Thief said. But the real pivot remains the battle in the Valles. You think Milenan and Melanzo will want to stretch the diplomacy out until they know the outcome down south? I frowned. If the Carrion Lord is driven back, their negotiating position significantly improves, Vivienne noted. If he wins, they are no longer sole bearers of the shame of defeat should they make bargain with us. From their perspective, delay has no drawback. Except for starving, I said. She nodded, sipping at her cup. I would expect Prince Milenan to state the ongoing continuation of yesterday's arrangement is a condition for continuing to negotiate, Vivienne said. Something along the lines of coercion souring the process of peacemaking. I've got no reason to, I said. They'll fold early on something major, then argue I'm negotiating in bad faith if I'm not willing to agree. Precisely, she said. We're not even peacemaking, not really, I sighed. They don't have the authority to call off the 10th Crusade. The most we can get is a very narrow truce that doesn't violate the letter of Proceran laws on contributing to crusades. It would be reputational disaster for them to agree to even that much without something to show for their retreat, Vivienne said. We'll need to give them something. I can't move on them having a presence on our side of the passage, I stated flatly. You know very well how much trouble that'd be for us. She shook her head. Their ambitions to expand into Callow are checked, for the moment, she said. I find it dubious they will attempt to overturn that state of affairs given their weak position. What they need, Catherine, is a way to save face. A way to accept terms that will not make them pariahs in the highest assembly. Reputation, I mused. I drank from the tea, though its pleasant fragrance did not extend to the taste in my mouth. Whether it was eating or drinking, the enjoyable parts of it were mostly gone. The way I see it, what they're most afraid of back home is Hazenbach, I finally said. It's horrible for their reputation to make a deal with me, but won't see them overthrown. The first prince, though, she'll toss their asses out in the cold if she has half an excuse. It would greatly consolidate her hold on Proker if the largest opposition bloc was publicly disgraced, Vivienne agreed. Your point. We hand them away to kick the mess upstairs, I said, eyes narrowing as I stared into the flames. Like you said, they don't have the authority to negotiate for the entire crusade. Just themselves. So if they're presented with something they can't accept or refuse without Hazenbach, it is her reputation at stake, not theirs, Vivienne mused. I set down the cup. I think it's time we brought Aisha in on this, I said. Unless you became fluent in Proceran legalities since we last spoke. She rolled her eyes. That was a no, then. With a groan, I got up. Time to get to work. 7/10 of diplomacy, as far as I could tell, was bickering over symbolic or largely irrelevant details. We wasted a full hour trading envoys with the Crusaders just to the order the issues would be addressed in. That and the language that would be used for the negotiations. They pushed for Shantan, but I was having none of that. My knowledge of it wasn't good enough for easy conversation, and I wasn't using a translator for something this important when nearly all the opposite royalty could speak Lower Mizan without trouble. I folded on it being their pavilion and tables we met at, then conceded to their proposal of only 20 attendants in exchange for picking the tongue and the first issue. At least Aisha managed to horse trade the give on attendance for a limitation on the number of attending heroes. 5 was more than I wanted, but there was no realistic chance of the pilgrim and his sharpest knives not being at the table. All of the woe save for Hakram would be attending, regardless, so I wasn't feeling overly cornered when it came to the balance of named power. My delegation ended up split more or less half and half between Prisai and Kalawants. For my homeland, the two heavyweights were Grandmaster Brandon Talbot and Baroness Ainsley Morley of, currently occupied, Harrow. I wasn't eager to involve the latter, since she was not a well-known quantity, but it wasn't feasible not to. She was the ranking noble in my army, and her holdings would be a point of negotiation. Even if it wouldn't have been a grave insult to keep her away from the table, I would have involved her. Baroness Ainsley had already proved she wanted to look after her people. She deserved a seat, no matter my personal misgivings. On the Prisai side, the most important were Marshal Juniper of Callow and Staff Tribune Aisha Bishara. The latter had picked out everyone else in our delegation save for the woe, keeping the balance between provinces while digging out the scribes and learned officers that served as the closest thing the Kingdom of Callow currently had to train diplomats. The Proceran delegation was, in comparison, a gallery of royalty. Prince Amadis and Princess Rosala had always been a given, but there were a full 6 crowned heads in attendance. Thief provided names and sparse details quietly. Prince Arnaud of Cantal, by reputation a loud-mouthed idiot. Princess Adeline of Orne, whose brother and predecessor had been killed at Black's orders. Prince Alejandro of Segovia, who'd publicly broken with his mother's old alliance with Hazenbach. Prince Louis of Cruzens, allegedly so badly in debt to Amadis, he couldn't even take a piss without the older man's permission. Save for the heroes, the other attendants were all kinsmen to one royal or another. It was the named I studied most closely. The Grey Pilgrim's face was the usual serene mask, but there were younger heroes with him. The sorcerer I'd fought before, which formal introductions revealed to be Rogue Sorcerer. A woman bearing sword and board, and watching me unblinkingly was introduced as the Silent Guardian, while the woman with the red face paint I'd once cut the arm of was the Painted Knife. The last was the Forsworn Healer, and I frowned at the sight of him. No saint. That was only half a relief. If she was here, she'd be trouble, but I'd at least know where she was for sure. I glanced at the heroes, frown deepening. Silent Guardian to hold me, Painted Knife to check Thief, and the Sorcerer to delay Masigo. The Healer to keep them going, and the Pilgrim to tip the scales. The 5 heroes had been chosen so they'd be able to hold up against the woe in a fight. But if they think it's going to turn to violence, why is the saint not here? And Her Majesty, Queen Catherine of Callow, first of her name, Aisha finished, and I offered a polite nod to the Procerans watching me. There'd been a Catherine Alban that served as Queen Regent for her son, actually, but by Callowan tradition that did not count as reigning precedent. Prince Amadis took a seat first, at the center of his side of the table, before I did. The etiquette of that was against him. As the ruling sovereign of a nation, I had the highest status here, and none should be seated before me. I didn't feel particularly insulted, on a personal level, but it was an insult, offered right after the introductions. While I was less than invested in etiquette, I was invested in this negotiation not being a complete shitshow. So, as Prince Amadis leaned back into his seat, I met his eyes. Silence stretched under the silken pavilion. Slowly, I cocked an eyebrow. I was under the impression Arlesites were a mannerly people, I said, then waited a beat. Your Grace. I let another moment pass before sitting down and gesturing for my entire delegation to do the same, regardless of the higher status of the royals on the other side. You have a reputation for preferring familiar manners, Your Majesty. The Prince of Isère smiled. I apologize if offense was taken. I did not think it a coincidence that familiarity breeds contempt was a common saying in both our homelands. Procerans had a reputation for being able to speak flowery flattery while meaning the opposite that was apparently well-earned. With friends, certainly. I smiled back as the Proceran delegation sat in proper order. Are we friends now, Prince Amatus? Rulers sharing an alignment of interests, mayhaps, the older man said, his lower meson without trace of accent. Yet is that not the cradle of all great friendships? I inclined my head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I flicked a glance at the heroes, which were all seated at the left edge of the table save for the pilgrim. He was at Melanza's side, between her and the Prince of Cantal. Aisha made up my right side, Thief my left. Rank had not been the prime consideration in those arrangements. Before beginning, I believe it necessary for the nature of the involvement of your name to be clarified, I said. Aisha's notion. Prince Amatus had been introduced as the head of the Proceran delegation, as we'd expected, but the status of the heroes today was vague. Legally speaking, anyway. Several of them weren't even Proceran, and those that were should have no authority to speak of if this was considered a negotiation between Proceran royalty and the Queen of Callow. If it was a conference between representatives of the 10th Crusade and a villain queen, however, that was a whole other matter. My staff tribune had predicted it would be the latter and not the former. Otherwise, they'd have no legal authority to stand on without the permission of the first prince and the other sovereigns at the head of the crusade. The chosen have graced us with their presence in an advisory role, Prince Amatus replied. Good, I thought. Then it was the Prince of Isare and his fellows I had to settle with, not representatives of the heavens. We had, at least, the legal prerequisites for any treaty made here to be binding. Not that it assured the deal would be respected. Aisha had reluctantly informed me that the most prominent precedent for treaties between Procerans and an evil polity was attempts at deals with the kingdom of the dead, which were broken by either side, as often as not. There were treaties with Helike as well, but none relevant since the League of Free Cities had been founded. It would be shaky grounds to try using those as a yardstick. I nodded at Aisha, who bowed deep in her seat and addressed the table with a graceful smile. We would now open formal negotiations between the Kingdom of Callow and the lawful leadership of the invading army currently standing on its sovereign territory, she said. There were too many people for me to watch them all, so I kept my gaze on the two I knew best, Amatus and Rosala. The Prince of Isare's friendly smile did not waver in the slightest, but Melanza's brow twitched. Not pleased. The language as presented by Aisha treated the Crusaders coming here like any other foreign invasion, the kind the Principate had tried for centuries with various degrees of success. It stripped the Procerans of the handy excuse of the heavens told me to, which might allow them to wiggle out some responsibility for their actions. They weren't going to accept that, of course. But now the bargaining started. Prince Amatus glanced at one of his diplomats, the middle-aged man bowing just as deep before responding. We cannot treat in good faith under these terms, the man replied. We can, however, open formal negotiations between the precise vassal state of Callow and the mandated expeditionary force of Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procur, not presenting themselves as crusaders, but still as being here on Hazenbach's orders. I kept a frown off my face. They knew we weren't going to accept Callow being termed as a vassal state, since they'd effectively be making a deal with the tower by intermediary if we did. I was fairly sure they could break any terms made if ordered to do so by the first prince, if it unfolded like that, since the highest assembly had formally passed a motion to declare a crusade against praise, and a vassal state would be considered within the scope of that. It went back and forth for a while, until something like a compromise was reached. Negotiations were now being held between the Queen and Callow and the mandated expeditionary force of the first prince. Aisha had tried for Queen of Callow, but they'd gotten out of that by pointing out that unless the highest assembly passed a motion or Hazenbach recognized it by decree, they couldn't legally recognize Callow as a sovereign state with me as its ruler. Legitimacy was the issue here. My only claim to the throne was conquest, really, and even that was a little iffy. As it stood, the treaty would still be binding, theoretically speaking, but it was made with me as an entity and not Callow itself. It became worthless ink if someone put my head on a pike. Thief flicked me an unsurprised look after, having predicted the implication of the other part of the terms. The Procerans, by presenting themselves as an expeditionary force, were paving the grounds for any bill incurred over supplies to be sent to Hazenbach's court instead of coming out of their own pockets. I sincerely doubted that Cordelia would flip me so much as a copper if anything less than an oath to the heavens was involved, so we'd have to get creative about getting the coin if we were going to get any at all. Still, that they were trying to extricate from this at all meant they were taking the process seriously. A good sign, After that tumultuous opening, I caught the subtle movement of Prince Amada's hand before anyone else on my side. The delegation recognizes the chosen known as the Grey Pilgrim, formal advisor to the Prince of Isère, the middle-aged diplomat announced. The old man rose to his feet. I seek clarification from the Queen in Callow, he said calmly, on matters of intent. I looked up and fought back a sigh. Wasn't it traditional that things had to at least go well for the villain before the tables were turned? Book 4, Chapter 21, Tug-of-War. Invading Callow is much like drunkenly playing dice. The odds are never as good as you believe, and you know you've reached bottom when snake eyes are involved. Dread Emperor Malevolent III, the Pithy. I pricked my ears, gauging the enemy. Most of the Proceran delegation had either skipped a beat or seen their pulse quicken when the pilgrim rose to his feet. That was telling, since it was dubious anyone that high up in the Proceran pecking order was faint of heart. The implication was that this particular play had been kept close to the chest. There were only 4 who'd not had a physical reaction of fear or surprise. Prince Amadis, Princess Rosala, Prince Arnaud, and the middle-aged diplomat, who'd been the mouthpiece for the opposition so far. The first 2 were only to be expected, and the last a given. But the third? That was interesting. Arnaud of Cantal did not strike me as the kind of man the other 2 royals would keep deep in their confidence. Has he found out on his own? If he was spying on the leaders of the Northern Crusade, that was a possible angle for Thief to exploit. Turning him seemed unlikely, but if his spying apparatus could be infiltrated, something to discuss with her later. I made a note to have Vivienne dig deeper into the man, as there was apparently more to him than his reputation. The Grey Pilgrim's words were followed by heavy silence, and I did not hurry to respond. This, I knew, was the beginning of the deeper game. The war behind the war, where named would claw at each other like animals to get the morsels of narrative they needed for the final victory. The thing was, as it stood, I was winning that fight. I'd repeatedly made overtures for peace, brought up whenever I could that the enemy was invading my homeland for mostly petty reasons and avoided, as much as feasible, falling into the kind of villainous stand that would get me winning in the short term and killed in the long one. As long as this remained a negotiation between mortals, for mortal motives, I came out ahead. Sure, they were a better hand at diplomacy, and likely I'd end up unable to capitalize on several of my advantages. But that was fine, in the greater scheme of things, so long as I walked out of this pavilion with some gains and my narrative intact. There were earthly logistics to this, and Black had made an entire career out of proving those could win a war regardless of the subtler workings of creation. But I was confident that as long as I held my ground story-wise, I'd emerge in a position to begin the sequence of events that'd get me to my objective. Which meant that I had to avoid engaging the pilgrim as much as I could. I had a knack for stories, twisting them, and using them. It came naturally to me. But the opposition had actually lived through hundreds of them. The experience gap between us was overwhelming, and that was without even taking into consideration whatever tricks the heavens were sure to have bestowed upon him to make sure he'd keep coming out ahead. I could not confidently state I would win against the Grey Pilgrim, so my safest path was not to fight him at all. Ironically, my sharpest tool in ensuring that was something I generally had little patience for, etiquette. Instead of replying to the old Levantine, I leaned towards Aisha. Correct me if I'm wrong, I said. But isn't it a severe breach of decorum for someone without a formal role in negotiations to directly address a queen? The lovely Tagreb's lips quirked. That is so, she said, pitching her voice so it would be heard by all. Under Tower law, such a transgression is punishable by flaying of the left hand and foot. Several of the Procerans' hearts quivered. It has been the stance of your delegation to advance the Queen in Callow as an entity separate from the Tower's rule. The pilgrims said, face serene. Was this a misrepresentation? I did one of the things I hated most in the world. I kept my fucking mouth shut. The moment I got involved, the narrative was back in play. Lose, I told myself. Let him win the small things, so long as you get what you came for. Observations on the nature of Presci law are no admission of anything else, Thief coldly noted. To pretend otherwise is disingenuous, and might be taken as an attempt to sink honest negotiations. Is that the intent of the Proceran delegation? I sat straighter in my chair. Thief was one of the woe, and the woe were under me. Would anything coming out of her mouth contribute to the tapestry the pilgrim was trying to weave? Not if I contradicted her, I suspected, but if I was remaining silent. Best to stay on the safe side. Picking out a sliver of winter, I formed a ring around her index on the hand beneath the table and squeezed it lightly. She inclined her head slightly to the left, acknowledging my warning as I allowed the construct to dissipate. A curious thing, that seeking clarity would be taken as offense, the pilgrim said. Regardless, there is precedent. The Proceran mouthpiece bowed again. As far as the year 74, chosen recognized as titled advisors have been allowed to address to the highest assembly directly, the man said. As far 111, the same have been granted right of involvement with negotiations held with foreign powers. 74, huh? That was the year 890. By the imperial calendar, Procerans begun theirs after the founding of the Principate, which had only taken place a year after Triumphant's fall. Considering the current imperial year was 1327, that was not a young precedent. It shouldn't matter, though, and if I'd picked up on that, Aisha should have as well. Living up to my expectation, the staff tribune advanced where we remained silent. Proceran custom is not universally binding, she pointed out. There is no such precedent for our delegation. Regardless, right of involvement would not equate right of interrogation. The middle-aged diplomat smothered a smile. A mistake had been made. Queen Eleanor Fairfax granted privilege to voice thoughts and questions freely to the contemporary wizard of the West. After her coronation, the man said, "This is a matter of public record. That privilege has been maintained through every known choosing since." I kept my face rigid. Was that true? It might very well be. Records were sparse about the Old Kingdom, nowadays, save those that related to mundane matters, where the empire's rule tended to come out as a more prosperous, if also more tyrannical, alternative. My teacher had been thorough in taking the knife to anything that could feasibly become fodder for a hero's rise, and knowledge about past wizards of the West would have been high on that list of prescriptions. Except he wouldn't have been able to expunge Proceran records, not in depth anyway. The man's heartbeat was steady, which could be an indication he was telling the truth, or merely that he was a very good liar. The Proceran delegation has not recognized ours as being representative of the Kingdom of Callow, Grandmaster Talbot said, cool voice cutting clearly through the hesitation. Only of the Queen in Callow, making such precedent irrelevant, which it would be even if otherwise, unless by some labyrinthine exercise of reason and equivalence between the attempted murderer of Queen Catherine and the ancient servants of the now extinct House Fairfax was established. Which it was not. Brandon. Fucking. Talbot, I thought, smothering a grin. Riding in Lance high at the last moment, proper knight that he was. Lack of recognition for Proceran law endangers the entire process of treaty-making, the middle-aged diplomat warned. Forceful imposition of foreign customs on the same process is not a standard this delegation is willing to establish, Aisha replied pleasantly. We do not recognize the attempt to establish precedent by the Proceran delegation, and move the first issue on the program should now be addressed. Is this to be who you truly are, Catherine Foundling? The Grey Pilgrim said, soft voice carrying across the pavilion. A villain hiding behind petty excuses, unwilling to even speak with those you deem foes. My fingers clenched. The fucker. He had a lot of nerve saying that, after he'd tacitly allowed the saint to try to kill me under a God's damn truce banner. I leaned forward too. Let him win the small things, so long as you get what you came for. My teeth came down, and I bit off my tongue, knowing I would not be able to keep silent otherwise. If Masego's weakness was the need for utter precision, then mine was the inability to just keep my fucking mouth shut. Blood filled my mouth as winter lazily coursed through my veins, repairing the self-inflicted damage. I swallowed as discreetly as I could. The violent urge to respond was not gone, but the immediacy had ebbed. I kept my eyes on Prince Amatus, who was eyeing me with a mixture of disgust and fascination. I bared reddened teeth at him, watching his muscles clench to suppress a flinch. Shall we proceed, Your Grace? I asked. He inclined his head by a fraction. Good. I'd weathered the first blow, but if I knew anything about patterns, that was the first of three. I would have to remain wary. Aisha had thought it odd that the Procerans had not fought back harder on the terms of truce and retreat being the first subject addressed, but now we knew why. They'd intended on flipping the table before it even came to that. Now, though, they were stuck actually discussing it. Withdrawal from the 10th Crusade for the Royals had never been in the cards, much as it irked me. For them to put their seal to a treaty binding them to that would be high treason and sustained heresy under Proceran law. One of the ancient first princes had passed that motion through the highest assembly, after a few Arlazite principalities dropped out of one of the crusades against the kingdom of the dead. Their agitations in the south while the rest of the Principate was busy dying up north had been so deeply despised by the surviving princes they'd been willing to limit their own prerogatives to see the deserters punished. No, our wiggle room was narrower than that. The first opening was that, technically speaking, the 10th Crusade had been declared on praise. It would be damaging to their reputation to make a deal with me, but not actually illegal. The second was that I wasn't asking for peace, only a truce. The terms we were after were 18 months where none of the signatories or soldiers under their command could enter Calo, which was where we first got shafted by the premises agreed on. They managed to have it defined as the lands under the rule of the Queen in Calo, which gave them some flexibility. The moment a part of the kingdom renounced my rule, it was fair game again, and they could get involved without breaking the letter of the agreement. Or, and I was just guessing here, if a disavowed heroine like the Saint just happened to cut my head off. Well, it would be convenient coincidence that there were no longer any lands under the rule of the Queen in Calo, wouldn't it? I was going to have to watch my back very, very carefully in the coming months. Even more so than usual. Aisha began bargaining for 3 years of truce and slowly allowed herself to be whittled down to 14 months, though at least she got a concession out of it. The fantassins across the field were in the employment of the princes and princesses attending, but that was a matter of contract. Those could be released, at which point the terms would no longer apply to them. Horse trading for 6 months less of truce, Aisha managed to extract they'd signed the treaty as well. None of the companies would be able to just sign up with the Iron Prince's host instead. A goodwill clause forbidding the fantassins to simply disband their companies and reform under a different name was written in, because even I had seen that loophole coming. It was when we moved to the second subject, supplies, that Thief's predictions came true and they began their attempt to fuck us in earnest. You'd think they'd at least provide dinner first. Bad form, Amatis. Going at it with only wine made it look like they thought we were easy. As a sign of good faith, we would require that the army of Calo continue to provide supplies while negotiations are ongoing, at the previously agreed cost, Prince Amatis requested, meeting my eyes directly. It wasn't the first time they tried that. Fairly early on they'd narrowed in on the fact that my diplomatic training was lacking compared to Aisha's or Talbot's, and since they'd tried to get me involved as much as possible, best way for them to do that was to ditch the mouthpiece and let the Prince of Isère do the talking. He had enough status that etiquette dictated I couldn't just foist the thing off to Aisha if he spoke to me directly. It was a play on their part, we both knew that. But it also left me with no real reason to call them out. And if these talks imploded because I'd walked out without a damned good reason? That was the story of a villain queen so arrogant, she was willing to starve dozens of thousands for perceived insults. It did not bode well for me. This was going to be a pivot, I knew that, and the Pilgrim most definitely did. It meant every word spoken today had. Wait. I'd be eroding at my own gains if I pulled out now, and even if it likely wouldn't be enough to flip the entire story the opposition didn't need. That, strictly speaking, just my position being weakened would make it much easier to kill me. Was this the second blow? No, the confrontation was too indirect. The Pilgrim had made himself the speaker for above. It wasn't something that could be handed to Amatis like a plate of pastries. While we are not willing to make that concession, we share your worry on the appearance of coercion, I blandly replied. Meaning it wouldn't look good if it appeared we were negotiating with a loaded crossbow pointed at their balls, though we were both aware there were plenty crossbows today to go around. The Jacks had confirmed Hazenbach had her own scrying-capable mages in play, called the Order of the Red Lion. We also knew, from Masigo, that they were at least a decade behind precise spell formulas when it came to that, which meant they couldn't do relays and their range was limited. They could chain the reports manually, but that was tricky business. Hierophant's best guess for the Crusaders getting news from the battle at the Red Flower Valles was a delay of 2 days. Knowing Black, he was very unlikely to gamble at all on the first day. He'd stretch it out through series of fortifications, made even more efficient by the narrow valleys and steep slopes of the valles. That provided us with some room to maneuver. We are willing to immediately provide 3 days' worth of supplies at the agreed-on cost to prevent that misunderstanding, I continued calmly. Prince Amatis' heartbeat quickened. Anger. Yeah, you princely shit. We saw that one coming. There was still risk involved, should Pappenheim somehow win an immediate and crushing victory. Or, more probably, if Black decided a strategic retreat out of the Valles was the correct decision, but odds were the Crusaders would have to make the deal without knowing the outcome. They, really, wanted to avoid that, of course, but outright feeding them for 3 days yanked away their pretext to push for better terms. They could still delay until the days were past, but then we'd be the ones with grounds to protest bad faith. And we both know Keegan is coming. Your window of opportunity is narrow. If they failed to make terms before the Diarrhea arrived, their bargaining position took a hit. Juniper had urged me to send Larrett to fetch Keegan's host, and I'd already made up my mind to agree if we didn't walk out with a deal by the day's end. It was a naked threat, sure, and before the meeting began I'd worried about souring the process by resorting to it. But they were already pushing back pretty hard, and if they were stretching things out on purpose, threats were not a line I was unwilling to cross. The gesture is appreciated, Amatis said evenly. However, I worry this could be misconstrued as impropriety. Rumors of bribery would damage the reputation of all involved. My eyes narrowed. We were making the Crusaders pay for the supplies. It was hardly a fucking bribe. Princes were touchy about their reputation, though, so while it wasn't a good reason, it was a halfway plausible one. And it wasn't a reply we anticipated, though we should have. I glanced at Aisha, but she could be no help. Fuck. There was probably a way out of this, but I couldn't think of one at the moment. We can table the matter for the moment, I conceded grudgingly. As you say, the Prince of Isare replied, the hint of a smile on his lips as he inclined his head. Aisha bowed in her seat, then addressed the table. We now address the third subject on the program, the Supply Tribune said, as requested by the Calawan delegation. Provenance and direction of promised coin. In other words, who was going to foot the bill for the supplies they were getting? That was going to be one of the trickier bits, Vivienne had told me. The Prostrans were going to try to pass it all to Hazenbach, but we might have a way around that. For practical reasons, we were going to suggest they provide the coin themselves, though it would be framed as a loan on the part of the first prince towards them. Our turn to screw them over the negotiation premises, for this one. As an expeditionary force of the first prince, they had legal grounds to agree to that. If they were Hazenbach's mandated minions, anything falling under war reparations was ultimately her responsibility to pay for. Aisha had noted some of them might consider it a worthwhile trade-off to have the first prince owe them money, since by leveraging that debt they might avoid political retaliation for a retreat. Thief had been more dubious, arguing that they'd balk since Cordelia might manage to get out of paying them anything back. It was going to come down to finesse. The delegation recognizes the chosen known as the Grey Pilgrim, formal advisor to the Prince of Isare, the mouthpiece intoned. Well shit. We were halfway through the list now, so in retrospective I should have seen it coming. In matter of direction, I seek clarification, the Pilgrim said. The Principate of Proker is currently at war with the dread Empire of Praise, as it could be considered treason for any coin paid through this treaty to come to guild imperial coffers through either commerce or tribute. A question must first be addressed. Does the Queen and Callow intend to pursue formal independence from the Tower? I closed my eyes and thought, why would he care about the gold? Coin didn't mean shit to heroes. No, he had a reason to ask this that shaped a story. Independence from the Tower. Callow already was independent, effectively speaking, but there'd been no open break. Militia and I knew it was just a matter of time, but the current fiction it wasn't was useful for us both. If it was discarded, what was the result? Most likely, Militia had to declare I was in rebellion even if she did nothing immediate about it. That was the part that had me wary, though. She couldn't do anything about it right now, not with Asher marauding the coasts and a city freshly sacked. So why would the old man be after that? Pilgrim might not know about Nock, though. I mused. No, wrong way to think about this. If this was a political play, it'd be the Prostrans doing the talking. Since it was the Pilgrim, he was leaning on the pivot for some reason. Militia declared me a rebel. What did that mean, in the greater scheme of things? Ah shit. Evil turns on evil. That was his play. And it was a story old as the first dawn, too. So if I caught even the hem of it in my fingers, it was going to drag me through 70 fucking hells. Stories repeated so often they were considered self-evident truths had a way of pushing themselves to the fore no matter what the people involved wanted. All right then, what could I do to avoid the pitfall? Couldn't argue there was no need to have the talk, this time, since that could be taken as me trying to frame the Prostrans for treason. It had turned this from truce talks to evil queen lays a cunning trap, and that fucked everything up. I couldn't lie in front of the Pilgrim. He'd see through it, and that got me back in the deep even if the heavens told me it was untrue might not hold up too well as a negotiating position. Flatly admitting I was going to just led me to a different problem, so that was straight out. Could I maybe keep this contained, force an oath whatever was spoken on the subject wouldn't get out of this pavilion? No, I decided. I didn't have enough of a leg to stand on, and it wasn't like the Prostrans would jump for joy at the prospect of being oath-bound to someone holding a fame mantle. If you can't dodge, attack, I thought. Instead of avoiding his story, what story could I make? Liberating rebel wouldn't hold, not while I was wearing a crown. I'd only ever managed to squeak into heroic roles when the opposition was less than flexible. Anyway, treacherous lieutenant to militia? I could fit the boots, but it wouldn't get me anywhere I wanted to be. Precise stories would just make it worse, as a rule, so it had to be either Callowin or old and worn enough it was up for grabs by anyone. Unless Akua. She'd been on her own idea of good behavior since second lease, which had taken a while for me to puzzle out. She should have been scheming to get out, and to be frank, she probably was, but she was also very much trying to be useful, to get out of the box more often, in part, but there were deeper reasons. I had beaten her, or at least she believed as much. According to the sack full of razor blades that was pre-sci philosophy, that meant she was my follower now. That was an old story, and though the wasteland had practically turned it into a religion, it wasn't just a wasteland favorite, or evils in general. Early crew of heroes runs into a seeming enemy they fight out of misunderstanding, then fall together either facing a common foe or when the misunderstanding is finally cleared. Everyone's friends, some cackling villain gets stabbed in unison, and the heavens pat everyone's ass approvingly. Hells, that was more or less how Archer had ended up joining the woe now that I thought about it. So I needed to be metaphorical Archer, fighting the Crusaders out of a silly misunderstanding somehow involving 3 bloody days of battle and at least 30,000 dead. I am a Crusader, I thought. What did I want? To fuck over the wasteland, a sentiment I wasn't exactly unsympathetic to. Kill Catherine Foundling, since she's an abomination and also an asshole who keeps killing our guys. How did I cease being the asshole who kept killing their guys? Well, maybe if they stopped trying to kill M. No, not productive. Plenty of heroes were guy-killing assholes, I reminded myself. In and of itself, it wasn't a deal-breaker. Larger perspective. Looking down from above, what was happening in Callow? Praise is still in charge, I thought. The borders, the separate laws, and the coinage wouldn't matter to something like the Hashmalim. A villain was still on the throne, the former apprentice of the Black Knight. My army was more than half Callowan these days, but I still had a detachment of mass-murdering pre-sci household troops and the Greenskins. Goblins had an unfortunate propensity for stabbing, and orcs did eat people. Wasn't even that large a part of their diet, and it wasn't like they ate people alive. It was illegal, if nothing else, but even occasional corpse eating did tend to disqualify people from standing on the shiny side of the fence. As far as above was concerned, I was a dread empress wearing the Queen of Blades clothes. But I was in charge in their eyes, wasn't I? The legalities we'd been quibbling about all day didn't mean dust in the eyes of the gods. That was the whole reason to remove me, wasn't it? A villainous ruler for Callow was bad for business, regardless of the earthly practicalities involved. Which meant that if I made a choice, above took that as a choice for all of Callow. There was an opening there. If I pulled the rug out from under the heroes, it worked for the entire kingdom. My eyes narrowed. I didn't have to stop being an unfairly characterized, I believed, murderous asshole. I just had to be. There. Murderous asshole. Metaphorically speaking. Probably. And the way to achieve that, what was the name of Cordelia's friendly league of upstanding nations again? All right. I cleared my throat, meeting the gray pilgrim's eyes with a grin that was all teeth. To answer your question, I said, I intend to seek signatory status with the Grand Alliance within the year. Pandemonium erupted. The pilgrim's face went blank, and my grin only got wider. Book 4, Chapter 22, Trip. A war fought and won for the wrong reasons, under the wrong cause, can be a greater threat to the praise than simple defeat. Maleficent the First spoke of villains raising their own gallows, but failed to add that the killing stroke in a hanging comes from the height of the drop. Extract from The Death of the Age of Wonders, a treatise by Dread Empress Militia. Preposterous. Prince Arnaud of Cantal blustered. He wasn't the only one to speak up in the aftermath of that particular trebuchet stone being lobbed, but he was by far the loudest. And his heartbeat had not changed in the slightest, though his face was the very picture of angry befuddlement. All right, that one bore watching. I'd never met anyone this good at acting outside of the High Lords, and maybe a handful of named. I leaned back into my seat and riffled through my cloak pockets until I had my pipe in hand. The small satchel of wakeleaf parted under my fingers, and I poured the contents into the chamber. I had a few matches, but also a quicker way. I coughed until Masigo turned his attention from the book he was not so discreetly reading under the table to me. I tapped the side of the pipe he'd gifted me with a finger. Scoffing, he flicked his wrist, and fire bloomed within the chamber. Thank you, Lord Hierophant, I drawled. As for the many statements of the Proceran delegation, I'll point you to the chosen known as the Grey Pilgrim. A truth-teller of great skill, as I understand it. The gaze of everyone in the pavilion moved to the old man, still standing and devoid of expression. That's right, I thought. I'm not lying. I didn't have to. I very much doubted the Grand Alliance would just hand me a tankard and invite me to sit at the table. But even a refusal would need more than just Hazenbach involved. The Assurans would have to put the question through committees, unless their quasi-king Magan Hadast intervened, and more importantly the Dominion would have to go through the Magilis. Their inept, bickering, and deeply divided equivalent to the highest assembly. The entire process could take months even for a refusal, and if they accepted, well, it wasn't like I wasn't intending to make deals with all of them eventually. It was a necessary component to the lease accords being adopted. It was a different approach than I'd intended, but so long as it worked, what did I care? The Queen in Callow did not speak a lie. The pilgrim flatly said. I'd been a bit too much to swallow to tell them outright. I was telling the truth, apparently. Nice to know even the peregrine could be petty. This is a trick, Princess Adeline of Orne insisted. You are one of the damned. Fancy Procerin talk for villain. I took it. The chosen and the damned. Huh. Somehow I suspected a lot of foreign heroes who ended up fighting against Procer also ended up, by pure coincidence of course, painted with damnation brush. I breathed in the smoke, then allowed it to billow upwards with my exhale. And, I said, I already offered the pilgrim passage through Arcadia if your army was willing to assault praise directly. I'm not exactly unwilling to kick in the Empire's teeth, Princess, and I was under the impression that was exactly what the 10th Crusade was about. Or are there other concerns I don't know about? My smile turned a little colder at that. She did not flinch, but her heartbeat quickened in fear. The taste of it was just as intoxicating as the wine I was oath-bound not to drink. Brave soul, that one, but out of her depth today. She wasn't in on the game the pilgrim was playing. Prince Amatus began to speak, but the pilgrim hastily cleared his throat to stay the man's tongue. Wouldn't do to have the mortals fuck up your scheme, would it? As a vassal state of the Tower Dash, the old man began. Is the Procerin delegation turning back on the premises of this negotiation? Aisha interrupted smilingly. You are addressing the Queen in Callow, Grey Pilgrim, by mutual agreement. I beamed at the lovely tribune. Ah, Aisha. Always quick on the uptake, wasn't she? If it didn't have terrible idea written all over it in red ink, it would be tempting to give her a whirl. Over 20,000 men were butchered by the army of Callow, Melanza spoke up. You expect us to ignore this? All a misunderstanding, evidently, I replied calmly. I believed your expeditionary force to be an attempted invasion. I regret what came from it, but you must understand that Callowans have a checkered history with armies crossing our borders after using massive sorcerous rituals. There was a muted sound as Brandon Talbot choked on his tongue. The implied comparison to the Dread Empire ruffled more than a few feathers on the other side of the table, but they couldn't exactly deny the bird's-eye view of it. Hazenbach's burning of a passage was admittedly more grounded than your average Dread Emperor's crowning disaster, but the similarities were there. Your alleged intent to seek alignment with the Grand Alliance is irrelevant to the negotiations being held today, the pilgrim said. I glanced at Aisha. I was pulling one on him so far, but it wouldn't do to get cocky. The more we conversed, the higher the chances he turned the tables. That is inaccurate, the Tagreb aristocrat replied, as it would be unlawful to be a signatory of the alliance while paying any form of tribute to the tower, providing this statement served the purpose of answering your question. So, I mused, watching Amatus across the table even though he was not the object of my thoughts. You going to keep fighting this one, pilgrim, or give ground and rally for the third? I'd cut the grass under his feet by presenting myself as a possible ally, right in the wake of a bloody battle that saw no clear winner. He couldn't work the heroes with their back up against the wall story angle with a foundation that weak, not while the Procerins were fed and under truce. Evil turns on evil had been his move, but I should have tiptoed around the pitfall by stating in front of a truth-teller that I was willing to slap some red crosses onto the armor of the army of Callow and fight the good fight. That'd make me the one prick in every heroic band that crossed lines for the greater good, if it worked. The lone swordsman of continental coalitions, if you would. 2 for 2, so far. Parry and riposte. But we both know it's the third one that matters, don't we? I puff at my pipe, allowing the Wycliffe to fill my lungs. The old man was studying me in silence, but I did not meet his eyes. The clarification was sufficient, Pilgrim finally said, and sat down. Cutting his losses, I presumed, since I was no longer willing to engage. I remained silent as negotiations picked up again through intermediaries. The Proserans made an argument that reparations were not needed if this was all an accident, but Aisha turned it around by noting that the sale of supplies was a different matter entirely. That the terms of the truce specifically did not prevent them from entering Praise took the wind out of their sails, since they had to maintain the pretense that their expeditionary force wasn't an army meant to invade Callow. If they strayed from that, they were entering a nightmarish quagmire of war reparations and official apologies none of them could really afford back in Proctor. My attention began to wane as the hours passed, tediously taking us to afternoon bell, but I forced myself to follow everything closely. I could not afford to be taken unawares when the pilgrim intervened again. Yet none of the heroes spoke so much as a word, and I grew tenser the longer the sword remained hanging over my head. My side got its way when it came to terms of payment for the supplies, though the Proserans bargained down to only needing to pay a quarter of the total sum directly out of their pockets, even if it was framed as a loan from Hazenbach to them. Odds were the first prince would flip them the finger, and that quarter was all I'd ever see. But considering I was essentially selling them back their own supplies, I'd take it anyway. Even just having the documents would give me something to use when I had to treat with Hazenbach herself down the line. The diplomatic claptrap continued, polite verbal fencing back and forth across the table. The Crusaders tried to fuck us over what land was actually recognized as under the rule of the Queen in Callow, and to my distaste got the better of it. I couldn't exactly make the argument that the Red Flower Vallas were mine when they were factually in the hands of the Legions of Terror, and that meant the Northern Crusade could move against Black down there without breaking our terms. It'd be months before they even got out of Callow, I told myself, and it would take even more time for them to recover and march on the Vallas. By then Black would either have won or lost against Pappenheim. If he'd won, I'd have to trust that he could hold the valleys regardless. I couldn't afford for him not to. And if he lost, well, the Northern Crusade would still be forbidden to go further than the Vallas until the truce ran out. At that point I'd have more immediate problems anyway. We weren't halfway to evening bell, and there was only a single issue that hadn't been addressed, guarantees for the treaty, though we'd have to double back to the supplies since that one had been kicked down the slope by Prince Amatus. It was beginning to look like we'd walk out of the pavilion with an actual agreement before nightfall, which had me wary. The Proserans could have delayed much more than they had. We'd expected them to, as long as the battle for the Vallas was undecided. This was going well, which meant I was about to have my knuckles rapped. Except the pilgrim didn't get up. It was the mouthpiece that addressed the subject, and my fingers clenched under the table. This wasn't going to be straightforward negotiations, since it was about the mechanisms that would be enforcing the treaty. I wanted oaths to the heavens out of everyone involved, witnessed by a hero, but Aisha had pretty bluntly informed me that wasn't going to happen even if I offered to make an oath of my own. Our best guess was that they'd push for something along the lines of the agreement being made public, so anyone breaking it would have their reputation tarnished. We wouldn't accept that, since they might very well get away with breaking a treaty with a villain with praise for being clever and screwing over the enemy instead of any backlash for dealing in bad faith. The compromise we'd be working for was material value being left behind as guarantee, as well as staggered departure for the Proseran host, so we'd have a knife at their throat if they tried to double-cross us. Breaking a promise to the bearer of a fey mantle would come back to haunt them anyway, so this was mostly a precaution to account for any outside solution we didn't know about. Except after Aisha proposed my terms, as a starting position to be bargained down from. To my chagrin, the Proserans didn't offer what we'd expected. As a sign of good faith, we are willing to offer a royal hostage, the middle-aged diplomat said. We would, however, require an accompanying observer and a guarantee of safety for both. That had to be the pilgrim's play, but I wasn't seeing it. There wasn't a good angle to use with the supplies deal, at least none that I could see, and after that there was nothing left to negotiate about. All right, then, royal hostage. What could he do with that? Assassinate the hostage after I took custody of them. So this entire treaty was ripped in half. If militia had made me an offer like this, it would be what I expected. Except that this wasn't the way Pilgrim did things. Sure, he basically put his seal on the saint offing me under a glamored. I had to concede that much, truce banner, but that plan didn't fit with the way he'd approached this so far. Letting me die for the greater good was one thing, and he'd been pretty upfront that was essentially his intent when we first sat down for our fireside chat. But murder? No, that was going against the grain. He could be banking on either one of my people fucking up or Praise being out for blood, though. Not outright bloodying his hand, but shaping the situation so it would unfold the way he needed it to. That I could buy. Except I'd have the hostage neck deep in wards in the safest place I could find, and militia wanted to use Mattis gaggle of expansionists to make a mess in Procer. That wasn't to say if she decided it would be useful to weaken me, she wouldn't assassinate royalty that wasn't Melanza or Milenan, the two she'd ordered me not to kill. But unless she had assassin to call on, which I was almost certain she didn't, she'd have a very hard time pulling this off. I had the fucking Hierophant designing my defenses these days, and the Guild of Assassins in my pocket. It wasn't impossible, but it would require a significant investment of resources at a juncture when her backyard was already on fire. Pilgrim might not know a High Lord's seat got sacked, and the court is up in arms about it, though. I'm used. Lack of information? No, I could never assume that. Not with the augur on the other side, and the pile of aspects the heroes had to draw from. Hells, it wasn't even off the table that one of them had a God's damned angel whispering secrets in their ear. In what circumstances was giving me a royal hostage the correct move, assuming they didn't get killed? If he wanted this treaty to work. Was it that simple? That had been treating him like an unmovable enemy when he was actually willing to work with me? No. Be cold. Be clear. Be a creature of logic. Because the moment you allow your judgment to be affected is the moment you lose. My understanding of the Pilgrim, as based in fact, was that he was no more inclined to compromise than I. I desperately wanted someone on the other side to be willing to work with me, so I was painting what I wanted to see on the canvas. If he'd allowed this, it was because he saw a path to victory through it, and I couldn't discern what he wanted to accomplish from my point of view, so I would have to adopt his. I am the Pilgrim, I thought. I have seen dozens if not hundreds of the villains, and I am apt at reading them. My truth-telling abilities may run deeper than that. How did I trick Catherine Foundling, if I understood what she was after? She wanted the treaty to succeed, so, no, mistake. That was the Shatranj board on the ground, not the one he was trying to win on. The villain queen has wiggled out of my plan to pit her against other villains by trying to make herself into the suspect ally on the side of the 10th Crusade. That is an issue, since it makes her difficult to assault. But she took a stance, and every stance has vulnerabilities. What is hers? She is behaving like an ally, looking down from above. How much effort would it actually take to enforce that? My grip loosened under the table. So that was it. I'd already done it to myself accidentally with the Lone Swordsman. Back in the day, the Pilgrim's play was a redemption story. It didn't matter that I was in charge of Callow if I was no longer a villain. Sure, most redemption stories ended in death. Sacrifice to make up for previous sins and all that, passing the torch to someone that had the same heroism but less blood on their hands. That was just spice in the wine, though, since it got him all the benefits of Callow not longer heading down the cliff without having to deal the issues inherent in keeping me around after my bloody history. In a way, this could be considered an elegantly subtle assassination attempt. The Grey Pilgrim, or someone he handpicked according to his understanding of me, would be the observer in the Proceran terms, and then all he had to do was wait and let the story do the heavy lifting. I laughed softly, ignoring the odd looks it got me. Gods, I'd underestimated him. He was playing me on the earthly board to win on the story one. Callow, of which I was queen, needed the truce for practical reasons. I needed the truce because it was a first step in getting the accord signed. And so I would accept, knowing he was trying to kill me through it. I admired the calculated methods Black used to kill heroes. I'd learned from them, emulated the techniques when dealing with the heroes who came into Callow. In that same distant way, I could admire what the Pilgrim had done here. My teacher was a villain, so he came at it from the perspective that the stories would get him killed. So he avoided them. The Grey Pilgrim was a hero, so he came at it from the perspective that the stories would get him what he wanted. So he leaned into them. From an objective perspective, even if this was very likely meant to kill me, I could only commend how well I was being played. He'd read what I wanted and was giving it to me in a way that led to his victory. And even deeper than that, he must know that even if I saw through this, I'd feel bound to accept. Because I wasn't Black. I was not a pupil of martyrdom, but I did believe there were things worth dying for. If I paid my dues in blood to the gods above, Callow would avoid the slaughter marching towards it. All it required me to do was smile, accept, and kiss the knife that would slit my throat. You have found the thing I most want in the world, and used it to kill me. There wasn't a fucking devil in existence that could have played it better. And the identity of the hostage and observer? I asked, breaking in before Aisha could pursue the matter. As the leader of this host, it is my duty to serve as the hostage, Prince Mattis Milenan said, inclining his head towards me. And it was no doubt a fortunate coincidence that this honorable sacrifice would make him the hero who'd gone into the wolf's den for the sake of his men instead of the ambitious fuck-up who'd pissed away over 20,000 men trying annex Callow. The other royals would return to Procure, where Hazenbach wouldn't be able to blame them. Prince Amatus, after all, was the official leader of the army, and the man himself would be out of the first prince's reach to punish, not that she'd be able to after he'd become a hostage to save his men. He'd come out of this smelling like roses, a tragic figure who had fallen prey to the wickedness of the Black Queen. Meanwhile, his allies in Procure would be building the altar of his legend, so when he returned it would be to the praise of the thousands instead of blackened by inglorious defeat. Burning hells. Even when I won, with these people they still didn't lose. Both sides getting their way had felt like a better principle before I'd had to look the truth of it in the eye. And I volunteer myself as the observer, the gray pilgrim added calmly. I didn't humor him with a reply. We already knew my answer. I leaned towards Aisha. I'm going to agree to this, I whispered in her ear. Use it to extract concessions over supplies. You'll find them more flexible than anticipated. Her dark eyes were troubled, but she was a wastelander through and through. Her face became a mask, and she did not argue with me in front of the enemy. I leaned back and my eyes turned to the pilgrim. I was past pretending this wasn't his game. I'll accept these terms, I said. I believe we're done here. The old man inclined his head. So we are, he replied. I rose to my feet, flicking a glance at Prince Amatus. Aisha Bashara speaks with my full authority, I said. She will finish these negotiations in my name. It was not proper etiquette, but I did not have it in me to stay seated and smile across the table from a man who'd just arranged my death, however beautifully. I offered the bare necessities of courtesy before leaving, Thief trailing behind me with worried eyes. Hierophant only noticed what was happening when I was halfway out the pavilion, then got up and left without even the semblance of an explanation. I halted and looked up at the descending sun after I exited the conference. The pilgrim thought he'd won, but he didn't understand quite what I was after, did he? That for the accords to work, there was a need for someone enforcing them from the side of evil. Or maybe he did, and didn't believe it would make a difference. In the end, a mistake had been made today. Whether it was his or mine, only time would tell. Book 4, Interlude, Read the Flowers. Read the flowers, read the crown. Read this day of bleak renown. How soon they forgot Eleanor. Along every oath they swore. Read the flowers, read the wreath. Read the sword that left the sheath. Now a king lies dead on the grass. Taught the vows of princes pass. Read the flowers, read the grave. Read the biers of knights, so brave. They who thrice rode and died. Under banners of olden pride. Read the flowers, read the right. Read the fires this day will light. For every slight there is a price. Ours will be long and paid twice. Read the Flowers, a Callowan rebel song written in the wake of the Proceran occupation of Callow. It had been some time since Amadeus had last inhaled the scent of carnage. The dawn of the third day brought with it strong winds and burning sun. The corpses were rotting in the heat. The smell of them carried to the third line of fortifications in the southern valley. The Iron Prince had ordered a halt to the offensive with nightfall, the Crusaders setting camp among the ruined walls and bastion they'd spent the day taking at such great cost. Pappenheim was not fresh to the art of war. He knew better than to engage a Presi army under cover of dark, especially one that had had most a year to raise siege engines goblins would field and aim perfectly when the Crusaders stumbled along blindly with torches and holy flames. Grimm stood by his side atop the tower, known as the southern half of the Bloody Twins, the unusually slender orc towering 2 feet above him. Marshal Grimm, one eye spat over the wall, staring at the enemies stirring in the distance. They're not wasting time, the orc said. Pappenheim wants to bludgeon through as quick as possible, looks like. You were right about that much. Amadeus remained silent, for the moment. Grimm had been of the opinion that there'd be probing attacks to weather, but no serious offensive until the armies of Levant arrived to reinforce the Iron Prince's 60,000 Procerans. The initial span of the war had lent credence to the orc's prediction, but after the Crusaders up north passed through the stairway, the old Lycanese had begun his march in earnest. There were political considerations at work, the Black Knight suspected. Cordelia Hazenbach had called this crusade and assembled the alliance, but mistrust still reigned between Procure and its temporary allies. Even just the impression that she intended to bleed Levant instead of her own armies would raise the specter of suspicion within the Grand Alliance. The old fear of Proceran expansionism haunted her regime still. Amadeus could sympathize. Past Dread Emperors had burned all the Empire's diplomatic bridges so thoroughly most ruins were still actively smoldering. It had taken Alea more than 2 decades to craft a rapprochement with Ashur, and it had still all gone up in flames after only a few months of diplomatic correspondence between Hazenbach and Magan Hadast. "I'm not so certain he's fully committed," Amadeus finally replied. "The first prince needs blood on the floor to show her allies, but Pappenheim has not been careless in his advance. He's willing to trade, but not outright sacrifice. Thinning our numbers is the best way for them to win this," Grem conceded. "They've certainly got the levies to throw away." The legions garrisoning the Red Flower Valles numbered 24,000 men in full. The first under Grem was holding the southern passage along with Mock's 3rd and Sacker's 9th. Marshal Ranker and her 4th were leading the defense of the northern valleys, commanding the freshly rebuilt 12th and Nekheb's 10th. That last legion they'd had to employ sparingly. General Catastrophe, as they were fondly called by their living soldiers, fielded a legion of undead captained by necromancers. But even alone the dragon was a force to reckon with. Combined with foot soldiers they could torch along the enemy at no great loss. Nekheb could turn around a battle, if well deployed. They were also, unfortunately, very vulnerable to heroes. Dragon slaying was an old heroic staple, and there was at least one hero on the opposite side with an archery-related name. Wanton use would only result in the death of one of their primary assets. "We've been light on losses so far," Amadeus noted, "and we still hold 3 of the 5 defensive lines in both passes. It cost them at least 7,000 to get this far in." "Less," Grem replied. "If our effectiveness estimates on their priests is solid, anyway. We'll need to start deploying our contingencies today to blunt their momentum." Amadeus looked at the glittering wall of steel forming in the distance, brow creasing. "You hold command," he said. "I am here in an advisory role." The orc barked out a laugh. "Meddling's in your blood, Amadeus," he said. "You can't help it. And yet my role remains advisory." The Black Knight mildly replied. "I would caution you that sending Warlock onto the field before the enemy revealed their own named casters will have consequences, but that the choice is ultimately yours." Marshal Grimm one-eye half squinted at the enemy, then cracked his neck. When they'd been young, the orc had done it purely for the satisfaction. Now his bones creaked and bent with age, the one enemy neither of them could defeat on the field. "We've got a few tricks to deploy before OL Red Skies gets off his arse," Grimm decided. "Let's see how they like the taste of those." Amadeus inhaled the scent of it again. Blood and rotting flesh, shit and steel, and 100 other small things drowned out by them. It was still thin, for now. It would grow stronger before the day was done. Klaus had been raised to the old military dictum of never assaulting a fortress unless you had 3 times the enemy's number. Back in the Empire, the first Terribilis had noted in his Ars Tactica that twice the number was sufficient if you had spellcaster superiority, but that was a worthless piece of advice for anyone but the Presi. You couldn't go up against the Dread Empire and expect your spellslingers to be up to snuff. Much, as he had discovered over the last 2 days, like you couldn't expect dwarven siege weapons to be a match for goblin engineering. The first day had been opened by an artillery duel, and his host had not come out the better for it. The Empire's trebuchets and ballistas fired further and swifter than the catapults and trebuchets bought from the Kingdom Under, and the knockoff scorpions brought by the Arlesites had been about useful as tits on a sparrow. Not a single one of them had survived long enough to come into firing range. If the old general had twice as many men, he could have swept through one line of defense after another, taking the losses as he went. But as things stood, if he went at half-cocked, less than a third of his army would emerge from the meat grinder to set foot in Callow. The outer walls in both valleys were old Proceran fortifications taken by the Kingdom of Callow the last time the border principalities botched an invasion of the Valles, later repurposed to serve as defensive lines facing the other way. They were, essentially, piles of stone 20 feet high with steeply sloped hills behind them the Presi had set their engines on. No bastions, no towers, nothing more elaborate than stones piled up high with mortar holding them together. One-Eye and the Carrion Lord had defended it with a bare few hundred regulars and sappers, so he'd launched an escalade under cover of the artillery duel. Within the first half hour of the offensive, he'd lost over 2,000 soldiers. Sappers lobbed their munitions onto the ladders, killing as many with the fall as the explosions, while crossbow volleys fired straight into tightly packed ranks earned swaths of dead. They'd taken the damned walls, of course, fortifications that Bear couldn't be held against his numbers, and he'd half expected the enemy would let him have them uncontested. Instead, the Prisai had defended for less than an hour, taken maybe 36 casualties, and retreated with all their engines intact. That had set the tone for the second day. Another 4,000 gone to take the kind of defenses you saw in your average Lycanese border town. Low walls and towers, a single central bastion. He'd sent the heroes in with the first wave, with massed mage support, and run into a god's damned wall. The fortifications were warded so thoroughly nothing he could crack them in the slightest, and the grounds 50 feet from the foot of the walls were seeded what Prisai called lily fields. Hidden pits with spikes at the bottom. The assault's momentum shattered. Legion mages began torching everything in sight, and the entire attack would have collapsed if not for a chosen called the Fortunate Fool. Klaus had considered the man essentially useless, considering he had truck with more herbs than your average alchemist. But the hero had stumbled his way onto a safe path through the lily field by sheer happenstance. The other chosen rallied the levies and led an assault on the walls in the southern valley. None of the damned had come out to meet them, at least. Something he'd been assured was a consequence of the White Knight and the Witch of the Woods refraining from entering the fray. It had taken most of the day to force the Prisai back in both valleys. He'd called a halt after that, well aware his men did not have the stomach to march into whatever nastiness the Carrion Lord had awaiting, or the ability to match Goblin Nightsight. All torches and priestly glows would accomplish was mark targets for the enemy's siege. Now the third dawn had come, and steel would be bared again. The defensive line ahead would be the beginning of the real fight, he knew. On both sides, though at different lengths from a bird's-eye view, the valleys narrowed into passes flanked by cliffs. Those natural defenses had been the seat of Calawan fortresses for centuries. The rock Proceran offensives broke on. The Bloody Twins, Alamans called them. Massive towers 40 feet high sitting atop slopes at an angle of almost 60 degrees. There were dirt paths leading up, but they were not wide. Forcing the twins was going to be ugly business, but it had to be done. They were the high point of both valleys, the terrain going down towards Calo after them. Claiming the high ground would allow Klaus' fucking engines to finally start being more than expensive targets. And with the fortresses still awaiting ahead, he'd need every advantage he could get. Klaus swatted Ratbiter absent-mindedly to keep him from chewing away at the red marigolds that grew everywhere in the valleys, and were allegedly responsible for their name. They were said to have been gold, once upon a time, but had since grown red from all the blood spilled on these grounds over the centuries. "De Gouet-son," he called out, and the Magling snapped to attention. "Contact the northern front. We're beginning our attacks." The man made a 3-act play out of obeying a simple order, but the old general's attention had already left him. He gestured for his personal hornblower to sound the offensive and eyed the grounds he needed to take before getting to the southern twin. Almost 400 yards of more or less flat grounds, before getting at the foot of the slope. Then another 100, marching up one of the continent's most viciously designed natural fortresses. He was going to lose thousands just on the approach, and that'd be if the Prisai had no surprise awaiting. He knew better than to expect that. There was a reason he'd ordered for the Fortunate Fool to run ahead of the first ranks, the silly-looking idiot in silks taking point so good soldiers need not die. His instincts had been correct, he discovered shortly. The Chosen walked over innocuous-looking grounds and was blown high into the sky by an explosion about 100 yards from the bottom of the slope, landing on his back a dozen feet forward, where he blew up again. Under Klaus' skeptical gaze, 5 explosions were chained in a row until the man arrived halfway through the evidently mined field. He got up, looking a little charred, and patted himself in panic to put out the flames on his chest. The Prince of Hanovan was familiar with the effects of Prisai demolition charges, and he silently reassessed how bloody difficult this Chosen would be to actually put down. A few streaks of lightning shot down from atop the twin, but the Fortunate Fool ducked them by a series of very coincidental trips and falls, before waddling back to the Proceran lines and loudly claiming victory. Klaus now had a basic notion of enemy mage range and the concentration of buried charges. The assault proper could begin. Priests forward, he ordered his standard bearer. Sweep for the munitions. The robed brothers and sisters of the House of Light strode forward as ordered, and it was but a few moments before streaks of light began hammering at the ground in an advancing wave. The growing narrowness of the valley here ran to their advantage, for once. Less territory to cover. Munitions detonated in plumes of earth and smoke one after another, destroying the traps at the unfortunate cost of breaking up the terrain. Advance would be even more difficult. The enemy waited patiently for them to finish, silhouettes atop the tower unmoving. The murder holes and larger openings for scorpions were bristling with steel, a promise of death yet to come. Mages and engines, forward, Klaus told his standard-bearer. Our vanguard is to prepare for advance on my signal. Never get into a siege with Presi. He'd once told his niece. He still believed it, though he had no other choice. The legions of terror as forged by the reforms were one of the finest war machines on the continent, and in this series of valleys he couldn't even use the major advantage his people had over the Empire. Cavalry. Instead, he was forced to play to the enemy's strengths, to his distaste, and because of it this was not so much war as a slugging match of piled corpses. Dragged forward, the catapults were set down and panes of opaque yellow light formed to protect them. The third battle for the Valas began. We are witnessing, Grimm gravely said, the birth of a Proceran combined arms doctrine. Amadeus hummed in agreement. It was only a matter of time, he said. We showed the effectiveness of it during the conquest. The Principate was too preoccupied with the Civil War to catch up, but they've had time to breathe since Hazenbach took power. She gave her uncle free hand to reform the Principate's war doctrine, and Pappenheim is no fool. Catherine faced much the same tactics up north. The old orc grunted unhappily. If she'd listened to Istrid's daughter and gone ahead with Bonfire, she wouldn't have had to, he said. It was a solid plan. Would have taken Procer out of the war, and without the Principate the crusade collapses. It was a natural consequence of his former apprentice having folded 2 legions into her army of Callow that Amadeus had gained plethora eyes and ears among her officer corps. The Dunny had mostly used these to keep abreast of her war strategy and arrange his own accordingly. Scribe's agents in her army, on the other hand, had been waging a war with Alea's own spies in the ranks. He'd preferred passing information to her amusingly named Jax rather than carrying out the killings through his own proxies, though on occasion more direct intervention had been needed. He was quite pleased, in fact, with how quickly and solidly her network of spies and assassins had grown. The thief was proving skilled at the art, though it would be years before the Jacks were in the same league as Alea's agents or Eudokius. Penetration and depth was difficult to achieve with such limited time and coin. It would have painted a target on her neck for every single hero on the continent. Amadeus replied. The choice was correct. They're already out for her blood, Amadeus, Grimm grunted. It's a crusade, not a petty border dispute. The difference is in being a target or the target, the green-eyed man said. No villain can survive the amount of heroic focus Bonfire would have brought. The initial stages would have been a success, but within a few months a band of heroes specifically geared towards killing her would have been grown or assembled. A few months would have been enough to cleave Procer in half, Grimm said. Perhaps, Amadeus shrugged. But it would have signed her death warrant. She is cleverer than that. The hint of pride in his voice at that, he did not suppress. His old friend caught it easily enough. She stabbed you, Black, he growled. Don't wave that away as youthful enthusiasm, because we certainly haven't. Eudokia, to his occasional headache, had made that abundantly clear. He'd had to outright order her not to take revenge. One who rears a tiger should not complain of stripes. Amadeus quoted in Tethwa. Your tiger put on a crown and raised an army after stealing 3 legions, Grimm growled in Karsam. We're past stripes. My tiger beat back an army twice the size of hers strengthened by the 2 most famous living heroes on Calernia, the dark-haired man laughed. 3 legions, one of which was always hers, is a paltry price to pay for that. She's going to turn on the Empire, Black, the marshal warned. We all know it. Amadeus leaned against the crenellation as ballistas fired around them, hammering at the shields protecting the Proceran engines. The stones those were lobbing at the tower bounced off harmlessly or shattered. Wixa had found it an amusing irony that the warding scheme he'd used here was a variation of a Calawan work, the very same that had once protected the walls of Lys, dispersal of impact across the entire structure. The Crusaders could fire at the twin for months without making a dent if they did not focus their fire. Is the Empire as it currently stands so worthy of survival? The Black Knight murmured. I think not. If it cannot adapt, then let it perish. Out of the ashes we will raise something other than a snake devouring its own tail, shattering the world with its throes as it seeks to sate empty hunger. Dangerous words, Grimm said. Yet here you stand, Amadeus said, without ever having obeyed your summons back to a tear. It's illegal to order a marshal back from an active war front without evidence of treason, the orc said. The Dunny turned green eyes to his old friend, brow quirking. The orc looked away. She won her games, Grimm One Eye finally said. But she still played them. They left it at that. eyes returning to the unfolding battle. Pappenheim had learned over the last 2 days the price of an infantry advance on Legion-held fortifications, even with dwarven engines providing cover, but he had little other choice than to repeat the previous performance. He could not starve out the defenders, nor did he have another path than the Valas to march through. The old bottleneck that had kept Procker at bay for centuries was bleeding it once more. Grimm ordered for mage fire to be held as the Crusader vanguard advanced, passing the engines and charging towards the slope. A handful of heroes were at the front, but Amadeus saw no need to intervene. They'd likely be able to shatter the tower gates if they made it there, but there was the rub. If the orc that was the highest-ranked officer in the Legions of Terror waited until the enemy was fully committed before ordering the mages to send the signal. Up on the mountaintops, far away, there was an explosion. Months of work by sappers, all for this single moment. Amadeus counted 79 heartbeats before the water began pouring down from the very discreet channel carved into the mountainside. There was a deep mountain lake, far out of sight. Digging a tunnel through hard rock and corking it with a dike had been a wonder of goblin engineering. He'd been quite amused, hearing that Catherine had dropped a fey lake atop her enemies up north. What the sappers had devised was not so different. The stream of water, quickened by the slopes, hit the outer edge of the Proceran lines. A few were killed by the sheer weight and momentum, but the real damage came from the spread of water sweeping away everything it touched. And continuing, at that same steady pace. Mages moved their shields to contain the situation, struggling to find the location the water was pouring from. It was hidden by an illusory ward. All they achieved, in the end, was to contain the flood until the pressure grew beyond the ability of their hodgepodge spell formulas to weather. Priests intervened as well, weaving fences of light, but they were not sufficiently organized to form a comprehensive wall. The water went around it. Surprise, Amadeus mused, was the most dangerous weapon in any army's arsenal. Still, it would not be long before heroes intervened now. There was a flare of light from Pappenheim's camp moments later, and the illusory ward broke. The fences and shields immediately shifted to block off the opening. Send the second signal. Grimm ordered their signal mage. A streak of red light splashed across the sky, and 20 heartbeats later another explosion sounded. A chunk of the mountainside broke open and water began pouring again. A plan with a single point of failure, after all, was no plan at all. The bouquets? Amadeus asked. As soon as they shift, Grimm replied, eyeing the battlefield. Lucran, tell the sappers I don't want a single Proceran engine on the field to survive this engagement. They're naked as babes in the woods. Left shieldless. The dwarven machinery was methodically broken down by the Goblin Man ballistas as the Proceran mages and priests refocused their efforts towards the more immediate threat of water. They split, much as Grimm had predicted when the general staff had planned this. The mages shielded one entrance, the priests the other. Amadeus personally would have focused on swiftness instead of optimal impact, with heroic intervention being in the cards, but he trusted the orcs' instincts. Bouquets, Grimm ordered with a feral smile. Sorcery flared as the mages' lines wove tendrils of air, each hooked to a heavy wooden barrel. Within moments 100 of them snaked through the sky, coming to rest above the mages and priests. The spells petered out, and the barrels fell. Hasty tongues of holy flame and sundry spells shot up to intercept them, but there were too many targets to handle. Many of them were duds filled with rocks, regardless. Others simple munitions. Of the 100 barrels, 63 fell with impact by Amadeus' count. 21 of those were a mixture of smokers and sharpers, and exploded with billowing poisonous smoke. 12 were filled with goblin fire, and the battlefield turned into a hellish green landscape in the blink of an eye. The mages and the priests broke, no longer able to hold back the waters, and the streams began to pour out again. Prince Klaus Pappenheim had sent 8,000 levies and fantassins as his vanguard, with 14 mixed catapults and trebuchets to cover them. No engine survived. Fewer than 2,000 infantry did. When night fell over the Valas, it was to the flickering of green flames on still water. Report, Klaus ordered, exhaustion bare in his voice as he sat slumped in his seat. Princess Matilda of Neustria was pushing 40 these days. It never surprised him to see it. He remembered Maddie as the rambunctious child that had been close as kin with his sister, a mischievous devil in male skirts that never laughed as brightly as when she was shattering rattling skulls with that monster of a mace she wielded. Neustrians, as a rule, kept a closer eye on the happenings down south, and had been known to twine their lines with those of Bruss and Lyones on occasion. Unlike most Lycanese royalty, who'd sneer at such thinning of the blood, but Maddie had never been one to have an interest in courtly games. It was an old compact of the 4 houses that soldiers from the southernmost Lycanese principalities would reinforce the walls and fortresses at the border when the thaw came and war bands went on the march, but Matilda had never been one for half measures. Every year since her crowning, she'd taken all soldiers not garrisoning the border with Bruss to fight the plague as soon as spring arrived. Klaus did not consider her an exceptional tactician or strategist, but the sight of her distinctive green armor on the front had a way of lighting a fire in men's bellies. Lycanese had a well-worn love for royalty that led from the front. The princess' face was streaked with dirt, and her short red locks pressed with sweat against her face. "They dropped the mountain on us, Klaus," the princess of Neustria told him in rites. "The fucking mountain." Klaus leaned forward. "The warlock took the field?" She shook her head. "We think it was munitions," Matilda said. "Wasn't sorcery, the mages say, and there were explosions. They must have mined the side through tunnels. I sent in my vanguard, and the entire cliffside toppled down on it like some titan's fly swatter." "Gods above," the Iron Prince croaked out. "That bloody dragon made a pass right after, blew fire straight through my priests," she said, passing a tired hand over her face. "The Silver Huntress put a magic arrow in one of its wings, but it's the only wound it took. It'll be back tomorrow." "Casualties?" Klaus asked. "Maybe 2,000 dead, twice as many wounded," the princess sighed. "What's left of my priests is getting the wounded back on their feet. They went straight after our priests and casters," the Prince of Hanovend said. "They're trying to cripple those before a decisive engagement. They're doing well at it, too," Matilda said. "And I don't need to tell you morale went down the drain. There'll be no volunteers for the vanguard tomorrow, I can tell you that much. Doesn't help that our 2 alleged heavyweights have been sitting pretty this whole time." "Chosen logic," Klaus said. "They say the sovereign of red skies and the Carrion Lord will remain out of the battle so long as they do the same. The other chosen are bloody useless," the princess of Neustria bluntly replied. "Oh, they're a pretty sight leading the charge. That Levantine girl, the champion, she's been at the front of every offensive. But we're swinging at mist, Klaus. They can be as good at killing Presi as they want. We're not fighting Presi. We're fighting falling mountains, and the champion's no use there. We need the witch and the heavens hatchet man." The Lycanese balked at the notion of needing Chosen to win his battles for him, but there was also truth in this, so he held his tongue. Outside, in the distance, water still burned green. 7 days and 7 nights. That was said to be the lifespan of goblin fire. Unless he was willing to send his soldiers wading hip-deep in a lake topped by a hell of alchemy, there would be no more offensives in the southern valley. The Presi would shift their forces accordingly, reinforcing the northern twin, and there would be no chance breaking through there against the full muster of the Empire's finest. "Then we will have them," Prince Klaus Pappenheim, "even if I must drag them to the front myself." Hanno had died 21 times since morning. He'd used his aspect in a similar manner before, but those had been shallow readings. The seeking of similarity so he could draw on the experience of his predecessors to make up for his own shortcomings. Never before had he sought lives and memories purely to learn how to kill a man. His enemy had made it difficult, nonetheless. Heroes rarely survived their first encounter with the Black Knight, and those that did were usually engaged by other calamities on the second meeting. He'd found a single instance, the rebel knight, who'd bared her sword at the man twice. 3 years after the conquest, a hidden bastard child of a branch line of House Fairfax who'd inherited the same name as Eleanor Fairfax herself. Flight after the first engagement had bought her an hour before the Black Knight caught up and slew her in her wounded exhaustion. Some other lives had taught him near nothing of use. Like the merry brawler, the knife through the back of the neck that had killed him only served as a reminder that the Carrion Lord preferred to kill without any struggle if he could. The unconquered champion had yielded the greatest amount of information. The Levantine hero had trapped his foe in his domain and teased out more tricks than any other before or after him, in large part because 5 mortal wounds had been needed before the man died. Memory by memory, death by death, Hanno had woven together a whole. Sitting with his eyes closed in a tent muted from all noise by Antigone, his sword in his lap, he had studied the many murders of the Black Knight. The man had limitations. Hanno had almost thought otherwise, after their duel in Nice, but he now saw his mistake. When recalling the skills of his predecessors, his plunge had been too shallow. Mere versatility was not sufficient to kill the Carrion Lord, not when he only brought to the fore part of the skills called on. That was, the White Knight now understood, playing the villain's own preferred game. The Black Knight was himself a jack of all trades. Facing him with a similar approach would only lead to the victory of the older man's greater experience. The method had been incorrect, and so he had adjusted. Studied the swordsmanship the villain had learned from the Lady of the Lake, the weaknesses of that tutelage. And, upon finding them, Hanno had spent hours seeking the right combination of lives that would allow him to capitalize on those weaknesses. 3 would be required: the flawless fencer, the lance of light, and the bare-handed pugilist. The sequence was adaptable to the villain's own approach, but the result would ultimately be the same. He'd sought a handful of other lives to draw on as contingencies, should tactics he'd seen employed through other eyes be employed again, and another pair as escape and disengaging sets. Night had fallen when he emerged from the trance, and he remained seated, tired down to his bones and struggling to master the lingering echoes of the lives he'd dug so deep into. He would need rest before he was ready to fight. The tent's flap parted and a mast of painted stone topped by long dark tresses stared at him. Antigone, still wearing the face the Gigantes had bestowed upon her. Hanno suspected that of all the host around him, only he understood the significance of that. The favor of the Titans was not lightly earned, and no less terrible than their wrath. Hanno, the Witch of the Woods said, her words from no language known to man and yet perfectly understood. The champion wishes to speak with you. The gift of tongues never ceased to invoke wonder in him when so displayed. No man or creature that could understand the spoken word would ever fail to understand his friend. I am done, the White Knight said, voice rough with disuse. Come in, both of you. The inside of his tent was bare save for a bed of straw and his armor, and so he had no earthly comforts to offer either women as they entered. Neither seemed to mind. Antigone disdained any life but that of the wilds, and Rafaela's cheer had already proved undaunted in the face of greater discomforts. The witch's long cloak tunic pulled around her as she sat gracefully, surrounding herself in coarse green cloth that revealed only sandal-clad feet. Rafaela, on the other hand, slumped down in a cacophony of shuddering armor. The valiant champion's snarling badger helm was dropped into the dirt as she shook free the long braid going halfway down her back, her tanned face split in a grin. She was not wearing, for once, the wolf fur cloak she'd claimed from someone that was no wolf at all. Have good day, yes? The champion said. Hanno inclined his head. I am ready, he said. Good, Rafaela hummed. My day up and down. Easterners drop mountain on me. Tried to fight it, went not so good. Hanno glanced at Antigone, her green eyes finding his own through the mask. The legions detonated a cliffside onto the Prosser in advance, she said. The White Knight's fingers clenched. His work had been necessary, but he grieved that it had allowed the Carrion Lord to weave the deaths of so many through his inaction. Then Dragon came. The champion continued, sounding noticeably more pleased. Went on dwarf machine, told soldier. Bald procker man, I stand on machine. Throw me at Dragon. Hanno's brow rose. I take it he did not, he half-asked. Rafaela sighed. He said, no, stupid savage, if I do this it kill you. I say maybe if I feeble procker soldier like you, but am glorious champion of Levant. The tanned woman scratched her chin thoughtfully. Bald procker man not happy about that, she mused. Left and did not reply. Think he complained to tall red princess about it. The Assuran snorted. Prosser and royalty had avoided him like the plague after the first time he'd been called upon to render judgment in a dispute, and a cousin of the Prince of Arensa had been judged as unfit for continued existence by the Seraphim. Oddly enough, it had warmed some of the Lycanese to his presence, though the true gain of the affair had been the end of the insistent invitations to share cups of wine by the rest. He doubted any of what Rafaela had mentioned would be brought to him as a dispute to arbitrate. The warlock still waits, Antigone said. The Carrion Lord with him. None of our companions ever reached them. They were not all meant for this war, Hanno quietly replied. For many it is beyond the scope of their fate, bound as they are elsewhere to other works. They must be careful, lest sudden death find them. The Grey Pilgrim is not with us to forgive such mistakes. Rafaela discreetly traced a sign on her leg at the mention of the peregrine, expression sobering. To see her act, bashful, when they'd first met the man had been an almost frightening experience. You ready now, yes? The champion asked. Time for fight. At dawn, Hanno replied calmly. The fourth day is the beginning. Finally, the Witch of the Woods murmured. Hanno of Arwood breathed out slowly. The sentence had already been given. It must now be carried out, at last. Book 4, Interlude, Sing we of Rage. Sing we of rage, in tower and field, of this dying age. That will not yield. Sing we of steel, forged in the east, as turns the wheel, and carrion feast. Sing we of empire, for which we bled, of flickering fire, now all but dead. Sing we of foe, of victories won, and that first woe, tyranny of the sun. Sing we of ruin, as again we tread, west, ever pursuing, fate-ridden dread. The tyranny of the sun, a precise song written in the latter stages of the 60 Years' War, banned by decree of dread Emperor Nihilus. Wixa eyed the sculpted Mancala board with a frown, sipping at a chilled Oxum red. The handful of stone seeds in his hand rustled as he flicked his wrist, counting those already sewn on the board. Dark eyes moved to Eudokia, whose calm visage betrayed nothing. There's two missing, he noted. Scribe's face displayed only wounded indignation. I am insulted, Wixa, that you would resort to such implications simply because you are afraid to lose, she gravely told him. This is Senate all over again, he sighed. In all fairness, he'd been the one to start enchanting dice. Though in his defense, Amadeus had never once played without trying to sneak in a loaded pair, and Eudokia had a knack for making pieces disappear when no one was looking no matter what they played. Hai had tended to accidentally flip the board when it became clear she was losing, even when he spelled them stuck to the table, which rather eliminated plausible deniability for the half-elf. The only one of them who'd ever actually followed the rules had been Sabah, and Weeks's face darkened. The passing months had done little to bury the grief of that. A friendship 4 decades long could not be so easily let go of, not when her killer still breathed. Come, Wixa, Scribe quietly said. Nothing was forgot. Nothing was forgiven. The dark-skinned man waved his hand in dismissal. He was not Amadeus, to sink into himself at the first sight of anything that would disrupt his composure. He would mourn his old friend properly, and no part of that involved forcing his grief into a box to be addressed only when convenient. He drank deeply from his cup of wine, setting it down. The shiver down his spine that came from someone crossing the wards informed him of Black's arrival before the man strode in sight. Amadeus' eyes studied the board, then crinkled in amusement. Ignoring the warlock's languid invitation to sit, he leant over it and snorted, a finger flicking at the latest seed Wixa had sown. Someone's in trouble, the pale man lightly said. Warlock inspected the board again, and unsurprisingly found one of the empty houses now held a seed. That smug bastard. You're not even playing, the mage complained. It's sad how sore of a loser he is, isn't? Amadeus told Eudokia with a saddened sigh. Hardly becoming of the famous sovereign of red skies, Scribe agreed solemnly. You won't get away with this, you perfidious dwarves, Wixa said. There will be retribution. The allegedly dignified Black Knight smothered a grin and finally sat down at their side, while Warlock began to put away the stone seeds before he could be conned any further. Eudokia's protest that they had a bottle riding on this, and the act was a clear concession, went superbly ignored. He wasn't letting those two cheat him out of another prize piece from his cellar. Losh would have his hide if they grabbed another bottle from Cotton. The current High Lady was curtailing the sales to better hike up the prices. The two savages didn't even enjoy the vintages. Anyway, they just loved robbing him blind. He'd nearly cursed Amadeus to lose all taste when he'd seen the man drink a 40-year-old Okoro red with cabbage and mutton. In the first sanguineous day that would have been a hanging offense, and was a little cannibalism from the tower really such a high price to pay for proper stewardship of taste? Good and loyal friend that he was, unfortunately, Wixa still offered Amadeus a cup. The green-eyed man declined, as he usually did when there was a battle on the horizon. Warlock had always considered that a peculiar habit, considering the effects of alcohol could easily be burnt out of the body by any competent named. Onto the sordid business of war, I take it, Wixa sighed. Dawn is an hour away, Amadeus replied. It has been long enough, and yesterday was a severe defeat for the crusade. The real threats will come out today. Your request has been ready for near a month, the sorcerer shrugged. The array as well. I foresee no trouble there. I have no worry of that, his old friend said. I came to speak of the Witch of the Woods, of which we know precious little, Wixa pointed out, though his gaze flicked to Scribe. She shook her head. As far as we know, she has spent most her life in the Foloi forest, which is beyond our reach, she said. Attempting to gather intelligence in Gigante's territory is an exercise in futility. They kill everything that crosses the border without warning. All the eyes have been able to gather is secondhand, overheard conversations. And even these are rare, save for the unreliable. The warlock sipped at his wine, unmoved. It would not be the first time they faced a heroine whose history was essentially a blank slate. It did make the killing more troublesome, but not overwhelmingly so. If she was truly taught by Gigantes Spellsingers, she will be using Ligurian formulas, Wixa said. I'll concede that for greater workings they are without match, but they lack the flexibility and breadth of Trismegistan sorcery. Those greater workings are my exact worry, Amadeus said. I remember my histories, Wixa. The last time Spellsingers fought with a named precise sorcerer, planes large as half of Callow were turned into the Titan's pond. I am hardly triumphant, Warlock chuckled. And the witch is no true Spellsinger. She has not spent a few hundred years accumulating power and perfecting her craft. There will be collateral damage, to be sure, but I did not toil for months on our warding schemes to protect your armies from dwarven toys. Black inclined his head in concession, but his eyes were not in agreement. I would not bind your hands on your first encounter with an unknown quantity, he said. Yet, Wixa said, we cannot afford the losses that large escalation might entail, Amadeus said. I won't bar you from using sorcery falling under Red Sky's protocol, but I'd ask that you keep in mind the possible consequences of it. The dark-skinned mage finished his cup, rather irked that such good vintage must be treated in so cavalier a manner. War truly was hell, he mused. Setting down the silver, he offered his friends a mild smile. I will attempt coddling, then, Wixa conceded. Let us see how long that lasts. And what will you be doing while I get my hands dirty? Settling a philosophical question, in a manner of speaking, he said. Warlock raised an eyebrow. And what would that question be? Amadeus smiled that old smile of the damned, the one that had been the ruin of realms and the death of armies. A madman's smile. Can a man cheat Providence at dice? The army had risen in hushed silence, but Hanno could feel the thrum of excitement going through the soldiers. Yesterday's defeat had put fear in the hearts, yes, but also thirst for retribution. The vicious schemes of the Preci had given birth to the old wrath that was always the fall of evil, that burning determination that came from witnessing the senseless destruction sown by the enemy. Yet they are not so senseless, these monsters. The White Knight thought. That they were abominations could not be denied, the paramount fiends of this era, but Hanno had studied the Carrion Lord. The man's actions followed his own barren sense of integrity, though no one sane would truly apply that word to the works of the Black Knight. It made him dangerous in a way that few villains the White Knight had witnessed could be. No less mad than the emperors of old, perhaps, but there was cold method to the madness. Hanno had learned the hard way that underestimating the calamities on the field would only lead to death. He thought of the sisters he would never hear again, snatched out of creation before they had truly lived. We give you nothing. The seraphim had promised as they anointed him. We take everything. As in all things, they had spoken truth. Antigone stood crouched on the ground, watching the burning waters. Pyres of green flames that were birthed beneath the surface and spread from there, unheeding of the laws that bound true fire. There was nothing in the world, they said, that goblin fire could not burn. Some priests in Proker had called the substance the distillation of unholy hunger, the sins of the East made into liquid flame. The impossibly massive wolf that the witch's mount and mother both was lying on the ground, her muzzle resting on her paws as she warily watched the heroine she had raised weave sorcery. Lycaia, her name was. Hanno had expected the champion to started eyeing her as pelt and trophy the moment they first met, but to his surprise Rafaela had swiftly taken to the wolf mother. The opposite was also true, Antigone assured him, though it could be hard to tell. Lycaia's notion of mothering occasionally involved being batted around by massive paws, though in all honesty the champion seemed to rather enjoy that. Perhaps he should have anticipated that Rafaela would be utterly delighted at the opportunity of wrestling with a she-wolf larger than most houses. Antigone sliced across her palm with a stone knife and pressed the blood into the earth. Hanno felt the shiver of power scatter around them, massive and then gone. Lycaia whined until Antigone sighed and presented her bleeding hand for the she-wolf to lick, almost nudging the witch off her feet with an affectionate nuzzle he suspected was a reminder to take better care of herself. Wiping away the slobber covering not only her hand but most her arm. Though, Hanno noted, the wound already seemed to be closing. The Witch of the Woods bowed her head to him by the slightest fraction. She did not move like a human. She was a beast of the forest, at times, but at others he could only see the gigantes in her. Chin tucked in, if hidden by the mask, crown of the head made slightly lower than his. Respect, deference, accomplishment. The giants could express broader nuances of relation and hierarchy in a single gesture that the land of his birth could with millennia of tiered citizenship. Hanno kept his back straight, and tilted his face slightly to the left without moving his neck. Praise, gratitude, companionship. He was careful not to move too far left, lest he imply subordination on his part. By the mores of the Gigantes, what he had offered was already intimate warmth. Antigone's head straightened into neutrality, though slowly enough the implication lay she was pleased with his response. "It is done," the witch said. "When you are ready." Hanno breathed out, watching the spread of burning green before him. He unsheathed the sword at his hip, mere steel forged at the hands of men. The lance strapped on his back would remain there until it was needed. "Now," the White Knight said. Antigone stomped her feet on the ground, where her blood still lingered, and creation howled. She did not control it, not the way a Spellsinger would have. The witch had not spent centuries permeating her body with the light of moons and stars, woven a second soul out of sunlight, or aligned herself with the celestial spheres. She could not sing hymns to the world and make it dance to her will. Instead, the power of her aspect flared, and for a moment she was one with the fabric of creation. A single chord sounded where she had spilled blood, and the vibration reverberated beyond mortal understanding. The winds stirred the burning lake and quickened until a whirlwind of water and fire was birthed, emptying the grounds where so many had died yesterday. The Precise own murderous alchemy turned against them as it went howling towards the tower men called the Bloody Twin. Hanno of Arward began his advance, endless ranks of crusaders behind him, as sorcery bloomed ahead. "Okeanos risen," Weexa said, reluctantly impressed. Using an unseemly shortcut, but still nothing to sneer at, especially on freshwater. He'd never heard of Gigantes using this particular working away from the sea. Assurance, when they'd still been Baalites in more than name, had learned the hard way that attempting to invade the Titanomachy from the water only resulted in the sharks growing fat. There was no audience atop the tower for him to expound at, as Amadeus had ordered room be cleared for him to work undisturbed, but speaking his thoughts aloud did tend to bring a sense of satisfaction to his work. He'd gotten into the habit when teaching Masigo, as it helped his son understand his conclusions if he was privy to the thoughts that led to them. It was unfortunate that Masigo still lingered at Foundling's side, though Weexa had made his peace with it. Much of his enmity for the girl had ebbed since she'd thrown away her apprenticeship to Amadeus, and ceased being a dagger at his throat simply by existing. Eudokia was furious that process had involved their old friend being stabbed, but Warlock was not particularly bothered. Not since he'd noticed that Black's agelessness had taken a tint of youth in the aftermath. She'd offered his first and oldest friend a second lease on life by her actions, and he considered that to settle the balance of the threat she'd once posed. She'd still have to die, of course. Alea would insist on it as soon as the politics of the act became acceptable. It would make a bit of a mess, but those two would bind their wounds and entwine their fates anew after enough time had passed. They always did, no matter what shallow wounds they managed to inflict on the other's pride. Perhaps it was in order that he suggest Amadeus spend a few years in refuge after the dust settled. It would do wonders for both his mood and highs. Weexa was of the opinion she'd cease gallivanting around the continent picking fights with gods for a bit if she found her lover returned to her bed. Alea would be miffed at losing her right hand to a vapidly murderous vagrant, as she'd once described Ranger to him, but Weexa was rather miffed at her himself. This whole lease affair had been gauche in many ways, including the implied insult to him. That she'd never approached him about building such a doomsday device implied she believed he would refuse her and go straight to Amadeus. It was a disregard of the trust he'd thought there was between them. He was not inflicted with Eudokia's blinders to believe Black should be crowned. Alea was better fit to rule praise, and more apt to deliver the peace and quiet that was his preferred state of affairs. Warlock had no intention of spending the next 2 decades of his life breaking millennia-old wards, banishing demons, and immolating every practitioner in the wasteland with a modicum of talent for theoretical research, which was the very likely consequence of a reform-inclined Duni climbing the tower. That killing one of his few friends as a prerequisite only made the notion more unpalatable, as did his suspicion that Amadeus Crown would find everything admirable about him devoured by the demands of the throne. Shaking the thought, Weexa waited for the whirlwind to properly and come within the preferred action range of his prepared answers. The addition of goblin fire to the assault was a clever improvisation on the part of the enemy, and did indeed complicate matters of containment. The alchemical flames would begin devouring any solid ward upon contact, and a working of this strength could not be easily be contained with a flawed warding scheme. That was not to say, of course, that there was nothing he could do. Screens of sorcery bloomed before him as he observed the strings of power that had initiated and now maintained the whirlwind. Examining the formula directly was not a real possibility at this range, but he could glean from understanding of it from the observable phenomenon. The central element was clearly a creational cascade, the signature element of Ligurian sorcery, a controlled release of power into the world that accumulated ever deeper orders of effect. The main difference with records of Gigante's sorcery was that there seemed to be no guiding element at play, no song. Though that was merely a mundane and narrow term for what was in reality an exquisitely complicated verbal control technique. Interesting. Ligurian sorcery required the caster to have a deep understanding of creation's workings that Prisai would call high arcana. Though the way Gigantes understood the world in a fundamentally different manner meant there was little overlap with Prisai high arcana and the Titanomachy's preceding equivalent. The implication here being that the Witch of the Woods, though taught by the Gigantes, did not share their inherent understanding. Aspect-based bridging, most likely, relying on her name to expand the capacity of her mind. Aspects did tend to be passing, however, and that would explain the lack of so-called song. The witch had glimpsed the web when calling on her power, but had not kept that understanding afterwards. Once loosed, her control on her spells was either thin or non-existent. "How kind of you, my dear," Warlock murmured, "to gift me a whirlwind." Runes formed around his wrists as he set boundaries in the area the winds were about to enter, weaving the forces that would attempt to modify rather than disperse. 100 feet from the tower, the working fell into his ward, and without a word Weeksa activated it. The first part was elementary. He stretched the spinning upwards, thinning the board whirlwind into a much taller pillar-like structure. From there, effect was easier. The forces were dispersed where they had once been concentrated. He flattened the pillar into a sphere and tossed back the burning water and winds in the direction of the advancing enemy army. "Do try to make this interesting, child," Warlock said. Power flared, and this time he was able to watch the cascade unfolding. It was beautiful, he thought, in the way only the very highest of sorcery could be. A single mind touching a facet of the Godhead through will and knowledge. The burning sphere shivered and winked out, leaving nothing behind. His eyes narrowed. Matter could not simply vanish, and there had been absolutely nothing left behind. Not even air, as the absence had drawn it in. The cascade had not been a physical effect, which meant, "The riddle of cryos," he said softly. "Now, that is a memory I will have to extract and study." The Witch of the Woods had inflicted the passing of time inside boundaries, which was masterfully absurd. One of the great riddles of sorcery was that there was no such thing as time. It was a sapient construct, a recognition of entropy. Yet there was a force that could only be called this that could be manipulated by magic. The witch had enveloped the sphere inside folded time until the goblin fire devoured everything within, a beautiful parry. Had she called on Cronia's sickle instead, the alchemy would have attempted to devour the time, actively quelling it, but Cryos relied in the conceptual passing of time, not destruction through it. An important distinction, one that had crafted an envelope instead of an attack. She'd let the goblin fire itself do the work, an elegant solution, and one made possible only by his actions. If he'd not gathered the goblin fire together and she'd employed the riddle, entire parts of this mountain range would have vanished, and likely parts of her army with it. No mere spell-slinging savage, this one. "Let us test the depths of your knowledge." Then, the sovereign of red skies grinned, and runes burned around his wrists. Hanno led the assault without looking at the sorcerer's duel echoing across the valleys. He would trust in Antigone, that she was the match of the warlock and would allow no harm to come to them. He'd acted to ensure that much, by sending all other heroes to the northern valley. With only he and the witch present, creation's grooves would not be filled with a plethora of different stories that all weakened each other by allowing none to become into the fullness of being. The Witch of the Woods would fight the warlock. The White Knight would fight the Black Knight. The clarity of this would be as dangerous a blade as the one in his hand. In the twin above, engines and crossbows spewed death at the advancing crusaders, checked only by the shields of mages and the fences of priests. Precise sorceries lashed at them both, tearing holes that were filled with steel and stone with eerie coordination. It did not matter. With him at their head, the crusaders roared and advanced. Sword bright with the light, the White Knight pushed through storms of fire and clouds of poison. They dispersed like mist under the sun. Darkness fell in a rain of needles. Men they pierced convulsing in violent throes. But Hanno screamed his challenge, and they shattered like glass. "Carrion Lord," he yelled as in the sky above lightning fought spinning lights. "I summon you, Black Knight." His words rang like a thunderclap across the valley. A gauntlet thrown, and not easily refused. Not without consequences greater than whispers of cowardice. A duel of champions for above and below was an ancient thing, and not disdained without earning the same disdain from the gods. The gates of barred steel and iron at the foot of the tower slowly opened. Out came a silhouette riding a dead horse. His plate was simple and worn, his lance a thing of blackened steel, and the sword at his hip goblin-wrought steel. As he rode, a dark cloak streamed behind him. The helm, as always, hid his face save for eerie green eyes and hints of pallid skin. Bringing up his shield, the Black Knight moved as the gates closed in his wake. Henno felt it, the cold thing behind the flesh. The cogs of steel ever turning. His power was faint, even fainter than on their last encounter, but the taste of it had not changed. The presence of two aspects wreathed the man like two ravens on his shoulders, urging the villain to lead and to conquer. An old monster drenched in blood, come at his summons. "It ends today," the White Knight said. The monster cocked his head to the side. Uninspired, he replied, and the lance descended. Lives flooded through Hanno's mind, and he chose the first he had prepared, the Lance of Light. His name took his reflexes, his training, and replaced them with another man's. The knight went deeper still, until his eyes no longer felt as his own, and only then did the light boil out of him. The radiant mount pawed at the grounds, scorching them, and his lance rose to match the abominations. Hanno was no juicer, but Felix Can, Duke of Lys, had been the glory of Kalos knighthood long before he led the doomed charge in the east that earned him his name. The stance came easy to him as breathing, and he watched the Black Knight lead his mount to face him. There should have been a hush over the battlefield, but no quarter was offered or given. The legions still spewed death from the tower, though their crossbows and engines were alien to him. No less, he thought, should be expected from Prisai. There was no honor to the wasteland, nothing but barren hatred to be found past the Blessed Isle. "Come, slave of the tower," the Lance of Light laughed. "Breaker of heroes, come and die." The mounts charged, death flying around them, and it was all wrong. It should have been an olive-skinned southerner, a vicious lady of the hungering sands with lips like fresh blood, not this pale leech before him. He would crush the thing anyway. Already the lance could see the sequence, the alignment of men and horse, the way the tip of his lance would go through the throat. Then the man's shield went down, hand hidden, and the Lance of Light spurred his horse. Death was offered to him, and he would deliver it in the name of House Albin. Then the Prisai threw himself off his horse at the last moment. A heartbeat later, as the lance passed by it exploded. Henno landed on his back, breath stolen from him and smoldering. He hastily rose to his feet and found the Black Knight awaiting him with the flat his sword resting on his shoulder. "That remains a, surprisingly, effective trick," the monster mused. "I really should send her a thank you note." The White Knight frowned. He was talking, bantering, instead of pressing advantage. Pale green eyes flicked to him. "Shall we get on with it?" the Carrion Lord drawled. "There is a war on, in case you hadn't noticed." "You," Hanno said. "What have you done?" "Blown up a rather expensive horse," the Black Knight said, "with the dark and wicked spell of wick and cheap matches. My coffers aren't what they used to be. Tremble, White Knight, for my power is truly boundless within reasonable limits." The White Knight bared his sword and let the flawless fencer flow into him. His stance changed. Sophia of Nice had always been heavy-set, nothing like the slender girls whose beauty was praised by the men, but she did not mind. Her only true love was the blade. This one was well fitted to her hand, the weight of it perfect for her craft, and she closed the distance with anticipation thrumming in her veins. Prisai, this man, but she'd killed that ilk before. Bands of them had kept roving the free cities for years after the Dread Empress was unceremoniously thrown back into the sea by the Coalition. It was not as satisfying to slay those as assurance, but it would keep her sated until supper. The foe was a sword-and-board man, and not half bad. He danced properly when she struck, his parry technically perfect and riposte appropriately vicious. She elegantly turned it downwards, then struck across the throat. Just a little too slow. She was off her form today. She circled around him, letting the slope weaken his stance, and offered a feint towards the eye. The shield went up. She closed the distance even as he struck and spun with him as he adjusted. Elbow to the back of the head. Then she dropped under his answering swing and hit his helm with the pommel of her blade. The man worked through the pain, but his stance was broken. She drew blood at the juncture of his elbow, slid around the shield bash, and hacked down on the extended fingers of his blade hand. She hummed approvingly when he decided he'd rather lose 2 fingers than the grip on his sword, then rewarded his courage by kicking his knee and forcing him down. He swung where she would have been, were she an idiot, but instead she kicked dirt into his face. Then, as he struggled with that, she kicked his chin and laid him down hard. Time to end this, then. The flawless fencer vanished back into the flood, and the White Knight clasped his sword. You are not him, Hanno said. A question almost theological in nature, the thing noted. Nefarious did have a certain knack for blasphemy. This is a trick, the White Knight hissed. You shy from judgment. Shall I give you a lesson, child? The abomination said. I so rarely get to monologue, but this is fortunate happenstance. You see, whatever I tell you will not matter. Not in the slightest. You are, by your nature, incapable of learning what I would teach. If you did, it would destroy what a more poetic man might call your soul. Hanno grabbed him by the throat, raised him up. The thing laughed. What have you done? Agency, boy, the abomination said, sounding amused. You have discarded yours like a petty bauble and never once considered the cost. Blind faith is such tempting notion, isn't it? Being able to believe in an answer, in a force, without ever questioning it. Certainty and blindness. I have always wondered at the difference. Where are you? Already better, the thing said approvingly. But your true question is, why did you ever think I was here? And so the circle closes, and we return to the matter of faith. He could have squeezed, snapped the neck, but he needed to know, to understand the trap so he could break it. The answer, of course, is providence, the abomination said. You are here because that elusive golden luck of heroes told you I would be here to face you. And I am, in a sense. That is the rub, you see, when one relies on something one does not fully understand. If you do not know the rules, you do not know how they can be cheated. You cannot cheat the heavens, Hanno snarled. But providence is a different matter, the villain said. It is a force, you see, not an intelligence. It cannot reason. If the greater part of what is me is here before you, well, that is the guidance it will provide. Never warning you that a mind and a body are very different things until it is much, much too late. And just like that it fell into place. You are in the other valley, the White Knight said. Preci, Hanno, have so many flaws, the abomination mused. Sometimes it seems as if it is all we have. Yet there is one among them that I always believe to be a virtue, in its own way. All it takes is the faintest hope we will get away with it, and we will sit across even the gods, smile, and lie. There is nowhere I will not reach you, Hanno replied quietly. He dropped the abomination, and it did not even attempt to rise. Its lips quirked into a smile, thin and narrow and vicious. A blade smile. Do enjoy your victory, White Knight, he said. When Hanno's blade cut through his neck, the body already had empty eyes. Amadeus of the Green Stretch breathed out. After a moment, he rose to his feet. The sounds of battle could be heard at the bottom of the northern twin, heroes and crusaders having reached the gate and struggling to break it. Rancor was behind him, looking to the back of the tower, and without a word he went to join her. Both of them stared down. Is it done? The old goblin asked. They are both committed, the green-eyed man replied. My death was the agreed-on signal. Warlock will cover the retreat. Then now is our part, the Marshal of Praise said. So it is, the Black Knight agreed. They looked down at the 2 legions that had moved to the northern passage overnight, swelling the ranks of the 3 already under Rancor's command. Amadeus bared his sword, raising it high. The responding clamor drowned out the world. Well, old friend, he murmured. I think it's about time we went on the offensive, don't you think? Book 4, Interlude, Lest Dawn Fail. The moon rose, midnight eye, serenaded by the owl's cry. In Hanoven the arrows fly. Hold the wall, lest dawn fail. No southern song for your ear. No pretty lass or merry cheer. For you only knight and spear. Hold the wall, lest dawn fail. Come rats and king of dead. Legions dark and darkly led. What is a grave if not a bed? Hold the wall, lest dawn fail. Quell the tremor in your hand. Keep to no fear of the damned. They came ere, and yet we stand. So we'll hold the wall, lest dawn fail. Lycanese folk song, origins unknown, dated before annexation by the Principate. Walk me through it, Marshal Rancor of the Hungry Dog tribe said. She still thought of herself by that name, though her tribe was decades dead. She'd slain it with her own 2 hands, conscripting every male of fighting fit, and taking them up north to throw her lot with the rebels of the Civil War that enthroned militia. The matron attendants, Women and children had been split among other tribes according to ties of kinship, the ancient records of the hungry dogs sent down into the dark beneath the Ares to add to the ever-swelling chronicles of the fallen and the failures. The Black Knight flicked those eerie green eyes at her, unreadable. You were briefed on the plan before we followed it, he reminded her. You saw it unfold. He spoke lower Mizan with that slight burr to his voice that was the mark of Kalawans and Dunni both. One of the 1,000 reasons wastelands used to look down on the pale-skinned Westerners. I know the plan as it was told us, the old goblin said. That is the surface. Tell me the underpinnings, how it was woven together. It was a guilty pleasure of hers, to tease out the inner workings of her old friend's mind. The cold method in it was like poppy to her kind, cunning viciousness put to murderous purpose. Had he been born of her people, Rancor would have killed anyone with the slightest claim on him and made the man her consort. There were still matrons in the Ares that whispered he was utterly wasted on. Humans, a species whose idea of thought was laughable at the best of times. Broad-teeth monkeys who stumbled through creation blindly, never a moment of their lives aware of how fragile and vulnerable they were until the gobblers swallowed them whole. Amadeus, though? Oh, he ever slept with one eye open. A frail creature surrounded by a sprawling world of hostile demigods. He was the closest that misbegotten species would ever get to whelping one of her people. Is there a point? The dark-haired man mused. Already it has ended. There is always a point, she said, and bared her yellow teeth at him. I learn, you learn. All rise. His own words, these last few, thrown back into his lap. One of their very fist conversations, years before she sacrificed her reign to earn yet greater victory. The glint in his eyes turned amused. That would not have been enough to ply him in the old days, but Captain was lost, and Scribe currently set to other purpose. He would speak. The urge was there for all villains, and she was providing him a culvert that did not endanger him or his designs. The threats had passed with the coming of night, though dawn would bring them anew. There were 3 forces to reckon with in this scheme of mine, the Black Knight said. The first was the heroes in the northern valley. 9 slayers sworn under the heavens, leading the assault of the Crusaders. The legions had protocols to face these, but not in so great a number. Though far from invincible, they were a mighty force. Great power on the march, Rancor said. At the time, significant only as an accumulation of strength, the green-eyed man noted. By gathering together without a single unifying story, they stripped themselves of above's protection. They made themselves fallible, but remained a significant force, she probed. That is so, he agreed. And they would have become truly dangerous if they were allowed to turn into the rearguard for the retreating army of Procure. 9 heroes, facing the horde? Most would have perished, but at the cost of thousands on our part. Therefore, they had to be dispersed. Costly to achieve through force of arms, Rancor commented. Ah, but this was no heroic band, the Black Knight said. Simply an assembly of heroes. And so, in the absence of a clearly dominant named or a unifying threat, they developed a point of failure. Lack of chain of command. Without central authority giving orders, the heroes had to rely on their personal judgment when presented with a choice. Judgment that was shaped by wildly different origins and cultures. There would be no unified response. To disperse the cluster of heroes, then, we needed only present them with a decision. The 10th, Rancor smiled. O great destroyer, Legate Obesai said, kneeling at his general's feet. The time has come to strike. The ancient creature known as Nekheb let out a sigh, nearly sending him tumbling down the slope. Scales like midnight and eyes of gold that stood tall as a horse, the dragon was one of the living wonders of creation. Magic made flesh, holiest of all the children of the gods. I was just getting comfortable, General Catastrophe said, wiggling in its nest of melted stone. It can wait until tomorrow. Obesai had learned to understand the mood of his draconic master and winced at the tone. In court, such a visible betrayal of his thoughts would have been disgraceful, but Holy Nekheb had never bothered to learn to read the faces of men. It was beneath them, admittedly. The dark-skinned legate still panicked at the idea that his general might decide to slumber then and there. It might be for mere hours, but there was no guarantee. After the conquest, the ancient creature had slumbered for 7 months on the Blessed Isles and eaten anyone trying to wake it. The Sonic's predecessor had been stuck in the very uncomfortable position of needing to explain that to the tower. The scheme of the Carrion Lord is in need or your greatness, O peerless ancient, Obesai tried. Without your grace, the might of the empire can only fail today. The massive dragon clicked its teeth unhappily. This is true, they conceded. You are all idiot hatchlings. Legate Obasai prostrated himself, sincerely hoping no rivulet of liquid rock would make it down to him while he did. Your discernment is without rival, Almighty One, he said. Yet have the men of Proker not defied your greatness? Only yesterday did one of their own not attempt to slay you. The dragon's nostrils flared. An archer, it rumbled. I hate archers. They're worse than sea snakes, though not nearly as clever. You speak true, minion thing. I name you one of my heralds for the worth of your advice. This made it the third instance this year the legate was granted this boon. Holy Nekheb had some difficulty telling apart humans, he had come to suspect, or simply did not care enough to try. Obasai stayed prostrated as long as he could, though he had to hastily crawl away when the dragon rose to its feet and spread its wings. The master took flight without further deigning to engage in conversation, and the legate hurried towards the rest of the officer cabal. The other necromancers looked as exhausted as he did, even though they'd inhaled one strengthening concoction after another during the night on the march. The Carrion Lord had sent the 10th Legion into mountains that separated the valleys north and south, and only a mere bell ago had they reached their destination. Beneath the cliff they stood atop fortifications could be glimpsed, walls and towers, and some peasant bastion. No living host could have taken the hard paths through ravines and harsh slopes the 10th Legion had marched through in the dark, but theirs was not the strength of the living. Only a mere 300 of their legion drew breath, and they'd been the ones to trail behind as the undead advanced silently. Obasai gestured for one of the corpses to bend and sat on its armored back, catching his breath. The great master takes the field, he said. They were in a mood? Legate Kalaman asked. Settling down for a nap, Obasai sighed. They shared a grimace. Well, the Crusaders will know we're here soon enough, Kalaman said, brushing back her dark tresses. Best we get the dead moving before they send the rear guard after us. The sorcerers huddled together and wove their magic, taking the reins of the army spread across the mountains. Silently, inexorably, Legion X Horribilis began to climb down the cliffs, towards the lightly guarded enemy camp. Some would stay, the Black Knight said, but few. Undead and a dragon would by the lure of promised victory. The Procerans would shortly panic, realizing they had lost their camp and risked encirclement. Rancor sucked at her teeth, pleased at the cunning involved. That part had unfolded exactly as he said. Of the 9 heroes leading the host, only 4 had remained when Nekheb appeared behind the Crusaders and displayed his wrath. The rest had hurried back to kill the draconic general before it could slaughter the entire rear guard. The gates of the Twin had opened when they were too far to easily return, and out had poured the legions of terror. The sortie had run straight into the 4 heroes and been stopped cold as the 4 named scythed through legionaries like ripe wheat. Impressive, but ultimately doomed. It took 5 mage lines assembled for ritual to drive them back, but back they were driven. From there, the steel wrote the song. Veteran legions under Grimm's personal command hammered through the levies at the front until they broke and fled, collapsing the lines of fantassins behind them. The actual casualties the Procerans took, by Rancor's reckoning, were fairly light for a rout. 2, maybe 3,000. It was the enemy commander that salvaged the mess, riding down with her Neustrian cavalry to put iron in southern spines. The moment the front was stable, she ordered a full retreat, the legions in close pursuit. The rest of the morning was spent breaking a sequence of holding actions by the Procerans as the Crusaders tossed away men trying to slow the legions. Heroes swelled those ranks more often than not, but they were offered the greatest of all insults, irrelevance. They stood proud and powerful, unbroken by the steel of the legions. Yet the men died around them as they did, and they could not hold back an army by themselves. It was unfortunate that heroic presence meant the trade of lives involved always sharply in favor of the Procerans, but it was the trade of casualties for a tactical advantage, and so had remained acceptable in Rancor's eyes. More so because, all the while, the 10th Legion had been forming at their back. Nekheb allowed itself to be chased away when the heroes arrived spoiling for a fight, but by then nearly 3,000 undead were on the ground. The heroes engaged as reinforcements continued to climb down, preventing further advance, but little else. They were still fighting when the first ranks of the Proceran retreat arrived shortly after noonbell. Winning the battle was not the objective, Rancor said. Not at that juncture, Amadeus agreed. There was a temptation, I will not deny. With the 10th in the camp, there was no real chance for the Crusaders to man the fortifications, which were built to face the opposite direction of our advance, regardless. If I'd taken the field myself and we'd pressed the advantage, we would have slain a great many of them. You didn't, Ranker said. Because it would have been committing too early, Black said. The second force to reckon with had not yet been neutralized. It would have left us exposed if we'd acted without considering her. The Witch of the Woods, the old goblin said. The tower had cracked, like wet clay left too long under the sun. Weeksah still felt dismay at the memory. It had been purely kinetic force, that much he'd ascertained, but there had been no record of such a working in the tower's scrolls, and his study of the creational cascade had failed to divine anything useful. He'd tied the tower's protective wards into the flanking mountains after the first blow, but all that had achieved was the powdering of at least half a ton of stone when the witch struck again. There'd been few legionaries left inside by then, but those that remained were instantly pulped by the impact. Warlock had been wary enough he'd moved out of the tower towards the mountains, and it was the only reason he wasn't dead. The Procerans had swarmed the broken tower afterwards, but most of the legion that had defended it had already retreated. It was all he'd promised Amadeus, and he gave it no more thought after that. That pair of spells had heralded the escalation of the duel into a higher realm of arcana, and the failure of his defense had forced him to go on the offensive. More than an hour had passed since then, Weeksah thought, and he idly adjusted the bubble of force around him to dampen sound as the peak to his left exploded. Illusions were allowing him to keep one step ahead. The girl had a working that allowed her to see through them. Dion's gaze, he recognized, but she had to abandon her offensive to find him every time she used it. She'd followed him into the mountains, and now they could fight without concern for their surroundings. A storm brewed in the sky above them, this one not of his making. He could feel it strengthening, the lightning concentrating in a killing stroke she would cast down when she found him. Her casual shattering of mountaintops was an attempt to flush him out, though an unsuccessful one so far. Weeksah had been biding his time, thinning boundaries to place his own killing blow, allowing her the run of the range. There was advantage in making her act in the open, as he now intended to demonstrate. With the storm now nearing its peak, the conditions had become acceptable. Imbricate, he said. 722nd Hell. A hellscape of unending sprawling tempests, bereft of all devils save those who crawled beneath the earth. His thoughts burned as he oversaw the alignment, blood thrumming with sorcery, until hell and creation snapped into place. It had been wise precaution to mute sound, Warlock decided, for the howl of wind was deafening. Lightning thundered down, hundreds of strands, and flashing lights danced across the peaks. The roar of avalanches by the dozens devoured the rest of the song, and he laughed, runes shining around his wrists as he wove the lightning into spears and struck at the witch. The murderous child took it in stride, force spinning around her and making a wheel of the power he sent at her. She released it when his strikes ebbed, released a ring of pure lightning that shattered another two peaks. As he rode the storm, so did she. Discarding any notion of digging him out of his hole, she called on the Hellion sun and parted the storm with dawn's coming. Scorching light burned all in sight, but destruction was an old friend to Weeksah. He knew it better than her. Reflect, he hissed. His mind spun, sights in the thousands flooding it, until he found the realm he'd sought. The most beautiful of his tricks, the one truest to the essence of sorcery. A lie told creation that its lay was as that of the hell he had sought, as if they were perfect reflection. No great toil of alignment here, only the barest of efforts as he matched the realms. The sky went crimson, great shapes forming in depths that did not exist within creation, and hellfire began to rain. The witch would learn today why men had named him sovereign of red skies. The landslides cost us more than them, Ranker said. Amadeus conceded the point with an inclination of the head, as well he should. The last word from the ninth was that Sacker had lost over 700 to an avalanche, while a mile away from the duel of the mages. Her entire rear guard swallowed by rocks, along with more than a few engines. In the northern valley, the costs had been no less steep. The mage officers of the 10th had still been in the mountains when the two named had begun slinging their spells, and half of them had been lost making their escape even as the battle around the Proceran camp erupted. The matron had forgot quite how terrifying Warlock could be when let loose, but for all that terror the witch had been every bit his match. And in their struggle, they had wrecked the Valas beyond recognition. The southern twin was buried in stone along with most the valley before it, while a stray lance of lightning had hit the peak above the northern one, making half the mountain collapse atop it. That alone would not have cut retreat entirely for the legions. But then Warlock had begun throwing down mountains to replace those he'd broken, and it had gotten much, much worse. Half a city's worth of brimstone had tumbled down the slope of the northern valley after being batted aside contemptuously by the Witch of the Woods, and there was no going around that. Even now, they could not be certain of how much of the valleys had been wrecked by what was already being called the Waltz of Wrath. Both passes were now closed, that much was certain, but scrying across the broken mountain range had proved impossible, and so no fresh report could be had from General Sacker. Assuming she was still alive. Only the third force remained in play. After that, Black noted, it was always going to be the most difficult to predict, as its nature was bound to be reactive. In a sense, Weeks's enthusiasm was a boon. It created an obvious opening, and the heavens never can resist a spectacular entrance. Militarily speaking, the entire notion was absurd, Ranker said. If one of my staff officers suggested such a thing, I would have them demoted back to the ranks. That there would be intervention was a given, Amadeus said. We were, at that point, winning. The 10th weakened when we lost the officers, but Nekheb was still looming, and we had them bottled up. The Princess of Neustria had exerted herself all morning in the prevention of a rout, but when the battle around the camps unfolded, she'd plunged back into the deeps. It was a simple question of room. There were only 2 gates allowing entry into the fortifications where the Procerans had placed their camp, and limited space within. It had been impossible for her to get a significant portion of her host through before the legions under Grimm hit her back, and from there the beginnings of a massacre had taken place. The Crusaders had trampled each other trying to flee Legion blades, and though heroes had attempted to hold the back, Nekheb had kept them on the back foot by making the occasional pass. Squeezed by the precise shield wall, drowning in crossbow fire and munitions, the Procerans had died in droves. The champion was holding the line, Amadeus mused. The pretty bait that was. If I'd gone to kill her, before the hour was done I would have died. The third force had been the White Knight, riding through the broken mountains with every single horseman under Prince Cause Pappenheim charged the flank of the legions at the darkest hour. Grimm heard them long before he saw them. His people knew that sound better than any other on creation, the thunder of hooves. The doom of horde and clan, the mounted killers from the west. That these had sworn oaths to the first prince instead of the king of Callow made little difference. The odds of there being a usable pass after Weeksa and the witch smashed apart the mountains were infinitesimal, he knew, but the heavens had worked with lesser numbers. He'd been warned that there would be a hidden knife near the end. His warlord's instincts had not dimmed with age. The Marshal of Praise glanced at the signal mage that had been his shadow all day. All mage lines for the third, he said, are to send fireballs and echoes in the pass, try to collapse it, and get mocks started on contingency misfortune. For any cavalry not led by a hero, this would have been an imbecile's suicide. The source of the charge was a narrow break in the mountainside atop a rocky hill at an almost 90-degree angle, all of it leading straight into a dark, upright crevasse. With the White Knight at the tip of the charge, all these damning details would mean was mild inconvenience. Sorcery flared, and the opening was drowned in flame and booming sounds, but no avalanche took. It had been worth making sure. Grim One Eye watched grimly as the flank of Mock's legion pivoted to meet the coming enemy. Sappers ran ahead to sow the fields with caltrops as the 2 cohorts of trained pikemen formed in ranks. The Ogre General's men were no Ironsides, but they were a heavy infantry legion nonetheless. Regulars dragged to the 4 spikes of iron or wood and hammered them in a line 3 deep according to the standard pattern, angling them so they would be aimed at the belly of the horses. As a welcoming gift, a pair of sappers with munitions-loaded crossbows shot clay balls at the narrow opening, and green flames took to the rock. Thin was the hope that this would stop the enemy, but all eventualities should be covered if the cost was appropriate, and 2 spheres was cheap enough. Mages, crossbowmen, and sappers formed up behind the pikemen in good order, ranks of regulars serving as shield. Ranker's 4th and the 12th had the front, so he could put his entire attention into this. The battle for the Valles would be won or lost here, and as Weeksa had so kindly deigned to drop a mountain down their only path of retreat, there was no room left for mistakes. You have to let them win, Amadeus had said. The heavens need their due before we steal it, else another path will be taken. It might be his old friend was right, but Grimm would not send men to die without doing his utmost to keep them alive. The enemy appeared in a flash of blinding light, evaporating the goblin fire-touched stone as the White Knight charged through. Behind him followed the mounted strength of Procer, pouring out like a stream of steel-clad death. He did not need to give orders in the matter of answer. Balls of flame bloomed across the ranks of the third and hit the charging enemy, but light burned and dispersed them like wisps of smoke. Crossbows fired in a perfect volley, and these drew some blood, but none touched the White Knight or the men behind him, as if the hand of some god steered away harm. The horsemen charged down the slope with unnatural grace, not a one stumbling over the harsh incline or jagged stones, and so they entered the killing field. The caltrops lasted a single heartbeat before the hero raised his blade high, and a searing flame swept before him, clearing a path. The sappers fired their opening salvo, sharpers and bright sticks. It was like throwing an egg at a wall. Explosions that should have shredded men and horses instead merely singed them. The light that should have seared eyes into blindness was laughed off. Horns sounded, deep and promising ruing. The horsemen took 3 volleys, before reaching Mock's pikemen. Arrows and fire, the billowing poisonous clouds of smokers, and the hard bark of sharpers killing less than 30. This, Grim thought, was the face of the enemy, of the heavens putting their hand to the scale, making mockery of the strivings of men. For a single moment, as the pikemen clashed against the cavalry, it seemed like the legionaries would hold. It passed, pikes glancing off armor as the entire first rank of the cohorts were brutally trampled. In that first heartbeat, Grim One-Eye lost at least 200 men. The relentless brutality of the carnage almost awed him. Horsemen continued to pour out of the passage, and slowly the Third Legion began to bend. Like a man with a knife slid into the belly, groaning in pain. Now black, he thought. Now damn you. A roar older than even the coming of nights cowed the battlefield, and the orc grinned with all teeth bared. Orcs had never quite forgot that sound, even though the dragons that had once ruled the steppes were long gone. Above, wreathed in the noonday sun, a madman was riding a dragon, and in the claws of that great beast was a massive chunk of stone, still dripping melted rock where it had been burned out. A silver arrow punched through the dragon's wing, and as it screamed another buried into its flank, but still the glorious bastards flew, and down went the stone, dropped in front of the very opening from which horsemen poured, sealing it shut. First Legion, Grim One-Eye roared. Forward, Invicta, was the cognomen bestowed upon his men by the tower. Undefeated. They would not fail that name today. They managed to retreat anyway, Ranker said. The heroes, even after it all, had held long enough for a retreat. Only 2 of the 9 had perished, the White Knight joining his fellows to escape. The horsemen he had brought were not so lucky. Amadeus shrugged. There was only so much victory to be had, he replied. Pappenheim came to us with 60,000 men. He should now have slightly under 40. The legions had bled as well, she thought. 24,000 had garrisoned the Red Flower Valles when the Iron Prince came calling. 16,000 now camped on the western side of the passage the battle had been fought over. Sacker's legion should still have the better part of it intact, but even so the losses had not been negligible. At least, she decided, 5,000 in full. Against an army of mortals, the Valles could have been held against 200,000 until the end of time with the numbers they'd had. How starkly heroes turn the tide, even when checked by stratagem. Ranker shook her head, the 2 of them standing under a moonless night as exhausted legionaries slumbered in the distance. Too tired to even make cooking fires for what few rations they had. Has Warlock made contact? She asked. The Black Knight shook his head. He might be dead, Amadeus, she said as gently as her people knew how. The pale-skinned man shook his head again. I would know, Amadeus simply said. She left it at that, the 2 of them standing in silence. Grim's tent, she saw even from so far away, was still lit. The orc did not know the meaning of rest, even in his old age. We have lost the Valles, Ranker finally said. Black laughed. There are no more Valles to be had, he replied. It will take months for the Crusaders to dig through the collapse, even with sorcery. Not unless the witch intervenes, and if she does. Warlock strikes, Ranker murmured. If he was still alive, of which there was no proof. If Hazenbach could so easily employ the stairway ritual, Black said, she would not have stopped at a single passage through the Whitecaps. Multiple points of entry into Callow would have been a much greater strategic threat. That was true enough. The Black Queen's army was strong and well-trained, but it also had limited numbers. She would have been forced to allow one of the invading armies free hand in Callow while she dealt with the other, which would have been disastrous on many levels. True as that might be, we're still on the wrong side of the pass, Ranker reminded him. Our supply lines are cut. The full muster of Pappenheim's reunited army is less than a day away, and our only paths for retreat involved months of marching through enemy territory. If they succeeded at giving the Iron Prince the slip, she thought, smashing the Proceran border army in the south and retreating through the lands of the League of Free Cities might be feasible. The alternative was heading for the stairway, which was much less appealing even though the march would be much shorter. An army under Princess Rosala Malanza was retreating towards the pass, as of the last reports. The old goblin was not eager at the notion of forcing a narrow passage filled with hero-led Procerans. "Are we?" the dark-haired man asked. Ranker's large eyes blinked. "You see us as stranded, old friend," Amadeus said. "I see us as freed. Callow is safeguarded for some time yet. No longer in need of our vigil." The goblin licked her lips. "And we're at the gate of the Principate's heartlands," she murmured. "Come, Ranker," the Black Knight grinned. "Let's have a drink with Graham and discuss our invasion of the Principate of Procure." Book 4, Chapter 23, Recoup. Take no comfort in that, hero. For though dawn ever comes, night ever does precede it. Dread Empress Regalia too. Well, this is a fine fucking mess, I frowned. The reports had been unfortunately delayed, mostly by the fact that the Red Flower Valleys were apparently now the Red Flower Mountains. Only with brimstone instead of granite. Because why would Warlock just make it a little bit worse when he could make thoroughly worse? If those things cracked open and devils started pouring out, I was going to be cross. That the current location of Masego's father was still unknown did not improve the situation in the slightest, since it meant I had no idea whether he was still guarding the region or not. "The passes are closed," Hakram said. "Strategically, that is a victory. The only way into Callow is the northern passage, and it will be barred for at least 6 months." I flicked a glance at the tall orc, still basking in the satisfaction of having him by my side again. It never seemed quite as bad when Adjutant was with me. He'd arrived only a few days after the peace conference, and remained with us as the army of Callow escorted the Crusaders back up north. It had been a month since the Battle of the Camps now, since I'd snatched a piece from the butchery and put ink to what might quite possibly be my own death warrant. I shook my head and reached for the small silver thimble at my side, knocking back the brandy in a single swallow. "I don't mean that," I said. "I mean whatever the hell's he's up to." I touched the bottom of the thimble to the unfolded map occupying much of the desk we were sharing. The map itself was ours, but nothing else in this room was. This was the private solar of the Baroness of Harrow, who'd insisted we use it while we stayed in her keep. The liberation of her ancestral lands had apparently put me in her good books. That, or seeing me drop a lake on an army, had made her reconsider her stance on royal taxation, even though the pilgrim had knocked me the fuck out after barely 10 heartbeats. The silver thimble was touching the edge of the Principality of Bayeux, where news now a fortnight old had Black and his legions sacking towns for supplies on their march west. "Well, at a glance," Hakram Drilly said, "invading Procure. With 15,000 men?" I skeptically said, "We're not even sure he has siege with him. Even if he somehow starts taking cities without engines, he can't hold them." While on the surface the 10th Crusade had tried to enter Callow and twice found the door shut on its fingers, the situation was a lot less promising than it appeared at first glance. The map held a handful of figurines standing for armies and their last reported locations, and the picture they painted was not pleasant. The 3 Proceran hosts we knew well, one down south in Tenerife guarding the border with the League, one marching out of northern Callow according to truce terms, and the last, unfortunately, still camped in front of the Valles, digging through the wreckage to reopen the pass. That alone would be bad, since the Jacks told me Pappenheim should have between 40 to 50,000 soldiers under his command. What was making it much worse was the Dominion of Levant was joining the fray. Half a year ago, Thief had passed me a report estimating they'd send an army about 30,000 men. She'd been right, in a way. There was an army of that size marching to reinforce Pappenheim. Unfortunately, there was also a second one by the shore of Lake Levant, the massive lake in the center of the Procure, currently preparing to embark on barges. Its destination was, allegedly, Salia, the seat of the first prince, the capital of the Principate, and where Black would be headed if he continued to march in a straight line. At a guess, every single garrison in central Procure would be pulled together into a ramshackle army, then swelled by the Levantines before they threw all of that at Black's 15,000. The result seemed fairly obvious, veteran legions or not. It is an unusual gamble, by my understanding of the man, Adjutant conceded. If those legions are lost, the Empire is crippled. That's a pretty way to put it, I grunted. More honest is that without those men on the field, praise is left so bare even. We could feasibly invade it. Odds weren't good for a reverse of the conquest, I'd admit. I was pretty sure I could break militia's own legions on the field and seize most the countryside, but taking precise cities would be impossible without breaking my army. What I could do might still be enough for her reign to collapse, though, and that made it slightly tempting. Or would have, anyway, if there wasn't a decent chance that by the time Pappenheim's army was done digging, I'd be facing a host of 80,000 men invading my kingdom. There was, to be blunt, no way the army of Callow could beat them if they had heroes on their side, which they most certainly would. Not after the losses we'd taken at the Battle of the Camps. It may be safe to assume, then, that he does not intend to lose those men, Hakram said. If he'd at least gotten Pappenheim to chase him, I'd sleep better at night. But the man stayed. I sighed. I mean, gods, I see the strategic sense in it. The damage Black can actually do is limited, and if Callow falls, the crusade is half won. It's still a damned cold call to make, though, basically writing off the heartlands of his own country. We do not have a monopoly on ruthlessness, the orc reminded me. It'd be a simpler war if we did, I said. But we have to face the facts, I suppose. Let's be conservative and say it takes them 4 months to make a passage through the wreck. By that time, the Levantines will have reinforced them. They'll invade together. The orc leaned over and filled my thimble for the second time this evening. He'd quietly claimed control of the bottle, perhaps for the best, before tending to his own. The army of Callow will have largely recovered by then, he said. And Duchess Keegan has reinforced us. The Diarrave need to hold the northern passage. Otherwise, there's a decent chance our truce gets shredded and the princes turn back, I bluntly said. It's one thing to trust them with a sword in hand, another if the passage is left empty. No, down south we'll be on our own. Hakram raised his sliver thimble. Dust and misfortune, he said in Thethwa. I clinked mine against his. Doom pass you twice, I replied, finishing the old sonic toast and tossing back the brandy. The harsh burn, gods, this was rough stuff even by my standards, went down my throat pleasurably. I set the silver down. We're not winning that battle, I admitted. Not against those numbers. Then we seek an alternative, Adjutant serenely said. Not a hint of doubt there to be found. It felt like spring water for my soul. I snorted and got to my feet. Not tonight, I said. It can wait until tomorrow. Get the others. I need to spend a few hours looking at something that's not a goddamned report in Vivienne's chicken scratch. By your command, your majesty, Hakram drily replied. He'd mouthed off, I noted, but took the bottle without my needing to tell him. Truly a prince among men, my adjutant. You're mad, Archer said. I knew you'd be mad. See, Ziz, it's just like I told you. Hierophant frowned, smoothing his robes. You did not, he noted. You said, to be exact, trust me, Masigo, she'll love it. This will have no consequences whatsoever. I eyed the dark-skinned mage with chagrin. And you, believed her? I asked. Trust is the foundation of a healthy friendship, he told me. I've acquired a book on the subject. Very informative. Hakram smothered a laugh by faking a coughing fit. Naturally, I elbowed him in the stomach. Questioningly, considering how often I did that to him, he'd learned to tell apart the nuances. It's actually a religious text from one of those love cults in southern Ashur. The orc whispered, leaning towards me. You know, the face of love, folks? The real payoff is when he'll get to those illustrated parts in the middle. Most lurid thing I've ever seen. If he starts talking about sex rituals, you'll be the one to clean up that mess, I hissed back in a low voice. I'll use a royal decree if I have to. It's too far from Harrow to Baroness Ainsley's personal property, Vivienne considered out loud. A household knight's maybe? Hey, for all we know they're already dead, Indrani offered. So no harm done, right? What had once been a lovely garden with stone benches and tasteful statues continued to burn down. A fire pit with an entire stag roasting on a spit. Another crime right there, I mused. We didn't have hunting rights in the barony, had been dug in the heart of what had previously been an elegant bed of flowers. I raised a finger, then put it down. All right, before I crack the whip I have to know, I said. I get why the pit is on fire. Although Masigo using Hellfame seems like both horrible overkill and a good way to spoil the meat. But why are the trees on fire? Ziz and I had a philosophical argument, Indrani explained. He's a terribly sore loser. My gaze turned to Hierophant, who looked vaguely embarrassed. She dropped a branch on me, he admitted. And she's quite good at avoiding fireballs. My brow rose. That's 7 trees, Masigo, I patiently said. I am the best at dodging. Archer boasted without an ounce of shame in her body. I closed my eyes and counted to 5, then opened them. All right, I said. First, after we're done here, the two of you are going to rebuild this. That's fair, Indrani said. She had the look in her eyes of a woman fully prepared to lounge with a drink in hand, while Masigo did all the work. By hand, I added. Not a drop of magic involved. Vivi, how would you like to be Queen of Callow? Archer said without missing a beat. I have ever been a sworn enemy of tyranny in all its forms. Please, Thief drawled. Who'd be fool enough to want to rule this mess? Thank you, Vivienne. I thought. For your unflinching loyalty and support. Really warms the cockles of my heart in these trying times. You can't be serious, Masigo said, glaring at me. Manual labor. He spoke those words, I mused, in much the same tone other people spoke about raising the dead or your average black-hearted betrayal. You have handsies, I said. What do you think they're for? Oh, that was a mistake, Hakram muttered. Hierophant's back straightened. According to the writings of Seljan Banu Dash, he began. According to the writings of Catherine Foundling, you're doing it, I interrupted flatly. And the material costs are coming out of both your pay, split equally. You don't even pay us. Archer protested. I blinked in surprise. Of course I do, I said. All of you have been gathering General's pay since second lease. Indrani, you have a vault in lore. I handed you the key myself, remember? Yeah, but it was empty, Archer said. I thought you were just yanking my chain. Fatala assures me I've been paid punctually. Masigo contributed hesitantly. Indrani cast him a discreet look at the mention of his assistant. Mine was full, last I saw, Hakram agreed. Slowly, I turned to Thief, who looked the very picture of maidenly innocence. I've seen you stab people, Dartwick. I thought. Pretty incompetently, but still. Try harder. Vivienne, I said very mildly. Have you been secretly robbing one of your beloved comrades for almost a year now? The dark-haired woman batted her eyes in lovely confusion. Masego's book said that earthly possessions only distract from the holy principle of eternal love, she said. How could I let them burden such a dear friend? Archer let out a delighted cackle that would likely terrified any birds around into flight if the fire had not already done so. At first I was pleased they weren't brawling in a garden they'd already set on fire, but then I frowned. Wait, Indrani, how have you been paying for your tavern crawls all this time? I asked. I haven't, she cheerfully replied. They send the bills directly to the palace, Hakram told me. It's under sundry expenses in the treasury books. I thought that was, like, bribes and stuff. I faintly said. The orc hummed. Well, I mean, from a certain point of view. I snatched the bottle out of his hands, a tithe for his perfidious treachery. All right, you incompetent gaggle of vandals, I said. Someone put out those trees. And get me a skewer of that stag. I want to find out how it tastes when you use hellfire to roast it. As it turned out, genuinely awful. By that time, though, we were too drunk to mind. I found myself glaring blearily at the moon. I'd rested my eyes for some time, but never actually fallen asleep. Most the others had, though. Masigo was seated on the ground, lying against a toppled stone bench. He was snoring very daintily, which brought the shadow of a smile to my face. Indrani's feet were on his lap, occasionally kicking his legs as she moved in her sleep. She'd made a pillow out of her cloak, indifferent to the chill of the night. Vivienne was draped in actual sheets, which appeared to be mine, and from the palace to boot by the cloth of gold bordering them and the embroidered heraldry. She was utterly still in her sleep, and unlike the others I could feel she was only a sudden movement away from waking. I'd not brought cloak of my own, since the one I usually wore did have the soul of a foe inconveniently attached to it. Besides, I hardly minded the cold these days. I'd remained close to Hakram, but instead of a comfort the warmth that emanated from him had me feeling restless. Awake, Adjutant said, moving slightly aside. Ugh, he'd been a comfortable mattress even if he was way too warm. How dare he? Wasn't quite asleep, I said. Just not thinking. Closest I get to slumber, some nights. You should try anyway, he said. You're always better, afterwards. More human. Since when do you think so well of humans? I snorted. They've grown on me over the years, he graveled. The opposite, for me. I admitted, more honestly than I'd meant to. Not them you were glaring at, Hakram pointed out. I hummed. I still feel like destroying the moon. Whenever I look at it too long, I said. I know it's irrational, but it's like having a stone in my boot. The boot in this terrible metaphor being my soul, probably? Let's be honest. It's not the worst thing that tattered old mess has been compared to. Who knows, he said. It might be for the best if you do. There's an old precise story about Dread Emperor Sorceress having bound his soul to it, that he's still scheming his final escape from death. There's a distressing amount of tyrants with stories like that, I noted. We're going to have to get around to cleaning up all those loose ends someday. Probably just a story, Hakram shrugged. He was one of the better ones, anyway. Made a place for the shamans at his court, treated them with respect. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't he also try the sentient tiger army? The towers tried worse over the centuries, he mused. If he'd gotten the tigers to pay taxes afterwards, it might even have counted as a gain. That surprised a laugh out of me. Imagine having all that power, I said, and using it for a goddamned tiger army. The more precise histories I read, the less I understand the empire. Funny thing, power, Adjutant graveled. Never quite as straightforward as you'd think. Preaching to the choir there, I said. Used to think that if I could blow up a fortress with a snap of my fingers, it would all be so much simpler. Now I can, and so very few of my problems can be solved by that. The orc shuffled against the bench. The clans have few written histories, he said. Oral tradition is how we pass it all down. Misans did a number on your people. Yeah, I said. I remember. They had that nasty habit when conquering places. There was a great repository of scrolls in the lands of the Broken Antlers Horde, or so I was taught as a child. Hakram murmured. They put it to the torch. I suppose they had reason to, from where they stood. The reasons of conquerors tend to be acceptable only to them, I said. In this, I spoke as Calawan. Not that, Hakram said. The scrolls, most of them were parchment. Human skin. I blinked in surprise. Your ancestors were certainly a charming bunch, I said. They were what they were, Adjutant said. The tragedy, I think, is that we only remember the worst of them. The excesses. We were more, in the dawn of days. And when they ripped out the heart of us, they made it so that we could never be that again. It's getting better, though, isn't it? I said. I remember when I first joined the college. Seeing orcs read and write and talk like... I hesitated. Like we were a people whole, and not the hissing shade of our heyday. Hakram finished gently. There is something taking shape, Catherine, that is true enough. But it is not what we once were. No more than Callow under your rule is the Callow of the old Alban kings. That's an old refrain, Hakram, I said. The same the Trueblood sang, and the rebels in Lease. We only remember the golden parts of the good old days. They had their failings too. You can't look at our own failures and match them to barely remembered victories. The comparison is false. Oh, we were a terrible enough people in those days, the orc murmured. Glorious too, at times, but terrible always. But I was speaking of old stories. There is one I remember, that the old raiders past their prime would tell us when the snows kept us in our tents. It is a conversation between the warlord Gazog and her son. One of many, though few are remembered. We call it the riddle of power, learned from an ancient steel. I closed my eyes, leaning back against the stone. Tell me, I said. He remained silent for a moment, gathering his memories, and when he spoke it was in Karsam cadenced. After her spear had broken and she had grown fat and gray from the tributes of mankind's kings, old Gazog took her young son to the great gathering of the Thaw, where many clans assembled to trade and prepare the making of war, he said. With cups of blood brew they sat beneath their banner in silence until the sun had passed. Under the dark sky, old Gazog spoke this. My son, you have witnessed the multitude of our people before you. Young and old, warrior and chieftain, lorekeeper and bronzesmith. I ask you now, where lies power among them? Hakram's voice lightened, as if he were a young boy of his kind. Honored mother, her son said. This is no riddle, for the answers has always been thus. It lies with chieftain and warlord, for their power is command over all. Old Gazog laughed, her teeth grown soft from many victories. Foolish son, she said. If their power comes from command, then how can their command come from power? How mighty is a chieftain without obedience given? Adjutant clicked his fangs, and his were not soft at all. Old Gazog's son pondered this, and saw her wisdom. In this he was enlightened, and so answered once more. Honored mother, he said, power then lies with the lorekeepers, for they hold much wisdom and learning, cunning and law, and in teaching it does their power manifest. Foolish son, she said, what is wisdom, without hand to carry it? Was it a word, without ear to hear it? But wind, and wind is no mother of glory. The orc's voice grew rough. Honored mother, you speak true, her son said. Hakram said, the birth of empire is bronze, and so power lies with the bronzesmiths, for they alone know the secrets of fire and forge. They hold in their palm the source of war, and only in war can glory be found. Foolish son, said old Gazog, you learn nothing. The whelping of fire is as wisdom, worthless without hand to wield it. Would a horde of 1,000 axe blades bear the name of empire? He paused, and I heard him lick his lips. Old Gazog's son grew wroth, for he did not know of his foolishness. Hateful mother, he said, you speak many words, yet deny all save the hand. Is this your wisdom, that an empire is naught but swing of blade? All the peoples of the world know this, and there can be no further learning of it. Foolish son, she said, be silent if you cannot be wise. There is terrible truth beneath the riddle of power, and I will reveal it to you now. Hakram went silent. I did not open my eyes. And I asked, what did she say? The orc laughed harshly. No one knows, he told me. You see, the Mizans broke the steel. I heard him look up at the sky. Sometimes, Hakram Deadhand said softly. I think that a truer answer than what was written. Book 4, Chapter 24, Invitation Redux. The enemy of my enemy is second on the list. Dread Empress Vindictive 3. Is it contained? I didn't bother with greetings, knowing the manners would be lost on Masigo anyway. The dark-skinned mage nodded, not even noticing the abruptness of my tone. It did not struggle against imprisonment, Hierophant said, nor has it sought to escape binding since. The two of us walked towards the sparse woods where the creature had been trapped inside wards without wasting time. Night had just fallen, which was a small mercy. It meant there'd be fewer witnesses. Already the scout line who'd found it approaching Harrow had been sworn to secrecy, but there was no telling if anyone else had come across it, as the exact path it had taken to get here was still a mystery. More worryingly, the observatory. Hadn't seen it, and it was meant to pick up on exactly this kind of stuff. I was not great student of sorcery, but even to me the implications were visible. Whoever had sent the thing was a mage of very great skill, and there were only a few of those around. And even fewer among those who'd lower themselves to raising the dead, much less this particular kind. You're sure it wasn't an attack? I asked for the third time. Masego's brow creased. Certainty of unknown intent is, by definition, impossible, he said peevishly. My current theory, based on initial observation, is that this was not an attack. It is not armed, and was not crafted with combat in mind, or at least no form of combat I can recognize. It doesn't need to swing blades to be dangerous, Masigo, I said. It just needs to carry a magic plague and take a dip in the water reservoirs. Don't be obtuse, Catherine, he sighed. Plague-bearing was one of the first threats I assessed it for. There is no trace. It has, if anything, been stripped out of everything but the barest necessities for functionality. It does carry an enchanted object, but that object has no harmful properties. I frowned. Is that how it slipped the observatory's sight? I asked. I do not believe so, Hierophant said. I've made preliminary studies, and found that its presence in creation seems dimmed, somehow, like a shadow under sorcerer's sight. It was not invisible to the observatory so much as exceedingly difficult to find if not specifically looked for. We need to fix that weakness, I flatly said. If this could be done once, it can be done again. We're relying on the observatory to keep one step ahead of threats, and I'm not pleased someone already found a way to fool it. You told me it'd be years before someone found a counter. I told you it would be 3 to 5 years before the Empire found a counter, barring my father's sustained intervention, the blind man corrected. This is not Imperial work. We were going to have a longer conversation about this down the line, but I allowed silence to take hold as we finally got deep enough in the woods that the creature was in sight. Surrounded by layers on layers of translucent force with glowing runes inscribed, the undead creature was utterly still. Hakram, in full armor with his axe in hand, was keeping an eye on it. Indrani was out in the field to make sure there wasn't another wandering the countryside, and Vivienne combing the keep for infiltration we might have missed. It wasn't a person I was looking at, though it might once have been. The upper body and face was of a pale-skinned man's, but that was where the normality ended. There was a pair of segment, almost insect-like arms coming out of the creature's back, with hooks at the tip. Made for climbing. I thought. Had it crossed the whitecaps without taking a pass? The body parts beneath the torso were harder to make out. The entire creature had been covered in a ragged cloak when the goblins first saw it, though it had fallen off the upper body since, and what I could glimpse through the cloth was 8 spider-like legs of bone and necrotized flesh folded close to the torso. It was, I grimaced, the kind of abomination you'd expect to be dumped out in the wasteland after an emperor climbed the tower and cleared out the basement of their predecessor's experiments. There were no visible weapons save for the claws, not that it needed any. You're sure this isn't of your father's making? I said. I could perhaps reproduce the design in 2 months. He in one, Masigo noted. The material parts of it anyway. What makes it truly fascinating work is the guiding intelligence, since there is barely any. Every ounce of metaphorical fat has been trimmed. It is, I will admit, one of the most magnificently efficient necromantic constructs I have ever seen. I cursed. All right, so either a high-tier necromancer has just come out of the woodworks, I said, or we're dealing with something much, much worse. The Dead King. Fucking hells. It wasn't like the situation had been going so well the heavens needed to drop another dead cat in my lap. Assuming this was their work, anyway, and not a play by the pricks below. Catherine, Hakram said suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts before a proper rant could take hold. It's moving. My eyes flicked at the creature, which had risen on 2 bone appendages and was peering at me from the edge of the wards. Well, I muttered. That's pretty lively for a dead cat. Masigo glanced at me and opened his mouth, but I silenced him with a raised hand. I felt him twitch, the mutter something under his breath about there being no feline components. The undead stared at me for a solid 20 heartbeats before opening its mouth. I offer greetings to the Black Queen of Callow, the creature said. Your renown has been heard far and wide, bringing the attention that is your due. I bear invitation from the King of the Dead, who offers safe passage to Keter. In the face of above's wrath, the champions of below must either face demise alone or overturn the wheel of fate in coming striving. I waited just in case it had anything to add, and in a manner of speaking it did. The jaws unhinged and a serpent-like black tongue came out, offering up what looked like a circular seal of pure obsidian. The enchanted object it was carrying, Masigo said. It holds instructions. A sliver of knowledge accessible through touch. I stared at the obsidian seal and decided it was too early in the year to start making decisions that blatantly terrible. I wasn't getting anywhere near that until Masigo had spent a few days checking it out, and even then I wasn't touching it if it could be at all avoided. I hear the King of the Dead's invitation, I said, but seek clarification on the nature of it. The tongue snapped back in. The undead began speaking again, but it was just repeating the exact same message. Masigo's glass eyes were staring at it, his head cocked to the side. Hierophant, I probed. The trigger for the actions was your presence, he said. The message is not spoken consciously so much as woven into what passes for the construct's mind. It cannot reason or reply, only repeat. My presence, I repeated slowly. Winter, more specifically, he said. I'll need a closer look to find out the decision threshold, but I suspect Larrett would not have been able to fool it into speaking. Hakram had come to stand at my side while we spoke, warily eyeing the undead. Cat, he gravelled. If the Dead King knew enough to bespell for that. He has a much better idea of what's going on outside his kingdom than we thought. I finished grimly. Shit. Masigo cleared his throat. Why are we displeased, he said. My interest in diplomacy is inexistent, but this seems to me like an offer of alliance. Are we not under siege by the Crusaders? We are, I said. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. But there's a saying back home about Presi bearing gifts, and I think it might just apply here, I said. Hakram loomed tall at my side, baring his fangs at the creature. I'll get the others, he said. The solar. I nodded and stood silently as he left, watching the creature as it began to speak the message again. You have an hour to study it, I finally told Masigo. Don't break it, we don't know if there be consequences. After the hour's done, I want you in the solar with everyone else. An eager smile split Hierophant's face in two. Thank you, Catherine, he murmured. This will be most interesting. I walked away without a word, pretty sure I didn't want to see what would follow. There were 6 of us in Baroness Ainsley's solar, enough that it felt full without being outright cramped. The piles of parchment that followed Adjutant like a curse had been dumped unceremoniously on the ground, so that the only thing on the table was a detailed map of Calernia, along with a handful of goblets. Mine was still half filled with Eric, but I'd refrained from downing it whole after Hakram sent me a quelling look. Fine, be that way, I thought mulishly. It's not like I was just essentially offered an alliance by the oldest and most dangerous abomination in Calernian history. If there was ever a goddamned reason to drink. Masigo was already looking bored, and we hadn't even begun. He'd hinted his time could be better spent studying the envoy the very moment he'd walked into the solar, and had been sulking ever since I told him it would have to wait. It would have been kind of cute if he wasn't essentially pouting because I told him he couldn't go elbows deep in dead flesh. Archer was keeping him attentive and twitching, by idly tearing up the pages of a book I was pretty sure she'd gotten for this very purpose. Vivienne and Juniper had pointedly sat as far as each other from possible, to my irritation. I was not unaware they were less than fond of each other, but until now they'd been a lot subtler about it. Something must have happened while I was taking my lovely winter nap, but neither of them was talking. Hakram was, as usual, an oasis of calm competence in the middle of the mess that was our lives. He'd transcribed the dead king's message from memory and provided it for the others to read. I cleared my throat. "All right," I said. "Let's get this started. Before we get to unpacking anything else, Thief can provide a reminder of how fucked we're looking at the moment." Vivienne shot me an amused look before leaning over the table. "As most of you are aware," she said, "there is a knife at Callow's throat." She tapped the map, right at the feet of the sculpted spearman figurine on the western side of the former Red Flower Vallis. "Prince Klaus Pappenheim, the first prince's foremost general, is digging his way though the wrecked passes as we speak," Thief said. "He has between 40 and 50,000 men under his command, and we estimate that within 4 months he will be reinforced by an army of 30,000 Levantines. With the way Kat's looking like she's sucking on a lemon that personally murdered her father, I'm guessing he's preparing an invasion," Indrani commented. She sounded at best mildly interested, but I'd take what I could get. "By the time the Levantines arrive, we believe they'll have dug out a usable passage," Thief said. "Which is to say, in about 4 months we'll be facing an offensive of at least 70,000 soldiers led by several heroic bands." "That's bad," Archer mused. "Z's, doesn't that sound bad?" "I suppose," Hierophant shrugged. "Can't we make a truce with those as well?" "I'm not opposed to the notion," I admitted. "But we don't have the men to force another draw, and we're not dealing with Amatus Milnen here. Pappenheim is the first prince's uncle and the most decorated general in Procure. He's not going to flinch if we bloody him a bit. He'll stick it out until only one of us is left standing, and the odds aren't looking great for that being us. A truce in the Valas might lead to the political collapse of the 10th Crusade," Hakram said, "and likely the end of his niece's reign with it. Negotiation is not a plausible option as things stand." "I could kill the first prince," Indrani suggested. "The Tower's been trying to do that for over 20 years, I told her. She has a future-telling named the Augur, watching for attempts. If Black is to be believed, the Augur protects Pappenheim as well, so removing him isn't on the table either." "Ugh, Seers," Archer complained. "They take all the fun out of it." Juniper growled, cutting through the whining. "Tactics won't get us out of this," she said. "We need strategic leverage. Either reinforcements that make holding the Valas feasible, or someone to put pressure on the Principate so it can't afford to leave those 70,000 men at the border." The Orc Marshal drummed her thick fingers against the map. "The army of Callow will be, barely, in fighting fit if our timeline for the invasion holds," she said. "But another major battle will take us right back out of the war, won or lost, and this time for much longer. We're bleeding veterans and irreplaceables. To be blunt, if we want fight again, then we need a force to split casualties with. Much better would be not fighting at all. So, now we take a hard look at our options," I said. "The name of the game tonight being, is there, literally, any other option? That the dead king? I could go to refuge," Archer offered. "Most pupils will be gone, especially the heroes. Last I heard Silver signed up with the White Knight. But there's bound to be 1 or 2 left I can beat into joining. Lady Ranger probably won't care enough to get involved." I worried my lip with my teeth. Even by gate, it'd take most entire preparation time to get there and back, I finally said. "I wouldn't sneer at more named, but I doubt they'll be enough to turn the tide unless some real powerhouses have been keeping quiet." "They probably wouldn't be frontline material," Indrani admitted. "Beastmaster might qualify with the right mount, but he's not a pushover I can bully, and he doesn't really give a shit about anything going on outside the Waning Woods. Also tends to disappear for months at a time, so he might not be there at all. Concoctor's the only one I can be sure will be there, but her thing is potions, and she uses ingredients from the woods for most her brews." "We'll table that for now then," I said. "Anyone else?" "Mercenaries," Juniper said. "Diabolist hired men through Mercantis twice. I know the treasury's tight, but better some debt than the kingdom lost." "That well's run dry," Vivienne said, shaking her head. "All the larger companies are already under contract in the League, and even if we snap up all the smaller ones, that'd be at most 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers. Extremely unreliable ones. All the reputable mercenaries are already in someone's pay." "Speaking of the League," I said, raising an eyebrow at Thief. "The hierarchs still not willing to sit at the table," Vivienne replied. The only saving grace is that Proker is also apparently full of wicked foreign oligarchs, so they're equally out of luck there. The tyrant of Helike is willing in theory, but he also says he loves Hierarch, like the father he had, and then murdered, so he won't cut a deal behind his leader's back. Not sure we should even if he agrees, to be honest. Aside from how astonishingly prone to backstabbing the man is, poaching a member of the League might get the rest of it coming after us in retaliation. Masigo cleared his throat, and I glanced at him in surprise. I'd not actually expected him to contribute to this part of the council. Is there a reason we cannot simply contact Uncle Amadeus? He asked. He has legions with him, as I understand it, and we could spirit them away through gates. I felt Juniper's eyes on me. She agreed with the notion, I knew. She'd already made that very clear in private. I'm not willing to do that until I know what game he's playing, and he hasn't been forthcoming, I said. For all I know, the moment we come to pick him up, we'll be heading into a pitched battle with half of Proker. I won't consider him an enemy right now. Hells, he pretty much scrapped a legion's worth of men to defend my borders, but it's a long walk from that to trusting him. Masago's glass eyes turned to gaze at me, the power of summer within burning. We will come to his aid if he is cornered, Hierophant said, and it wasn't a question. I do not ask you to fight a battle for his sake, but he at least should be rescued. I clenched my fingers under the table. If he's in danger of death, I said. I didn't force him to take his army in the heartlands of Proker, Masigo, and I doubt he would have done it without a plan, which we know nothing about. There was a tense moment, then the Sonic nodded. He rarely does anything without one, Hierophant conceded. Indrani tore another page from the book on her lap, and he twitched in irritation. Smiling broadly, Archer looked at me. The Empress supposed to be in charge, right? She said. Seems like we could drop this whole mess into her lap. We can't, Vivienne and I simultaneously said. I snorted, then gestured for her to continue. It would break the terms of our truce with the Northern Crusaders to do so, Thief said. Praise is already under siege by the thalassocracy, regardless. It has no legions to spare. Diawraith aren't our solution either, before anyone mentions them, I added. Keegan's army will be holding the passage. Even if we had another way to keep that closed, she's been pretty blunt in telling me she's not taking her army into a meat grinder down in the Valles. She's willing to help, but there's limits. There was a long moment of silence around the table, the stares of most going to the map, and the last few forces unaccounted for. The Chain of Hunger, Juniper said, enumerating them. The Kingdom of the Dead. The Everdark. Well, at least they were taking this seriously enough. No one had brought the elves. Not that there were even in creation at the moment. They were still tucked away in some inaccessible corner of Arcadia according to the few Imperial reports militia still sent our way. The Grey Pilgrim is highly influential in Levant, Vivienne said. There might be an angle there as well. Pilgrim's running his own game, I quietly replied. Nothing we have to offer is better than the irons he already has in the fire. She fixed me with a long searching look before nodding. We were, I suspected, going to have a conversation about that. The Rattlings do not seem like a promising avenue, Hakram said. Imperial chronicles imply they have no understanding of diplomacy. He'd been rather quiet so far, but then he tended to be in councils like these. He'd always preferred to let others do the talking, to work behind the stage so things got done after decisions had emerged. It has been theorized only the youngest among them, and a very small number of the truly old, Masigo noted. It is, at least, a matter of record that even after Triumphant slaughtered over 9/10 of their population, they offered no surrender. She withdrew after burning everything down and salting the ashes, as I recall. Only Hakram and Juniper pressed their knuckle to their forehead at the mention of the name, I noticed, though they both managed not to speak the words. Shame, Indrani said. The lady says their ancient ones are just large brutes, but the Horn Lords are supposed to be hard fuckers. We could use a few of those. If we assault Lycanese territories and lay waste to border defenses, it might be possible to bait an attack from the chain, even without prior negotiation, Vivienne said. They send warbands south every spring. There should already be many on the march. At least half the armies of Renia and Hanovin are still up there manning the walls, Juniper said. It won't be a milk run, I can promise you that. Lycanese die hard. Losses are guaranteed, and I'm not hearing any certainty they'll have to deal with worse than a few warbands after. We need a stronger foundation going forward, Hakram calmly agreed. That plan would rely on too many unknowns. The Drow, Vivienne said, sounding less than enthusiastic. We don't know a lot about them, I said. Archer, Lady Ranger tried to hunt the Priestess of Night, a century back I think. They messed with the tunnels so she couldn't find a way to their cities, Indrani shrugged. Haven't got much else on them. We know they have no unified central rule, Adjutant said. That would make them difficult to treat with, much less mobilize. And there are records 60 years old that speak of a drow raiding party wielding weapons of iron instead of steel. I don't care if they're using bones, I grunted. As long as there's enough of them to worry Hazenbach. Even assuming they can be assembled and gated within a night of your arrival, the Valas would be too far to return in time, Juniper said. That means an offensive in Procure, then, and we'd need of a functional army for that to have any degree of success. Nothing we've heard leads me to believe they have one. Might be one of the few places susceptible to the Foundling Charm, though, Archer said. I raised an eyebrow. The Foundling Charm? I warily asked. The ochre-skinned woman grinned. You know, killing the people in charge until someone willing to listen gets promoted, she said. The tenets of Night are all about stabbing to get on top. You'd blend right in. It was an effort not to sigh. Might take a lot of killing to get anywhere, though, Archer mused. Better to take me to refuge instead. I grimaced and passed a hand through my tangled hair. Well, I said, I suppose we're going to have to talk about the dead king then. Court 3. Power is a blanket that never covers quite as much as you need it to. Queen Matilda the Elder of Callow. Vivienne had learned to enjoy prowling the nights of lore, though Callow's capital city would never be as dear to her as Southpool. Back home, in the serpentine alleys of fat brick houses where she'd first learned her trade, she could orient herself without a thought. It had come naturally, an instinct birthed out of thrill and theft. Navigating lore's cluster of disparate districts, in comparison, had been an acquired taste. Much like ale, and as the drink she'd once thought little more than bitter brew, it had artlessly become a part of her life, she no longer bothered to question. She liked the Lakeside district most of all, even though years of stifling rule under Governor Mazes were only now beginning to be recovered from. The docks there different from the quiet piers of Southpool that became barred every night. Here activity thrummed even after dark. The taverns were part of it. For every drink peddler unable or unwilling to afford guild membership had opened some grimy temple there for sailors and the destitute to frequent. But it was more than that. Lore never truly slept, least of all here. The royal palace might be the heart of the city, but as far as Vivienne was concerned, it was Lakeside that held the soul. Even in the dark, barges came to rest against the long, rickety docks of the Regalian. Officially a customs house, said to be built from what part of the remains of a Presci flying fortress had not been claimed by House Albin. Less officially, it was the spring well of everything in lore that shied away from the eyes of the law. The place was beautiful, in its own way. Youths from Denier or Southpool coming to trying their luck in the capital disembarked with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Smugglers paid their dues to the Guild of Smugglers to avoid having their cargo inspected, unaware that a cut of the coin ended up in rat-faced treasury regardless. And even fishermen out late to try part of the lake without competition from the guild of their trade and its ancient rights. It was alive in a way that the cleaner parts of the district weren't. The colonnade and its worn statues of the 7 first Alban rulers had been kept clean and quiet by men with cudgels since the aftermath of the conquest, when the stone anchorage had been the closed domain of the Presci and their favorite Callowan cronies. The Whitestone district reminded her of that stilted place, Vivienne decided as she moved from rooftop to rooftop in silence. Oh, it was easy on the eyes. Wide, sprawling avenues holding noble manors and beautiful guild halls. Gardens, every few intersections, paid for by the contributions of those that owned property in the district. The locals did enjoy being separate from the rest of lore. They'd had their own watch as well, once upon a time, though Catherine had disbanded it after her coronation with a look in her eyes that was all savage glee. Sometimes Vivienne forgot the Queen of Callow had been a nobody orphan but a few years ago, and one used to being stepped on by foreign and homebred lords alike. She had not forgotten a single slight from those days, the Black Queen. As was their people's way, Thief slid down a tiled roof onto a warding wall, then leapt across onto a rain gutter and rode it down to someone's darkened garden. She did not need to travel this way, not truly. A single flash of the Queen's seal, and there was not a gate in the city that would be barred to her, nor a watchman that would dare disobey her orders. But there was a part of Vivienne that would never be comfortable with the power that came from her status. The woe, she knew, were highborn in a way that highborn themselves could only dream of being. Close companions to the Queen, and named. No land or riches came from holding one of those, but they brought authority in a way that neither could. It was a gilded cage, though, praise where it was due, none of the woe had been taken in by it. Hierophant rarely left the still half-built observatory if he had to. Archer spent more time lakeside than in the palace, and Adjutant spent his hours putting out fires across the kingdom. As for Catherine, well, she had no love for the crown. The frank admission by the Queen of Callow that she'd abdicate in a heartbeat if it didn't carry the risk of collapsing the country had been a great reassurance to Vivienne. Second Lease had changed Catherine in many ways, made her more cautious, more prone to avoiding confrontation. The weight of 100,000 souls lost was still bearing down on her shoulders. Caution, though, did not mean lethargy. They had been watching, waiting, measuring, and now that Lady Valerie Hadley had tipped her hand, Thief had been freed to act. The Vale Woman's mansion was not truly her own, Vivienne had learned. The Hadleys had not been wealthy enough to rank a house in the single most expensive district in the Kingdom of Callow, and even within the Marquisate of Vale had not been considered among the influential houses. Landed knights, kept afloat by the rent of their few fields to farmers. Some connections to the once disbanded by the Black Knight, but now reinstated by his very pupil, Guild of Smiths had been rumored, but nothing definite. Lady Hadley had been gifted the low wall Vivienne was currently climbing and the house beyond it by Baron Richard of Holden, 2 years before the Lease Rebellion and the subsequent crucifixion of the man when it failed. For services rendered, the deed had said. The eyes of the Empire had 2 scrolls on the matter, and she'd been in their sights as a possible rebel element ever since. Even though she'd spent the Lease Rebellion in lore, never taking arms with the rebels. Vivienne had wondered, ever since the name came across her desk, whether she was an agent for a foreign power. It would have been an explanation for the quantity of coin she'd begun moving around last month. Yet there was no evidence of collusion with the Principate or the Tower. It had been venturing down the rabbit hole. Brandon Talbot had emerged from that, shed some light on the mystery. Valerie Hadley had discreetly hidden a handful of the knights that came out of the woodworks to found the Broken Bells for half a decade, at her own expense. That the Baron of Holden had seen fit to reward her for it had interesting implications. He must have been part of the conspiracy that kept Callowan chivalry alive under the occupation. Though given the death of the man and the end of his line's rule, they were now largely irrelevant. It had been telling, though. Hadley had kept knights hidden and funded at a time where such a thing would have landed her on a table with Presime mages dissecting her memories before summary execution if she were caught. She was either patriotic or hard to frighten. Perhaps both, Vivienne had eventually decided. It would explain how this night had come to be. Midnight bell had already passed, but there were still lamps lit in the gallery that overlooked the small pond and garden below. Thief was amused by her glimpse of the tall, open windows that made up most of the wall. She was fairly certain Governor Mazes has once taxed properties according to the height and length of windows, and given the multitude of those in the mansion, perhaps there was an explanation to be found about why Baron Richard had been so willing to cede the deed of his beautiful mansion to a stranger. Thief crept across the grass silently and melded into the shadows at the base of the wall as a household guard passed through the garden. She could have used her aspect to avoid the need entirely, but relying on the arcane was a good way to get sloppy. And sloppy thieves die young, here and everywhere. The climb was easy. Decorative bas-reliefs made for easy footholds, and there were plenty vines and shadows to hide in when the next guard passed. Thief's silhouette stood wreathed in moonlight for a heartbeat when she crouched on the windowsill. But when a breeze set the curtains to moving and Hadley glanced to the side, she was already gone. Lady Valerie, she saw, was alone at the high table with ledgers and household papers. A mostly full carafe of wine sat to the side, alongside a cup. That simplified matters a great deal. Hide, Vivienne thought. Steps barely even a whisper, she stood behind the woman and fished out a little parchment satchel. The pale powder within sunk into the cup of wine without a sound, leaving no trace. Presai had a way with alchemies of all kinds, it had to be said. Thief poured double the dose, as Hadley did not strike her like a heavy drinker. It was only after the Veil Woman drank from the cup that Vivienne pulled out the seat to her left, allowing her aspect to ebb. Valerie Hadley cursed and reached for the knife at her hip, fumbling with the sheath, and Thief dropped into the sinfully comfortable chair with a sigh of pleasure. "Good evening, Lady Valerie," she said. The words stilled the woman, though her eyes were still touched by fear. "Lady Thief," she replied, voice thick with that slow Valyrian drawl. "The Queen's own left hand. I suppose I should feel flattered." Vivienne smiled. She was, at least, not one of that particularly despicable breed of plotters that flinched and mewed when their schemes were brought to light. "Feel free, if that is your preference," she shrugged. "We were overdue a conversation, don't you think?" And they said the queen would be no tyrant, Hadley said darkly. That she might have been taught by a monster, but that in the end blood would win out. So much for that. Am I to disappear into a dark cell now, Vivienne Dartwick? No, no, there will be none of that, Thief softly said. I am here because I wanted to hear you speak. Look you in the eyes myself. It is a weakness, I suppose, but to be named is to have your flaws swell along the rest of you. I have done nothing wrong, Lady Hadley said. You know this as well as I. If you'd taken Prospering coin, I would hold you in contempt, Vivienne admitted. I would outright despise you, if it had been the towers instead. But your little conspiracy was Callowan, from beginning to end, wasn't it? A handful of lords and ladies gave you coin, but most came from common folk. No conspirators they, only men and women afraid of what this land has become. A kingdom is more than crown and court, the woman replied. How many despised the Black Queen's rule, I wonder? Mere hundreds were enough to pay the price, and some, but I suspect could have found 1,000 more. It's not Catherine you bought the death of, Thief said. It was Hakram. Clever of you, given how deeply he is needed. Even cleverer to avoid the guild of assassins and reach out for Presi killers. The Jacks are near blind in the wasteland. You found out anyway, Hadley smiled bitterly. The coin is what caught our attention, but that was inevitable, Vivienne noted. It would not have been enough to warrant action, as you no doubt believed. Hanging you on such thin grounds would have tarred Catherine's reputation. But your hired killers paid the guild of smugglers to cross the border, the fools, and that allowed us to unravel the whole thread. I did not choose him for being an orc, Lady Valerie said. Let that be known. It is a disgrace for one of his kind to hold high office in Callow, but hardly warrants murder. No, I soiled my hands because without him the Black Queen would finally need to rely on us, her own people. How foul a truth, that it would take so large an absence before she even pondered that. I've thought the same, on occasion, Vivienne admitted. The kingdom of Callow is born anew, and yet the highest offices are nearly all held by foreigners, loyal to Catherine first and foremost, without any genuine love for the land they rule in her name. Then you understand why this is necessary, the woman said, leaning forward. This is a farce, Thief. Kendall stacks the court and the officers with merchants and eldermen that will never gainsay her, cowed by her high birth and favor with the queen. The very queen's council has a single Callowan sitting on it, and half the south will be parceled away to legionaries? It is madness. It cannot go on. Better we suffer retaliation for the dead hand's death than do nothing. Sacrifices had to be made. It won't happen, Vivienne said quietly. The adjutant's death. Hadley chuckled without humor. Obviously. No, Thief replied. Lease being partitioned. It was never going to happen, you see. I leaked a false document to someone I knew the Regals had cultivated. Blood drained from the other woman's face. I would have done without even that, Vivienne noted. I wanted to falsify the entire accusation and finish it all months ago, but I suppose Catherine needed to be sure that they really would go that far in their disregard. This is murder, Lady Valerie said coldly. Cold-blooded, calculated murder. Is it? Thief mused. It relied on the actors involved being willing to cross the line on their own. At no point was coercion involved. That was, to my understanding, the entire point of it. As for you, Hadley, you tried to wield a knife. The moment the hand touches the handle, one must be willing to suffer the consequences. How eager you are to excuse tyranny, the other woman snarled. You are the willing servant of this kingdom's woe. I hope you drown with the rest of us, when all accounts are finally settled. The funny thing is that I'm trying to achieve exactly what you want, Vivienne said. Putting Callowans in high office. Kendall is unreliable, in my eyes. Willing to rebel, yes, but also willing to bend with the wind. The Regals are much less prone to that flaw. But you had all these others. Flaws, you see. They had to be fixed before an argument in your favor could be made. You try to tame us like a pet, Hadley mocked. How many will you slaughter before we bow deep enough for your tastes? Your radicals were already dead, Thief shrugged. They were too large a vulnerability. We couldn't risk the tower or the first prince agitating through them when the armies are at the borders. Hakram argued for acquiring leverage instead of a thinning, but there was only so much of that to be found. Better to be sure. Weeping heavens, Lady Valerie hoarsely whispered. You own Julienne. You've had her gather every true patriot behind Farron so they can be slain in a single stroke. For months now, Vivienne agreed quietly. Of course, we won't be the ones throwing accusations. There'd be too much doubt. But before the night is over, Grandmaster Brandon Talbot will come across evidence of the conspiracy. There was some argument about whether leaking a matter under seal was enough, but I won that round. The entire faction will be implicated in your assassination plot. We expect Talbot will bring the evidence of it to the palace within the hour. He'll request to purge himself, and who would doubt the very founder of the Regals if he says there's rot in the flesh? The Veil Woman spat to the side. You use a good man for ugly purpose, she hissed. We use all sorts, Hadley, Thief said. One might argue that is our telltale mark. Lady Julienne will sadly be jailed for a time, but eventually managed to squeak away from the fallout with a mere fine due to lack of evidence. And after the remaining Regals gain in prominence, securing the withdrawal of the lease proposal, she will stand a lightning rod for any emerging rebellious elements. We learned from the Empire, you see. Best to lead your own opposition if you can. How well you have learned the ways of the enemy, Lady Valerie sneered. You masquerade as it's better while using the same means towards the same ends. I'm starting to understand it. Just a little bit, Vivienne murmured. Why she got so angry when we talked? Because there's a reason I'm on this side, Hadley, and it's not because I somehow enjoy killing my own people, no matter how misguided they might be. But the woe? We're small fish in a very large pond. And if you can't even handle us, how could you possibly handle the Empress and the First Prince? All the while you get all righteous about what we do, but if we actually gave you the ring, you'd drop this entire kingdom in the fucking deep end within the month. Sure, we're the goddamned enemy. You get to have that. That doesn't mean you're somehow fit to rule. Hadley laughed harshly. And who are you trying to convince, villain? She said. All this talking, yet beneath all I see is blood spilled out of fear. You know you forge your own doom with every action. Doom is our business, Lady Valerie, Vivienne said. We know it more intimately than you ever could. And as for blood, well, Thief smiled coldly. I was told, you see, that sacrifices had to be made. So they have been. A heartbeat later, Lady Valerie Hadley slumped down onto the table. It was impressive that willpower had allowed her to last that long. She wasn't dead, of course. No, killing one of the foremost Regals in her own home would endanger all of this. But she would sleep like the dead, unable to wake up for at least a day, by which time she would be in a cell, unable to escape and awaiting her trial. Thief snatched the carafe and drank deep. She wiped her mouth, after, knowing her fingers came away stained as if by blood. Long live Callow, Vivienne Dartwick murmured. And gods forgive us all. Book 4, Chapter 25, Edge. My dear betrayer, I resent this accusation of selling you out to the heroes. No coin changed hands. It was really more of a bartering. Dread Emperor traitorous. I shouldn't need to bring up the grave consequences that would have dealing with that entity in any way, Vivienne noted calmly. Maybe a little too calmly, I thought. She wasn't angry. I'd learned to read that in her. But she was weary, maybe. Like she was seeing the same lay of the land I did, and was horrified at what might come of it. Indrani said. Grave consequences. You know, because he's the dead. Masigo, I interrupted. Would you please smack her? Do I get to pick where? Archer leered. There was a pause. No. Hierophant replied pensively, and tried to slap the back of her head. He ended up caught in a wristlock instead, and the two of them toppled to the floor when he called on sorcery to try to toss her away. The two of them fell wriggling as Indrani tried to get on top. No surprise. There. I mused, and the council was forced off the road until Hakram rose to his feet, grabbed a water pitcher with a sigh, and upended it on them both. Archer yelped. Masigo looked peeved, and I turned the droplets freezing cold out of petty spite. Back in your seats, I ordered. I looked away even as Masigo evaporated the water on his robes, pretending deafness when Archer asked him to do the same for her. Juniper growled, which got both their attentions. Both of you could kill her with barely any effort. I thought amusedly. But all she needs to do is growl a bit, and you straighten your backs. Militarily speaking, cooperation with the Kingdom of the Dead would be both boon and threat, the Hellhound said. Its armies have been strong enough to weather 5 crusades. There's no way the Proceran borders can hold if he comes out in force. Which would leave us with a fresh liability, Hakram said calmly, seated again. Namely, that the dead king would be out in force. Forget armies, Thief said flatly. If it becomes known we struck a pact with the hidden horror, there is not a nation on Calernia that will be willing to treat with us. The cost of that absurdly dangerous alliance would be that we are made pariahs forevermore. I cannot stress this enough. Even the summoning of demons would go over better. The only person to have ever struck alliance with the dead king was Dread Empress Triumphant at the peak of her power. That will be the precedent everyone sees us through from that point on. We're already fucking pariahs, thief, Juniper grunted. I won't pretend working with the horror would be pastries and flower crowns. But let's be honest, what would we actually lose? Any semblance of legitimacy, for one, Vivienne hissed. I do not speak in endorsement, Hakram said mildly, cutting through before it could escalate. But Juniper is not incorrect. We are in varying states of hostility with the Empire, the Principate, the Dominion, and the Thalassocracy. The League has already refused to negotiate with us, twice. It may be that situation will change in the future, but it has not yet. As it stands, the costs of this decision would not be a direct loss, only the denial of possible change. No need to trumpet it around anyway. We could just be secret allies, Archer said. Doesn't the old guard love that kind of stuff? He'd probably go for it. I sipped at my Eric, leaning back into my chair. Indrani wasn't wrong. There's more than a few steps between alignment, however temporary, and alliance, I finally said. Ideally, we would use the king as a distraction with full deniability. I don't think anyone in this room wants him to actually win, in any measurable manner. If he can launch a failed invasion that takes the pressure off Callow, though, that might be a notion worth entertaining. If the dead cross the lakes into northern Procure, it will be butchery, Vivienne said coldly. Henovan might be able to resist, heavily fortified as it is, but Cleves and Hainaut? They'll break, Catherine. You know this. Hundreds of thousands murdered and made into abominations. Akua's folly, forged anew half a dozen times. It would be, I said slowly, if they were taken by surprise. There was a long moment of silence in the room. Are you proposing, Juniper gravelled, that we double-cross the dead king? I hedged. I wouldn't put it exactly like that. That means yes. Masigo helpfully informed Archer in a whisper. It's the Callowan uprising. She doesn't like to admit to betrayal. The hellhound opened her mouth, then closed it, licking her lips. Solemnly, she reached for the bottle of Eric and poured until her cup was nearly overflowing. If you would elaborate, please, Thief said quietly. So we have a nice chat with Trismegistus, I said. Shake hands, kiss his dead babies. Let's not kid ourselves, he's bound to have a few of those, and plan an offensive. We leaked the plan to Procure at least a month ahead, enough time so they can evacuate everything. We time it correctly, and Melanza's army will be in a position to march north to fight a delaying action until the rest of the Crusaders can reinforce her. Juniper choked on her drink. Hazenbach would have to send most her armies to hold the north, Hakram said quietly. And suddenly we gain a great deal of leverage. The army of Callow could easily strike her back and collapse her supply lines. Or, if she makes peace with us, ferry her armies through Arcadia before either Cleves or Hainaut is entirely overrun. There would still be a great many deaths, Vivienne said, but she was hesitating. No civilians, though, I said. Soldiers. Loss of property as well, but I'm less than sympathetic to the monetary plight of princes trying to invade my homeland. We can limit the terms of engagement for the dead king as part of our deal. That will no longer hold the moment we betray him. Thief reminded me. We can delay that until Procure's in a position to give a good fight, I said. It should be remembered, Hakram said, that if it ever comes out we were involved in the matter, we'll be discarding every scrap of goodwill we have so far accumulated through our restraint. We'll deny it. Not like they'll have proof, so it'll be the hidden horror's word against ours if he even bothers to say anything. And, to be blunt, Juniper's not wrong. Goodwill hasn't cut it so far, I admitted. And I think we could get a lot of it back by throwing in with the crusade against the kingdom of the dead, even if it comes to that. If it takes leverage to get things done, Hakram, I'm willing to go that far. I don't like it, Vivienne said. This scheme is not as bad as I first thought it would be, but playing with fire doesn't do the danger of it justice. Neither do I said. And I think we can all agree this is a last-ditch plan, not the first arrow out of the quiver. I'd much rather cut a deal with Hazenbach herself or the Pilgrim if I can, and I intend to try that as soon as this council is done. But if they're not game, then I think we have to seriously consider this. I met her eyes unflinchingly and saw the war taking place behind them, between the patriot and the decent woman. Better than anyone else in this room, she knew how dangerous the army standing on the other side of the Valles would be to Callow. Thief had always been lukewarm about making treaties with Procure, reminding me there was a reason. Red the Flowers was a popular song in the country to this day. On the other hand, she was not a killer. She had killed, to be sure, and arranged the death of others. But it was not in her nature, and unlike me she'd never grown used to it. Making common cause with something like the dead king, no matter how false the premises, ran against the grain for her. There was a reason it was to her I'd handed the means to kill me. Of all the woe, she was the only one I could trust to pull the trigger if it came down to it. Her moral compass wasn't exactly pristine. I knew that. She was, after all, a thief, and capable of dark things to keep Callow whole. But she'd yet to lose that spark of decency that none of my other friends could truly claim to have. Not even Hakram, for all that I loved him more than any other. The moment passed, and I did not need to wait to know which part of her had won. The repugnance on her face made it clear enough. Before this plan is seriously entertained, there is a great deal to address, Thief said. Your people becoming warped by your presence. The Grey Pilgrim had said. Old traits grown more vicious and acute. Was I slowly breaking down my own contingency? I shivered in a way that had nothing to do with cold. Agreed, Hakram said. Namely, why the invitation at all? Juniper set down her cup, and it rang empty against the table. She wiped her mouth. That's had me wondering, the Hellhound said. It doesn't seem like he'd need us, at first glance. Out of all his possible allies, the Gates make us arguably the most immediately useful for an offensive in Procer, but our strategic value is limited. I glanced at the two bickerers in the back, since this part of the conversation was exactly why they were here. Masigo as our expert in all things arcane, one who'd had access to Tower archives to boot, and Archer as the pupil of one of the few people who was known to have entered the kingdom of the dead and returned. I can tell you a few things about how Keter is run and the lay of the city, Indrani said, but not much more than that. The lady speaks fondly of him, but that's not surprising. He's probably one of the few entities kicking around she can't kill. Less than useful. I glanced at Hierophant, who was frowning. The only precedent I can think of for the dead king making alliance is Dread Empress Triumphant, he said. He was not her equal, but neither was he her vassal. During none of the crusades directed at his realm did he seek precise assistance. He's launched offensives into Procer before, Juniper said. We have records of the battles, but they always seemed more like large-scale raids to me. Cities were sacked more to grab people than to grab territory, and I can't recall an instance he went deeper south than northern Brabant. 300 years against the dark. Amalia Holtzen, Hakram murmured. I have read the volumes as well, and always found the mentions of his presence with the armies to be somewhat dubious. Nowhere as powerful as a necromancer of his purported strength should be. Chronicles of the Crusades are hard to get by, for us, but in those he's said to have fought heroes. There can be no comparison between the power displayed there and in Holtzen's volumes. He can raise named with some of their power still attached, Archer said suddenly. The ladies fought a few. I blinked at Indrani. Was she implying that Ranger took walks into a poisonous, undead-infested wasteland just so she could scrap with? I forced myself not to think about that too deeply. Ranger was fucking insane. Trying to figure her out would lead me nowhere. You're implying he hasn't led his armies in person since Triumphant, I said, eyeing the others. Father has long suspected he cannot easily leave the hell he rules, Masigo noted. Though the scarcity of solid information on the entity prevents this from being proper theory. The Tower has suppressed most writings ascribed to Trismegistus since Dread Emperor Revenant was overthrown. His brow creased, after that, but he said nothing. Hierophant. I pressed. It would dash, he began, then stopped and sighed. There have always been rumors of some high lords having records of the secret wars that Dread Empress Maleficent II never managed to erase. The what? Indrani said, leaning forward. Bunch of emperors tried to invade the dead king's personal hellscape through hell. I told her. Militia mentioned them to me once. It went about as well as you'd expect. Maleficent II loosed a bunch of demons to erase the whole mess, since it was bad enough Keter itself was about to be invaded. That would have been, Thief said slowly. Well, I doubt there's a word harsh enough for it. Yeah, there's a reason imperial histories aren't bedside reading, I said. Unless you enjoy vivid nightmares, anyway. I think I get what you're trying to avoid saying, Masigo. If any precise city has those records, it'll be Wolof. The dark-skinned mage inclined his head in agreement. It has always been the heart of sorcery in the wasteland, he said. I thumbed the collar of my cloak, where the soul of the former heiress to Wolof was currently kept in captivity. Diabolist might know more then, I sighed. She doesn't deserve to get out again, Vivienne said darkly. It'd be a simpler world, I said, if people always got what they deserved. I breathed out slowly. I grant you, leash, I said. I grant you eyes and ears, tongue and feet, at my sufferance. Akua Sahelian made her entrance with the languid grace of a cat at play. My eyes narrowed immediately. There should have been a hole in her chest where I'd ripped out her heart with my bare hands. but she stood intact before me. More than that, no dress of red and gold clung to her form. She wore instead a long gown of trailing darkness, jewels of pure frost glittering around her neck. Your dread majesty, Diabolist bowed, smiling pleasingly. Huh, Archer said. Even dead, she's still a looker. I blinked, eyes turning to Indrani. You can see her, I hissed. Masigo inhaled sharply. Anchor, he said, sounding reluctantly impressed. You made your own prison into an anchor. That is impressive. A compliment from a practitioner of your skill is worth hearing, Akua said, inclining her head in respect. Yes, Cat. Archer contributed helpfully. We can see her. I glanced at Vivienne, whose fists had tightened so harshly the knuckles were turning white. Still and silent, she was glaring at Diabolist. Akua, I said flatly. Explain. She devoured part of the mantle, I would say, and wove herself into its very fabric, Masigo said before she could reply. An accurate assumption, Diabolist agreed. And so now you're healed? I guessed. Bandaged might be more accurate a term, she suggested. With winter, I murmured. Interesting. I drummed my fingers against the table and exerted my will. Her hand rose. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she began choking herself. That seems unnecessary, Masigo said as the sound of rough strangulation filled the room. I wouldn't have been able to do that before, I replied without looking at him. My eyes were still on Akua. Nothing without a price, a Diabolist. I said calmly, you've given me a much deeper hold with that little trick. She cannot die through this, Hierophant sighed. Only feel pain, which a caster of her caliber would have long learned to ignore. I released my hold, and her hand fell as she weakly caught her breath. I've not grown any fonder of surprises, Akua, I noted. You're rapidly heading towards a place where your occasional usefulness is inferior to the risk you pose. I shouldn't need to tell you the consequences of that, should it come to pass. Diabolist bowed deeply. Your chastisement has been heard, she said. Might want to do that again, just to be sure, Thief said, smiling viciously. If you want to tear out butterfly wings, do it on your own time, Juniper grunted. Sahelian, do you have knowledge of the dead king? I have made study of him as a worthy example, Akua replied. The horrors he has wrought are second to none. What does he want? Hakram asked plainly. As an entity, what is he after? The dark-skinned beauty. Archer, much as it pained me to admit it, wasn't wrong about that part, cocked her head to the side. Thief's fingers clenched even tighter. I am bereft of context, Diabolist said, and so cannot make accurate assessment. A creature whose existence has covered the span of millennia cannot be summarized in a single sentence. Eyes went to me. No one was going to release information to the Shade without my say-so. He's invited Cat to Keter to discuss an alliance or something like that. Indrani said, picking at her fingernails. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Of course she would. Archer wasn't one to keep her mouth shut around a pretty anything, much less about things she barely cared about. How interesting, Akua Sahelian drawled, and there was a glimmer of something wicked in her eyes. I suspect that what Trismegistus seeks is a return of the favor. An invitation. I exerted my will, and she slapped herself across the face. Once more, I said, only without the smug cryptic boasting. You used to have a better sense of humor, Diabolist sighed. I raised an eyebrow and eyed her hand. She got on with it. This is supposition, I must warn, Akua said. In matters Trismegistan, certainty is scarce luxury. It is known to my bloodline that the dead king took the field to lead his armies during the secret wars, an event without reflection in his many petty wars with the Principate. I studied her. You're implying there's conditions to him being able to leave his personal hell, I finally said. Indeed, Akua agreed. When Crusades laid siege to his realm, he took the field to humble the heavens, yet never when he sought to break Procure. If, indeed, he ever sought such a thing at all. This absence might have been taken a weakness of contentment with what he has already achieved, if he had not also fought the legions across a dozen hellscapes in person. I believe that asymmetry in action to be indicative of a restraint. A leash, if you would. There was a spark of humor in her dark eyes when she spoke that last sentence looking at me. He was allied with Triumphant. During her conquest of the continent, Hakram said quietly, histories have always seen that as evil standing with evil. But considering this, it might have been a condition, I finished, to let him out at all. That sounds, Indrani grinned, like leverage. Book 4, Chapter 26, Plunge. If war is to be understood as the pursuit of statecraft through violence, then the Principate is a failure as a nation. The highest assembly has proved chronically incapable of either agreeing on or seeing through a single ambition through the undertaking of warfare. Extract from The Ruin of Empire, or A Call to Reform of the Highest Assembly by Princess Eliza of Solomons. It would have to be Cordelia Hazenbach first. The odds were not in my favor, but when had they last been, truth be told? Yet if this could be settled without the involvement of the pilgrim, it would be infinitely preferable. Now more than ever, every interaction with the peregrine would carry dangers beyond the obvious. A single careless conversation could see me stripped of power or afflicted with opinions just slightly to the side of my own. For all that the gods below were the ones with the reputation for manipulation, I'd come to suspect the reason above wasn't saddled with the same, was just that they were better at it. Evil tended to drop the bottom of how far you were willing to compromise and allow you to dig ever deeper on your own when the consequences came calling. Even the most deluded villain, I thought, must have had one glimmer of cold clarity when they realized they'd brought it all on themselves by crossing that one line they wouldn't have before. Above, though, it dealt in the guise of conscience, a whisper urging you to be the person you could be if you were just a little better. It didn't seem so terrible a thing until you found that first choice seamlessly leading you into the next and the one after that. Pilgrim had called evil the edge of the cliff once, but if that was true, then good was the tired metaphor of the slippery slope. Once you started going down, you had no more control over where you were headed than a cart rolling down a hill. The revulsion that welled in me at that notion was an old friend, and not one I was willing to part from. Black had gotten to me young enough that the thought of having my choice taken away from me brought only bone-deep disgust, even for the worst of them. The cool darkness of my domain soothed the sharpness of the emotions as it filled the room. There would be no shade whispering advice in my ear tonight. Akua already knew too much of my plans for comfort, and though Masigo assured me it was possible to learn to make her invisible to the sight of others again, it would take me days to properly master the trick. Days I could not afford. An entire month would go by before my opportunity to speak with the first prince came again. Hazenbach came out of the dark, glowing with the weight of miracles in the dozens, her dark blue dress touched by long golden curls. The understated circlet of pale gold on her brow found no match on my side. I wore no regalia tonight, nothing but the worn tunic and boots of a soldier on campaign. It was a truer glimpse of who I was than jewels and gold, though it did lack the expected formality. The first prince took a moment to gather her bearings, though it was noticeably shorter than the last time. She was getting used to it, or at least getting better at faking situational awareness. I didn't bother with the usual duel of silence that tended to precede our conversations. "Your Most Serene Highness," I greeted her. "Your Grace," Cordelia Hazenbach replied. I hesitated, and in that heartbeat she took the lead. "It has been some time since we last conversed," the first prince said. I saw no need to waste either our evenings by engaging before there was resolution to the battle, I replied. "There has been, and now here I am." "It would have been courteous to notify me of this intent," Hazenbach chided me. "War is the graveyard of courtesies," I said in Shantan, quoting one of her predecessors. Julienne Meravins never truly spoke those words, she noted in lower Misan, sounding somewhat amused. It was a courtier under the reign of her successor, and the bonimoti was only attributed to her 50 years after her death by a family historian. It always feels snappier when it comes from someone who wore a crown, I shrugged. Harder to tell with dread emperors, though, since so many of them really were that insane. Praise does tend to straddle the line between laughable and appalling, the first prince said. A tragedy for us all, that these last few decades have seen it settle firmly on the latter. Lots of tragedies going around these days, I smiled thinly. One might argue we're both in the business of making those. Cool Eyes considered me in silence. "Shall we empty the proverbial bag before speaking with purpose then, Your Grace?" Hazenbach said. "I suppose you must have recriminations to utter, if only for your personal satisfaction." "I left personal at the door," I replied. "It has no place in this conversation. Looking backwards just means stepping blind. I'm here, first prince, because I want to cut a deal. The rest is noise. You have shown fondness for that measure, of late," the blonde said mildly. "Your bargain with my subjects was a particularly vicious breed of mercy." I frowned. "I spared lives," I said. "Thousands of them. Your own people's lives, it is worth remembering. You removed from the campaign for several months a force that would have been too costly to destroy by violence," the first prince said. "It was cleverly done, and I can respect the achievement. But let us not pretend you meant to save men you attempted to drown mere days earlier. That working would have been limited and only inflicted enough casualties to force a retreat, I said. She did not quirk a brow, though I got the impression she very much wanted to. An easy assurance to make. After the attempt was foiled, she said. I forced my fingers to unclench and breathed out slowly. Temper, Catherine, temper. I have taken great pains, Your Highness, to display moderation in how I've waged this war, I said flatly. At no small cost of my own. There is a point where doubt becomes denial. It has not gone unnoticed, Hazenbach conceded, to my surprise. You must understand, however, that you are a villain. Deception is the trait of your kind. There is a chance, however slight, that you are genuine in your intentions. Yet precedent remains a stone around your neck, as it has been around mine. I've wrecked a third of my army to prove goodwill, I said bluntly. Against the advice of most my generals, it should be said. I have to ask, in your eyes, what would actually prove I mean what I say? Abdication, the first prince replied without hesitation. That, I said flatly, is the kind of demand you get to make if you're winning. You are not. I'm offering a treaty, not serving you callow on a silver platter. Your offer has made its way to Salia, Hazenbach said, bringing our hosts to a tear through Arcadia, if I am not mistaken. A process that assumes you will not merely strand those armies in a realm of hostile Fae. I'm willing to swear oaths I won't, I told her, which would yet leave the 10th Crusade almost completely dependent on you for supplies, while its hosts bleed their strength against precise cities, the first prince said. Assuming the occupation of the empire can be successful under those circumstances, the war still ends with you in a fine position to massacre the weakened armies of Procter and Levant after you spent several years raising armies in peace. A possibility that can be warded off, I said calmly. If I am a signatory of the Grand Alliance, you should have received the scroll by now. The Warden of the West studied me expressionlessly. A well-penned request, observing every requirement as set out by the current treaties, Hazenbach said. My compliments to Vivienne Dartwick. It had actually been Black that sent us a horrifyingly thorough transcript, but I saw no need to disabuse her of the assumption. In case you were wondering, it's genuine, I said. I assumed as much, the first prince smiled. It would, after all, involve suspension of all military action between members and subject any matters of conflict to neutral arbitrage, and also involve a declaration of war on the Dread Empire, I pointed out, which means Callow won't be preparing to backstab you. It'll be on the front with your own armies. I'm even willing to take the Blessed Isle from militia and hold it while your soldiers make their way east as a sign of goodwill. You are being deliberately obtuse, Hazenbach said. I have already informed you that a villain ruling Callow is not an acceptable outcome for this crusade. I've been told more than once it's bad form in a negotiation for your starting position to be your only position, I said. A bargain does tend to involve actual bargaining, Your Highness. The other woman's eyes went cold. You are a warlord, Catherine Foundling, she said, pronunciation excruciatingly precise. Your reign was built on catastrophe and butchery, and has been maintained by the same. You are not the Queen of Callow, or even the Queen. In Callow, the only claim for rule you have is that of steel, and with every passing month that claim weakens. You believe I am being undiplomatic, evidently. She paused, and her lips thinned. That I must even pretend you have the right to speak for the souls under your yoke is a concession greater than any you have right to ask of me, the first prince said. Even a usurper would be more palatable. You have merely ridden from one field of corpses to another, waiting and swelling in might from the deaths of your own people until none were left to gainsay your crowning. Well, here we are now. Consider yourself. Gainsaid. Black Queen. Calm. I thought as winter raged. Calm. Insults don't matter, if you get what you want. And is that the stance of every signatory of the Grand Alliance? I asked with forced politeness. There is not a ruler among us who will tolerate your remaining on the throne, Hazenbach coldly said. I breathed out. Calm. Yelling is for children. Abdication within 10 years of the signature. I replied instead of screaming. With the understanding that other nations will have no say in the succession, in exchange for which I will give assurance it won't be another villain. I saw her visibly master her anger, and that had me frowning. A diplomat that practiced having a fit? It irked me I couldn't read her heartbeat, because I was beginning to realize I might just have been played. The scathing rant had felt genuine, but that didn't mean it hadn't been used as a way to pressure me. Pressure me into giving something I'd been willing to give, sure, but what I'd intended to use as a bargaining chip for further concessions had just been put on the table just to keep negotiations going. Fuck. Horrid as the thought was, I wished I'd had Akua along for the ride. Abdication immediately following the end of the crusade, Hazenbach said, and binding oaths on both it and the matter of succession. 5 years, regardless of the crusade ending or not. I countered. I'll need time to settle matters so the succession is stable. Agreed on the oaths. There was a beat of silence. An accommodation might be possible, the first prince finally said. I kept my face blank even as relief welled up. Thank the fucking gods. I had not been looking forward to trying my hand with the dead king. Ignoring an invitation from the hidden horror would likely have consequences, but I was an old hand at lesser evils. A truce until it's reached then, I said, including your uncle ending digging operations in the Valles. A passage there will be necessary to the prosecution of the war, Hazenbach said. And can gate his entire army across the Valles in less than a week, if you don't trust me to get them all the way to praise, I replied flatly. Keeping him pointed at my belly can't be considered anything but coercion. You are being coerced, the first prince frankly replied. That is the very reason we are having this conversation. I watched her, the strongly cast face and the patience painted upon it. There is a very real chance, I said slowly so she knew I wasn't being flippant, that agreeing to what you just said will lead to civil war in Callow. It will be seen as annexation, or at the very least effective vassalage. You badly underestimate how hated your people are in the kingdom. You have asked me to consider you as the ruler of Callow, Hazenbach said. Rule then. Exert your authority to prevent the unrest. Gods, she was serious. No, I said. I've made significant concessions. You want the pass open? Give me more than your word to work with. Withdraw the army. Make the truce public. I'll have Hierophant work on a ritual to clear the wreckage, to be used when the treaties have been signed. Otherwise, this is starting to look a lot like I'm baring my neck for the knife. I am the first prince of Procure, not a petty tyrant, Hazenbach replied tightly. I do not go back on my word once given. And I am Callowan, I snapped. We have more than few songs about the worth of Proceran promises. You're asking me to extend a lot of trust. Do the same damn thing. You are overestimating the strength of your bargaining position, she warned me. So are you? I barked. You sent 2 armies after me, and they both got whipped out of Callow. You have black in your heartlands with 4 legions, and you'd rather argue with me about not putting a knife at my throat than deal with it. I have near every hero on the continent, and thrice his number containing him, Hazenbach said. His survival is a matter of months, if not weeks. So this is what it looks like, I said quietly. An intelligent woman making a very grave mistake. Oh, spare me the heaps of praise for the murderer, she said. He is a skilled general and an effective killer. He is not invincible. You are about to get mauled, I said, appalled. I don't even know what he's up to, but I know that. Sure as day. Gods below, what about how this crusade has been unfolding could possibly make you this arrogant? Posturing will yield nothing, the first prince said. I know what you're trying to do, Cordelia, I said. You think that in a month we'll be speaking again, and I'll have to bend my neck a little lower. Brinksmanship. I need you to believe me, because I'm begging here that it's not what's going to happen. I cannot gamble this entire kingdom's fate, start a civil war, on ground so thin. I'm already cornered. This is as low as I go. 6 months ago, she said softly, you might have said the same. And yet here we are. I closed my eyes. Should I give her even that small assurance I was holding out for? It'd be seen as a capitulation because, to be honest, it was. There'd be riots, and at least half the army of Callow would desert. Thief might actually kill me. She trusted Procure even less than me. Hells, she might be right, too, if it came to that. There were good reasons I had those contingencies in place. I opened my eyes. One last time, I said, don't do this. We could avoid so much death, beyond the politics and the interests and the schemes, that has to count for something. Appeals to emotion, she said, not unkindly, are the last resort of one without argument. I stared at her for a long time. I think, I said quietly, that this conversation is going to haunt the both of us in years to come. She hesitated for a moment. I am not without sympathy, she said. But there is more at stake than you know. It wasn't an opening. Gods, I wished it was, but there was no invitation to negotiate again in the way she was looking at me. Woe to us both, then, Cordelia Hazenbach, I said. I ripped away the darkness and rose to my feet. One last try, before I went into the devil's lair. There were guards around the pilgrim's tent, a full line. I dismissed them as gently as my mood allowed, which by the way the Tagreb lieutenant paled wasn't very. A few months ago, I thought, I would probably have been frosting everything around me. The old man was awake, even this late at night, and seated at a writing desk with a mage lamp atop it. He was penning something, I saw, on a scroll. That had me curious, however reluctantly. He wasn't allowed letters even as an observer, so what was he writing? Pilgrim, I said, lingering at the entrance of the tent. May I? Catherine, he replied with a kindly smile. By all means. I strode into the tent and moved a folding chair from his bedside to face him across the writing desk. He saw my glance at the scroll and chuckled. Your marshal asked me to provide my recollections of the Battle of the Camps, he said. As much as can be revealed in my position. I believe she may be penning a history of the last few years. Juniper's commentaries, inspired by the Second Terribilis. I'd known about that, and that Aisha apparently kept memoirs of her own, though she was very noncommittal about ever showing them to me. I suppose someone should be keeping records, since I sure as hells wasn't. I'm surprised you're willing to contribute, I admitted. I have always thought it a great disservice to all, that histories are so often written by the victors, the hero said. Much could be avoided by having a broader perspective. If an old man's recollections can be of any help, I am glad to provide it. That was the trouble with the pilgrim, I thought. He would say those wise, beautiful things and seem to genuinely believe them. But then I'd find him on the battlefield, wielding miracles like a knife for a cause that was as empty as it got. There might be a good man, somewhere in there. I wanted to believe that. But that man answered to the heavens before anything else. And if I could hold it against Black that he could love me but still set it aside, then I could hold it against this stranger that his pretty ideals only mattered as long as the heavens agreed they were convenient. They weren't really principles if they were always discarded at the first frown from above, were they? You seem in a pensive mood tonight, the pilgrim said. I weighed the risks, for a moment, then took the plunge. I've just had a very exhausting conversation with the first prince, I said. So I'd like to be blunt, if you don't mind, because I don't have a lot of coyness left in me. He didn't seem surprised by the revelation that I had a way to talk directly with Hazenbach, but that meant less than nothing. The Peregrine wasn't someone I'd want to play cards against. You attempted to make peace, he said. I smiled thinly. I very nearly did, I said. But then she pushed just a little further than I can go. And I know, God's eye, no, that maybe she wasn't out to screw me and everyone in this kingdom. That the other choices I can make are so much worse they're indefensible. I met his eyes. I'm willing to take leaps of faith with people. Pilgrim, I said honestly. I have before, and I will again. But not with the heavens. Because you don't negotiate with above, you obey. And I don't think Cordelia Hazenbach holds the reins of what she unleashed nearly as tightly as she thought she would. And so now you come to me, the old man said, with a request. Do something, I asked quietly. Intervene. Offer to arbitrate. Thief tells me you could be king of Levant with a snap of your fingers, if you felt like it. You have influence to wield. Seljun, he said calmly. We do not have kings in Levant. And there is a reason I do not sit the tattered throne, Catherine. Your good kings have done well by Callow, but the Dominion, it is a different land. It would end the honored duels, the forays into the wilds, but it would be a call to the kind of war best left in the past. I'm not saying usurp your ruler, I said. But gods, you're not. Nobody. If you make a truce with me, Levant will fall in line. That'll force Hazenbach to reconsider. It would break the 10th Crusade, he gently said. So do it behind closed doors, I said, frustration mounting. You're trying to shove redemption down my throat, and don't bother denying it. Fine. I'll fucking lean in, even if it'll probably get me killed. Just act. I'll kiss the hem, quote the book. All you need to speak up and thousands don't have to die. It would smother in the crib, the gray pilgrim said sadly. What is perhaps the last chance for peace in our time? I'm offering. Peace, I hissed. Peace on your terms would unseat the first prince, he said. She has spent years forging an alliance with Levant, fighting her assembly tooth and nail every step of the way. For that same ally to twist her arm into making a pact with one of the most famous villains alive would see her removed within the month. And everything she seeks to accomplish vanish with her. A long moment passed, and the only sound in the tent was his steady heartbeat. You can't be serious, I said. If you'd said the heavens were using their veto, I would have been furious. I won't pretend otherwise. But at least I wouldn't be disappointed. He opened his mouth, but winter flared like half a world howling for blood, and he closed it. No, disappointed is too mild a word, I said, voice barren of any speck of warmth. This, pilgrim, is worthy of contempt. The treaty she has made and would deepen will end wars in the west, the old man said. Callow restored and praise humbled will allow Calernia to finally turn towards the true face of the enemy, the king of the dead, the chain of hunger. It's funny, I said, smiling mirthlessly, how it's never the lot of you that have to make the sacrifices. Us, this entire fucking kingdom since the dawn of time? Well, that's just how things have to be. Someone needs to take care of praise so the rest of the continent can kill itself in peace. But then someone else has to do the bleeding, for once, and suddenly there's all these considerations. This is not fair, the old man said, nor it is just. I will not pretend otherwise, child. But I will not offer you succor at the price of Cordelia Hazenbach's dream. It is too great a good to be slain in this manner. So we burn again, for the greater good of everyone else. I laughed harshly. I rose to my feet. You know, when I make decisions like that, they call me a monster, I said, meeting his eyes without smothering a single ember of the fury I felt. So why do you get a pass? I will suffer the price of this, in time, the gray pilgrims said. Service is no absolution. He looked old and tired and sad. But so did a lot of people, and they didn't sign death warrants for dozens of thousands. I was out of sympathy to offer for the likes of him. I had no pithy comment to offer, no cutting parting remark. I left the tent before I could talk myself into murdering him in cold blood. I needed to talk to Hierophant. We were, after all, going to Keter. Book 4, Chapter 27, Into Dusk. The existence of death is the first lie we are taught. There is little difference between a corpse and a man, save the journey of the soul. They who learn to slip this news find the threshold of apotheosis, for in the denial of passing they have taken themselves beyond the yoke of fate. Translation of the Kabbalist Book of Darkness, widely attributed to the young dead king. I'd almost expected an army to be waiting on the other side when I opened the gate into Arcadia, but it seemed my bag of unwelcome complications was full at the moment. And to think, it had only taken war with half the continent, and every hero the heavens could put together before we'd reached that point. Sadly, I was not unaware that the moment I started believing we'd reached the bottom of the barrel some choir would pop in, yell, surprise, in a monotone, and reveal there was a false bottom below leading into another barrel entirely. What's the word they have in the free cities for the snake that eats its own tail? I asked Hakram. Ouroboros, he replied, hairless brow cocking. There it was. In summary, my life was a veritable Ouroboros of bad decisions feeding into increasingly horrible messes. I had to own up to at least that much, headed as we were towards what might just be the worst decision yet. You're brooding, Adjutant said. I don't brood, I replied without missing a beat. He rolled his eyes. You are looking thoughtfully into the distance, a melancholy air on your face, he said. I'm a complicated woman, Hakram, I said. You can't begin to grasp the depths of my ponderings. Archer snorted ahead of us. Unkindly so, I decided. Like, you can talk, Indrani, I sneered. You're about as complex as a rock. Geology is a broad and complicated field of study, actually, Masigo said. Archer preened. See, she said. Even Ziz agrees I'm a woman of many facets. Unlike some others that won't be mentioned. She turned to grin at me. Oh, things are going badly, she mocked in a high-pitched voice. Better stab my way out of it. But stabbing is bad, for some inexplicable reason. What a difficult dilemma. I flipped her off. Don't expect silver at the end of the trip, wench, I said. Mouthy guides don't get handouts. That'd be very inconsiderate of you, Catherine, Vivienne mused. She's been such a peach so far. I'll hold on to the coin for her, if you'd like. You've already robbed the treasury once, thief, I replied flatly. Try something fresh, for Below's sake. It was pretty inevitable that a journey this, well, boring would see us turn to bickering to pass the time. Hierophant had been rather miffed that we'd kept the supplies to a bare minimum, since it meant he couldn't spell himself atop a horse and crack open a book while we guided his mount. It had taken 3 days before he stopped dropping hints this was all very uncivilized. The woe's only tag-along was my trusty zombie the third, and she, at least, wasn't complaining about carrying most our supplies in her saddlebags. It was a dark day indeed when the dead flying unicorn was the most trustworthy of my companions. I glanced up and sighed when I saw the sun was only beginning to reach afternoon height. We had hours left before making camp. We'll reach the outskirts of winter by nightfall, Indrani suddenly said. I know this place. I followed her gaze and found a mound of earth covered in dead grass, maybe half a mile away. We hadn't seen any structures in days, not since we'd passed the domain of the Count of False Blooming. 3 weeks since we'd left Callow, and only now was the throb in the back of my mind that indicated the location of our path out beginning to feel measurably closer. I don't think this is really winter anymore, I said quietly. Hierophant, who'd been trailing behind and repeatedly weaving cooling spells around himself so he wouldn't sweat for the exercise, put a spring to his step so he could catch up. You perceive our surroundings as different, even though they do not appear to be, he said. I chewed over that for a while before speaking. Before I could feel, I grasped for the word. Currents, in this place. Skade felt much different from the summer territories we campaigned on. Archer says we're supposed to be in winter, but it doesn't feel anything like that to me. The wedding of the king and queen of Arcadia might have affected the very nature of this realm. Then, Masigo murmured. Interesting. If the effect is permanent, centuries of research on the Fae might become useless. The less anyone has to do with Fae, the better, I said, not unaware of the irony involved. Unfortunate that we do not have the time to study the phenomenon in depth, Hierophant said. Your word alone is not enough. You are ignorant and possibly under influence. Archer smothered a laugh and Hakram went suspiciously still, like he was trying not to smile. I looked at Masigo for a long beat. It had been said so mildly I knew it wasn't actually an insult, but sometimes I did hope someone would eventually manage to badger some tact into him. That was insulting, Masigo, Vivienne called out from Zombie's other side. Was it? Hierophant said, glass eyes flicking to the side. But it was all true. I patted his shoulder gently. We don't call people ignorant, Masigo, I told him. But the overwhelming majority of them are, he said, aghast. And I could spit in your morning tea, but I don't, I said. Because refraining from doing that makes interacting more agreeable. He looked less than convinced. If they are never informed of their ignorance, how will they be made aware of the need to remedy it? He pointed out, evidently believing this was reasonable. Remember our heroic battle cry, Z's, Indrani called out. His expression cleared. Ah, he mused. Lies and violence. I understand. He turned to me and offered a beaming smile. You are well-read and conversant in magical theory, Catherine, he said. Well done. Hakram let out a sound that aimed to be a giggle, but came out like a dozen angry cats being ground between millstones. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Thank you, Masigo, I said, reaching for calm. He nodded, pleased, and trotted ahead to speak with Archer. I am well-read. I complained at Hakram in a low voice. Compared to him? The orc chuckled. There's libraries that would feel inadequate. Yeah, fair enough. It wasn't like there weren't gaps in Masego's knowledge, but it was hard to beat personal tutoring by an incubus that preceded the Empire and a sorcerer that cut open creation to find out how it worked. I find it interesting, though, Hakram murmured. What you said about it feeling different. I glanced at him, silently inviting the orc to elaborate. Have you noticed? Adjutant said. The further we stray from winter territory, the less alive the landscape become. Winter's never exactly been a field of flowers, I pointed out. He conceded that with an inclination of the head, but did not further agree. The mound Indrani used as a marker, he said. There was dead grass upon it. And, does it look to you like it was killed by snow? He said. Frowning, I took a closer look. When snows in Callow melted, the grass below came out yellow or green. From what little I'd seen anyway, I didn't usually campaign in winter, and I'd been raised in the city until nearly 17. The grass above the mound, though, was gray. I did not feel dead of natural causes. My fingers drummed against my side absent-mindedly. Warlock once told Militia that Arcadia has a degree of symmetry with creation, I said. So you've told me. Adjutant agreed. That doesn't make any sense, Hakram, I said quietly. I mean, fitting journeys through Arcadia with a bird's-eye view of Calernia is pretty much impossible, but we shouldn't be anywhere close to the kingdom of the dead. Maybe halfway through the Proceran leg of the trip. There is much we do not understand about the dead king, the orc said. It is known he ruled a great kingdom once, but there is hardly any mention of it in the histories. Because it was ancient, I said skeptically, and it's not that unusual. No one knows what Eter's original name was, or even the name of the kingdom centered around it. That's what happens when people fuck around with demons. I'd been taught at the orphanage the reason for the existence of the nameless kingdom was likely a demon of absence, or that the Mesans had used a censure after facing entrenched resistance. The latter theory wasn't all that popular, since they were known to have used that only a handful of times across the entire lifespan of their empire. There are Callowan and Presai oral histories contemporary to what would have been the dead king's predecessors, Hakram said. Yet no mention of a great power in the north. Which didn't mean all that much, since back in those days most current nations didn't even exist, and those that had were pretty much unrecognizable when compared to what they now were. But he did have a point, kind of. So you think that he what? I said. Shunted off parts of the kingdom into Arcadia? The elves have done the same with the Golden Bloom twice now, Adjutant said. It is not impossible. A sorcerer capable of conquering a hell would certainly be capable of achieving as much. If he was active outside his kingdom and his hell, someone would have heard of it by now, I said. I doubt he could gain a foothold in Arcadia without going to war with the courts, anyway. And that would have made waves. It would now, certainly, Hakram said. Sorcery has been refined for centuries. States capable of sparing attention outside their borders and immediate threats have emerged. When most of the continent wielded stone axes, however, a different story. Shit, that might actually be true. If it had all turned into myth millennia ago, whatever stories would have existed about it might have grown so different and twisted they were useless as a cornerstone. Lots of ifs, I finally said. We will find out soon enough, Hakram said. But there are few entities in existence we should be warier of underestimating than the hidden horror. And on that cheerful note, we joined the others. So I said, anyone else have a bad feeling about this? Yes, Hakram bluntly said. Haven't had a good one in years, Vivienne admitted. The other two minions ignored me. Indrani's eyes were bright and excited. Her stance coiled like she could barely keep herself from running forward. Masigo, on the other hand, had gone eerily still aside from his hands and eyes, which all moved from rune to rune traced in the air, as he let out little noises of surprise or delight whenever one of the colors or shapes changed. I decided to leave him at it a little longer, eyes turning back to the eerie sight displayed before me. It was a kingdom, or, at least, the shattered remnants of one. I had not chosen that word lightly. It was not a whole, but a collection broken shards left wherever they fell, dropped by the hand of some unknowable god. Some shards seemed like they fit together. For half a mile a lake's shoreline could be seen, with fishermen dragging their boats out under the noon sun, but others were almost painfully disparate. I saw a city street lead into a dark forest, a river flow out of a crowded fair, and those were the least of it. In the distance, I glimpsed warriors fighting in the pitch-black darkness of a plain, next to the almost idyllic view of the sun rising over a peaceful farm. Indrani, I said. No fucking idea, Catherine, she said with relish. I don't even think the lady has seen this before. She would have mentioned it for sure. Less than reassuring. Either this place was hidden a lot better than it seemed, or even the likes of Ranger preferred to avoid it. I'll get the obvious out first, I said. This looks like the kingdom of the dead. Before, well, the last part of that. It could be ancient Proker, Hakram noted. It too has large lakes. So does Callow, for that matter. No, it isn't, Vivienne quietly said. Look as far out as you can see, slightly to the left of the center. I squinted before seeing what she was speaking of. It was city, much too small to be a tear, but it begged for the comparison anyway because at the heart of it jutted a tall spire of dark stone. Atop it was a smaller globe, hovering in the air, and I'd seen that illustration before in books. Keter, I said. Crown of the dead. Inaccurate, Hierophant said. This is, for lack of a better term, an echo. His lips were twitching into a delighted smile, as if he couldn't believe his luck. And what does that mean exactly? I asked. Reverberation, he said, sounding odd. An event touched creation that was so great and momentous it forced reflection within Arcadia. This has fascinating implications, Catherine. There have been few rituals so powerful in Calernian history, but the Diabolists working at Second Lease could be considered in the same league. There might very well be an echo of that battle somewhere in this realm. My fists clenched. So there was a repeat of one of the darkest failures to my name to be found somewhere around? Charming. Can it hurt us? I asked. I cannot speak with certainty, Hierophant said. Guess, I flatly ordered him. He looked irritated. I can theorize, he stressed pointedly, that we are in such misalignment with the echo we cannot physically interact with it. With the proper spells perhaps sound could be obtained, but touch or smell are much more difficult. It would take weeks of rituals, which we won't be doing, I said. Cat, Archer complained. Think about it. There's bound to be heroes and villains there. We could fight people that had been dead for millennia. Maybe on the way back, I lied. She pouted. Masigo, how is this possible at all? Hakram asked. I was under the impression that Arcadia spanned the whole of creation as a mirror of sorts. Was the dead king so powerful all the world shook from his transgression? Hierophant clicked his tongue. That is a misunderstanding, he said. Consider Arcadia as a single object being looked upon by an infinity of perspectives. To every one, it is a different realm. Across the Tyrian Sea, it likely has completely different name and seems inhabited by completely different entities. Even the marriage of winter and summer is contained within the span of our gaze only, unlikely to have tremors beyond. It is so with this echo as well. Something that was momentous on our understanding of the world is not necessarily so elsewhere. And so triumphant wept, for she ruled but a fraction of the world and knew it to be vast beyond her reckoning. Vivienne quoted softly. We are not so important as we like to believe. We can debate the philosophical implications of this later, I said. I'm fairly certain our gate out is a not Keter. Masigo, you're sure that if we walk through a battlefield we won't get stabbed? From our perspective, all of this is akin to light painting smoke, Hierophant said. We will pass through as if they were ghosts. He paused. Some ghosts, he clarified. There is actually a very broad spectrum of dash. And forward we go, I interrupted cheerfully. I'm not sure I trust my eyes to get us through the water parts, so we're talking the long way around through dash. I paused, glancing to the right. A town burning plague victims, I finished with a sigh. Charming. Let's get a move on. I'm not spending any more nights in this place than I have to. That didn't turn out to be a problem, as it happened. Arcadia had a night and day, though sometimes they weren't matches everywhere, but this place obeyed different rules entirely. Every shard seemed to have a lifespan before it returned to the beginning, and most that took place during day or night remained so. There seemed to be no rule or reason to the few shards that lasted longer. We marched through an entirely empty green field for 3 days and nights, as if it were entirely natural, then pushed through a similarly empty mountain pass, where the same bird began to swoop down in the same manner every quarter hour. Hierophant found a way to allow us earshot after half a week, though the sounds came muted. Unsurprisingly, Indrani pushed for us to pass through as many battlefields as possible. We took a break to the side of a pitched battle between a few hundred soldiers decked in iron screaming as they charged down a hill, and half as many soldiers wearing obsidian and copper breastplates. The Howlers were winning even though the opposition had a handful of mages. Those to be seen were a joke compared to even Legion mages. It took clusters of 4 or 5 chanting for a while to toss around the kind of lightning bolts my senior mage officers sent down without breaking a sweat. I sat down and watched the killing as the other ate. I recognized some of what they're saying, Hakram told me, standing by my side with the remains of his jerky in hand. The obsidian guys? I said. He shook his head. The Iron Men, he replied. Some of what they're screaming has common roots with rites. The Lycanese tongue, spoken only in the mountainous northwestern stretch of Procure. That's 4 times we run into them fighting the others, I noted. And they win more often than not. An invasion? Adjutant said. Maybe. I frowned. We haven't seen them hit anything larger than a village yet, so raids are more likely. We ran into our first real city shard 2 days later. Masigo had been getting progressively more irritated by his inability to explain why we could pass through buildings and people, but not mountains or hills, but we stumbled onto something that perked him up. Inside a towering house of bricks we found a circle of 12 men and women standing by a wide basin of granite and spilling blood inside from their arms. The oldest among them, a withered old crone, chanted incantations in a language none of us knew that were repeated by the rest. I allowed a half-hour break, if only to get him in a better mood. Hierophant in a mood was pleasant for no one. Early scrying, he told us, kneeling by the ghostly ritual. It is Trismegistan in nature, that much can be known by the cadence, but they use no runic stabilizers at all. It is primitive, I'll grant you, but the sheer skill involved. Even Father could not use so complicated a formula purely by voice. We moved on before long. We were all getting restless, the eerie scenes beginning to take a toll, but none more so than Archer. The longer it went on, the more often she started taking walks after we set camp. It was a bad idea, in my eyes. We knew too little about the dangers of this place to wander aimlessly. But more than any of us Indrani had the wanderlust, and I could see how remaining within the dotted lines was getting her temper closer to the surface. I extracted a promise for her not to leave for too long, and left it at that. I'd expected that if any trouble found us it would be through her, but I ended up choking on my words. It was Masigo that wandered away without a word, face pale. It surprised me, considering the shard we were traveling through was a battle, one with precious little sorcery involved. The Iron Men were fighting the soldiers of Obsidian again, by far the largest engagement we'd seen, at least 2,000 on each side, and the Obsidian soldiers were taking a beating. In large part, I saw, because of the empty circle at the heart of the field. Two silhouettes were dueling there. A middle-aged woman with a crown of iron, wielding a heavy mace of stone. Against her fought a man in a tunic of shimmering copper, wearing a circlet of gold-linked rubies. His iron sword was broken in a parry, and then the iron-crowned queen pulped his skull on the grass. It was there I found Masigo. He wasn't looking at the fighting, at the circle of screaming soldiers from both sides surrounding the duel. No, he stood slightly beyond that, his form dispersing a soldier. He was looking at pale-skinned man in furs, chest mostly bare, and his neck covered with necklaces of iron and silver. The stranger Hierophant was staring at was beautiful, I decided. One of the most striking men I'd ever seen. It was like someone had ripped out the fantasy of a warrior consort and given it flesh. Masigo, I called out. He did not answer. I hurried to his side, laying my hand on his shoulder. Are you in danger? I asked. Mutely Hierophant shook his head. After a long moment he spoke. That, he said, pointing at the man, is my father. Book 4, Chapter 28, Archaic. An offer to kneel or die would be insincere, matrons. Deny me and your corpses will be made to kneel anyway, as I have a chorus of your children scream a cheerful tune. Dread Emperor Nihilus I, the Tanner, negotiating the end of the Fourth Goblin Rebellion. I had a mildly amusing comment about Warlock's unexpected longevity and lack of tan on the tip of my tongue, but I smothered it without missing a beat. Masigo, looking at what most likely his second father, the incubus known to me as Taikalash, had cast to his face I'd never seen before. He looked betrayed. I squeezed his shoulder comfortingly, even though I didn't know the reason for his grief, and did not bother to ask whether or not he was certain of the incubus' identity. Hierophant was not in the habit of make assertions unless he was certain of them. Why? Masigo murmured. He knows I've been trying to piece it all together for years. Gods, what practitioner from the wasteland hasn't? He was there. He saw it with his own eyes. He hadn't raised his voice, and in a way that worried me more. Anger I knew well, and how to soothe it. Whatever this was, I was poorly equipped to handle it. He might have been trying to protect you. I ventured. His hand whipped out and a streak of flame tore through half a dozen soldiers, burning bright blue. I am not a child, Catherine, he hissed. I do not need to be coddled. Refusal I could forgive, but to force ignorance upon me, as if I was some meddling hedge mage about to blow his fingers off, as if I was incapable of grasping my own limits. I heard Hakram stepping lightly behind us, having finally caught up, but without turning I raised my hand and signaled for him to withdraw. More people would only be adding oil to an already volatile brew. We don't know for sure he saw whatever ritual wrecked Keter, I said. He could have been dispersed before that. Don't try to appease me, he said, turning to me with a burning glare whose radiance singed the eye-cloth over it. Papa has never been dispersed. His consciousness has been uninterrupted for millennia without a single return to the original shapelessness. His contract ended or he succeeded at slipping the leash. Either of which could have happened before the ritual, I pointed out. He wouldn't have just left, even then, Masigo yelled, to my honest surprise. He's a deterministic being, Catherine. It would have gone against his nature to flee for a position of influence. Devils. Like being in creation. It is the only place they can truly learn. My knowledge of theology had never been all that deep, and what I did remember was a little rusty, but I was fairly sure determinism was more or less another word for predestination, which wasn't all that popular a teaching in Calo, though it had some adherents in the southern parts of it. Mostly priests. You mean he wouldn't have been able to choose otherwise, I slowly said. Normally, even half an admission of ignorance would have been enough to bait him into a lecture. It was telling that he didn't even attempt one, only frowning in irritation instead. You don't understand, he said. I kept my face and voice calm. If he didn't have a choice then, I said carefully, he might not have had a choice in not telling you either. You don't understand, you fool, Masigo sharply repeated. I have desired to know the answers here for years. It is in Papa's nature to satisfy desires, and his binding should allow him to do so for our entire family within limits. That contract is one of the single most complex pieces of sorcery in existence. Catherine, father spent decades crafting the closest to the ability to make choices a devil can possibly have, which means either father forbade him to speak to me, or he doesn't see you as family, I quietly said. I'm not sure which would be worse, the blind man weakly said. That father would bend his will against everything he taught me just to keep me in the dark, or that Papa never once thought of me as Dash. His voice broke. I winced, sliding an arm around his shoulders and tugging him close. It was awkward hugging him, since he was noticeable taller than me and just stood there like a dead fish. Come on, I murmured. There's a lot we still don't know, Masigo. Don't come to conclusions too early. Slowly, he came to rest his forehead on my shoulder. Gods, the angle must have been hell's on his neck. He might have been faking this entire time, he muttered into my tunic. Since the moment I was adopted. My first memories. Just playing the role, for father's pleasure. I'd always thought that Warlock and Taikalash had done a decent job of raising Masigo, for Prisai anyway. He'd had a golden childhood that taught him to love learning, no real difficulties to face, and if he hadn't come out of it with the sharpest moral compass in the world, well, there was only so much you could expect from Wastelanders. It was hard for me to understand something like having your entire childhood put to the question. The orphanage had not encouraged sentimentality, but I could understand, just a little bit, having your trust put on the chopping block. He wasn't the only one with a complicated relationship with a calamity. Masigo withdrew eventually, tiring of my hands rubbing his back soothingly. His face was dry, of course. The day that saw him gain summer eyes had cauterized his tear ducts as well. It doesn't matter, he said through gritted teeth, smoothing his robes. They can hide secrets from me, but they cannot prevent me from learning on my own. You want to continue looking at his? I guessed, eyes turning to the battle still unfolding around us. Now that the ruby-crowned king was dead, it had turned into a rout for the obsidian soldiers I assumed were ancient Keterans. Yes, Masigo said with forced calm. Tell Indrani the duel here is between two named. That should hold her interest enough, she does not chomp at the bit. I grimaced. Fair enough. I didn't really want to spend any longer here than we had to, but if it got his head in order I'd compromise. There was a part of me, that whispering voice that never really went away, that noted this was perhaps the best occasion I would ever get to turn Hierophant against Warlock. To get him firmly on my side before the day of reckoning I knew deep in my bones was over the horizon came upon us. All I had to do was ruthlessly exploit the grief of one of my closest friends in the world. It would be for his own good, too. When the dust settled at the end of the 10th Crusade, there was a real chance that close ties to praise and the calamities might get Masigo killed. After Akua's folly, there would be wariness about powerful sorcerer named, but if he had a war record of fighting against the Empire. I clenched my fingers and snapped that voice's neck before burying it in a shallow grave. I was not above manipulating Masigo. I would own up to that. But if I did, it would only ever be to help him. Not to rip away all his ties but those that kept him at my side. I'll speak to the others, I said quietly. Don't do anything dangerous. I'll be back as soon as possible. He did not answer, light already blooming around his fingers as his face hardened and he began tracing runes. I took that for the dismissal it was. He's been at it for at least 12 hours straight, Hakram said. The worry in his tone was subtle enough a stranger wouldn't have caught it. It was plain as day to me. The two of us stood at the edge of our makeshift camp, raised far enough from the main engagement that at the peak of the battle the war cries wouldn't wake us, and watched Masego's lone silhouette. He'd not eaten since he began. Indrani had tried to bring him bread and water, but she'd run into a transparent pane of power she'd not been able to break through. Her screaming had gone unnoticed as well. He'd killed the sound from outside the boundary, was my guess. He hasn't even sat down once, I grimaced. And he's been using sorcery the entire time. Named or not, he should be about to collapse. We'll pick him up when he does, the orc sighed. Put him in zombie and get away from here while he's unconscious. This is unhealthy. He's always been prone to obsession, I admitted. We all are, but he's further down that slope than any of us. This is different, Cat, Hakram said. If he begins a trance when studying spellcraft, we can ease him out of it after a few hours. Even Thief knows how, and she's known him the shortest. But putting up wards to keep us out? He's never gone that deep before. Family fucks you up, I said. So I've heard, anyway. We're what he has, the orc told me. His father's let him loose after he joined us. And you've heard the same stories I have. They were always highly permissive, even when he was a child. If we don't keep him at an even keel, there's no one else. I passed a hand through my hair tiredly. You know comfort's not my strong point, I admitted. He doesn't need a friend, Hakram replied. He needs someone to tell him it's enough. A figure of authority. I glanced at the tall orc uncomfortably. That's not really how I've run the woe, I said. And you were right to do so, Adjutant said. A heavier hand would have alienated Archer and Thief before they joined us. But Hierophant is Prisai. He was raised by the calamities, Catherine. He understands, instinctively, that in a band of name there is someone who gives orders. That is you. It's one thing to give orders on a battlefield, Hakram, I said sharply. It's another to pull strings off of it, in private matters. I won't pretend we're equals in all things, but I try not to tell any of you how to live your lives unless I can avoid it. The orc's dark eyes flicked at Masego's lonely silhouette. And does he look to you, he said calmly, like he benefits from this restraint? I grit my teeth. You're not. Tools. Hakram, I said. I won't shape all of you into something more useful to me. That's not a road I'll wander down, ever. There is a difference between intervening for our sakes and self-serving manipulation, he graveled. You pretend not to know this, because asserting the authority you were given of us makes you uncomfortable. That is one of the most selfish, disparaging things I've ever seen you do. Do you think we swore oaths and made pacts because we were swindled? That you tricked us into putting faith in you? Are you the only one of us that can extend trust? That's not what I said, I replied. Words are nothing, the orc said. Actions speak louder, and the decision not to act is an act of itself. My fingers clenched and I glared at Adjutant. And my judgment's always worked out so well, has it? I hissed. I carry an entire funeral procession of blunders behind me, Hakram. One of the most recent got 100,000 people killed, and we're heading towards a place where I might just top that. We all sat there, in the room, the orc said. We heard the same arguments. We know the same truths, and the plan they spawned. Yet here we all are, traveling with you. Did you somehow enslave us without my noticing? All of us chose to be one of the woe, Catherine, knowing full well what that meant. Our hands have not been forced. I always hated arguing with Hakram. He was so infuriatingly calm and reasonable. Fine, I said. I'll tell him to cut it out. Adjutant raised his hand to stop me. Do not bury this, he said. Pretend it was the argument of a single instance and move forward as before. I care nothing for your crown, warlord, or whose apprentice you were. I put my trust in you, as did the others. You do all disservice by acting as if it was a mistake to do so. My lips thinned, and I met his eyes. He'd only ever called me by the old orc title when it was a matter of utter seriousness we spoke of, which meant he'd been sitting on this for a while, waiting for the right moment to bring it up. Reluctantly, I nodded. His hand went down, and I strode for Masego's one-mage light show. I felt the wards even though I couldn't see them. My fingers trailed across their surface, transparent sorcery forming wherever my hand touched. I rapped my knuckles once, but it was like hitting a solid wall. I heard Indrani turn towards me in the distance, but did not look. Breaking the wards might hurt Masego, so I'd have to show a little moderation. I seized Winter, wove its power into a maul of ice tall as I was, and grasped the handle. I squared my footing more out of habit than true need. The construct was light as a feather to me. I smashed it into the ward once, twice, thrice before Hierophant finally stopped tracing runes long enough to look at me. Dropping the maul, I gestured for him to end the ward. He shook his head. Now, I said flatly. He flinched. He tapped a sequence among the runes hovering around him, and a door opened before me, made visible by the transparent power that formed the cadre of it. I walked in, dismissing the maul with a flick of the wrist. Catherine, he said, I'm not hungry. There's no need to dash. You've been at this for 12 hours, Masego, I said. It's done. You rest, you eat, and then we discuss our next move. Not now, Hierophant said. Not when I'm so close. To what? I replied, eyebrow rising. Walking the true span of the echo, he told me. Not true interaction, no, but the full witnessing of it. As if I were truly there. I glanced skeptically at the ghostly battle. And, I said, what does this gain you? This isn't an illusion, Catherine, he said. It's a reflection of the state of creation at specific points in time. The echo of an individual includes all that individual knew then. If I can carve out that knowledge and translate it into a form I can understand dash. You'll learn a lot, I interrupted. That's fine. You want to work on that project? I've got no objection. But you do it right. You sleep, you eat, you talk with the people who love you. And you do it at a rate that doesn't make a wreck out of you. There'll be more interesting shards deeper in anyway. It would only be a few more hours, he said. Then it won't matter where those are spent, will it? I patiently said. Or is there something specific to this shard that makes it easier to work with? He looked away. So there wasn't. I took him by the arm and dragged him until he began walking on his own. Come on, I said. And while you're at it, you're apologizing to Indrani. He frowned at me. What for, he asked. That, for one, I grimly said. God's damn it, Hakram. It'd be easier to be angry at him if he wasn't right so often. We moved forward, to everyone but Masego's relief. The five of us had taken to talking as we passed through the landscapes, trying to piece together the story unfolding. It was made more difficult by our inability to tell the sequence the shards took place in, which even Hierophant admitted he was unable to discern. That spawned the game of Tell Me How Keter Fell, which allowed us to whittle away the hours as we walked. We tried, one at a time, to piece together what we'd seen into a coherent sequence. "All right, bear with me on this one," Indrani announced. I sighed at the sight of the silver flask in her hand. It was barely noon, probably, but I was less appalled by the drinking than by the fact that she seemed to have an endless supply of booze. Where the hells was she keeping it all? If Thief had been holding the liquor, she wouldn't offer it up nearly that often. "Do we have a choice?" Vivienne drily asked. "Don't you drag theology into this, Dartwick," Archer drawled. "Anyway, this is how Keter fell. So there was a witch queen with a nice big mace, but she was a woman with needs. So she hit up the king of Keter and she made the bedroom eyes, but he was weird about it. You know, have her to brush off. So then dash." "No," I said. "No," Hakram agreed. "Gods no," Vivienne muttered. "Seems unlikely," Masigo conceded. "You're all joyless," Indrani complained. "Mine had everything. A lover's spat, sex and violence and revenge. It was going to be worthy of song. For mouthing off after your turn was ended, you get skipped next go around," Vivienne noted. Archer muttered something sounding pretty insulting under her breath, though I didn't recognize the language. "Hakram," I said. "This is how Keter fell," Adjutant graveled. "There was a plague in the borderlands of the kingdom that took a great toll. The Queen of the Iron Men saw weakness and struck with raids, only to find the soldiers of Keter weak. She assembled more men and invaded the kingdom, forcing battle and slaying the king on the field. We'd seen more and more plague shards over the last 2 days, so he might actually be right. Only towns and villages so far, though we'd found no city being afflicted. The battles were becoming more frequent as well, though few were as large as the one where Masigo had found his father. After a few days passed, Hierophant was forced to admit that a mere few hours before his breakthrough had been an optimistic assessment. He still spent most of his downtime working on his witnessing, but we'd all gotten used to hearing he was going to finish it any moment now. We saw our first Keteran victories, most of them won through sorcery. The sorcerers gathered in small cabals and struck with rituals, the brutality of them increasing the farther we went in. Lightning and fire were traded for spells that boiled blood or broke minds. And once or twice, we even saw the Keterans fielding devils of their own. Small numbers, and not particularly impressive specimens. Closer to imps than the wasteland's favored meat shields the Acalypsa and Wallenfaum. Hierophant dismissed those we saw as being from some of the easiest hells to reach, and noted that diabolism as a branch of sorcery was one of the magical disciplines that benefited the most from the passing of years. It had taken centuries for the Presi to accumulate names to call on, and to learn the secrets of the most useful hells, the line of every High Lord building on the knowledge earned by the previous generation. His assessment was that diabolism had not been a favored sorcery of the Keterans, but that in their desperation they were turning to cheap solutions to turn the tide, like barely sentient devils that could be bound through simple shedding of blood. His successor, Trismegistus, found his kingdom on the verge of breaking as the Iron Men pushed further in, Hakram continued. Rather than face defeat, he unleashed devils and turned the remainder of his people into undead to bring revenge onto the invaders. He got a vote of agreement from everyone save a pouting Indrani, which was just enough to bar him from getting a swig of the bottle of Eric Thief had pulled out. Archer was a sore loser. Adjutant's story was the most believable so far, though the rest of us moved around the mosaic tiles again and again in order to see if something else fit better. We realized the underlying mistake the day after, when we encountered the most striking shard yet. We'd assumed we had all the necessary tiles to tell the story, you see. We were disabused of that notion when we found the first landscape out of Keter itself. It was the funeral of the king we'd watched die, his body tastefully covered by a shroud so the pulped head could not be seen by those attending. Among those present in the great crypt where the entombment took place was the young man I was fairly sure became the dead king. Not because of anything he did, but because of who was talking to him. The face I didn't recognize, I'd admit. But the shoddy lute and the flask? Those I'd recognize anywhere. They belonged to the Wandering Bard. Book 4, Chapter 29, 6th. Don't be absurd, Black Knight. It would have been called treason if I'd lost. This is merely succession. Dread Emperor, Vile the First. It was a striking scene. The crypt itself was the part worthiest of all, I decided. The arched ceiling was covered in silver set with glittering jewels where stars would have been on the night sky. There was no light within save for their shine, and a ring of bound sprites serving as mage lights. The fallen king was being set down in a tomb with his likeness sculpted atop the lid, men and women wearing copper circlets on their brows lowering him gently. There were low whispers and a smattering of tongues I did not know, but the funeral was a hushed affair. I did not linger to watch when the orations began after the lid was shut, instead approaching the sight that had set my blood running cold. The wandering bard looked prettier than I'd ever seen her. Tanned and full of life, she wore red and silver robes instead of the usual stained leathers. The lute was set across her lap in the shadowed alcove where she sat, and she pulled at her flask between exchanges with the young man standing next to her. I took my time studying. How often did one get to have a glimpse of the dead king before he earned that name? I'd expected him to be darkly handsome or strikingly ugly, but he was nothing of the sort. Pale, even compared to the other Keterans, but not near corpse-like the way Black was. More like a scholar who did not see much of the sun. He had bushy eyebrows and full lips set on an unremarkable face. The only striking part of him the light brown eyes that looked almost golden in the mage-like glow. He looked like a scholar, I thought. One only an inch taller than me, though few of the Keterans were tall. No real muscle to his frame, though his hands were surprisingly calloused. The copper circle on his brow was even more slender than those I'd seen on the other royals. A mark of status? Perhaps. The others looked older. They might be higher in the line of succession. Or he might have been from another branch of the royal family. Hard to tell when I knew nothing about how the kingdom was ruled. Even without understanding the words he spoke, I found his voice compelling. Calm and deep, it felt almost soothing. It was hard to tell much about intonation in a foreign language. Everything spoken in Karsam sounded like a threat, for example. But he did not seem worried or surprised by the bard's presence. Had he known her? Had she been involved in the fall of Keter from the beginning? You're sure it's her? Hakram quietly asked. I'd been so lost in contemplation I hadn't even heard the orc approaching. I nodded without a word. The lute and the flask, I said. It's her. They both look different than at summer home, Adjutant said. I blinked and glanced back at the bard. He was right, I realized with a start. The flask was still of that same strange curved shape, but instead of old scuffed iron it was freshly polished copper. The lute was not of the same wood, this one paler, and the strings looked different. Animal tendons of some sort. The substance changed, I murmured. But the shape hasn't. There's something to that. Names tend to have symbols and artifacts associated to them, Hakram noted. Save for the Carrion Lord, though the loss seems to have been made up in epithets. The lute and flask could be hers. Militia warned me they'd moved the bard to the Empire's official kill list. After the war in the Free Cities, I said. I thought Black was talking her up too much because she pulled one over him, but I'm starting to see his point. If she's had her fingers plucking strings this far back. We don't know for certain her consciousness has been uninterrupted all this time, Adjutant cautioned. You read the transcripts Black sent us, I grunted. Hells, I've had you lug around the threat assessment he had delivered to the palace. Half a book's worth of scrolls, in records and theories. She made references to events long before she popped out of the woodworks as Aud of Nice. That's at least 2 or 3 incarnations. It's an assumption to say she's been at it this whole time, sure, but it's not a bad one. Yes, Hakram agreed quietly. And the voluntary sharing of that secret worries me, Cat. It would have been a sharp blade, if kept hidden. Why did she not keep the knife in the dark? Yeah, there was that. If there was a meddling, face-changing immortal wandering around the continent, why had no one ever written anything about it? Names tended to grow stronger, if also more restrictive, the more stories were associated with them. She would have had thousands of years to build herself up into something pretty much untouchable. And even if he wanted to keep quiet and stay behind the curtains, it struck me as dubious that every single hero she'd helped had kept quiet about. Over the years, there was bound to have at least one blabbermouth that fucked up, unless above ordered them to keep quiet. I frowned. That was plausible. Didn't explain why no Dread Emperor had ever tried to get out the word there was an opponent on the field of that caliber, after being beaten or figuring it out. I was smelling a rat her. That, I slowly said, is a very good question. If she's been underfoot this whole time and no one was onto her, why did she let that out of the bag? Now, what changed? The tall orc by my side considered the 2 legends speaking before us and clicked his teeth in discomfort. I suspect, Hakram said, that knowledge of their words would bring more questions than answers. This is too big to walk past, I told him. Masigo will have his hours. Tell the others we're setting camp. I stayed there a while longer, watching the wandering bard laugh at something Calurnia's incipient greatest monster had said. I shivered at the sight. I felt like they were sharing a joke that no one else could understand. I was really coming to hate that feeling. We cannot linger for too long, Catherine, Vivienne said. I understand the draw of learning such a secret, but it will not help Callow withstand invasion. I drank from the skin. Tough our supplies were beginning to run thin. At least there was no need to worry about going without water. I could fill the skin with ice with only a thought, then leave it to melt as the hours passed. Indrani had badgered me until I used the eldritch and fearsome powers of winter to cool her wine, to no one's surprise. The indignity was somewhat alleviated by the fact that the first thing Juniper had ever told me after I claimed my mantle was that my ability to freeze thing would ease strain on supplies for the 15th. No one but Masigo seemed to treat my usurpation of a demigod's power as anything but a source of free ice and entertainment unless I was actively killing people with it. We're putting all our bets on the dead king, Vivienne. I disagreed. An entity we know next to nothing about. We're carrying the finest offer our diplomats were able to put together, but we're still going into this blind. Whatever he might have been while living, millennia have passed, the dark-haired woman replied. Any understanding gained would be highly dated. Undead can't change nearly as much as the living, I pointed out. I'm guessing a lot will still apply. We trade guesswork for hours, then, Thief said flatly. This is a gamble. Let us not pretend otherwise. The decision was made on the assumption we would know little about our interlocutor. We might be able to change that, if Masigo pulls through. To an extent. But we all agreed on the initial premise for a reason. Time is our most dangerous enemy, at the moment. I'm not saying we should spend a sin night here, I said. But a few days? The payoff is worth the delay. If there is one, Vivienne sighed. I looked at her closely. Of all the woe, she was probably the one who dealt with the restlessness of our journey the best. Even Hakram, island of calm that he was, happened to have a vague look of chagrin on his face now and then, like he was expecting to have work to do, and was kind of irked he didn't. Thief had been quiet, so far, almost subdued. But she'd refrained from pulling my metaphorical pigtails like Archer did, and kept her eye on the horizon unlike Hierophant. The irritation now coming across clear had me wondering if she'd just been hiding it better than the others. She was certainly the hardest to read of the woe. For others that crown might have belonged to Adjutant, but I knew him like I knew my own limbs. You're worried, I said. She sent me a look that implied less than complimentary things about my intellect. Not just the usual stuff, I dismissed. This is about all of us leaving. The Grey Pilgrim is unsupervised, she said. The Pilgrim is under house arrest, allowed to speak only with goblins and Prince Amatus. I replied bluntly. If he can turn robber to good, I'd argue he actually deserves to win this war. It feels like negligence not to keep a closer eye on them, Vivienne sighed. Most of the time, with Thief, the trick to understand her was not to listen to what she said. It might have been because of her name, but she tended to go obliquely at matters. The only way to get a good read on what she had cooking behind the forehead, if she wasn't willing to outright state it, was to figuring out the reasons behind what she said. In this case, she was speaking of Callow, but I suspected Callow itself wasn't the point. You've been cut off from the Jacks, I said suddenly. She looked away. Oh, there it was. Possibly beyond even me, Vivienne Dartwick was the individual in the kingdom of Callow with the most information at her fingertips. Hakram was the one piecing together the reports from her Jacks, the dark guilds under Ratface and Aisha's web of relatives to send up the most important reports to me. But that was more administrative than a matter of authority. I just didn't have the time to read it all and see to my other duties as well, not even now that I no longer slept. But Thief had access to all of it as well, and as the head of my net of informants, she wielded the power to send agents to unearth any secrets she wanted. It must have been like an itch she couldn't scratch, being removed from the center of the web to go traipsing around Arcadia. I understand the necessity of committing to this, Vivienne said, and the risks that bringing any but named into Keter would have carried, along the vulnerability of leaving only one of us behind. But we are blind to all the happenings in creation until the matter is dealt with. It'd be exceedingly difficult to scribe back home from Keter, admittedly. Unlike Militia and Black, I didn't have decades worth of mages trained in scrying to create relays all over the continent that delivered reports within hours. My limited number had to be placed very strategically, and had largely focused on praise and procure, moving it all around so we could get in touch with the observatory around the natural barriers surrounding Callow wouldn't be impossible, but it would screw up our eyes abroad for months. Months where we could hardly afford to be blind to movements within the borders of our most dangerous neighbors. Not something to use except in case of dire emergency. It's not a gamble if we're in control the whole time, I told her gently. I know, she said, passing a frustrated hand through her short hair. I'd thought the cut a little too rough when we first met, but it had grown on me since. Long hair on Vivienne would have felt odd now. We are taking so many risks, Catherine, she said quietly, and every one of them seems reasonable when the decision is made. But I look back and wonder if what we have built is a house of cards. It does feel like everyone is out for our blood, doesn't it? I chuckled bitterly. Gods, we know we're at the end of the rope when the hidden horror is the best ally on the table. That is too great a decision for us to really understand the scope of its consequences quite yet, I think, Vivienne said. It is the small things that worry me. The glance she flicked at the collar of my cloak was all she needed to say. I did not immediately reply. The two of us sat on the granite tomb of some dead queen and watched Hierophant weave his runes in the distance. He'd been at it for half a bell, now, and the breakthrough he'd been speculating about was nowhere in sight. She could accelerate his work, I said, keeping my eyes on Hierophant. Masigo tells me that the Doomsday Fortress had similarities to the Greater Breach at Keter. There's not a lot of more knowledgeable mages to be found, either. I did not need to speak the name of the woman in question. We both knew who I was speaking of. She, Vivienne said with admirable evenness, has not been punished. My brow rose. I ripped out her heart and bound her soul to the cloak. I replied. I'll admit it hasn't exactly turned out to be eternal screaming torment, but at the very least it's imprisonment with a dab of torture. Yet now she plies her powers in your service, Thief said, safeguarded from all her former enemies. She has made herself useful, and so the leash loosens. How long, Catherine, before practicality pries open the door entirely? I haven't forgotten, Lise, I said coldly. Peace, the other woman said, hand rising. I helped you draft the accords, Catherine. I've seen that look in your eyes when you think yourself alone and you remember the breadth of the massacre. I know the failure shames you still. I've seen your fury at the architect of the massacre. I'm not sure what you're saying, I admitted. Aside from effectively admitting she sometimes spied on me unseen, but I'd honestly considered that to be a given. The notion of privacy was something I'd resigned myself to having lost even before an invisible sneak thief joined the woe. I told you once that Akua Sahelian treading creation again was a line, Vivienne said. One desperate hour after another, we have walked past it. I grimaced. I could have made an argument that back then we'd been speaking about the soul she put in the infant as her resurgence plan, or even that all I'd ever allowed to pull at the leash was a soul, but it would have been dishonest. I had allowed Diabolist a foothold back in creation, like it or not. You want me to destroy the soul? I guessed. Vivienne laughed, something vicious glinting in her blue-gray eyes. It was a little fucked up, I admitted to myself, that it made her look more attractive to me. Not that I expected anything to ever come of it. Thief was so painfully straight, I could have used her as a ruler. I have learned, she said, the uses of pragmatism. No, let her continue to exist. Let her out, even. She has uses, and the hour has only grown more desperate. Another face will even make Indrani less of a pest for a while. But, I said, for small slights, long prices, Vivienne Dartwick said harshly. Let Akua Sahelian see the light and taste freedom. Let her believe she has slipped the noose, so long as she remains of use. Thief's fingers clenched. But there will be a day where the world we made no longer has place for her, Vivienne said, when we have faced all the horrors before us. And on that day, when she has glimpsed victory. Vivienne met my eyes, and there was something in them that gave even winter pause. Snuff her out, Catherine, she said, slowly, painfully, excruciatingly aware of what is being taken from her. I shivered, both out of respect at the viciousness of what she was proposing and a little bit of arousal. Gods, it was a tragedy, she only rode stallion. I pushed that guilty thought aside and gave the moment the seriousness it was due. Should I hesitate at effectively letting our Akua with the intent to murder, how down the line? Gods, that I even had to ask. I would have seen no nuance there to be had when I'd been 17. But I hadn't had a kingdom on my shoulders back then. And I hadn't looked Akua Sahelian in the eyes as she told me nonchalantly she was going to slaughter 100,000 innocents to use as fodder for her ambition. Putting a knife in her back wasn't somehow made moral by Diabolist being a mass murderer, but it was the kind of petty evil I had made my tools of trade. Fair dealing and mercy were no longer things that applied to people willing to butcher an entire city for their purposes. It could be years, I warned her, Before we're out of opponents. We could die before that, too. I know, Vivienne said. Let her follow us in death, if that is our lot. Otherwise my words stand. I spat in my palm and offered it up. Thief was not the kind of maidenly flower who balked at spit, aristocrat or not. So she did the same without hesitation. Bargain struck, I said, and we clasped hands. Bargain struck, she echoed. We rose. I spoke the words, and Akua Sahelian walked the world again. I had two of the finest mages of our generation working on a solution, and yet half a day later here I was, standing with a scowl on my face, being told nothing I wanted to hear. Hierophant at least had the decency to look as frustrated as I felt. Akua's lips were just slightly quirked, not enough for it to qualify as a smile, but enough to reveal how pleased she was to be out of the box and talking magic with one of the few people in existence she'd consider a peer. The issue has been the same since you interrupted me, Masigo said, a touch accusingly. I have yet to succeed in accounting for the disparity in alignment. We can hear what they say now, I pointed out. You managed touch for a little bit yesterday. The formula was a dead end, Diabolus said. The runes involved would have disrupted further addition. Consider them or that spoiled the alloy. It kind of pissed me off that my dead rival was better at explaining sorcery to me without sounding condescending than one of my closest friends. But you were aligned, I pressed. Not in the right manner, Masigo irritably said. The difference was not unlike reading of a river on parchment while seeking to swim in one. Akua smiled. Result was achieved, but along a different path than desired. Yeah, still pissing me off. I suspected that was going to happen a lot. It might be that this is impossible to achieve within the bounds of Trismegistan sorcery, Hierophant said. We've been speaking of different perspectives, but most of them are so glaringly fallible or unusable by humans my studies of the subject have been shallow. We only have so much time to spend here, I reluctantly admitted. You demand the miraculous on the schedule of the shoddy, Masigo muttered, then paused. He saw his glass eyes turn to peer behind him while the rest of his body remained still. Could it be that simple, he said. You've dealt with miracles before, I encouraged. I vivisected and employed parts of them, he corrected absent-mindedly. But the gap is one of understanding, and I have a mechanism at hand to correct that failing. I felt him gather power without ever chanting or drawing a rune. Not shaping it for a spell, I thought. Drawing it into himself. I opened my mouth to ask, but Akua discreetly shook her head. A mystery, Hierophant muttered to himself. In the technical sense. Foolish, foolish. I saw, when in transitioned. Quantification is anathema to higher sorceries. His hand shot out, and he clasped my wrist. Yes, he grinned. They will not deny me, be they gods or fathers. I will. Witness. A ripple passed across the world, and what it left behind was no longer an echo. Book 4, Chapter 30, Witness. There is only one lesson to be learned from Shatranj. No matter who wins the game, the pieces return to the same box. Dread Emperor Benevolent the First. I'd never been in crypt before, but it smelled about what I'd expected. Cool, wet stone, and a little like dust. The scent was heavy and cloying, but it wasn't the reason I felt rattled. I almost withdrew my wrist from Masego's grasp before realizing that might get me expelled from whatever this was and froze instead. Splendidly uncaring of my wariness, Hierophant let my wrist go the moment after. I looked around. Still here. I'd say that was good to know, but I understood next to nothing about what was going on. That was an unpleasantly familiar feeling, truth be told. Masigo, I whispered. Can they see us? We were on the outskirts of the crowd, but there were a few attendants close by near a sculpted ramp leading upwards. If they could see us, we'd stick out like sore thumbs. Neither of us could pass Keterin by skin tone alone, much less if clothes were brought into it. Hierophant shook his head. We can only subtract from this, not add, he mused. That loosened some of the tension in my shoulders, so I allowed myself to take a slower look around. We were at the beginning of the shard, by my reckoning. Most of the grievers were still filing in, and it'd be about half an hour before the king's corpse was brought in. Less than that before the bard walked in from a place not within the shard and sat down next to Trismegistus, though. Two of the attendants a little higher up, veiled young women, spoke in a low voice. I frowned. They're still speaking Keterin, I said. Masigo turned to me, lips curving in a sharp smile. Subtraction, Catherine, he said, does not preclude acquisition. My brow rose. You can ransack their brains, I said. Don't be absurd, he replied. The actual brain matter is long gone. I can appropriate an echo of their consciousness, including working knowledge of their language. I blinked in surprise. Wait, that's something you can do, I said. You can dig out an entire dialect from someone's head and put it in someone else's? That would have been damned useful to know. Wouldn't have had to spend so many evenings trying to learn Shantan if there was a shortcut like that. Without Learn to help me along, I'd come to the realization that my talent for languages was average at best, and that the most widespread language in Procer was a horrid chore to learn. So many fucking exceptions, and whoever had decided that plurals for masculine and feminine names, or even that there should be any of those, deserved to be drawn and quartered. If it had been a possibility to lift that knowledge out of the heads of criminals, with consent and a reduced sentence dangled in exchange, I would have taken it. Theoretically speaking, Masigo agreed. Of course, a living mind is much more complex to excise information from than what can be found in this imprint. Likely the extraction would break the source entirely. What would be obtained would be contaminated with connected gibberish, and the bestowal itself drive the recipient mad. Human minds were not meant to process that much knowledge instantly. I grimaced. Yeah, it figured. Should have known that if this was a feasible shortcut, Warlock would have cut open a few expendables, and the calamities would be fluent in every single Calernian language. But you can do it here safely, I pressed. He eyed me amusedly, which was a pretty ghastly sight considering his glass eyes. For myself, I can rely on my aspect to handle the worst of the backlash, he noted. I will have severe migraines for weeks or months before it has all been processed, but I have herbs to alleviate this. And me? I said, already expecting the worst. Human minds were not meant to process that much knowledge instantly, he reminded me gently. You have regularly employed powers beyond human capacity to understand, and indicted by the principal alienation that ensued. It will be no more unpleasant than when we employed absolute alignment together. So a bunch of spikes through the forehead. Lovely. I'll cope, I sighed. Work your magic, magic man. Must you call me that, he asked. Be grateful Indrani's not here, or she'd start hinting about magic fingers. I replied without missing a beat. She wouldn't even be wrong, to be honest. My time with Killian had taught me that the jokes about mages having clever fingers were well-founded. Silver lining, he muttered. The attendants will do for our purposes, I suppose. I glanced at the two young women. A question, I said. Can you extract from the Trismegistus and the Bard? He nodded slowly. Broader, more complex minds will be more difficult to work with, he warned. But in principle, yes. I must caution, however, that was as taken will be removed from the echo permanently. After the extraction, the actors will be impaired, for lack of a better term. We'd be fucking with the imprint, I summarized. Fucking is not a term that applies to this subject, he sighed. It's a term with surprisingly broad applications, Z's, I said righteously. You should expand your horizons. Huh, so he could glare with glass eyes without resorting to a light show. Nice to know. The work took too long. We were only halfway through the span of the shard, but the Bard was long gone, and Trismegistus remained far from the other grievers for the rest of it. We used the time to get more comfortable with our sudden knowledge of Keterin, or, as it was actually called, Ushkaran. After he broke the first attendant, a chunk of her face was now missing, like it had been vaporized, and shoved a blue bubble into my forehead. I'd felt a rush. Like my mind was a cup being filled beyond capacity, until the cup shattered and winter flooded my veins. It had been strangely pleasant. Like cracking your neck after a long day's work. Hierophant's own acquisition had seen him go still for a solid 30 heartbeats, and his face had been twitching in and out of a wince ever since. He admitted in a low voice that the aspect had not warded off backlash as much as he'd anticipated. I would have spared him some sympathy, but I was still busy wrestling with the fact that I had servant gossip a few millennia out of date rattling around the back of my mind. I was less interested in who had been sleeping with who in the royal kitchens, or the speculation that the head household servant for halls and commoner rooms. There was no lower Misan word that carried the same breadth of implications, had been getting cheaper candles and pocketing the savings. You know, I said out loud, for all those rumors about chambermaids being saucy, this is surprisingly tame stuff. You hear filthier in taverns. Maybe the sort. You. Frequent, Masigo muttered. There's a reason I refused to go drinking with you and Archer. Last time I saw a rat. I snorted. Yeah. Maybe Dockside had been a bit much for Hierophant. He liked things clean, and that part of lore was anything but. We split to see if there was anything interesting to dig up, and to my surprise there was. A surprising amount of information could be obtained from overhearing idle conversation, if there was enough of it. For one, I confirmed that the people with the copper circlets were royalty. sons and daughters of the dead king, whose name had been Iakim. The oldest child was the heir to the kingship of Sapphira, which I assumed to be the name of the ancient Keteran kingdom. The title of that heir, Zekiah, wasn't prince. Not exactly. The term was more like lesser king, and by the sound of it Zekiah had shared rule of the kingdom with his father for years now. Of Trismegistus, or whatever his true name was, I heard nothing. The nobles, or at least the men and women bearing titles I assumed to be something like nobility, among the crowd did not speak of him. Apart from the entombment, the favorite subject appeared to be the war with the people of the Wolf. Aside from the usual accusations of savagery and wickedness that always sprouted on both sides of any war, the rumor of cannibalism was often repeated. That and transforming into giant man-eating wolves, but I had my doubts about that one. I'd seen no hint of a power like it when passing through the battle shards. No one seems particularly worried about the war, though, not even after King Iakim's death. The people of the Wolf were apparently no match for walls of stone, and the conclave had finally agreed to enter the war. From context, those seemed to be mages. Had the lack of effectiveness of mages we'd seen so far come from the fact they were just amateurs? Could be. It wasn't what I'd come here to find out, though. So when the shard began again, I found Masigo and headed towards the upper alcoves where I knew the dead king and the bard would come to talk. Heard anything interesting? I asked. Some blamed the plague for the war, he told me, though he didn't sound all that interested. They say it was the deaths in the outlying villages that attracted the wolfmen. I cocked my head to the side. I'd chalk that one up for Hakram's tale of the fall of Keter. Is wolfman how you translate it? I said. It struck me more as dash. Ah, capitalized, he breathed out. I see. Formal address, which would be spoken people of the wolf. Difficult to know which of us is correct without seeing the term written, of course. I can't read it, I told him. The girl was illiterate. I have some semblance of the knowledge. Masigo frowned, then winced as his headache flared. I cut too narrowly, it seems. I cannot quite remember it. I patted his shoulder. Don't get a migraine, I ordered. I need you sharp for the important part. We were both standing when Trismegistus strode up the ramp and came to rest by a pillar. He looked calm in the mage light and did not visibly react when the wandering bard slipped through the darkness and plopped herself down in the alcove to his side. She put down the lute on her lap and chuckled. There's nothing quite like looking down at one's work, is there? She said. Her Ushkaran was flawless and without accent, as if she was a native speaker. Trismegistus did not look at her. Intercessor, he said. I wondered if you would come. Intercessor, the bard repeated amusedly. Not the worst thing I've been called. Heard a thing or two, have you? The young man glanced at her, mildly curious, before returning his gaze to the ceremony unfolding below. You were companion to Nasa the Great when he fought for the submission of the 12 cities, Trismegistus idly said. You were at Queen Sidassa's side as well, during the worst of the wars of the rat. Fortune and misfortune both draw you like carrion. And which do you think you are, I wonder? The bard mused. So few of them even remember you exist, Neshama. How horrified they would be to learn what the prodigal son has wrought. Neshama, I thought, fingers clenching. I finally had a name. You come in the service of those above, then, the man said, and he sounded almost bored. Tedious. Below has already blessed you quite enough, my friend, the bard shrugged. You don't need the nudge. But I'm not here to put sticks in your wheels, if that is your worry. Too late for that. Maybe if I'd had a few years to shape your opposition, but you played it well enough, I had no openings. And I already burned my fingers tossing those bones with odds like this with the giants. Neshama finally turned to face her. You have my attention, he said. If not intervention, what is your purpose here? I suppose you could call it curiosity, she said. I'm starting to understand how little I understand, you see. So I seek knowledge. About how they make people like you. I won't solve the riddle with the tools they gave me, so it seems I must learn craftsmanship of my own. Which takes me to you. You're not impossible, my friend, but you are unlikely. Your father did not look below when he earned his blessing. But you did, at an age where most children worry about the nature of supper. Was it your mother's death? Ugly affair all around, I've been told. The man smiled. You think it kindness to offer me an excuse, Neshama said. But it is an insult, intercessor. There is nothing in what I have wrought that deserves excusing. The plague alone killed hundreds, the bard said. That will grow to thousands, when the cities begin to be touched. And, he patiently asked, your people bleed for power, the bard said, but only ever themselves. You would break cities in the name of a plan that will not bloom for years yet. I destroy flesh that will destroy itself in time, he said. There is no theft in this, intercessor. It is mere movement of the soul as was ordained, only now given proper purpose. The bard hummed, then pulled at her flask. The drow didn't teach you this, she decided. The Twilight Sages considered death the only sin. They would be appalled by what you speak of. Most tribes beyond the lakes can barely even use sorcery, and their allegiances change with the seasons. Was it the Chitterers? I genuinely believe the gods made them out of whatever was left after the rest of creation was done. Shoddy craftsmanship, that lot. And still you believe I must have been taught, Neshama said. As if my actions were not the only lucid answer to the truth of this world. There are none closer in any lands to the gods, intercessor. So tell me this. Why must we die at all? Why were we shaped with such inherent imperfection? Because the garden was a failure, the bard easily replied. Immortals always fall into closed circles. There are no answers to be had from them. You grasp too little and too much, the man said. The splendid are bound to repetition because they are feared, intercessor. Because with the span of eternity before them, they might learn beyond what they were meant to learn were they not so tightly constrained. And so mortality is the answer to the deeper question. How do they loosen the bindings without birthing their own usurpers? Neshama smiled, his golden brown eyes aglow. Why? By cursing their work with decay, he chuckled. By ensuring the banner can only be carried for so long by anyone's soul before it is recalled at their feet. Below's favor comes with the end of aging, the bard said. Blessing from it also calls the blessed to strife in all things, the man dismissed. It is a curse of unmaking as certain as that of age. Yet you took a blessing as well, she said. And you've birthed no small amount of strife. The people of the wolf, the southern cities, even your father, all dancing to your tune. Every death another stone for your tower. Is this judgment I discern? Neshama drawled. You must have been human once, intercessor. Do you not recall the urgings of one's blood? I force nothing. They do as they will, by their own choosing. All the forces of this war precede me. My forebears slew that of the witch queen, and so enmity was birthed between our peoples. Blessings of opposite bent set her against my father to the death, leading to the night of his passing. And war? Ah, war is but the accumulation of 1,000 choices, beyond the guiding hand of any single man. All I have done, intercessor, was hitch my chariot to a falling star. Oh, I won't ever forget my first face, the bard murmured. Or the first few after that, when I even the scales of the debt. I leave judgment to the tribunal, my friend. To every force its purpose, and that is not mine. We must seem like golems to you, the man said wonderingly. Our incantations written by the hands of gods instead of men, yet not so different peering down from your perch. Eyeless things toiling for purpose we cannot understand. One day maybe, she said, when I will have grown used to dying. Until then I still weep for what we do to ourselves, without needing a single nudge. I have pondered, since I first learned of you, Neshama said, whether or not your service is willing. They make us better when we listen, the bard said. Even yours. It is a terrible thing you will do, but no less great for it. Yet you seek to escape your purpose, the man said. I have, she said lightly. Always loved a good story. What a clever jest, Neshama mused. That there are none to seek intercession for the intercessor. The wandering bard laughed. Like he was her friend, and not a monster who was scheming to destroy a kingdom and a half for his ambition. I shivered at the sight of it, for the second time. For reasons darker and deeper than the first. Pity from you, she said. People never do cease to surprise me. I look forward to your ending, king of death. O ye of little faith, the man who would be the dead king smiled. The bard pulled at the flask again, saluting him jauntily, and sashayed away without another word. I did not follow her. She'd disappear, stepping into an alcove and vanishing into thin air. I stood there in silence for a very long time, watching the man that would become the dead king look down at his father's burial. Masigo, for once, sensed there was no place for conversation. Take us out, I said quietly. I have not extracted from either of them, Hierophant said hesitatingly. Tomorrow, I said. We're done for the day. Catherine, he asked, but it was more worry than question. Take us out, Masigo, I said. It looks like I need to prepare to fight an entirely different kind of war. Book 4, Chapter 31, Spectation. You're a masterful schemer, it's true. Let's see if that helps any in the alligator pit. Dread Empress Malignant I, holding court. They all knew me well enough to leave me alone with my thoughts as I tried to get a handle on what I'd learned. Well, maybe not Diabolist, but she was better at picking up on those things than any of the others. I occupied my hands with mindless work, taking a whetstone to my sword, even though it was quite sharp enough already. In the grander scheme of things, Catherine, I'm the petty warlord of a backwater kingdom. Black had told me that once, a long time ago, we'd been speaking about the gnomes, and he'd been putting in perspective the truth that a second-rate power in Calernia would be considered less than dust in the greater world beyond this continent. I was learning now that we were all pieces in a greater game even here. There was no other real way to understand the conversation between the two abominations, one still learning and the other emergent. The bard had been considered old even in the days of Sapphira's fall. Gods, how long had she been around? I did not consider myself all that inclined to fear my enemies. Admittedly, sometimes, even when I should have. But as the whetstone slid against the edge, I admitted to myself that for the first time in ages I was genuinely afraid of an opponent. Heroes, even those who could tread all over me, I could cope with. There were ways around power, around the laws of the heavens. They could be tricked and twisted. But something like the Wandering Bard? She might have set in motion the sequence of events that would lead to my death decades before I was even born. If Black was to be believed, she could not be killed, and even if she somehow was anyway, she'd only return with a different face. There was no telling what she knew or how she knew it. There was no telling where she was and what she was up to. How could an entity like that be beaten? The sharp song of stone on steel held no answers, soothing as it was. I believed that I understood the game unfolding across Calernia, that I could guess, if not know, the motives and intents of the other players. The 10th Crusade, the Empire, and the League. The three powers on the board, as far as the nations of mankind went. My attempts at seeing through the dead king were now revealed to have been little more than presumption, but light had been shed on more than that mistake alone. There was more going on behind the crusade than faith and ambition. Hazenbach might have refused my terms because of political considerations, as I'd previously believed, or she might have been moved by a whisper in her ear years ago that only now clicked into place. I could no longer trust any of the actors to act according to the rules I believed they obeyed, because I'd been blind to half the war even as I fought it, which now took me to the very place I'd been struggling to avoid since I took the crown. I had to take measures to ensure the survival of Callow while in the dark about the objectives of all the other forces in play. Fuck, for all I knew the bard was interceding in my favor. I'd had strokes of bad luck, sure, but exceedingly good one as well. I wasn't unaware that Black had been arranging things quietly in the background so that opportunities would land in my lap ever since I became his apprentice. But there were things beyond his ability to arrange. The bard had been in the thick of it, at least, when I gained back the aspect I lost, and snatched a resurrection out of angelic hands. Had she been beaten there, or had that restoration been the purpose all along? Hells, had she pulled strings for me to win just so I'd fuck up with Akua the following year, and secondly got the 10th Crusade going? I could go mad, trying to find the hand of the wandering bard behind every turning point of the last few years. But then could I really afford not to look for it? If I kept my eyes closed, I'd lose. Or whatever else she had in mind for me. She'd admitted to the dead king that he'd been too clever in his scheme for her to be able to crush him, but that had been centuries and centuries ago, when she was still learning her role. I had to face the possibility that even if I made all the right choices I might still end up broken, because the bard had shaped the choices I'd be able to make, so she couldn't possibly lose. I felt shards of stone pass through my fingers, and noticed with a sigh that I'd crushed the whetstone without even meaning to. That was my only one. 2. I'd have to borrow Hakram's from now on. I picked up my scabbard with a sigh and sheathed the longsword. So much for any of this calming me. There were no easy answers to be had. No plan to form out of thin air. Should we even finish the journey to Keter? I had a better notion of what I'd be letting out now, and it was so much worse than I'd expected. I would not have flinched at making a deal with a cunning undead dread emperor with a little more foresight, but Neshama was something else. He'd been arranging the death of realms at a time where most of the continent could barely use sorcery, and he'd had millennia to plot his next moves. I very much doubted that the man I'd seen would call it quits after breaking the kingdom of Sapphira and conquering his hell. There would be more, and I had been sent an envoy, I thought, because he had deemed I could be useful for that purpose. My fingers clenched, then slowly unclenched. I'd get nowhere, stewing in my own thoughts like this. The pot had been freshly steered, and I was too close to the matter regardless. I'd speak with the others after my head was cleared. Besides, for once under the restlessness, I felt the call of exhaustion. Not physical, though. The boon of knowledge from Masigo seemed to have tired me out mentally. I dragged myself back to camp, waved away the concern of the others and crawled under the covers by the fireside. I'd still be just as fucked tomorrow, so forcing myself to go through the song and dance now did not appeal. Sleep found me swiftly. I woke to the sound of soft voice, after too short a rest. The orations and murmurs of the shard could not be heard, which meant our night was in full swing. My mind still felt sluggish, but at least I was no longer wandering from one idle thought to the next, treading the same hopeless circle. I kept my eyes closed and my breathing even, at first out of laziness, but the reason was swift to change. The people speaking were Thief and Diabolist. Neither seemed aware I was now awake. No longer need to sleep, Akua said. You need not burden yourself. I can keep watch alone. Thief chuckled. And you believe you're trusted enough for that, Sahelian? She said. I never took you for such a hopeful soul. To keep quiet in the face of danger would be utterly mindless treachery, Diabolist said. I am, after all, dependent on Catherine to walk the world. Unless someone else takes the cloak, Vivienne said. I have used to the woe, Akua said. Use enough, I was allowed this larger cage. There is no guarantee another bearer would have such purpose for me. A poor gamble to make. You seem to think you can talk your way into a semblance of trust, Wastelander, Thief snorted. Best you discard that notion early. It will be less irritating for all involved. Fascinating, Diabolist murmured. Your distaste of me has not ebbed in the slightest, and still here I am. Yet you've been charged with the duty of being Catherine's conscience, which means she would not have eased the leash without your permission. Her Majesty, to you, Thief bit out. Sweet nothings and pre-sci titles won't get you anywhere with us, Sahelian. We all remember what you are. Lise, Akua mused. The sum of all I am, in your eyes. You might not be wrong to think so. It was the pivot to who I am today. The greatest butcher of our time, Vivienne said. From a highborn, that would have been a compliment, Akua said, a smile in her voice. Not so here, of course. I imagine that is how you've made peace with the nature of the demand I be brutally snuffed out when my usefulness ends. It was an effort not to stiffen. Named senses would have given me away to Vivienne for sure, though I wasn't sure how Diabolist functioned in that way. Not my call to make. That, Thief shrugged. I'm the spy mistress, not the queen. A poor Perry, Diabolist chided. You already know I suspect the inner workings of the woe and your role within them. It would have been more effective to feign conflict between you and Catherine over the matter, allowing her to position herself as my salvation while you bayed for blood. There was a long moment of silence. You're so caught up in your pre-sci games you don't even see your blinders, Vivienne sighed, and she sounded fairly convincing to me. Must be the old madness. You certainly don't sound like a woman who thinks she has a sword hanging over her head. Akua laughed softly. My dear Thief, she said, if I cannot carve a path to survival with such early forewarning, I deserve to be destroyed. That is the measure by which I am to be weighed. I've always found it amusing to hear your people speak of the wasteland's ways as blinders, truth be told. As if bereft of them, we would then see creation as you do. Do you truly believe Calawans to be the only lucid people in the world? My tutors taught me that's called a false equivalence, Vivienne said conversationally. The pretense that the obvious failings in the customs of a people that slaughter each other and their neighbors for sport every other decade are somehow the same as the flaws in the customs of Calo. We're not perfect, of course, but I'd rather deal with the fucking elves than you and your fellows, Sahelian. The long years might be murderous assholes, but at least they stay in their forest. Your people make your problems everyone else's problems too. So they did teach you rhetoric, Akua said. Good. This would have been quite boring otherwise. You would have served as poor moral compass. Were you unable to argue? There's that most sacred of villainous traditions at work, Thief said cuttingly. Cutting one's losses and bailing from the fight. You speak as if you were not a villain yourself, Diabolist said. I am what I am, Vivienne shrugged. Do you expect anguish and conflict out of me? I believe in the decisions that led me here. I would make them again. If all it takes to be estranged from the heavens is refusing annihilation and submission, then I have no use for the gods above. You would be surprised, Akua said, at the number of empresses that spoke those very same words. You're trying to draw parallels, Thief said, growing irritated. I don't know why, and frankly I don't care. Might be some old Eastern monster was just like me, though I very much doubt it. So what? There's no angle there for you to get mercy from me, Sahelian. Your little talk about redemption is absurd. There is nothing redeemable about what you did and what you are. Your execution has been stayed. That is as much of a victory as you will ever win, Diabolist. Look that truth in the eyes. Wallow in it. That fear is the least of what you are owed. The true nature of a woman, Akua said amusedly, is only ever revealed after she has been prodded. It is an interesting circle, the woe. Your role in it has been the hardest to grasp. Has it? Vivienne said. And to think they said you were clever. Lost a few feathers up there along with your heart, I see. Oh, you are the spy mistress of the kingdom of Callow, Diabolist dismissed. It is no secret. But that is a function, not a role. Am I in for a story about how priests I understand name lore so well? Thief drawled. Clearly, we should all take advice from the people who have been one stabbing away from brutal civil war from the moment their empire was first spawned. Please, magical wise spirit, share the secrets about continent-burning instability with me. I have so much to learn from you. Since you insist, Diabolist agreed with pleasure, so perfect sounding it just had to be fake. The dead hand is the least complicated. His people have been carefully pruned by the tower into being a soldier cast for the empire over 100 reigns, and as the culmination of that edifice, he serves as the right hand of a powerful warlord. Hakram is the least complicated of us, Vivienne said slowly. Hakram, your insights are truly far-reaching, Diabolist. Reaching in the wrong direction, sure, but that can't possibly be a first for you. I cast no aspersions on the man himself, Akua noted. I merely state that his name and role are no deep secret. Hierophant, however, was an unexpected variable. Apprentices have transitioned into names other than Warlock before, but usually when both are living simultaneously, a succession through murder is the outcome. An awkward but kind and sweet man with no interest in power did not end up murdering his relatively loving father for said power, Thief said. However will we solve this confounding mystery, Sahelian? I just don't know. There is no known precedent to his name. Akua continued without missing a beat, and I was reluctantly impressed by her ability to just plow through that level of scathing sarcasm. Consequently, the core tenet of it had to be understood from the man himself. Fascinating as his upbringing was to study, the pivot seems to have occurred after he met Catherine. It was the caliber of the opposition that forged him, you see. Choirs and demigods. There was need for one who could understand and oppose those entities, and so the Hierophant came to be. You're forgetting demons and a highborn murderess which with delusions of grandeur. Thief helpfully provided. Admittedly, the witch only ever seemed good at killing innocents and spending her subordinates like copper at a fair, so she might not qualify as true opposition. The archer did seem like an odd fit. At first, Diabolist mused. No real fetters to Catherine's ideals or expectation of comradeship as shared inheritors to the legacy of the Calamities. Ranger, infamously, left the Calamities on the eve of the conquest. And pupils of the Lady of Lake have a reputation for being incapable of playing nice with others, be they heroes or villains. It could not merely be the fighting that drew her. There is no lack of foes near refuge. It's almost entertaining how much thought you're giving to the actions of a woman whose notion of a plan is dumping all her rations in a well and filling her bag with identical cheap booze flasks so she won't run dry, Vivienne said. But by all means, tell me everything about the intricate considerations that are behind Indrani joining a band of people that allow her to drink, fight, and sleep around as much as she wants. It ought to be enlightening. Wait, was that why Archer never seemed to run out? Fucking hells. I've been wondering why she was being such a magpie about taking food from Masego's plate recently. Peers not in direct competition, Akua said. That was what the archer found. A luxury previously beyond her reach. And from her addition, the woe gained both an executioner and a field named capable of independent action for long stretches, which they sorely needed. Hers is the thinnest bond by far, and I do not expect it to keep her bound past the end of the crusade. And that leaves me, Vivienne lightly said, though there was an edge beneath. Don't disappoint now, sagely collared genie. What has your profound discernment taught you of my hidden nature? I'll go first. Deep down, I always wanted to be a shoemaker. Shoes are the foundation on which rests civilization, Diabolist. We are literally barefoot without them. You ever think about that? In between ruminations about how you tried to conquer the world and got your heart ripped out instead? Food for thought. You were a late addition, the shade said. And in some ways the most interesting. You were, after all, previously a heroine. I should have realized which the wind was blowing when she succeeding at turning one of above's own, in retrospective. The weight on the scales had grown too uneven for all my labors. But we were speaking of you, Vivienne Dartwick. Thief, the Callowan hissed. There's only a few people that get to use that name. Don't ever count on being one of them. Thief indeed, Akua said. Not, for all your skills, an assassin. That was what first drew my interest. Archer filled that purpose, to some extent, but you seemed a more apt candidate. Yet your knives did not grow bloody after your turning, nor your name changed to reflect it. I heard Vivienne go still as stone. Diabolist had touched something there, though I didn't know what. Looking back, the void you filled seems more obvious, the shade mused. You are Calawan, the only one of the woe who shares Catherine's ideals to any deep extent, as adjutant would likely adapt without true challenge to a change in her priorities. After she seized Winter's mantle in full, you became the measuring stick. It was simplification to call you a moral compass, I will confess. You are not a particularly moral woman, thief, but you do love your homeland, and have kept some of the qualms you were taught as a child. You are a restraint, and through your function as spy mistress a provider of choices. In some ways, one might argue your perspective is the crucible through which Catherine remakes herself every time she is confronted with greater strife. You know, Vivienne said, I used to wonder why you were playing the tamed hound nowadays. Oh, you're bound. That's part of it. But you have to know that all the play acting and sweet whispers you've been up to are not strictly necessary. Being useful and not actively offensive to everything we stand for would have gotten you this far anyway. But that last tirade of yours, it says a lot more about you than me. Because it's about Catherine more than me or the woe. And it has to be, doesn't it, Akua? Because you ended up in the box, and there has to be a reason for that. She has to be special in some way to have beaten you, otherwise you just couldn't stand it. I lost, my dear thief, because I prepared for a battle against my rival and faced instead her power wielded by the Black Knight. Akua said softly. The mistake in this was mine, and I do not deny it. And still, at the height of my wrath, I fought to a standstill a coalition of all Calawan arms of note, and every imperial army west of the Blessed Isle, led by 3 calamities and the full muster of the woe. My fall was just, for every fall is just. But it would be a mistake to think. Lise is the origin of the laurels on her brow. That victory was hers alone in that she was the last woman standing. So you're trying to make her the empress, Vivienne mused. Because it's fine to have lost, if she was fated to climb the tower all along. You were a necessary part of the story. You mattered. And who knows, maybe you'll manage to be chancellor if you play the game well enough. She will climb the tower, thief, Diabolist said with iron certainty. She cannot stomach any of the remaining claimants and will not suffer to leave praise to its own devices. You speak of fate as some invisible force, but it is a simpler thing. Fate is character, and it is in hers to cut deep into her bones for her ambitions. Thief laughed. She's not in charge because she's been chosen, Sahelian, Vivienne said. Gods, certainly not because she's chosen either, or even because she has power, for that matter. Is it the power of love, then? Akua said, a touch drilly. There's plenty of people who care about Callow, Thief said. And if I learned anything from the woe, it's that caring doesn't fill granaries or run a court. She's certainly in the right place at the right time with the right amount of power to get things moving, but that's not really what matters. See, the thing is that she acts. Sometimes those actions are mistake, like going after the Fae and leaving you to plot under your rock and lease. But, most of the time, she improves things. Just by a little bit. And she draws other people who act with her. You think that's some unearthly trait, like she's some force of nature, but that's wasteland talk. The tower's the center of the world for you, and the most important person in the world is the one that climbs it. The other Calawan paused. Except she's not, Vivienne said. The exemplar of whatever fucked up pre-sci virtues you want to sing about, that is. She's kind of petty, her temper's foul, and if Hakram hadn't stepped in she'd probably be a drunk. She ogles every pretty face that shows up even if they're our enemies, and she cannot for the life of her shut the hells up even when she really needs to. She's not unique or irreplaceable, but even if you think otherwise that doesn't really matter, because she's part of something greater than her. She's just the rock that started the avalanche, Sahelian, and she did that by doing the most Calawan thing there is. After the invasion is done, you get up and get back to work. Others will come to help you, because a kingdom's people and not banners. None of this was exactly singing my praises, but then, that wasn't Vivienne's wheelhouse. She'd gotten the part that mattered, anyway. That we weren't supposed to stay in charge forever, that we were just a stopgap until Callow could handle itself on its own. The purpose wasn't to rule, it was to hammer away at Calernia until it was in a place where there was no need for someone like me. You think that'll make her empress, she laughed. You're thinking of her like some sort of tormented saint that'll take up the burden of keeping the lot of you in line for the greater good. You want to know what praise is for us? Another mess to clean up. Like the 10th Crusade and the Dead King and the heroes. You're not owed anything. You're not different or unique, just another line on a long list. And that's your fate, Diabolist. That's your fucking character. Akua stayed silent for a long time. It is a pretty world you speak of, she finally said. We will see, in time, which one of us is right. The silence spread again, and though I could not hear the shade move, I suspected she was looking away. Good performance, Thief suddenly said. But, Diabolist, if this is all of it, I'm honestly disappointed. Was that really the whole ploy? I mean, merciful gods, you've used this one before. If this were a fairgrounds play, I'd catcall and ask for my coppers back. Pardon me, Akua said, voice painted with genuine surprise. Trust, Vivienne mused. That's what fucks you every time. Like, for example, believing I'd be so ashamed about ordering you to rip your eye out repeatedly, I'd never mention it to anyone. I did, Sahelian. And you know what she told me? That it makes no difference if the same thing reforms repeatedly. Pain doesn't increase in the slightest. I don't follow, Diabolist said. You panted and you screamed, Thief said. You pretended it hurt, because it made me feel like I'd accomplished something while you were actually getting your way. You lost so I'd lower my guard. Like you did just now. Getting into an argument, then throwing it, just so you'd be less of a threat in my eyes. Chastened little Akua, reconsidering her choices. Gods, you really are a snake. If I had done such a thing, Diabolist said, tone even. What purpose would telling me you are aware serve? I'm surprised you don't know, Vivienne Dartwick lightly said. I get to see you pretend you're not furious. Sweet dreams, Sahelian. Our little chat's over until the next time you need your chain yanked. Book 4, Chapter 32, Kernel. Match the smile, but watch the knife. Sonic saying. The precarious balance the woe had struck traveling through the echoes together was gone. Within an hour of Masigo going into the imprint and harvesting what he could from the Bard and the Dead King, that much had been made plain. Thief kept close to Akua's shade, always in earshot, but had fallen into a sullen silence. Archer stabbed our most recent addition through the throat the very moment she attempted to strike conversation, laughing delightedly when the body reformed like mist after she withdrew the blade. I denied her suggestion that Diabolist be made to run ahead of the rest of us and used as target practice, though I was honestly tempted after what I'd overheard last night. There was no point in coddling a snake, true, but mistreating a dangerous and bound entity led to a particular kind of story and not one that ended well for any of us. Hierophant was still feeling the aftermath of stealing an entire language from Arcadia, so he walked on his own, regularly drinking from some herbal mixture he'd put together. Archer, thankfully, was leaving him alone. She had a talent for discerning between being a pest and being genuinely unpleasant. That left only silence or adjutant and I, for Diabolist to make conversation, and I got the impression that after so long in the box Akua was actually quite eager to talk with people. Which led to my finding out something quite interesting. Hakram made Diabolist uncomfortable. Not so much that it showed on her face, but I'd been looking at her closely, and when conversing with my right hand, she was just slightly off. There was no trace of the easy grace she'd used to run circles around Thief to be found, and while she didn't blunder, either I suspected it was because she was being exceedingly careful. I was slightly amused by that, but mostly curious. She could have been faking, of course. That was always a possibility with Akua Sahelian. The footnote added to her every single action and behavior. But I was pretty sure she wasn't, and that had me thinking about the reasons she'd feel that way. Was she racist? It had been my impression that by True Blood standards, she was actually pretty tolerant, which translated to looking down on everyone not a True Blood more or less equally, with maybe a dash of additional contempt added, because greenskins were just so uncivilized. Assuming it wasn't simply the spectacle of an orc being articulate and calm that had her on the back foot, there might be an angle there. Vivienne had her number in some ways, and Archer was usually too willful to influence meaningfully, but Masigo enjoyed talking magic with peers enough it could become an issue, if left unchecked. It had already led him to argue for the sparing of the woman who now ran the observatory for him, and though I doubted he'd go on a similar limb for Diabolist of all people, I couldn't dismiss the possibility he'd grow somewhat fond of her over time. There were similarities to the way they'd been raised. His only objections about mass murder tended to be either on a professional basis, human sacrifice was an amateur's crutch, he'd always argued, or because it would displease me. Considerate of him, but not exactly a solid foundation either way. It was a load off my shoulders that adjutant looked like he'd be able to handle her. I'd long grown to rely on Hakram tidying it all up behind me, a pair of eyes that picked up on all the details I missed. It was fitting that it him who brought up the matter when we paused for a meal around noon. We'll need to change her appearance, Adjutant said, head inclining towards Diabolist. A few people will see through it regardless, but it can't be openly known she is now in our employ. That would not be unwise, Akua agreed. Your subjects have reason to be less than fond of me, and my presence would not help your reputation abroad. Understatement of the decade, that. It would have been unproductive to make her choke herself again, I reminded myself. I'm not sure how well glamour would work without something physical to be anchored on. I frowned. I can weave illusions without one, but I do need to concentrate. It's not a long-term solution or even a reliable one. I have become part of your mantle, dear heart, Akua said with a pleasant smile. Changing my looks through it should not be all that difficult. I mulled on that. It was true that she was no longer just bound to the mantle of woe. I'd known that the moment I summoned her before beginning our journey. My influence over her shade had grown stronger, broader in scope than simple hold and release. I breathed out and focused, winter slithering through my veins like whispering smoke. I looked her into the eyes, those brown orbs so dark they were nearly black, and withdrew what made them, or at least the thinnest surface of it. Akua blinked, eyes now completely white, and without either iris or pupil. I swallowed a flinch. That had been a little more than I was aiming for. Thief made her way to us, cocking her head to the side. Fae, she said. Give her the appearance of a fae. You're known to have dealings with them. It's the most plausible story we have. And not, Akua mused, entirely untrue. As all the finest lies are. I was unsettled by the idea of molding another person, even if their soul was all that was left, like clay, but I pushed that down. Diabolist was already almost inhumanly beautiful, the result of centuries of wasteland highborn breeding, so twisting her into something fae-like was not as much effort as I'd thought. Larger eyes, the way most fae had, and colored a vivid scarlet like the dresses she used to wear. Long dark hair, the tresses going down her back, and her already high cheekbones were shaped into a face that was just a little too long and finely boned to be human. I would have made her shorter, if only for the novelty of having someone not towering over me around, but I'd never met a fae that was short. Instead, I elongated her, for lack of a better term. Fewer curves, Thief said, fixing me with a steady look. I sneered back. I didn't ogle. All my enemies, and despicable person or not, it would have been a deplorable waste to make Diabolist stick thin. I did adjust her to her taller height, but left it at that. Pointed ears, Hakram suggested. Difficult to mold, but not impossible. It still took longer than the rest of her face put together. I watched Diabolist as I did. For even a hint, she was uncomfortable at what was taking place. People with good looks tended to be attached to them, in my experience, and more than that, for named most of all appearances mattered. There was a reason Black still looked in his early 20s and my hair had remained the same length since I became the squire. Our perceptions of ourselves made us fixed points, to an extent, in one of the subtler rebellions against above a villain was made of. But she remained indifferent. Like her face was no real importance. It might actually be, I finally decided. Akua was pre-sci to the bone, and the highborn of the wasteland saw everything as a tool, even their own appearances. I don't feel like I'm working with a set amount of clay here, I admitted uneasily after finishing. I could make her tall as an ogre without trouble, and she certainly wasn't that large to begin with. Isn't there an original law about that? Something cannot be made of nothing. It would not apply, Diabolist lightly said. You draw on winter as the substance of my being. One does not dry an ocean by removing a droplet from it. That was less than reassuring, though her tone had seemingly been aiming for that. Thief assessed her with a frank gaze, the most practiced of us as disguising herself. It would pass muster, for most, she said. The voice has to go, though. It's too recognizable. I'm not sure how to do that, I admitted. She's a shade. So is she really speaking with her throat and chords? It is a mere property now, Akua said. No different than coloring or height. Twisting, it only requires the appropriate exertion of will. While that was just helpful of her, I thought drilly. Unfortunately, none of this had come with a manual, so I spent almost half an hour struggling in vain before calling for Masigo. He was irked at being called away from his almost nap with a cool cloth on his forehead, but what was being done interested him enough the mood passed quickly. He held my metaphorical hand through the process, and we'd made Diabolist's voice lower and throatier within moments. It would do for now. I could have tinkered more, but the simple fact that I could tinker with someone's appearance was raising the hair on the back of my neck. That level of control was. No one should have that. Certainly not me. We got moving again afterwards. The center of the shattered kingdom was close now. We could all feel it. I doubted I would enjoy what I'd find there. Shard by shard, the fall of Sapphira was coming together. We spent most of a day journeying through plague-ridden cities and losing battles, watching desperation groan on the Sephron side. I could understand why the nobles at the funeral had been dismissive of the chances of the people of the Wolf. Though decked out in iron, their warriors were helpless before tall walls, as most Sephron cities boasted. They seemed more like a pack of raiding tribes than a true army, without siege weapons or any notion of supplies. If they could not ransack granaries, they went hungry. There'd been a mention of an organization of mages at the funeral, the Conclave, and Hierophant grew excited when he finally saw them in action. They were certainly a notch above the early practitioners we'd seen. The few Sephron victories we saw had them playing a central role. Rituals seemed to be their specialty, nothing like the fireballs and lightning bolts that were the bread and butter of the legions. They boiled the ground under enemy soldiers, snatched the air out of their lungs, and even drew storms towards the invading host. It was not, unfortunately, nearly enough. They were too few, less than 200, and not unmatched besides. The people of the Wolf were led by their named queen, and she broke their rituals whenever she took the field. She had mages of her own, if few and seemingly all from the same tribe, and though they used little offensive sorcery, they seemed to have a knack for calming and dispersing rituals. The sacking of a great city, for the times, anyway, it was barely the size of Dormer, was the turning point. There were piles of burning plague victims outside the walls, and when the invaders arrived they scaled the walls in the dark of night and slaughtered the beleaguered defenders. It got vicious after that, on both sides. The people of the Wolf began having a semblance of a baggage train from the sheer amount of plunder they were dragging along, which slowed them down, but their numbers kept swelling. Repeated and richly rewarded victory had drawn more tribes to the war. That was my guess, anyway, because the warriors no longer all spoke the language that Hakram had told me shared root with rights. The dead king's eldest son wore the crown for some time, with one of his sisters as the lesser queen sharing his reign, but we watched the witch queen feed him to wolves after she broke his army beneath city walls and captured him. That was when Neshama began appearing along with the conclave. Not often, but whenever he did, the Sephron mages always won the day, and their rituals were always a little more vicious every time. One battle where the defenders were particularly outnumbered led to the first use of necromancy we'd seen, the dead rising to make up the odds. It was far from the last instance we came across. Their manner of rule is not without merits, Akua said as we watched yet another coronation in the royal hall unfold beneath us from a balcony. Though it would never function as intended in praise. The entire story was unfolding over what had to be at least a decade, I'd come to realize. Possibly more. The royals I'd first seen at the entombment were all growing older by more than a few years. It's not just primogeniture, I said. The lesser king beneath the ruling one isn't always the next oldest in the family. They are the favorite or closest ally of the ruler, I suspect, Diabolus said. The purpose behind the practice is quite clear regardless. The successor is allowed to entrench themselves in the court and kingdom so that any war of succession would result in their crushing victory. A cunning enough method to keep such matters stable in an era where they were anything but. We haven't seen them fighting each other yet, I agreed. But they're going through kings like a basket of pastries. Not much entrenchment going on there. The dead king is positioning himself, she smiled. He is the youngest, yes? And was long gone from the kingdom. He must earn enough acclaim to be seen as the worthiest candidate for the lesser crown, even though his ties to the others are weak. Once the succession reaches a sibling without sufficient support, they will inevitably appoint him beneath them to benefit from his repute. I didn't reply immediately, eyeing my companion in silence instead. It was still jarring to hear the different voice and see the different appearance, but that was a passing thing. No, what'd be uncomfortable was how easy talking with Akua was. She was, well, surprisingly pleasant company. I could have done without the occasional endearments, but the more I spoke with her, the more it became clear she wasn't a raving lunatic. I'd known that, of course, that she was just twisted in a way that couldn't be undone, not actively mad. But living with that truth in front of me was different than knowing it in this abstract. If she were not responsible for the single greatest loss of Calawan life since Dread Empress Triumphant, I might actually have caught myself liking her once in a while. It was made worse by her usefulness. Thief had been tutored as a noble's child, even if her father had lost his title after the conquest. But like me, she'd always felt more comfortable in the streets than sitting down at a writing desk. Diabolist had been raised as heiress to Wolof, and though she was mother to half a dozen atrocities, I could not deny she understood the halls of power in a way none of the woe did. Her words to Thief still echoed in my mind, sometimes. That she'd fought the better part of the armies of 2 nations to a standstill, led by 8 named. Her methods had been disgusting, and I would not forgive or forget them. But she had done it regardless, and cornered as I was by the Empress and the First Prince, I could not deny there were things I could learn from the monster on my leash. He succeeded, I finally said. We know that, but I'm not certain how. He's forging a reputation as the savior of the kingdom, but at some point he must have gotten the lesser crown, or even the one above. If Sapphira kept losing even then, as it must have if they got desperate enough to resort to a greater breach, how did he remain king? A reputation like that has to be maintained, or they'll turn on you twice as hard. As it happened, I knew a thing or two about that. The Black Queen would only reign so long as she was not seen to bleed. You still think like a Calawan, dearest, Akua said. Even before the conquest, the kingdom of your birth had been a single entity with largely static borders for centuries. The loss of even outer provinces would have been felt a slight by all the rest. These Sephrons, however, are less than a century from the days of their unification. The royal army fights for the realm entire, certainly, but we have seen that the armies of their 12 cities are not willing to bleed for their sisters. I frowned, following down the path she'd set out for me. It's all expendable, I finally said. Except for Keter itself. That one city's all he really needs. The rest is willingly on the chopping block, because it allows him to accumulate power for his ritual without damaging his power base enough it unseats him. Merciless gods. That's brutal even by wasteland standards. Many usurpations of the tower has been executed through Calawan swords, Akua said. It is an old trick, evidently older than I had believed. I will confess surprise, however, as to the dead king's chosen method of ascension. I flicked a glance at her. He's building up to a massive ritual by bleeding everyone else, I said. That's the classic Presci play, Akua. You can't crack open a history of the Empire without finding an instance. She dismissed that with a graceful movement of the wrist. It matters, my dear, that his path to that ritual is so indirect, Diabolus said. He did not usurp the crown, though opportunities must have abounded. The fullness of his influence seems to be his unspoken prominence among this conclave and his popularity with the masses. He is not wielding his own might to seize authority, but instead relying on outside pressures to propel him to that desired summit. I considered that, on one hand, he was using others as tools to place himself in power. On the other, those people weren't true accomplices. There was no plotting cabal backing him that we'd seen, and even his influence with the conclave was odd. He was teaching them sorcery. That much was clear, and leading them to slowly dip their toe in darker waters. But he wasn't turning them into his own personal circle of sorcerers. Hierophant had been the one to first say the way necromancy was being introduced was odd, but Diabolist had agreed. Neshama knew a lot more than he was teaching them, and what he did teach them didn't seem like he was offering a true education. Even within the purview of necromancy, there is a great deal of latitude in structure and variance. Masigo had said, some of those rituals are near completely unrelated. I'd had a growing suspicion for a while that winning victories wasn't the point of the corpse raising at all. And if the ends were unimportant, it was the means that mattered. And it could not be forgotten that beyond necromancy, there was another set of means at play, the scheme he was using to rise. Most notable in that it put a crown on his brow without conflict, without breaking the mores of the Sephrons. He's not after the quickest or most effective way to rise, I said. Akua's scarlet eyes turned to me. Then what? Is he after? She asked. The one that leaves no openings, I grimly replied. I ended our conversation there, without gracing her with an explanation. Akua Sahelian was not someone I ever intended on telling of what Masigo and I had witnessed. The center of the maze was the birth of apocalypse. I'd known it was coming, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight of Keter's final hours. It was, I had to admit, a great city, almost as large as Lore, which was astounding for a people that could not even forge iron. Tall walls of blocks of stone without mortar hid away most of the insides, though Indrani told us they were a pittance compared to the walls now encircling Keter. The capital of the kingdom of Sapphira stood on a low plateau that formed a dais of sorts over the surrounding plains. There were abandoned mining pits scattered across it, and cobbled stone roads leading to 4 great gates of bronze facing the 4 directions. Copper shone in the dying afternoon last, covering the roofs of the great houses surrounding the central great tower looking down on the city, but none of us spared much thought for the beauty of it. The horror of the unfolding battle saw to that. How many invaders were there? Easily over 10,000, and not all of them from the people of the wolf. Banners decorated with animal skulls and skins formed a sea beneath the walls. The host of what must have been half of what would become Proker assembled to take the last of the 12 cities of Sapphira. The invaders were dying in droves, but the city was slowly edging towards a loss. Sorcery crackled, weaving storms and raising the dead. But the tribal mages tore through the spells and bestowed enchantments upon the assaulting warriors that allowed them to climb the walls without thought to their weight. We were witnessing the death of a nation, and in the sky above twilight was growing crimson. We headed deeper in. That was where the gate out would be, I knew instinctively. Indrani threw a grappling hook over the walls and eagerly began to climb, but I drew on Winter instead and formed a narrow set of stairs that the others took even as she catcalled. Ghostly warriors of both sides dying around us, we ascended into the city. Fear hung in the streets, thick and lingering. Doors were barred, prayers and weeping sounding everywhere we tread. The Hall of the Dead, Archer said, pointing to the tall tower ahead after catching up. What it's called now, anyway. The city around the tower was deserted. All those beautiful mansions, and not a soul in sight. It was inside we found our ending. The chanting could be heard as we walked through the labyrinthine corridors, only growing louder as we got closer to the royal hall, where we'd seen so many get crowned. Files of kneeling mages spread out from that center like tentacles, each singing the same incantation in unison. There would be consequences to missing a step, we learned. One young girl mispronounced a syllable and let out a blood-curdling scream as her body withered, leaving a husk of a corpse behind. Fucking hells, Indrani murmured. Workings this powerful leave little room for mistakes, Hierophant noted, eyeing the corpse with interest. We reached the hall as the ritual neared its end, the chanting growing quicker. We'd seen this place before, many a time. A throne room richly decorated with banners of the 12 cities and statues of copper. There was no throne here today, nothing save for a tall sculpted arc of obsidian and the man standing before it. Neshama was no longer young. He was closely shaven and his hair was messy, and even now there was no trace of great evil in him. No sunken eyes and horrid sneer. Only calm, patient expectation. We advanced in silence until we could hear our own footsteps echo. Not a whisper to be heard. Then the dead king spoke, and the shard ended. In the blank emptiness that enveloped us, we heard a woman's soft laughter. My hand rose. The gate opened where the Ark of Obsidian had once stood, and into Keter we went. Book 4, Chapter 33, Keter. And so triumphant said, "Tremble, for I am not yet content." Extract from the Scroll of Dominion, 24th of the Secret Histories of Praise. My boots scuffed the stone and a poisonously warm breeze caressed my face. I strode forward, leaving room for the others to pass behind me, and resisted the urge to drop my hand to my sword. Gods, this place was a nightmare. Though it was in the royal hall we had crossed, we'd evidently emerged outside the bounds of Keter. More precisely, on one of the 4 stone ramps leading into the city across the gaping maws of a chasm. It was dark for miles, down there, before flickering flames cast a light deep in the depths. The sound of the wind against the man-made cliffs was eerily akin to a dirge. I turned my eyes ahead instead of peering into the madness, but found only more of the same. Indrani had warned me that the walls of the Crown of the Dead were absurdly tall, but even then I had not expected the likes of what I saw. Jutting out of the sharp drop at the edge of the cliffs, the ramparts must have been at least 30 yards high at the lowest point. No part of the city behind could be seen from out here, save for the spire of dark stone stretching out into the sky, and the orb of hellfire that hovered atop it, an indistinct silhouette shifting within. This was not a city made for the living. God's damn, Archer said, letting out a whistle. I know he's just a pile of scheming evil bones, but you've got to respect his style. That's as Doom-like as a Fortress of Doom gets. Drawbridges would have been more tactically sound, Adjutant said. I glanced at him and found Hakram was unmoved by the sight of millennia of darkness and arrogance made into a city. In some undefinable way, it was so very much like him to take his first look at the Crown of the Dead and immediately start criticizing its defensive layout. Any moment now he would mention that the artillery firing lanes could be improved by further overlap, or that the Barbican was overly crenellated. I would wager that, to the likes of the dead king, every bridge is a drawbridge if given sufficient attention, Diabolist spoke amusedly. Ugh, Akua. She was not supposed to actually be kind of funny. Are we not meant to be honored guests? Hierophant said. Making us stand outside his gates is poor manners. Like, he was one to talk about those. Still, as if magically summoned by Masego's complaining, our hosts came out of the woodworks. From beyond the gate, chilling howls were heard, and then the flap of great wings. Dozens of, not dragons, but perhaps the bastard child of them, took flight. Wyverns, though made of bone and leather with radiant red eyes. Each one as large as a house. Thief, I said. The seal. Vivienne flourished her wrist, palm becoming filled with the obsidian circle that had come along the dead king's message. She tossed it at me, and though I snatched it out of the air without trouble, I gave her a hard look. What if I hadn't been paying attention, and it had tumbled off the edge of the bridge? How fucked would we have been, this deep in the kingdom of the dead, without our proof of invitation? Regardless, the wyverns passed over us without trouble as I raised the seal above my head. The flock parted in both directions, diving below the stone bridge and passing under. With perfect timing, they came back up and landed simultaneously on the edge of both sides. The leathery wings folded back, and ahead of us the tall gates of steel began to open. An honor guard, Akua said. How mannerly of him. A show of force as well, though I didn't need for her to remind of that to be aware. Though I knew, objectively speaking, that the dead king would not have invited us for the sole purpose of murdering strangers, I could not quite manage indifference as we passed in front of the perfectly still wyverns. Their eyes, I felt, followed us wherever we went. It was a pittance compared to the welcome that awaited us beyond the gates. The closer we came, the greater the chill going up my spine. Indrani had told me everything Ranger had taught her about Keter, in particular the kinds of undead that dwelled within. There were, she'd said, 3 kinds. The bones, the binds, and the revenants. The bones were undead as I knew them. Raised corpses little more intelligent than dogs when left to their own purposes. Most were ancient enough they were nothing but skeletons wearing armor. The dead king, Archer told me, could seize control of those at any time. The binds were corpses with souls bound to them, as sapient as humans. They were the captains and servants of the kingdom of the dead. The third kind, the revenants, were a breed apart, named stolen from the grave, keeping a shadow of the power they'd once wielded while living. The dead king was a kind of his own, she'd added, without equivalent or easy description. What awaited us beyond the gates was an honor guard beyond the ability of mortals to assemble. The avenues of Keter were filled to the brim with silent dead, bearing arms and armor spanning centuries. Bronze helms in the ancient Bullite style, iron breastplates as were long borne by the Lycanese, and more than a few long swords of the distinctive veil make of Callow. Banners from half the continent were stirred by the warm breeze, though none stood as tall as that of the kingdom of the dead. 10 silver stars, set in a perfect circle around a pale crown. By the regal crown you will know him. The old verse went. His horse is the death of man, his voice the fall of night, and he strives doom unto all the world. Villains drew epithets, myself among them, but none quite as many as the dead king. We advanced, 6 of us surrounded by silence and blasphemy. The very instant was past the threshold, thousands of dead kneeled in unison. I shivered. There had been a single mind at work behind it. In the avenue ahead of us, the dead parted to allow a pale man followed by 6 palanquins to pass through. I could hear his heartbeat and my eyes lingered on his approaching silhouette before my fingers clenched at the sight of the first palanquin. For dead carried it, but it was the drapery falling down the side that drew my attention. Black silk, embroidered with heraldry. A set of silver scales, balancing a crown and a sword. The sword weighed heavier. The words embroidered beneath I did not need to read. He is not blind. I thought. He was never blind. Whether the dead king had imprisoned himself into his personal hell or not, he knew of the affairs of Calernia outside it, and in much greater depth than my worst predictions had anticipated. The pale-skinned man was the only living soul in sight, and memorable for reasons more than that. Raven tresses went down his back, his body perfectly proportioned, as if he were more sculpture than man. He had, I thought as he came closer, warm and kind eyes. Given the surroundings, that only added to the horror of it. The stranger came before us and slowly knelt. In the name of the crown, I greet you, he said in flawless lower meson. Black Queen, tyrant of Callow, the king of death extends his hospitality to your august presence and that of our attendants. There was a slight accent to his voice, but not one I recognized. We accept this hospitality with the gratitude it is due, I replied. Rise. I cannot, for my purpose is not yet discharged. the man said, pressing his head to the stone. As gift of welcoming, the crown bestows my existence upon you. My lips thinned. Had I just been handed a slave? No, now was not the time to make a mess. If the dead king knew enough of Calernian affairs to know the motto on my banner, he had to know how repulsive a Calawan would find slavery. Was this a test? The gift is accepted in the spirit it was given, I said. Rise now. The man did so gracefully. My face name is Athel, Great Majesty, he said. I have been instructed to serve as your host for the duration of your stay. We have a guest gift to offer the dead king, I said calmly. Though that can wait until audience is granted. Until then, we would see our quarters. It has been a long journey. The silent palace has been prepared for your pleasure, Athel said, bowing low. If you would deign to enter the palanquins, honored ones. Very civilized, not making us walk, Masigo noted approvingly. We should see about obtaining those in lore. I deigned, or at least began to. I paused when I finally took a closer look at the dead bearing my litter. No mere skeletons in armor, these. Their flesh was dead but well preserved. Their faces still human and their finery fit for royalty. Which they very well might be. Crowns had been nailed to each of their heads. If it please you, Great Majesty, Athel said, coming at my side. As a sign of respect, the crown had put worthy souls to your service. You look upon dash. Princes, I interrupted quietly. Princes and princesses of Procure. That is so, the man agreed. Prince Matteo Osuna of Equitan and his twin sister Princess Nicolita. Princess Clementi Milnand of Isère. Prince Friedrich Hasenbach of Renia. Their tongues have been sewn as penance, and crowns put to their brow as a reminder of the follies of arrogance. They all came from principalities that had been pivotal in the war against Calla one way or another. At a guess, Rosala Melanza's own bloodline was too young to the throne of Equitan to have a representative, so they'd drawn from the one that ruled before it. Merciless gods. The statement here was more alarming than the show of force surrounding us, in some ways. That Neshama had hordes of dead was well known, but this was both a reminder that he'd broken more than a few princes in his time, and that he knew exactly who my opponents were. The dead king was making a point. I got on the palanquin in silence, and allowed dead royalty to carry me to the silent palace. The accommodations lived up to the name. We'd gone through the streets of Keter, passing a multitude of dead of all stripes, until we neared the infamous Hall of the Dead. I'd seen this district before, in the echoes. It had been where the powerful of Sapphira once lived in their copper-roofed mansions. Those were long gone, replaced instead by a circle of sprawling palaces surrounding the demon-tipped central tower. The silent palace was a strange wonder of architecture, 6 interlocked rings of different heights, in marble black and white. Zombie had followed us with our affairs, though our personal packs had been taken by unsmiling dead, and the moment we entered the first hall, white-robed servants knelt gracefully before seeing to all our bags. Every single one of them was alive, and no older than 20. Athel followed me like a shadow. As watched the servants divest Zombie of her saddlebags, I half-turned towards him. I did not think there would be so many living in Keter, I said. The man had been both talkative and helpful, so far, and apparently genuinely believed I owned him now. Though the thought was repellent, and there was trap written all over this gift, I could at least hit him up for some low understanding of this place. We are none of us from Keter, Great Majesty, Athel said, bowing low. All of us chose to become hosts upon our coming of age, learning the trade of that choice. It is a rare thing for our service to be called upon, and a great honor. My eyes narrowed. You were born in hell, I said. A strange thing to call the serenity, honored one, the man murmured. It is the world beyond our guardians that is most deserving of that ugly term. You've been outside the kingdom of the dead? I asked, surprised. I have not. Yet we are not ignorant of the nightmare called Calernia, Great Majesty, Athel gently said. The journeymen return with the tales of their time in your brutish world every season, sacrificing their first life so that we may learn through them. It is a most noble duty. If not for my facility with languages, I may very well have chosen to serve as one of their number. Hosts, journeymen. The dead king is breeding people in his hell for chosen tasks. I realized with fresh horror. There'd always been rumors that he had human farms to swell his numbers with fresh dead somewhere in his hellscape, but I'd assumed it would be through regular reapings. No, I thought. He has taught them it is an honor. Everything they know passes through his hands. By the time he's raised them up to the age of culling, they must actually volunteer. I should have known better. The kind of man who'd plot the death of a kingdom and a half to obtain immortality with the bard after his hide the whole time would not have made so elementary a mistake. He didn't treat his cattle like they were that. No, he'd tend to them lovingly and reap the benefits of that kindness again and again over the span of centuries. He must have shaped all their customs from the cradle, I thought. An entire realm turned to the sole purpose of strengthening him without forging heroes in the process. And these journeymen, I said slowly, they've told you of how the rest of the continent sees the kingdom of the dead. Athel seemed amused. Are we to put faith in the words of those that slaughter each other for sport? He asked. There is no war in the Serenity, Great Majesty. No murder or sickness or any of the brutalities outsiders inflict on each other. We are born and raised to the loving embrace of the crown, and repay that kindness when our first lives have passed. It is the least of that which is due. And the devils? I asked. Beasts of burden, Athel said, sounding surprised. Save for those of the writhing palace, where none trespass. That, I decided, did not sound like a place I ever wanted to visit. You're aware the kingdom of the dead has attacked other nations before. I tried. The Procerans, the dark-haired man agreed. A warlike folk that have attempted to destroy the Serenity many a time, assembling coalitions of blind hatred. Are you not yourself come to Keter to seek help against their depredations, Great Majesty? Well, he had me there. I was also fully intending to throw the dead king under the cart at the first opportunity, after carefully ensuring his leash was loosened but not loose. But that was best kept quiet. Assuming Neshama had not already deduced as much, which was looking increasingly likely, and still he had invited me. Why? I needed to figure out his game before meeting him, or I might just come out of that conversation having birthed an atrocity greater than Akua's folly. So why is this place called the Silent Palace, anyway? I said, changing the subject with all my usual elegance. It is so named for it had remained closed and untouched since its last and only guest, Athel explained. You would know her as the Dread Empress Triumphant. No, may she never return. Huh? I suppose this particular crowd had different ideas about the kind of person she'd been. I was a little unsettled at the very real possibility that the last person to sleep in the bed I'd end up in tonight was the worst monster to ever come out of praise. Hopefully they'd changed the sheet since, because I wouldn't dismiss out of hand the possibility she'd gotten demon all over them during her stay. Any notion of when we'll be granted audience? I asked him. If it please you, it has been said that tomorrow's dusk would be auspicious time, Athel replied. It pleases me, I said a tad drilly. I regretted it immediately. It was unkind, to mock a man so obviously twisted even if the manner of it was fairly gentle. It sometimes occurred to me that I wouldn't like myself very much if I met me as a stranger. That I'd ended up stabbing one of the doppelgangers in my soul seemed less and less a coincidence as I grew older. Then it shall be so, Great Majesty, the man bowed. Zombie had been divested of her saddlebags, and I allowed her to be guided away by a white-robed servant without protest. Odds were there was a stable in here somewhere, and it wasn't like I'd ever have a hard time finding her. The rest of the woe had been led to their own chambers, save for Akua, who'd denied her servant. She made her way towards me instead, and my brow rose. I suppose she didn't really need rooms of her own, now that I thought about it, but she was in for a hard awakening if she thought she could haunt my own. Athel flinched when she approached and knelt at her feet. There's no need for that, I said slowly, crouching to help him back up. I mean no slight, Great Majesty, he said, still looking down. It is simply that I have never hosted one of the Splendid before. I was not taught the proper manners. Splendid, am I? Akua drawled. Well, I've often thought so myself. That might have amused me, if the man wasn't so obviously frightened. She's just an attendant, I reassured him. No need to worry about her. Diabolist's scarlet eyes flicked to the man and her face softened. You gave no offense, host, she said. And your manners, though not lacking, offered honors underserved. Treat me as any of the others, and you will find your actions faultless. Customary annotation. She was, of course, likely faking this. It was good to remind myself of that, lest my impression of her improve. Prisai Highborn were not usually kind to servants, whenever they remembered their existence, and Akua Sahelia had sent people dearer to her than a stranger to their deaths without batting an eye. I heed your words, honored one, Athel murmured. You needed something? I asked flatly. She folded her hand into her sleeves. Mere assurance over minor matters, she said, smiling at Athel. I was told that our movements within Keter would not be restricted, save for the Hall of the Dead. Did the servant err in telling me this? It is not so, Splendid, the dark-haired man said. I eyed Akua curiously. The Lord Hierophant has expressed interest in sightseeing such a glorious city, she said. Oh, Well, it wasn't like I'd brought Masigo with the expectation that he'd be useful in the negotiations. He was here to ease our way through Arcadia, and as one of my larger cudgels in case things went south. Have Archer go with him, I ordered Akua, and tell them to be back before nightfall. I should not have to impose a curfew on a grown man and woman, but I most definitely did have to when it came to that pair. Indrani wasn't someone I'd usually consider or employ as a restraining influence, but she knew the dangers of the Keter better than any of us. She'd pull him away if his nose led him somewhere they shouldn't go. If wandering around kept them occupied while I prepared for tomorrow with the others, I'd count it a victory. It was all about the standards, really. By your will, Black Queen, Diabolus smiled, bowing. Lower than what Precise court etiquette dictated, even if she considered me a ruling dread empress. She was being careful about maintaining the illusion of her change of appearance, which I couldn't help but approve of. All right, Athel, I sighed as she walked away. Take me to my rooms. By your will, Great Majesty, he said, bowing as well. I detected a hint of amusement in his voice. I could grow fond of that one, I decided. I allowed him to lead me deeper into the palace before clearing my throat. So, about those sheets, I began. Book 4, Chapter 34, Abyss. You could gather the stuff of all the hells and still find less evil within than lies in the soul of a single man. The worst monsters are always those that chose to be. King Edmund of Callow, the Ink Hand. So, I said, before we get into it, what are the odds that Athel is our good friend the hidden horror wearing someone's face? I couldn't exactly say I suspected that because it was what I'd do, though if Masigo was to be believed, I was technically wearing a people cloak courtesy of winter at all times. But come on. Of course the friendly servant gifted to me was going to be a trap. Sure, it was possible Nishama considered himself above those kind of shell games. People who murdered kingdoms for power did tend to have very particular notions about their importance and what they would lower themselves to do. On the other hand, it was becoming painfully clear that we had no fucking idea what the dead king was really up to. I find it unlikely, Akua said. The woe and the murderer, the one not part of the woe, I supposed it was necessary to clarify, weren't nearly enough to fill out the absurdly large bedchamber that had been given to me. It was larger than the entire rat's nest had been, and furnished so richly if Robber had been around I might have considered looking away while he got sticky fingers. Pawning the stuff in Mercantis could have probably earned me enough to equip a few hundred legionaries. Possession would be difficult, if not outright impossible, Masigo conceded. Bespelling the man for control is a different matter. It is not impossible anything his senses come across will be extracted and sifted through afterwards. I hear one for mind control and soul cutting, I said, putting a Johnny tone to my rising horror. Anyone else feeling like putting their silver at work? I bet he put some kind of fucked up devil bug in the man's brain, Archer mused. You know, one he can look through? One reason I'm glad I don't really sleep anymore. Straight into the pot, I added, openly sickened. I'm waiting on the rest of the gallery for counteroffers. I'd be surprised if there weren't enchantments everywhere taking our conversation straight to the dead king, Vivienne noted. Athel himself might simply be a red herring. My eyes flicked to Hierophant, who shrugged. There are no active wards I recognize, save those surrounding the city and the Hall of the Dead, he said. Though everything in Keter seems touched by sorcery to an extent. The protections I set around us should be sufficient to prevent eavesdropping, or at least very difficult to breach without my awareness. Reasonable paranoia, making 3. I sighed. Hakram. Negotiations in good faith, Adjutant said calmly. There was a heartbeat of silence. Playing the long odds, I see, Akua said amusedly. The orc's hand rose to still the incoming tide of responses. We assume it a matter of course the dead king is intent on crossing us, he said. I would ask you this, however, does he truly need to? From an objective perspective? I said, probably not. He can get what he wants out of us fair and square. That said, he's a villain. Need takes a different shade when it comes to those. Yet we are not dealing with Diabolist. It's true, Vivienne slowly said. I looked at Akua from the corner of my eye. She did not seem offended in the slightest. She might not even have been listening, scarlet eyes still thoughtfully considering Hakram. I do not advocate for blind trust, or even trust at all, Adjutant said. But let us not dismiss the possibility of forthright dealings from the onset, either. Salting the grounds prematurely is not to our advantage. He'd bleed us all in a heartbeat, if it got him anything useful, I pointed out. Is this not a recurrent trait in all our allies? Masigo asked, bemused. It was a little depressing that I couldn't really deny that. Point taken. I conceded, passing a hand through my hair. Which neatly takes us to our next point of order. Today's lecture: what we want from the dead king, why, and what we're willing to give in exchange. Hierophant raised his hand. I eyed him darkly. Had he even ever sat in classroom? Yes, Masigo, I said. Is this a mandatory lecture? He politely asked. Archer smothered her convulsive laughter into Hakram's shoulder, the wretch. Yes, I patiently said. Yes, it is. The blind sorcerer looked a little miffed, but I pressed on before he could get it into his head to argue. For those of you who forgot, or weren't paying attention, I said, glancing pointedly at Indrani, whose lips were still twitching. Kallo is about to have around 80,000 Proceran and Levantine soldiers led by heroes invading through the Red Flower Valleys. We need them, very badly, to be headed elsewhere instead. Arguable, Diabolist noted. Akua Sahelian, arguing that slaughter is the solution, I said. We are all blindsided by this turn of events. I bit my tongue afterwards, then forced myself to look at the others in turn. We'd begun lightheartedly, and it was my own fault. I know levity is how we've kept our heads on straight, I quietly said. As much as named can have those, anyway. But this is serious. We're at a crossroads, and ahead are dead ends all around. The Crusaders are in it to the hilt, and there's no compromise to be had with them. Kalos on the chopping block for the coming world order, and we're out of allies and alternatives, except for the dead king. This is the deep end. So please, let's act like the situation is as grim as it is. That sobered the room. I didn't particularly enjoy doing it. It kept the pressure off my shoulders to treat it as laughable, even when we were all deadly serious. But I could not stomach making it a game even on the surface when things had gotten this undeniably bad. The dead king is our counterweight, Adjutant said, breaking the silence and continuing my thoughts. If he breaches Proceran borders up north, the armies at our gate will be either thinned or entirely recalled to deal with him. I nodded my thanks to him. That said, we don't want him to actually take Procer, I said. Aside from the horrifying loss of life that would entail, we'd be trading the hound at our door for a much larger tiger. So we need him to be enough of a threat the 10th Crusade turns north, but not so strong the first prince can't win. I believe that's possible to accomplish, for two reasons. The heroes, Akua said. I nodded in agreement. The heavens have already assembled their foot soldiers, I said. They're on the field and spoiling for a fight. Crusades have reached Keter before, so we know the dead king's not invincible when there's enough named thrown at him. Baited out of the kingdom of the dead, he might be vulnerable in a way he isn't while in his seat of power. That'll draw them like carrion does flies. It's an objectively better victory for above to get rid of Neshama than to topple us. The folks upstairs will push for it. And our leverage, Vivienne finished. To our understanding, the dead king is stuck in his serenity unless he's either attacked or invited out, I said, inclining my head towards her. Our current working assumption is that we've been called here because we can provide that invitation and we've been judged sufficiently desperate to actually go through with it. Which, in all fairness, we were. The only person in the room not already in on the plan to a full extent studied me intently before speaking up. You intend to add clauses to that invitation, Akua said, eyes hooded. Not obvious ones from an outside perspective, lest the first prince find them out and consider herself to have options other than war against the dead. Limitation of strength? No, without a full assessment of his forces that would be too risky. Oh, territorial boundaries. My fingers clenched. I knew there were few people out there who were both clever enough and knew me well enough to get to the conclusion so easily. It still worried me how little time it had taken Diabolist to see through me. 3 principalities, I said. Henoven, Cleves, and Haino. That would be the enforced limit of his invasion. Henoven is fortified enough it will be hard to take. And as Klaus Pappenheim's own territory, it will strike bone with both the first prince and her foremost general if it comes under siege. The other 2 principalities would give the dead king foothold across the lakes, and so rally every Alamans of high birth in the Principate to the war. He's dangerous enough a neighbor with natural boundaries in the way. Preferably, we would want those principalities empty of civilians when the kingdom of the dead advances, Hakram said. Their armies retreating as well, to strike back in strength when reinforced by the Crusader hosts. Once war erupts up north, the balance of power of the 10th Crusade shifts enough we have room to maneuver. Sounds like a clever piece of diplomacy, Indrani shrugged. But you're not dealing with some prick of a prince, Cat. You sure the hidden horror is going to be willing to put ink to that deal? To put oath to it. Our game's crooked, I admitted frankly. But as far as we know, it's also the only game in town. He'd make appreciable gains through this deal, even if he went in expecting us to betray him. It's not the finest offer he'll ever get, but it's the one on the table. And if he wanted to stay behind his walls, well, he wouldn't have sent an envoy in the first place. Akua stirred. A warning, if you would, she said. I glanced at her and nodded. All of this rests on uncertain foundations, Diabolus said. Namely, that invitation is needed for him to escape his hell. This is speculation, not established fact. I'm aware, I bluntly said. Then follow the thought to its logical conclusion, Akua said. If no invitation is needed and he still sent an envoy to you, what is the dead king truly after? We're going into guesswork, I noted. And blind guesswork at that. If you try to ascertain objectives purely from his perspective, yes, Diabolus said. But that is not the full sum of the information we have. He sent for you. Specifically, you are not the first cornered villain, Catherine. Yet you warranted an envoy where others did not. We can garner some knowledge from studying what sets you apart from other villains. I met her gaze, unblinking. And what would that be? I said. 2 facts seem most important, Akua said. First, you are now the crowned and recognized head of a traditionally good kingdom. Ensuring you remain in power might represent a chance to tip the scales of the game of the gods on Calernia. There was a cheerful thought. The pilgrim had bought into the notion, anyway, so there might be something there. We had no indication that the dead king's game relied on the balance of power, however, so the grounds were shaky. And second, I asked, you are Queen of Winter in all but name, Diabolus said. Fae are sworn to you. You are capable of granting titles and assembling a court. Adjutant's brow creased. Titles, Hakram gravelled. It's about the titles, if Winter is relevant at all. If you start handing them out, our potential strength escalates faster than anyone else can match. All the heroes capable of fighting are already out there, and the crusade still hasn't broken through. The heavens are currently winning, but not by wide enough a margin to hold up. They would have to put a full hand to the scales to compensate, and if they do, below gets to do the same, Vivienne quietly said. It'd start a vicious circle. The heavens push again, below matches, and all the while the fire spreads. Winter's the match to tinder. If Arcadia really was the sketch for creation, then bringing Winter into this is like stealing the pieces of an earlier match to play in the most recent game. I haven't been granting anyone titles, I flatly said, precisely to avoid this kind of complication. If you did, however, Akua said, what entity is arguably the most powerful on the side of evil? We all knew the answer to that. An argument might have been made for praise, back in Triumphant's day, but that era had passed. So if it all goes up in flames, he's likely to be involved when Below makes its play, I completed grimly. He'd want to put his finger to the pulse before it comes to that, and have assurances in place for when the arrows start flying. Indeed, Diabolus smiled pleasantly. Which is quite the interesting development, don't you think? Whatever the truth of his intent, we have something that is desired. What we succeed at making of that is all that matters. Gods forgive me, but in that moment, even after all she'd done, I was glad she was out of the box. The white-robed servants came to help us prepare for the audience several hours before twilight, but I dismissed mine. Hakram was quite enough for me. It was soothing to have him help me into my armor. A ritual just for the two of us. The carapace of steel grew steadily around me, until all that was left to add was the cloak around my shoulders and the crown helmet that had already needed reforging several times. I only put them on after the others were readied, the woe in the fullness of their regalia. There was sense of solemnity to it. Archer's ceremonial garments were not significantly different from her usual, merely trading her usual leathers and silver mail for ones Weed had tailored for her in lore, but it was oddly nostalgic to see her with the face covered by a hood and scarf again. Hierophant was all flowing black robes and silken-eye cloth, somehow turning the simplicity of it into a statement of might. Adjutant and I were steel from head to toe, a frank admission of the nature of what we wrought. It was thief that was barely recognizable. Her short hair had been styled and coiffed, going from haphazard to carefully arranged, and her prowling leathers were traded for Calawan court garb, a dark green overcoat bordered in brocade, over a long high-necked white tunic going to her knees. Soft and well-polished boots went up to her calves, with only a simple sheathed knife at her hip serving as a reminder of her name. Diabolist remained as I had made her, somehow wearing her ghostly garments as if she'd been born to them. Athel was our guide to the Hall of the Dead, along with several others hosts. The pale man was subdued today, not cowed, but well aware of the gravity of his duties. It was not often one was granted audience with the hidden horror. The inside of the spire was not as I remembered from the shards, everything within having shifted. Dimly, I could trace the pattern of our journey in my head. It all revolved around the royal hall now, the heart of the tower, where the portal and the man who'd made it awaited us. The antechamber to that hallowed place seemed filled with statues at first glance, but a second revealed otherwise. The 50 silhouettes standing still were not stone or the remembrance of kings. Revenants, Archer said, and none of us replied. Heroes, I thought. Dead heroes, and perhaps villains as well. Ripped out of whatever ancient age they had fallen, still garbed in the armaments of their defeat. Men and women of every stripes, knights and sages and wizards. An honor guard that none but the dead king could boast. We passed them by in uneasy silence. Athel bowed low as we stood before the bronze gates of the hall. We part ways here, great majesty, he said. What lies within is not for the likes of me. May you find all that you seek, and leave a friend to the serenity. I nodded at him, then took a deep breath. A memory flicked back to the front of my mind, quick and silver bright. Too clear for a mortal mind. A thumb running up my cheek as the lesser god smiled. You are in need of a reminder, Catherine Foundling, of the difference between bravery and ignorance. I murmured to myself, with a bitter smile. Another king, that one, that I had only ever beaten on his own terms. Something to keep in mind when facing the king ahead. The bronze gates opened, and we went forward to meet with the king of death. Her Majesty Queen Catherine Foundling, tyrant of Callow, sovereign of Moonless Night, the Black Queen. The announcement rang loud and clear in the hall as I advanced, coming from a dead man's throat. The others were announced behind me. Lord Hierophant, Lord Adjutant, Lady Archer, Lady Thief. The shade of splendor. The words washed over me, made far away by what I witnessed. No portal there, not today. A tall dais with a throne of bones, with a long table set before it. From the tall rafters hung banners from all the great hosts of Calernia, old and faded, some still keeking of blood long turned to dust. Yet the greatest of all banners hung behind the throne, the deep purple of the kingdom of the dead's heraldry set with crown and stars. None of it mattered, compared to the thing that sat the throne. It was a man, or perhaps just the mockery of one. Not living yet not dead, so thin bones could be made out through the parchment-thin skin. Pale locks of hair tumbled down messily, reaching down to the elaborate purple robes decorated with gold chains and riotous jewels that together twice earned a mortal king's ransom. The thing was sprawled lazily, the ancient crown of Sapphira on its brow, watching us with sunken yellow eyes. A curtain of power hung between us and it, unseen but thick against the roof of my mouth. Illusion. The dead king was not within the hall. It was not Neshama's body I was seeing, either. Not his first one anyway. I greet you, Black Queen, the abomination said in a rippling voice, and confirmed by my own tongue extension of hospitality to you and yours. I bowed my head. We are duly grateful of the offered courtesy, Your Majesty, I replied, and offer guest gift as a sign of our own. Hakram strode forward, face serene. It had been trouble, finding something that was a worthy gift yet easy to carry through Arcadia. So many of the things that would have pleased the monster would have been dangerous to us. In the end, it had been Ratface that came through. He knew people that know some people in Mercantis, and for a cost that made me wince they'd nabbed something of worth from an auction. Adjutant removed the silken veil from the cushion he carried, revealing a small shard of black stone. A piece of the tower as it once stood, before twice being cast down, Hakram announced. A white-robed attendant, this one without a heartbeat, came forward to take the cushion from his hands. It was offered to the dead king, who took it in hand and studied it with a thin-lipped smile. A sliver of greatness, he said, and a reminder of frailty. A worthy gift, Black Queen. I bowed my head in silence. He set the stone back down on the cushion, and it was spirited away by the servant as he returned those wicked yellow eyes to us. Sit, the dead king invited. You are my guests, after all. It would not do for you to remain standing. Would you partake of my table? We would be honored to do so. I lied. I am pleased to hear it, the thing that had once been Neshama said. We have much to speak of, and it would make me uneasy to do so while your throats are dry. I forced a smile. I confess, I said, that your invitation roused great curiosity in me. Talk is much welcome. And yet you wonder, what are we to speak of? The abomination chuckled. Allow me to shed light. Yellow eyes met mine. We must speak of that most ancient trait of kings, Black Queen, the dead king said. War. Book 4, Chapter 35, Stroll. 17. Always agree when offered to share in the rule of the world by a villain. The 3 to 4 heartbeats of sheer surprise that will earn you are a golden opportunity to kill them before it comes to a monologue. 200 heroic axioms. Author unknown. The dead king kept a good table for a corpse. It was a little surreal that after that last bit of dramatics we were expected to have a meal, but wasn't that diplomacy? Vivid theater, followed by long stretches of tediousness. There were half a dozen kind of spiced meats on the table I didn't recognize but tasted delicious, with the only dark mark on the affair that it was apparently expected that undead attendants would cut my meal for me. I dug in with reluctant enthusiasm, since it was unlikely I'd get to eat this fine a meal for months yet. The cooks at the palace had been weaned off the more complicated fare they'd learned from Mazes and the Fairfaxes and gently guided into making the simpler fare I liked better. If it used to squawk and had since been roasted, odds were I'd enjoy it. But they seemed to have taken that as a challenge to put all their efforts into dessert, which, well, I had not found it in myself to deny. Masigo had a sweet tooth as well, and blueberry tarts were one of the few plates that were never at risk of coming back full when sent into the observatory. I laid off the wine, though out of politeness I took a few sips. It still tasted like ash to me, as all lesser spirits had since I fully claimed my mantle. Setting down the silvers, I politely dabbed away the bit of sauce on my lips with the provided cloth and leaned back into my seat. Mealtime with the woe tended to be a riotous affair, but not today. Trading barbs with the dead king as audience would have been a little too much even for Archer. The abomination sitting the throne waited patiently, by all appearances pleased with how quick we'd been to dig in. I caught his eye, purely by happenstance, and when I faced those yellow orbs the throne room went dark. Sighing, I put down the cloth. It had been about time for something to go wrong, hadn't it? A quick look around told me I was no longer sitting in the throne room. This was the pitch black of nothingness, not deep shadow. The cloth had disappeared into the dark the moment it left my fingers, and the table had followed suit the moment I took my eyes off of it. The only visible thing around was a standing man, and my brow rose when I took him in. The throne-sitting corpse had not been the Neshama of millennia ago. This, however, was pale and mess-haired, with those thick eyebrows and calloused hands. Closely shaven as he had been when I'd last glimpsed him, a heartbeat before he wrought the doom of Keter. There is no need for alarm. The dead king spoke in Ushkaran. I forced a frown in my face. I'm afraid you've lost me, I said. No amusement bloomed on his face. He did not strike me as offended by the lie, either, if he even knew it was one. What had been spoken was simply put away behind those golden brown eyes, to be studied at his leisure. My apologies, then, he replied in lower meason. Would you walk with me, Black Queen? I rose to my feet, swallowing a snort when the greatest abomination ever born to Calernia chivalrously offered me his arm. In for a copper, I mused. I looped my arm into his and allowed him to lead me through the nothingness. I judged a private conversation to be in order before negotiations began, the dead king said. As reparations for the imposition, the least I can offer is an interesting sight to accompany it. The darkness bled out. It was like watching a painting in reverse, I thought. Instead of splashed of color being put to canvas, strokes of black were removed and bared the sights beneath. He'd not lied, at least, about it being interesting. The two of us stood dozens of miles in the air, watching the slaughter that took place below. It was a siege, or at least an assault part of one. Surrounding a Keter near identical to the one I'd seen in creation, hundreds of thousands gathered beneath colorful banners to take a run at the walls. My eyes lingered on the few heraldries I recognized, most of them Proceran, but a few Calawan ones as well. The bells of House Fairfax startled a finger clenching out of me. That banner had not flown in the wind since the conquest. 6th or 7th? I asked. There could be no doubt, after all, that it was a crusade beneath me. 6th, Neshama replied. The depths of that failure led to the birth of the 7th, in many ways. The choir of contrition is hard of learning. My own encounters have left me less than fond, I said. The first hero I fought was sworn to them. The lone swordsman, the dead king drawled. Ah, those pesky Hashmalim. All those centuries, and they still believe the right sword in the right hands can accomplish anything. Their string of failures had made them increasingly heavy-handed. Mercy is the choir to watch, for subtlety. And judgment, I probed. That sword only ever clears the scabbard when something needs to die. The abomination smiled. No coincidence that the current White Knight is one of theirs. The heavens have pressing need of blood on the ground, and the man will serve to herd the others towards the fated abattoir. They can be beaten, I said, watching a wooden ramp collapse under stone thrown from the walls. Hundreds fell to their screaming deaths in the pit below. In a manner of speaking, the dead king said, "Priests I have slain and tricked them into falling, as have I. Yet the choirs stand, for their existence is fixed. A dead angel does not detract from the whole. It remains as it ever was. They have to play by the rules," I said. "Oh yes," Neshama murmured. "And they will pay for that, in time. That delightful child in Heliki wove a trap for them right under the intercessor's nose. I expect the end of that play to be nothing less than magnificent." The tyrant, he meant. I forced myself not to stiffen. I'd expected him to take a swing soon. Either a procker or whatever nation was limping heaviest at the time. This was a hint there was another game afoot, though, and I doubted it had been offered lightly. "He's offered me eternal friendship," I said, hoping to shake a little more loose. The abomination grinned. "To me as well," he said. "And the rats, though they ate his envoy. I confess I quite enjoy his sense of humor." The tyrant of Heliki was mad. This was well known. I was starting to wonder if it was perhaps, too, well known. Behavior could seem erratic without actually being so, when you failed to grasp what someone was truly after. But I digress, the dead king dismissed. "We did not take this stroll to speak of the League of Free Cities. It appears we have a common foe, Black Queen." "Procker," I said. "I would have preferred not to fight them at all, but Hazenbach left me little choice." "She is an interesting one, their first prince," Neshama said. "A shame that her understanding of what a crusade is was so lacking, but it is too late to leave the saddle once the lion is ridden. She must follow through or break the principate for a few generations." "A matter of some interest to you, I imagine," I said. "Come now, my young friend," the dead king laughed. "Do you take me for such a fool I would want the principate to fall? Without Procker there's little left to contain you," I pointed out. "The Dominion and the League might manage to salvage parts of the south and Callow would hold the passes to the east, but you'd be trading a single mighty opponent for several weaker ones." "I could bring ruin to them," the dead king mildly said. "Drown the Lycanese in death, devour every field and city from the tomb to Salia. I could have done this when they were grown fragile from their war of succession, and none would have been able to stand against me. Yet I did not. Because it'd have hung a sword over your head," I said. "Not immediately," Neshama mused. "They would have allowed me to glory in it for some time, lovingly tended to my legend, my thousands years of darkness, or, more likely, my few centuries. They would have been willing to pay that price twice over, to have me bare my neck. And yet here I am," I said, "invited to speak of war, because there be two heads, but only one sword. It's how you survive triumphant, isn't it?" "She was a great woman," the dead king fondly said. There was a clarity to her that I'd never seen the likes of. "But you misunderstand my intent. I do not seek to use you. My war on stillness will not be waged in so half-hearted a manner. This is merely a welcome, Catherine Foundling." "To what?" I asked. "That most rarefied of societies," he laughed. "We few immortals." "I can die," I flatly said. "So can I," the dead king said. "So can she. And there have been others before, who came close yet passed in the end. But I have great hopes for you, Black Queen. You have crawled through the cracks in a most fascinating way. Never before have I seen anyone reach apotheosis by accident." I bit my tongue before I could deny him. He was wrong. Had to be. I'd carved away at myself piece by piece and put a mantle over the remains, but I was hardly a god, even a lesser one. If that delusion made him civil and open to negotiation, however, he could keep it. "She," I said instead. "The wandering bard." "The name changes," he said. "The faces as well, swift as seasons. The role has not. Intercessor she was, and will remain. She's got her hands all over this war," I said. "She was in Callow, before it all went to shit. In the League too, before the shockwaves of that rippled across the continent. I know better than to believe she won't pop out again. She encountered a nasty little setback in the south," Neshama said, "and has remained discreet since. But do not believe her absent, because she is not before your eyes. She has as many irons as there are fires." I bit my lip. Should I? It was a risk. But when would I ever have an occasion like this again to speak with one of the few entities that might have a decent grasp of her? The wandering bard was a shadow cast on everything I had been trying to accomplish. "What is she after?" I asked. "I used to think it was destroying what was made of praise, but this is too much. Too large. She didn't need a crusade to accomplish that. I thought I understood her, once," the dead king pensively said. "Then she ruined me with a smile on her lips. A dozen times again did the two of us dance that dance. and yet even now she remains inscrutable in her intent. Know her to be your foe, and that in this game of ours there is nothing more dangerous than allowing the others to grasp your heart's desire. But I should trust you, I said, because evil is one big happy family. Give or take the occasional knife in the back. He laughed. Never trust me, he advised, or anyone else. Those are the last remnants of who you once were seeking to shackle you. You will betray me if we make bargain, or I will betray you. That is the nature of things. His arm left mine, and he smiled gently. I need you to understand, Catherine, that none of it should be taken as slight, Neshama told me. That even if you wound me most grievously, there is nothing to bar you from seeking me out for alliance in centuries to come. That if rip out the heart of you, it is not a declaration of war. It is simply a single tide in a very old sea, and in time it will pass. All things do, in the end. Save for us. You do not sound like a man who wants to make an alliance, I said. Yet I will listen to your offers, and accept them should they suit, the dead king said. I am in no hurry. Neither are you, though you have yet to grasp that truth. He patted my hands affectionately. You are about to begin a journey, Catherine Foundling. They will hound you, Neshama said, to the ends of creation. No matter where you flee, no matter how you plead and bargain and reason, they will scour the impurities from you until all that is left is the devil they feared all along. And when you rise from that grave of ash, crawling through blood and smoke, he smiled. I will be waiting on the other side. I swallowed, though my mouth was dry. The day is yet young, the hidden horror said, looking down at the slaughter that once took place beneath his walls. Let us return and speak of earthly treaties. A drop of darkness touched the world, and like ink in water is spread. It was mere moments before I sat before the table again. The meat on my plate was still warm. My hands were trembling, and I could not bring myself to believe it was not warranted. I watched moonlight wash over the crown of the dead in silence. We'd spoken with the dead king for more than an hour after the meal was finished, but I'd been unable to concentrate as much as I should. Hakram had done most of the talking, presenting our offer and terms of alliance. Nothing I hadn't known before. I'd provide the invitation out of his hell in exchange for limits on how much he could swallow. No promises of assistance in the defense of Callow required, none offered in his battles against the 10th Crusade, though I'd left the door open for further dealings there. I did not intend to ever cross that threshold, but the pretense that I might should be enticement in its own way. Neshama was, after all, preying on my desperation. He would suck that teat try if he could. No accord had been reached. The hidden horror told us the offer was worth considering, and that he would do so with due diligence. We were to meet again tomorrow at twilight, for further discussion of the proposed treaties. It was not a refusal, at least. I suspected that if the dead king had been uninterested in the terms, he would have made that clear without stringing us along. But that was just a feeling. As Akua had pointed out afterwards, the longer we remained in Keter, the better his bargaining position became. If we stayed here long enough, there'd be no time for further preparation of Callow. That should have weighed on me. The possibility that this dark gambit would come to nothing, and I'd walk from Keter with nothing to show for it. But it wasn't what my mind was lingering on. To him, all the treaties in the world were nothing but play acting. I'd gotten a glimpse of what Neshama believed creation was, and it was nothing that a makeshift bargain could truly change. The kingdoms, the armies, the borders, they were just ink on maps. The pilgrim was willing to let Callow burn if it meant the Grand Alliance turned its swords to the kingdom of the dead, but the abomination had never once been worried about that. Gods, he didn't even need to fight them, did he? He could just wait them out. Let the petty feuds of mortals tear apart that ambitious edifice. A century or two of keeping to his borders meant nothing to a creature like that. As long as the Serenity kept churning out soldiers, kept growing within the hellscape, he would pull further ahead. Because his realm doesn't fight itself, while Calernia is a tinder box no matter the era. And that was the entity I meant to use for my purposes. It scared me that he'd outright said he wouldn't much care if I did, because it meant that all of this was a passing distraction to him, nothing that really mattered. The flare of the match drove back the dark, for a moment, until I flicked it away. The wake leaf in my pipe brought a sharp taste to my mouth when I inhaled, pouring away when I spat out a stream of smoke. The highest ring of the Silent Palace offered a beautiful view of the madness below. Wyverns passed the skies, silent save for the batting of wings, while in quiet streets the dead marched in blind patrols. Athel had brought me to the balcony when I'd asked for a view, and I'd remained here ever since. My hands itched for a bottle, but I'd forced myself to indulge other vices. I could think of few things more foolish than getting drunk in Keter, much as it would have relieved me. Hakram had already come and gone, getting me to eat from a plate when I did not truly need to, and then sitting in silence, offering wordlessly to listen if I wanted to talk. I had not taken him up on it, for once. Neither Indrani nor Masigo had come up. They tended to avoid me when I was in a mood. Vivienne had passed to discuss the treaties for a half hour, and left when she realized my mind was only halfway there. It was time, I supposed, for the sixth to make an appearance. Akua Sahelian was a sight, under moonlight, and how I'd shaped her had little to do with it. She'd had a touch of the eerie even before the changes, that too-perfect look Prisai Highborn had bred into their lines. Sonic more than Tagreb, true, but the difference was less than you'd think. Aisha was from a family long past its glory, and she was still worth more than a passing look. Diabolus groan of silver and blue bunched up around her body as she leant against the balustrade by my side. I drew from the pipe and blew the mouthful of smoke out. "And here you are," I said, the proverbial devil on my shoulder. "Is that to be my purpose?" Akua mused. "Let us spin wicked weaves, then. You lack not for enemies to entrap. You've got games afoot," I said. "I knew you would when I let you out. But I am not in the mood for them tonight, Sahelian." "No," she said softly. "Evidently not. You spoke with the dead king, without our knowledge." My fingers tightened against the dragonbone shaft. I forced them to loosen. "I did," I admitted. "Such a creature can foster madness with but a sentence, when speaking to the weak-minded," she told me. I would not put stock in what it peddled. "An interesting thought," I said, since a lot of what it peddled sounded like Prisai rhetoric. "We have our exalted," Akua said. "Triumphant, traitorous. The Maleficents and the Terribilises. Yet there is reason we do not hallow Trismegistus' name so. Terror and awe are not treasured bedfellow among my kind. Our favorite gods are those that bleed." "God, huh?" I mused. I keep hearing people throw that word around. Been guilty of that as well. But to this day, I'm not sure what it means. "There are those that would say the term is a mere recognition of power," the shade said. I inhaled the smoke, filling my lungs before releasing. "And you?" "A fulcrum, perhaps," Akua said. "Nothing more or less than the point on which levers pivot. The weight of it is to be respected, but not held sacred. Except for the ones that get capitalized," I said. "Oh," Diabolus said quietly, "not even those. When Below taught us of holy betrayal, it did not hold itself separate. It might be the single truest form of worship to betray even our patrons." There was a deep and abiding madness to the wasteland, I thought. It had sunk into the bones of that land, modeled the souls of the people that dwelled within it. And still, part of me sung to hear the words. The unrelenting defiance in the face of even the gods. Praise had shaped Callow as much as the other way around. In that tight embrace of need and hatred, we had each served as the crucible of the other. Diabolist would betray even the gods, if she rose from that betrayal, and she was in so many ways the personification of the worst and the best of her homeland. I thought of John Ferrier and his hard eyes, long lost to summer's fire. Of Brandon Talbot, who would ride for Callow under any banner he could. Even of William, that tragedy of good intentions. Would you hold a grudge against even the gods? I knew the answer to that, sure as my own heartbeat. To small slights, long prices. There were none in this world, or any that stood exempt from my people's rancor. "You put up a fight," I suddenly said. Scarlet eyes turned to me. "What you did, Akua, it's not something I'll ever forgive," I murmured. "You showed me that, you know. That even as heroine I would have had no truck with absolution." "It should not be forgiven," Diabolus said. "What are you if you were wrong in this? That hatred should be stoked and kept burning, lest you forget the lessons it taught you." I smiled ruefully. "But you put up a fight," I said. "Against odds I'd flinch at. Against people that scare me still, for all the power I've gained. If there is any part of you that I can respect, it's that you might have been a monster, but you were never once a coward. One of my ancestors once said that the spurs to greatness are never gentle," Akua said, sounding almost whimsical. "Mother often repeated that to me when I balked at my sharper lessons." "Did you really?" I asked. "Balk? Even once?" "I had a cradle sister," Diabolus said. "One who shared my wet nurse. She was also charged with taking my canings until I reached an age where healing sorcery would not hamper my growth, but that was a rare enough occurrence. Her name was Zane, common as dirt. I loved her, I suppose, in a way that children love those who so thoughtlessly love them back. It was horrifying, deep down, that nothing of what had been spoken came as a surprise to me. When I was 8 years old, Mother took me to the deepest chamber of the old labyrinths and put a stone knife in my hand, Akua said. Zane lay prone on the altar, mind clouded by potions. Yet she was aware enough to know my face and reach out to me. She was scared, you see, shivering like a doe. She was right too. You killed her, I said. My affection made her a valuable offering, the shade replied. I had to be slapped twice before I cut her throat, and even then my reluctance made the wound a shallow one. Akua laughed softly. That was the part one regretted most. In later years, she said. She would have bled out twice as quickly, had my hand been steady. That was my mother's lesson, dear heart. Hesitation is never a virtue. Faltering is only ever the mother of agony. Your mother was a monster, I quietly said. Mother was a failure, Akua said amusedly. A far greater sin, in her eyes and mine. I pulled at pipe again, standing silent under the insolent radiance of the moon. How much of that was a lie? I finally asked. Not a word, Diabolus said. Why bother? Book 4, Chapter 36, Enchère. I found that nothing quite sets the tone for counsel like strangling a courtier with my bare hands just before we begin. Dread Emperor Venal. I stared down at the unfurled scroll, a frown creasing my brow. When Athel had shown up along our communal breakfast with a scroll in hand, I'd expected him to be bearing the dead king's counteroffer. Instead, what I'd gotten was a neatly pinned report about how the world had gone on without me while we journeyed to Keter. I popped a blueberry in my mouth. That it most likely came from hell did not make it taste any less sweet. Swallowing, I wiped my fingers on the tablecloth. How old is this? I asked. The dark-haired man bowed. If it please you, great majesty, the last of what is written took place 8 days ago as of this morning, he replied. Well, I said, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Fuck. Seems like the most appropriate reaction to that basket of stupid. Catherine, Vivienne said, from her place across the table. I pushed the scroll across, almost toppling a pitcher of fresh milk over it before Hakram leant over to catch it. I sent him a thankful look. Word from Callow? Indrani asked, half a side of pork making her cheeks bulge. Swallow, you goddamn savage, I said. And something like that. Can someone tell me what the lanterns are exactly? I think I got it from context, but I'd rather be sure. The Levantine equivalent to the House of Light, Adjutant said. Archer snorted, then finally swallowed. Yeah, sure, she said. If to become an anointed brother, you had to wrestle a basilisk. They don't have abbeys so much as warrior lodges. If they get old enough, they go into the Brocelian to fight monsters until one finally beats them. Across the table, Vivienne flinched. Merciless gods, she said. What was she thinking? Yeah, I agreed. Not Hazenbach's greatest moment. I glanced at Masigo, who did not glance back. He turned a page, blindly groping for what he probably believed to be a cup of tea, but was actually a pot of cream. Well, he'd notice after drinking. Probably. Are we to be kept in suspense? Akua drily asked. I've been declared arch-heretic of the East, I said, by a conclave of the House of Light in Procure, the aforementioned lanterns, and a delegation of speakers from Asher. A worthy achievement, Diabolist praised. This is the first I hear of the title being granted to one who has not climbed the tower. It's a feudal disaster is what it is, Thief said. It means that any oaths sworn to her are dissolved by holy writ, and that any who follow her are estranged from the light of the heavens. I didn't think the first prince would go this far just to break my truce with the Northern Crusade, I admitted, or that she had this much influence over the priests, to be honest. She should not have, Adjutant said. The house is highly influential in Proceran politics, and pushes back hard when attempts are made to twist its arm. Several wars were fought over it, if I remember correctly. The 3 liturgical wars, Akua said. One of the rare Proceran squabbles to involve even the Lycanese. The last member of House Merivin's bloodline was slain during the second, perhaps? I confess my Principate histories are not as comprehensive as they could be. Oh, fuck, Vivienne suddenly said. I'd told her it was the most appropriate reaction, hadn't I? Lore, I asked. She nodded, slumping into her seat. I can't even begin to parse the implications of that, she said. This is getting quite tedious, Akua noted. You might remember the priest back in Salia declared me an abomination after first lease, I told the shade. That whole resurrection affair got stuck in their throats. The dark-skinned monster was not slow on the uptake, for all her other glaring flaws. You were crowned by a representative of the House of Light. In lore, she said. I was. They've branded heretics all involved in the matter, Diabolus said, and it wasn't a guess. If they'd just tarred my name it wouldn't have been too bad, I said. They tried something similar with Henry Landless after occupying Callow, though without foreigners signing on. But they accused Callowan priesthood of heresy. They, really, shouldn't have done that. We so declare the following, Vivienne read out loud, that all who took part in the 73rd Conclave of Salia are guilty of perverse service to earthly powers, false righteousness for earthly purpose, and declaration of godless sanctions. That first one, Archer decided, will be the title of my memoirs. I feel it really captures the spirit of what I'm about. We decided in turn, as a family, and also Akua, to pretend she had remained silent. All three of those are lesser heresies, Hakram gravelled. That situation's going to get worse at a brisk pace. It did, I grimly added. The House and Lore also retroactively declared every hero to have tread Callowan grounds to be graceless. That's not so much protesting the verdict as setting fire to the courthouse. Graceless, Diabolist mused. As in walk without the grace of the heavens, I presume? I nodded with a grimace. That verse was from the Book of All Things, when speaking of villains who cloak themselves in righteousness when seeing to their dark purposes. You shall know them from the true children of above, for they walk without the grace of the heavens. The House of Light and Lore had essentially just declared over 10 heroes to be villains in disguise, and then announced as much at every street corner of the largest city of the kingdom. They kept their shit together in Dormer, at least, Vivienne sighed. They lodged a protest and want to appeal the Conclave's decisions. Thief. Rioters torched the House of Light in Vale when the priests refused to speak out, I said pointedly. This is not a situation under control. Juniper's going to have to declare martial law, if she hasn't already. The House and Summerhome upheld Lore's declaration, Thief said, sounding appalled as her eyes reached the end of the scroll. Gods. Denier's going to fold as well? Cat, you know that. You're popular with the merchants and the priests that Far East hate it even when the crown tells that what to preach. And the only reason Marchford hasn't declared already is that it'll take a while for the news to reach there. I have no idea what Hazenbach was thinking, I admitted. The Northern Army's in no shape to take the passage from Keegan even if it turns around. She's setting fire to the diplomatic options for no real gain, I can see. You're assuming she is behind this, Akua said. If a clever opponent makes a foolish mistake, Hakram added, it is either not a mistake or not that opponent's doing. Grem One Eye had written that, I recalled. In one of his treatises, when talking about how even a well-led army could blunder when the field officers were poorly trained. That would imply she's lost control of the going-ons in her own capital, Vivienne replied skeptically. A shame that her understanding of what a crusade is was so lacking, but it is too late to leave the saddle once the lion is ridden. That was what the dead king had said, when we'd spoken of Cordelia Hazenbach. They might be right, I said. Thief turned to me, curious. If this was just the house and Proctor, I'd agree with you. But with the lanterns and the speakers? I said, no. She can't have that many hooks inside nations that were hostile to Proctor until so recently. I think that Hazenbach might be losing her grip on parts of the Grand Alliance. And wasn't that enough to have me dreading? Because Cordelia Hazenbach had, for all her brutal idealism, a pragmatic streak. The castles she wanted to build were down here, not up in the clouds. But if she was no longer leading the beast by the nose, then who was now in charge? Her refusal to offer even the slightest concession when we'd last spoken was starting to be cast in a different light. Her position was nowhere as assured as I believed. I clenched my fingers, then slowly unclenched them. Didn't matter, did it? The mess was still in my lap. I had to deal with it. The Empress is going to throw a banquet. When she hears, Vivienne sighed. Any possible bridges to the west just went up in smoke. Nock did too. I reminded her. She's not exactly doing great at keeping her head above the water either. Blacks wandering the countryside up to gods know what. Warlocks nowhere to be seen and her coasts are burning. Not a great year for either of us. A man cleared his throat. With a start, I realized Athel had been standing to the side this entire time. My mind whipped back, going over what we'd said with a fine comb. Had there been anything in there I'd truly hate for the dead king to know? No, I realized after a moment. Bridges to the west had unfortunate implications, but I doubted Neshama was unaware I would have cut a deal with Proctor instead of coming to him if I could. Do you have further use for me, Great Majesty? He asked. I don't, I said. Offer my thanks to the dead king for his gift, Athel. I will do so promptly, honored one. And with one last bow he left. I popped another blueberry into my mouth. There was a clatter, like someone dropped a ceramic pot on the table. This is cream, Masigo said, highly offended. Why did none of you say anything? Well, I mused, At least the wait until my second talk with the hidden horror would not be absent of entertainment. The Hall of the Dead grew no less intimidating with repeat visits. The honor guard of revenants had the same faces as the last time at least, so it was possible that 50 dead named was the sum of his forces. On the other hand, it was a little too neat of a number, and it wasn't like he'd have fewer than what we'd seen. I kept the thought off my face as we were welcomed into the throne room, and Neshama graciously invited us to be seated once more. No offer of a meal, this time, and it was easy to see why. Neat stacks of parchments awaited us at the table. Your proposal was a worthy one, Black Queen, the Dead King said. Yet it needed expansion. These are the terms I would offer instead. Take however long is necessary to familiarize yourself. I will take no offense. I traded a subtle look with Thief. Yeah, he could have sent us those earlier. He'd meant for us to be as little prepared as possible and to go over them in an unfamiliar place. The throne room of ancient Sephira was not a location that invited careful reading, though ironically enough I could think of few places where paying attention to the exact wording would be more important. The woe sat after I did, and with a nod at Neshama, I took a look at his proposal. A single paragraph of beautifully calligraphied lower mezzanine. I was already blinking in surprise. I'd offered him the run of 3 principalities. Not even halfway into the first sheet of parchment, I was being asked for 8. All existing Lycanese lands were included, and in addition to Cleves and Hainaut as I'd already put on the table, he was also asking for Lyones and Brus, which would give him foothold on the opposite shores of the tomb and the grave, but also neatly encircle Lake Paven. More worryingly, if he took all of Lyones, it meant his southern border was Salia, the capital of Procure. Surprise only continuing to sink in, I thumbed through the other parchments. The alliance would be required to be announced publicly. The invitation need be extended to him for at least 100 years, and, well, shit. He wanted me to occupy 2 principalities myself, Bayou and Orne. The very principalities facing the 2 passes out of the Red Flower Valleys. Last time that territory had been under Calawan rule was the days of the Queen of Blades, and even then they'd been tributaries more than vassals. Hakram was paying closer attention to the details, I saw, and I left him to it. I turned to the Dead King. Your Majesty, I said. Black Queen, the yellow-eyed thing replied lightly. This is a significant expansion of the terms offered, I said, which surprises me, given how amenable you seemed to the initial proposal. The hidden horror agreed. But then I was made a better offer. The world slowed, and all I heard was the quickening of my pulse. A better offer? Who? No, that wasn't even a question worth asking, was it? Dread Empress Militia, I said, voice eerily calm, has been an honored guest of mine for some time, the Dead King said. She also has an interest in securing an alliance, though I found it unsporting to never give you such a chance. You currently look at a transcript of her latest offer, save for the addition of the occupation of Prosperan territory. That is a boon I offer you myself. It was no such thing, I thought. He wanted me to take a bite out of Procure, so their attention would be divided when the day of reckoning came, and to ensure that no deal would be possible to make with Hazenbach or her replacement, since I'd have outright occupied part of their realm. Something that would be difficult for Militia to achieve, since she'd need to reconquer Callow before getting anywhere near the Principate, and to do all of that while at odds with her finest generals. A bidding war, Akua said thoughtfully, the first time she had even spoken in this hall. I prefer to think of it as an auction, the Dead King replied, with the face of Calernia in our time as the prize. I let out a long breath, forced myself to smile. An intriguing offer, I said. Might we be allowed to discuss it between ourselves before giving you an answer? By all means, Neshama smiled. Should you require light to be shed on any point, my hosts are at your service. They were made aware of my intent. I rose to my feet, feeling like a dozen pounds of lead were tied to them. I bowed exactly as low as was required. Shooting a quelling look at Archer, who looked about to speak, I gestured for the others to follow me out. We'd been had, but here was not the place to rage about it. Vivienne slapped down her pile of parchments on the table the moment the wards went up. That fucker, she snarled. So much for negotiations in good faith, Hakram. I spent a moment wondering whether I was responsible for the fact that my closest companions could be so cavalier as to call the likes of the Dead King, that fucker, while shuffling uneasily under the silent pressure of Masego's sorcery. Being under that had not become any more pleasant with the passing of time. The itch was already under my skin, bringing restlessness with it. Whatever it was I had become, it was not meant to be contained. My eyes flicked to Adjutant, who had ignored Thief's jibe to bring our finest map of Calernia to the table. He methodically set aside the parchments to spread it completely, then set down iron figurines at the borders the dead king's last proposal had outlined. A lot of land to evacuate, even with forewarning, Archer noted, dragging a chair to the table. The ugly scraping sound of wood against stone made me want to rip her hair out, but that was an almost daily occurrence with Indrani. Around a third of the Principate, in sum, Akua noted. Though the Lycanese territories are the poorest and least populated by a wide margin. Archer's warning is somewhat inaccurate, however. Keter's advance will not be immediate or uncontested. It is not impossible for mass displacement to occur before the principalities fall. It would mean several million refugees, Hakram said calmly. Hunger, sickness, and weather will slay them by the thousands. We'd get 2 principalities out of the deal, though, Archer said cheerfully. That's nice of him. Good change of pace from the whole defense thing we've been on about. Would be pleasant to let them worry about us instead the other way around, for once. We're in no position to take or hold those lands, Indrani, Vivienne said flatly. And the moment we announced publicly that we're allying with the kingdom of the dead, half of Calo turns on us. Militia has us beat there. The wasteland might get worried if she announces that, but it won't. Revolt. It should not be impossible to remove that part if we compensate with other coin, Hakram said. Brabant, or perhaps Arents. The latter would significantly enlarge his border with the Golden Bloom. The elves might not take kindly to that. It would also mean direct border with his expanded realm. If we take by you ourselves, Akua said. Salia itself would be a superior bid. Let him lose a few hordes besieging the heart of Procure. Or we could leave, Hierophant said, voice slicing through the conversation. They all turned to look at him. Slowly I took out my pipe and ripped a satchel to stuff it. I've already learned enough from perusing the city to study for decades, Masigo shrugged. And there are more echoes to be harvested while we return. If the terms are not to our satisfaction, why do we not simply go? I caught his eye and looked down meaningfully at my pipe. With a sigh, he flicked his wrist, and a flash of flame saw to it. We need a counterweight, Masigo, Vivienne said tiredly. The crusade rolls through Calo otherwise. I don't like that we're playing his game, but we're low on choices. Must we? Akua said. My eyes turned to her, and she inclined her head. Let militia unleash the hidden horror, she said. She is a rival here, yet not necessarily a foe. She would desire the dead king rampant no more than us. Giving ground here allows us to achieve our purpose, an invasion of Procure by the kingdom of the dead, without wounding our reputation the way making that pact ourselves would. On the other hand, a bidding war hurts both our positions. We would need to make greater and greater concessions, with the dead king the only true victor of that strife. We will not, Hakram said calmly. As he should. Of all of them, he knew me best. I inhaled the Waycleaf and blew it out, earning the odd sight of smoke going through Akua's body. We will not, I agreed. We don't know what terms militia would end up giving, but I am quite certain they won't involve anything aimed at limiting casualties. She's right about part of it, Cat, Thief said, sounding pained at the admission. We can't keep escalating our offers. We'll end up selling out half the continent, and it won't even come in sight of the Empire's bottom line. Go a step deeper, Vivienne, I said. Look at how militia has been behaving since the crusade began. How has she been? Acting. She hasn't, Hakram said, eyes sharpening. Akua softly laughed. Poisoning the river when owning a well, she mused in Tethwa. She does play an exquisite game, doesn't she? She let Calo bleed against the Crusaders, but not to weaken the crusade like we thought. I said. She was weakening us. The same way she let Black bleed his loyalist legions. The point was never to deal with the 10th Crusade. It was to cripple her internal threats enough she can handle them herself. Because it didn't really matter to her, whether the Passage or the Valais fell. It was never going to be the front she fought this war on. The dead king, Thief said quietly. The dead king is her army. We could bargain for a year, and she'd still go deeper, I said. Because this is her play. This is the force she needs. On the field. That might be true, Vivienne said. But it is no solution. Our offer doesn't change, I said calmly. And like so many troubled young souls before us, we will let Scripture guide our hands. There's stuff in the book of all things about this. Archer said, leaning forward. Damn, maybe I should read it. It's a wasteland foe we face, I said. So it's that most sacred of wasteland traditions we'll turn to. I spat out a mouthful of smoke, let it wreath my face as I smiled. I speak, of course, of regicide. Book 4, Chapter 37, Offing. Kalawans as a people can be summed up by the fact that, before the uncivil wars had even come to a close, it had become a common boast among the populace that the Black Queen had not even spent a sun night in Keter before having several counts of arson and murder to her name. Extract from the personal memoirs of Lady Aisha Bishara. Follow the food. So went Thief's advice. That militia or a flesh puppet were in the city was a given. Neshama wouldn't bother to seriously negotiate with a High Lord. It would have been like a man having to keep a serious face while making a pact with mutton chop in his eyes. I'd personally been of the opinion that it was a near certainty that the puppet would be the one in Keter, since the Empress leaving the tower unattended for more than a few weeks was a recipe for usurpation. Akua, however, had made it clear that with the right precautions it was possible for militia to be here in person while a puppet held the tower for her. She was not the kind of Empress that had a strong presence outside a tear. Apparently, even by imperial standards, she didn't leave her seat of power often. It made sense, in a way. Militia wasn't a fighter, and for decades she'd had Black descend after Mess's sword in hand. Her almost cripplingly focused talents were in rule and intrigue, and they were most effectively wielded from the imperial court. Diabolist noted that the court at the tower wasn't necessarily the center of power in a tyrant's reign. Terribilis, too, had barely held one and distributed most its traditional authority to a Ter's bureaucracy. Militia, however, had inherited a festering snake pit of a court from her predecessor Nefarious, and then promptly encouraged the most murderous leanings of the highborn by rewarding the victorious in those struggles with riches and influence. That, however, had been decades ago, before the conquest or my birth. Now that militia had spent years removing the aristocrats from the bureaucracy and Black had unceremoniously drummed them out of the legions, her hold on Keter and the tower was extremely hard to shake. She could afford to let the High Lords break their teeth on her power base, while she placed most her attention on the negotiations in Keter. Akua even speculated that she might be baiting out would-be usurpers in order to have them out in the open when she returned home with the Keteran alliance. That turnaround was likely to see their own families turn on those ambitious few, neatly decapitating any nascent opposition without her having to lift a finger. It certainly sounded like militia, I had to admit. A plan with several ancillary benefits unfolding quietly while her enemies swung at mist. Regardless, it had been a priority to find out whether we were dealing with the actual Empress or a puppet. From a narrow perspective, it didn't matter which it was if we managed to slaughter them all anyway. The result would still be us with the only bidder at the Dead King's auction. Looking at it more broadly, though, the difference was major. For one, if I killed militia in the flesh, I'd be gaining a legitimate claim to the tower. Kill the Empress, be the Empress, that was the law of the wasteland. If you managed to scatter all the other carrion birds pecking at the corpse, anyway, getting involved in the flaming tar pit, that was your average precise succession was the least of what I needed right now, and pretty high on my list of things I would prefer never to have to deal with. Militia would have to go if the lease accords were going to be implemented properly, and I couldn't deny that the longer she had to scheme the more dangerous she became. But as long as the Empress lived, there was a lid on the wasteland jar of crazy. Much like Cordelia Hazenbach, she wasn't someone I liked facing, but she remained very much preferable to whoever would step up if she was removed from power. I wouldn't put it beyond a High Lord trying to climb the tower to take a swing at me as their foremost rival, even while the Empire was being attacked by Ashur, particularly if their lands were far enough from the sea. There were dozens of examples in the histories to be found of Presai cheerfully emptying a whole quiver into their foot just like that. On the other hand, taking militia prisoner just wasn't feasible. Not in Keter. And for all that Presai ambition could end up biting me, there was also a decent chance that instead the Empire would collapse in a civil war as every prominent highborn tried to claim the tower. I couldn't even dismiss the possibility that the legions in the wasteland would try to proclaim Black as Dread Emperor and fill mass graves with whoever objected to that. I didn't relish the loss of life it would involve, but if praise was clawing at itself, it wasn't looking at Callow. It might be a risk worth taking. So I've got a report for you, Archer announced, strolling through the wards. She had a bottle in hand, I noted. That was definitely not what I had sent her out for. If you blew off reconnaissance to get drunk, there will be consequences, I mildly said. I would never, Indrani assured me. I just happened to find a cellar while on my very serious fact-finding mission, and it would have been criminally negligent of me not to investigate. Was it locked? I sighed. Is it really a lock if it breaks? Archer mused. That's a question for the philosophers, Catherine. We're straying off topic. So I need to offer Athel an apology, then. Hakram's suggestion that we just make a scroll template with blank spaces to fill in with the latest thing she'd done was becoming increasingly tempting. This is what we call Atalantian baptismal, CAD. Indrani seriously told me, putting the bottle on the table. I've heard that if an entire glass is drunk in a single sitting, it will outright kill a man. I'm considering killing as well, at the moment, I informed her. That would be a grave miscarriage of justice, Indrani told me, since I found it inside the only other palace that has servants in it. My eyes narrowed. I'd asked the dead king for further time to debate his offer before our next conversation, and sent both Archer and Thief out find the tracks of any imperial presence in the city. Follow the food, Vivienne had said. Militia's delegation would need to eat, would be offered all the trapping of hospitality as the honored guests that they were. That left traces in a city where the overwhelming majority of the inhabitants were walking corpses. I set aside the pile of scrolls that held our now irrelevant bargaining position and dragged out the rough sketch of the palaces surrounding the Hall of the Dead I'd asked Masigo to make. There were 5 in whole, forming a circle interrupted by the same number of avenues going into the city fortress. The Silent Palace, our own, was slightly to the left of the gates into the hall. Which one? I asked. Indrani jabbed her finger onto the parchment. Slightly to the right, on the opposite side of the black stone spire. The threefold reflection, I said. Athel had helpfully provided the names of every existing palace when I'd casually asked as much, feigning idle curiosity. The dark-haired man had also revealed there were old sorceries protecting each of them, though he hadn't gone into detail. Not all that surprising. This whole city was a fortress. Not even the goose houses would be toothless. The place is unsettling, Archer said, grabbing the seat across from me. The layout is wrong. Hallways lead where they shouldn't. I went through the same threshold twice and ended up in different places both times. I'd call it a maze, but you can map out a maze. There's wizardly bullshit at play here I think might rule that out. Did you find out how many people are in the delegation? I asked. I kept out of sight, she said, shaking her head. Gotta look at one of them, though. Tall man in steel plate, silent. Black iron mask over his face. I nodded. I've seen those before, I said. They're called sentinels. The personal guard of whoever holds the tower. Though there's enough they count more as a personal army. Supposedly spells and potions keep them unconditionally loyal. Might be we have ourselves the real empress then, Indrani said. They're exactly the kind of guards a puppet would bring as well, I said. Won't talk, can't betray, and they probably have triggers inside their body that'll kill them if someone tries to grab and extract. Would they obey a puppet, though? Archer asked. I have no idea, I admitted after a moment. But I know who we can ask. I exerted my will and tugged at Akua's leash, gently. There was resistance. I tugged a second time, and when I did not feel her moving towards me, I rolled my eyes and simply dragged her here. The shade poured out of the wall about 30 heartbeats later, and only then did I loosen my grip. Diabolist was grimacing. That, she said, was exceedingly unpleasant, and I barely had time to bid my farewells. Do it again, Indrani grinned. I ignored her. Would sentinels obey a flesh simulacrum the Empress occasionally takes over? I asked. Akua's brow rose. If instructed to, certainly, she said. Authority over them can be even granted by certain court titles. It is not held sorely by the tyrant. Not a tiebreaker, then, I told Indrani. Was that the sum total of your inquiry? Diabolist asked, sounding a little miffed. I was having a conversation of some import. Tell me about it, I invited, repressing a grin. Occasionally yanking Akua's chain had lost none of the satisfaction even after the novelty faded. We will be expected to meet with the dead king 2 days from now, at twilight, Akua said. Excuses can be stretched no further. I drummed my fingers against the table as Archer cracked open the bottle from Atalanta. Was it? Strange. I remembered reading somewhere they were the religious ones in the league. The House of Light tended to frown on drinking to excess. The Calawan won. Anyway, for all I knew it was different down there. So that's our window, I said. 2 days. Hopefully Thief has more to add, because we're low on information at the moment, and I don't relish the thought of attempting an assassination half-blind in Keter, of all places. Whether or not Vivienne had anything to say remained a mystery for several hours after that. Hakram returned before too long, having exhausted the few points I'd sent him to seek clarification on with the hosts to keep up the pretense of ongoing debate on our part. I went for a walk after that, in part to clear my mind, but mostly so I get away from those fucking wards. I knew why we'd had Masigo put it up, but it didn't make staying under them any more pleasant. I decided to get something useful done while I was out and about. So I moved towards the highest circles of the Silent Palace to get a look at the terrain between us and this threefold reflection the Empress allegedly resided in. The layout of this place was all interlocked circles, so getting oriented was easy, but I'd failed to grasp the varying heights. The circle furthest out was one of the lowest, the rooftop almost a terrace. From the flat black marble, I could get a good look at the broad open space that separated the palaces from the Hall of the Dead, but little else. There were, I noted, patrols now. There'd been a few of those before that I remembered, but nowhere as large or frequent. Was Nishama tightening his watch? You told me militia was here and that she was at odds with me. I thought, considering that little talk we had the day before about how betrayal is a passing thing, that was as good as an invitation to kill her. Evidently, that didn't mean he would make it easy for me. This was a test of sorts, I decided. I doubted that breaching the laws of hospitality would rank in even the worst 100 of the sins to the dead king's name. But he'd keep the pretense. He might not actively obstruct me, but unless I remained discreet, there would be consequences. That didn't bode well. The woe had many talents, but discretion was not usually counted among them. Though that was in large part my own fault, it had to be said. I could barely make out the edge of the threefold reflection from the side of the Hall of the Dead, but I'd meant to get a good look, and this told me less than nothing. Casting a look at the grounds below, freshly scrubbed paving stones, I shrugged and leapt. I'd gone without armor for the day, so my knees barely bent when I landed. Cloak fluttering around me, I nodded at the approaching patrol as they turned to me. Archer had told me of the breeds of dead there were to be found in the city, but there were no differences to my senses. They all felt like little balls of wool working a corpse, and though some might feel stronger, it was not a certain thing. For one, the officers were supposed to be the binds, those with souls and real intelligence, but the presents for some of the officer armor dead were almost entirely faded. I'd have to rely on sight to tell them apart, and sight could be tricked. Just going for a walk, I told them. A corpse in a lovely sculpted iron breastplate and conical helmet nodded. If you require escort, Great Majesty, it can be provided, he offered. Won't be necessary, I said, though I thank you for the courtesy. They resumed their patrol without a word, offering polite nods when they passed me by. How long had that one been dead, I wondered. I could be centuries. I'd glimpsed flesh beneath the helm, but that meant nothing. Necromancy could preserve that near indefinitely. Strolling as casually as a girl could with a sword at her hip and a cloak embroidered with the banners of her defeated foes could, not all that casually. I felt safe in assuming. I passed by the palace, separating mine from the threefold reflection. It was the largest of those I'd seen, and the Silent Palace dwarfed the one in lore. The Garden of Crowns, Athel had called it. Wasn't seeing a lot of those, but the garden part seemed accurate. Instead of a single massive construction, this one was a display of smaller pavilions lost in a beautiful sprawl of stone and greenery. The beauty was somewhat spoiled by the fact that the trees and grass seemed to sprout directly from granite, but that might just have been me. It was empty, or so I thought. Then I caught sight of a silhouette seated under a shaded living oak arbor, looking down at a crystal-clear pond. Man, not a woman. Creation had not seen fit to have me run into militia, then. Torn between moving on towards the threefold reflection and having a closer look at this oddity, I eventually went for the oddity. The palace wasn't going anywhere. I tread softly on the pebble paths that winded through the greenery, keeping an eye on the stranger. Too pale to be Sonic or Tagreb, either an outside acquisition by the Empress, or entirely unrelated to her. I confirmed the second thought when I came close enough my otherworldly senses picked up on what lied within the man. Power. Not a name, no? That kind of power had a peculiar taste to it. Life and weight, and something like inevitability. What I felt from him was cousin to that, or perhaps just the remains of it. Like words engraved in stone left unreadable by time, and tied you could still barely make out some letters from. Revenant, I thought. Indrani had told me they kept a shade of what they'd once been after their raising. The dead man did not react, even when I'd come well within earshot for a mortal, staring silently into the pond. I could make out shapes in the water, fish and water lilies. The way light caught on them allowed me to realize they were not living things, but sculpted and painted stone. I put aside the mild discomfort I felt at the sight and studied the man closer. Late 40s, or so he'd been before his death. A crown of white hair came in sparse tufts, and the beginnings of beard could be seen on his jaw. His clothes were rich drapery, though the color had faded with the centuries, and there was a sword on his lap. None of this mattered half as much as the brooch on his chest. a tasteful little twist of silver with 2 golden ornaments on it. Bells. There is no need to stand there, child, the Revenant said. It is not my pond, nor my ruinous light that shines down upon it. I swallowed. You're a Fairfax, I blurted out, and immediately cringed. Catherine's silver tongue struck again. The Revenant turned to study me, pale brown eyes surprised. King Edward of Callow, he said. And you are Diaraith, a daughter of House Iarsmai. It had to be an Edward, didn't it? Callow had those like the Principate had its never-ending gaggle of first Prince Louis. Too many to know by rote save for the numbers at the end. Suddenly, I was glad I hadn't worn a crown. It would have felt tasteless in front of a Fairfax of the old blood. When he'd spoken that title, it had been with that muted ripple of power, the one that said it hadn't merely been a title for him. Just a foundling, I replied, shaking my head. Named, then, he sagely said, and with a courtly gesture invited me to sit. I settled into the stone seat by his own, tongue-tied. Would that be Edward V? I said, desperately trying to remember which of those had gotten themselves killed while crusading. The 7th, the king chided. You will know my daughter Mary, at least. She was but 3 when I was claimed. She must be the longest reigning monarch Callow has ever seen. Oh, shit. He was talking about Mary the Songbird. That entire reign had been a mess. The Marquis of Vale had fought a short but bloody civil war to seize the regency and refused to give it up even after she came of age. He'd kept her imprisoned in the Songbird's cage until one of her cousins rebelled and overthrew him. She didn't survive the assault on Lore, smothered with a pillow by her captor before the palace could be breached. There were at least half a dozen songs and plays about the tragedy. Her cousin took the crown. After, an all-house Lernus of Vale hung save for the children. I have heard of her, I diplomatically said. I'm sorry to tell you that House Fairfax is gone. As far as I know, the last member of it died during a Presci invasion over 20 years ago. The man chuckled. It was dead long before that. Girl, he said. I share not a drop of blood with the famous Eleanor. My forebear merely kept the name to justify her rule after her husband had the poor taste of dying before getting her with child. I blinked. Yolanda the Wicked, that. Scholars centuries later still debated or not whether she'd been a villain or just extremely unpopular. Some argued she'd been demonized because of her Proceran origins and that she'd had lawful claim to rule, even though her children did not. The other side tended to point out she'd had the rest of House Fairfax murdered to ensure said children did in fact succeed her. This felt like a history lesson, until I remembered I was sitting next to breathing history. Well, moving anyway. Catherine Foundling. I introduced myself since girl and child were starting to get on my nerves. I would welcome you to these grounds, Catherine Foundling. But there is no welcome to be had in this earthly pit of devils, King Edward said. I nodded my thanks, for lack of a better answer. If I may ask, Your Majesty, I said. You seem lucid, the dead man smiled. The abomination's little jest. Most of my fellows are of more taciturn bent. You see, when he came for me, I told him that even in the face of eternity, I would spit on him and all his works. My fingers clenched. Evidently, Neshama had decided to test the truth of that. Do not look so appalled, the king gently said. I will yet have the last laugh over that dark creature, even if I must wait until the last dusk for it. Though I am bound to serve in this place, it is only a passing thing. So you're the guardian of this, I probed, hand moving to vaguely encompass our surroundings. In a manner of speaking, King Edward said, This is the Garden of Crowns, young foundling. None serve here who were not royalty while they drew breath. The power once bestowed on me by above has merely earned the role of the sword guarding this palace. My eyes narrowed. So there's a former named guarding all 5 palaces, I said. Indeed, he agreed. Though the abomination changes the watchers at a whim. The bloody sword once kept vigil over that unpleasant pyramid beyond the garden, but has since been replaced. Other than I, the only one who has remained for more than a century is the Thief of Stars. Oh, I said, blood running cold. And where does he guard? He corrected. The Silent Palace. It amused the abomination to bind her there, as she attempted to rob it whilst living. So we'd had a heroine with a talent for discretion breathing down our neck the entire time without a single one of us noticing. Lovely. This assassination plot was already getting off to a great start. You display great curiosity as to the nature of this pit, King Edward said calmly. I will not inquire as to your purpose, as I would be bound to then speak it. But you are born of Callow, are you not? I am, I warily agreed. It has been a very long time, he said quietly, since I have spoken to one of my people. And I have worried, over the years. We warred with the Principate mere decades before they came. Beggars at my door, asking for our swords to march north for their sake. Yet I know the gratitude of princes is an ephemeral thing. And to the east, the enemy ever lurks. You spoke of an invasion. The snarl in his voice when he spoke of Procure had a warm feeling in my belly. I wouldn't deny it. I'd run out of patience with them as well. It was reassuring to know I was in good company there. Unfortunately, I had few good tales to tell him. We call it the conquest, I said. They won at the fields of Stredges and swept over the Callow. Until recently, we were under occupation. That patch of grass has been watered by more armies than rainstorms, King Edward ruefully said. It does not matter. The beast swells fat with the meat of us, but it ever chokes on our bones. There will be another Eleanor, sooner or later. I didn't know how to tell him that none had come, that if she'd ever been born, the closest thing I had to a father had cut her throat before her name could be known, that I might the closest thing to her we had. And wasn't that a horrifying thought? We're under siege, I said. The 10th Crusade marches right through us, and attempts at peace have failed. The Princes of Procure wants to carve us up, and I am unsure how far up that desire runs. Procerans are always hungry, King Edward said darkly. And when that hunger leads them to the brink, they weep for others to pay the dues in their stead. Hold the Valis, young foundling, and watch the blessed isle for a wasteland knife. I bleakly laughed. How could I tell him that the ruling dread empress was out for my blood, trying to crush me underfoot, and that she was? Still, the closest thing I had to an ally at the moment? The dead man idly brushed his fingers against his brooch, then spoke up hesitatingly. It is unseemly to ask, I know, he said. Yet, my daughter, I thought of pale green eyes, and the kindest lie I'd ever been told, that it wouldn't get easier. She is still, I said with a smile, spoken of in song. The naked relief on his face only made it worse. She would have loved that, he said with a quirk of the lips. She had a lovely singing voice, my Mary, and she was good, even as a child. Kind. That is a rare thing in a ruler. There is a place for harshness, but kindness is the mother of prosperity. I nodded slowly. I couldn't stand to stay here any longer, next to the man I'd lied to and his long-dead memories. So slowly I rose to my feet. It was a pleasure to meet you, your majesty, I said, bowing. Don't, he said. I am not a fool, young Catherine. He smiled, like we shared a secret. The first Albans were seneschals of lore long before they were kings, he told me. And Eleanor, for all her virtues, was born a mere knightess. There is no shame in one's birth. We are what we bring into this world, not what brought us into it. He rose as well, and touched my wrist. Stand tall, Queen Catherine, King Edward VII told me. Stand proud. We have been broken before, humbled and rent asunder. We have crawled through the blood of our kin and suffered the yoke of tyrants. It does not matter. We do not yield, we do not bend, even when the sky comes tumbling down on our heads. Keep your grudges close, child, and never forget them. We are Callowans, and for every slight there is a price. Ours will be long, the song went, and paid twice. Woe on us all, but if the gods demanded my home be ashes, then the gods would burn. Fatalism I. There is enough room to fit the entire span of creation between the heavens and the mouths of priests. Antoine Maravins, 22nd First Prince of Procure. It had been the battle of the camps that started the fire. Cordelia, in retrospect, could see how it had all unfolded. If the army under Amatus Milne had been defeated by mortal arms, it might have been possible to smother the first flames before they caught. But the Black Queen had not deigned to offer that opportunity. The Prince of Isère could have been ruined in the High Assembly if he'd blundered and lost dozens of thousands on some Callowan field to a superior general. But who could castigate him for deaths born from the sky, opening over his army? You might as well blame a man for a storm or an earthquake. Milne had then made pacts with the Callowans and promptly surrendered himself into their hands as a guarantor of that truce. He was a folk hero in Alaman's lands, now. The selfless prince who had put his life in the hands of the savages to spare his soldiers a slow and painful death. A true exemplar of Proceran. Noblesse oblige. His royal confederates had not even waited until they returned to the Principate before beginning to Leonize the man through letters and songs. Even rats could man a ship when the alternative was sinking. There could be no serious effort to place the blame on the Grey Pilgrim, either, even if he had been the informal leader of the Chosen with the northern host. Aside from the Levantine hero's own leave of absence as a hostage in lore, it would have hollowed the Grand Alliance from within to besmirch the reputation the Dominion's favorite son. Alienated quite a few heroes as well. and not only those that shared his origins. Every report Cordelia had received about the short assembly of every chosen before they split between armies had hammered home the implication that the White Knight might be the presumptive leader of the heroes of the 10th Crusade, but that the Peregrine was highly influential. Mobilizing chosen was like herding cats at the best of times, and the first prince felt ill at the notion of having to do so after having publicly disgraced their communal kindly grandfather. In the face of earthly powers, the heroes tended to close ranks. They would see this as an outright attack. In the end, no one could be blamed, which meant everyone was to blame. Especially the Black Queen and her cadre of wicked fae and perfidious villains, served willingly by her armies of Caloan heretics, but there'd been no lack of fault thrown about within the Principate. Most of it had been laid at her feet. She was losing grip on the princes, she'd said. After all, her own subjects had preferred making truce with the Black Queen to fighting until the end. The Levantines had snickered in the beards, making sly comments about the worth of Proserpine soldiery. Cordelia had spent many a sleepless night containing the damage, making pacts across the entire eastern belt of principalities to ensure the retreating army would be supplied and reinforced on its march south to join her uncle in waging war against the Carian lord. It had all come to nothing, as not even a fortnight passed before the news of the bloody draw at the Red Flower Valleys reached Salia. In terms of fighting forces, the battle had been costly, yet no great wound. Military superiority had been maintained by a wide enough margin the remaining armies of the Black Knight could be ground to dust on an open field. In matters of reputation, however, it had been a crippling blow. Uncle Klaus' repute would not be so fragile a single reversal would upend it, but the Lycanese had enemies. In the south, like poison in the wine, the rumors had spread that the Iron Prince had grown doddering in his old age. That Cordelia had known of his senility, yet ignored in an attempt to bring glory to her kin. It had been a crack in her pedestal, and now the jackals had bared their teeth. The coalition of royalty that had seen her rise to the throne, Lycanese and Northern Alamans, had remained loyal, but the edges of her majority in the highest assembly had frayed. The tipping point had been one of the harshest arguments she'd had with her uncle that she could remember. She'd wanted him to split the army at the Valles and send half of it in pursuit of the Carian lord's legions, but he had flatly refused. Bayeux would burn, he'd said, and perhaps Ain as well, but then the Presi would find themselves surrounded and crushed. By remaining at the Valles, he was forcing Calo to remain on the defensive and readying to snatch the initiative as soon as the passes were cleared. In matters of military strategy, Cordelia trusted none more than Klaus Pappenheim. Yet he was failing to see the broader canvas in which he took action. The Prince of Bayeux had signified that his vote could no longer be counted on the very evening he'd learned that his principality would see no reinforcements. His kinswoman in Ain put forward a motion of protest in the assembly the following day, and though it was defeated, it could be understood from the public denunciation that her vote would no longer be for sale at further sessions. In the wake of that blow, like carrion to carnage, the self-proclaimed Kingdom of Calo had sent formal requests to join the Grand Alliance. The feeding frenzy that ensued was a heinous thing. It had been impossible to keep it quiet. Half a dozen assuring committees would be presented with the papers, and it was a certainty at least one of the sitters among them would have a loose tongue, and that was without even considering the Levantines, whose lords and ladies argued about even their own state secrets in broad daylight. The viciousness of the rhetoric that followed surprised even the first prince, who had once believed she knew the worst the assembly had to peddle. The Arlesides' principalities had been lukewarm at the notion, many more concerned by the massing armies of the League than any matters Caloan. But the Alamans? 3 different princes spent half an assembly session railing at the heresy inherent in treating with a woman the House of Light had declared abomination. War on Calo must be prosecuted to the last holdout. Every trace of evil scoured from that backwards kingdom, even if it took torches to see the business done. A choice had to be made, then, in how Cordelia would spend her influence. She could either make quiet concessions and assurances behind closed doors so that no coalition of princes numerous enough to unseat her formed, or she could call in every favor she'd accumulated since her crowning to have the proposal shoved through the highest assembly's throat. She'd been teetering on the brink of a decision when Catherine Foundling called on her. That hard-eyed young woman bearing a mantle of power with eerie nonchalance, speaking of peace and treaties and alliances even as she raised thousands from the dead and split the sky asunder with her wrath. The greatest warlord of their age, with a string of impossible victories to her name. Against her own people, yes, but also the wasteland and the legendary hosts of the Fae. She'd murdered a god, it was whispered. She had tricked Akua into resurrecting her, laughed in the face of the mercy it offered. It took will, Cordelia knew, to deny even the shadow of the heavens. That smiling girl in faded plate had borne the full weight of their hatred and walked away whole. Her madness must be one beyond measure. What kind of titanic arrogance did it take for a young girl to believe she knew better than even the gods? And yet when she had sat across Cordelia in that strange shadowed world, she had made a reasonable offer. Abdication, if on her own terms. Alliance against the Empire, for assurances of Calawan independence. And so the first prince had hesitated. Then reality had come calling, of course. It was a tempting offer, as devils were wont to provide, but it would shatter the Grand Alliance. The Dominion's highborn would never brook such a compromise willingly, and twisting their arm into accepting it would make it certain Levant would withdraw from the alliance the moment the 10th Crusade ended. The thalassocracy might agree, as Magan Hadast misliked having his finest war fleets abroad while Nices stirred near his belly, but it was no sure thing. And if Cordelia accepted the Calawan offer, backed it in the highest assembly, and proposed it to the Grand Alliance only for it to be spurned by her own allies, she would be unseated within the month. For a moment she dared to walk the line anyway, to try to secure such an overwhelming diplomatic triumph, that not a soul would be able to deny she had won the war with words instead of swords. It failed, of course. Foundling trusted her no more than Cordelia trusted the other woman, and seemed to have grown more reluctant to slay her people since the Lease rebellion, even if such a sacrifice would ultimately result in a lesser loss of lives. It had been the correct choice, she knew, and still, sometimes, she thought of the cold bleakness in the Black Queen's eye, of the woeful oath she'd spoken. She did not sleep well, on those nights, if she slept at all. Her attendants had grown skillful at masking the circles around her eyes with powders, and bruised by the palace alchemists kept her sharp when rest eluded her. Cordelia felt a well of gratitude for her handmaidens, smiling at the envoys she was sharing tea with. They would have pounced on even the smallest hint of weakness. Assurance of the 6th citizenship tier were notoriously cutthroat. The matter of partition will need to be addressed in writing sooner or later, Your Most Serene Highness, the tanned young man said. Hakram Senecart, his name was. He was a frequent patron of the pleasure house nearest to the palace, and quite loquacious after sharing a bed with nuble young men. Never less than 2. A man of great appetites, this one. Cordelia, as the ruling princess of Salia, had naturally inherited the ancient web of informants that counted every madam and bawd in the capital. It was ancient Proceran custom to sift through the pillow talk of foreign envoys to better outweed them. You are most correct, Sitter Hakram, the first prince said. No coquettish smile for this one. His tastes ran exclusively to the other sex, if his spending habits were any indication. Instead, she sipped daintily at her cup, an assurin leaf from Smyrna, as a courtesy, before setting down the porcelain. Yet it strikes me as premature to set in stone such terms before the end of the crusade has come in sight, she continued. I have long admired the methods of the people of Ashur, who ever choose steady deliberation over hasty mistakes. The people of Ashur have deliberated over this matter, First Prince, Ahiram's grim-faced companion replied. The conclusion is being presented to you. The other speaker for the committee assigned the task of overseeing the thalassocracy's actions within the Grand Alliance. A woman, this one, and in Cordelia's opinion quite the incompetent. Sitter Adonia had quite the imposing presence, tall and well-proportioned with long dark hair going down to the small of her back. She'd been a fleet commander of some renown, before rising 2 tiers in the wake of her crushing of a small armada of corsairs formed the Tideless Isle. Quite good with a cutlass, allegedly, but in matters of diplomacy she was the proverbial stone hitting the glass house. She'd been appointed to the committee as a voice for the fleets, Cordelia reminded herself. She was not meant to be a proper envoy, merely the eyes of Ashur's soldiery in the Grand Alliance. It was my understanding that Thalassina has yet to be breached, Cordelia said, keeping her pleasant smile. And that High Admiral Hadast's glorious victory at Nock was followed by a withdrawal. A polite way to remind the jackals that requesting that the wasteland's only 2 ports be ceded to Ashur after the conquest of the Empire was somewhat laughable considering the assurance had yet to establish any significant presence on the ground. The raids from the coast had to be costing militia quite a bit, but they were only that, costly. The Empire still had nearly all its legions in the field, and the sack of Nock had evidently failed to trigger a war of usurpation. Let me be clearer, Sider said bluntly. There will be no repeat of the Crusader kingdoms. That method of dismantling praise has failed. The thalassocracy agrees with the Dominion's proposal of forced deportation. When this is implemented, it is only natural for Ashur to inherit the coastal lands of praise. No other are fit to hold them. Cordelia sipped at her tea in silence, eyeing Sider Hakram and his uncomfortable look. The implication that the other two signatories of the Grand Alliance would force Procure to agree to certain terms after the 10th Crusade was impolitical to speak, even if it might be true in essence. Sider had failed to mention, naturally, that the Levantines were not all behind that deportation proposal. A significant portion of the Magiles was arguing for the more moderate position of praise being purged of its aristocracy and portioned into small alliance protectorates. A few were arguing for outright massacre, but they had yet to gain any real support. Thank the gods for that. My fellow Sider meant no slight. Most Serene Highness, Sider Hakram said, smiling embarrassedly. Ashur remains committed to all treaties signed and would never seek to influence the decisions of the alliance in an unseemly manner. We merely request that the Principate begin to consider the shape of the Crusade's aftermath. A most reasonable request, Cordelia mildly said. Yet a full session of the highest assembly is not feasible to call with so many princes and princesses warring far from Salia. A treaty of this magnitude would require more than 2/3 of the assembly to be present and acquiescent, without any surrogate casting. You may rest assured, however, that I will raise the matter with the appropriate parties to prepare the grounds. There's no need to play coy, First Prince, Sider sneered. We understand how these matters proceed. The committee is willing to recommend to Magan Hadass that the Red Flower Valles, along with Anku and all attendant lands, be recognized as a natural extension of the Principate. It had been a very long time, Cordelia thought, since anyone had tried to bribe her with such open contempt. Setting aside that any occupation of Calawan land would turn into a brutal grind of constant banditry and rebellions, they were, for the heavens' sake, a people that prided themselves on inheriting grudges from generation to generation. Cordelia had absolutely no intention of annexing any part of Callow. Would she split it into several kingdoms? Absolutely. It was necessary to ensure that the Black Queen's surviving partisans would not be able to mount any significant bid for power until her memory had faded among the populace and could no longer serve as an effective rallying cry. There were already separatist currents within the region, anyway. The northern baronies were near a kingdom of their own. The Duchy of Daoin was independent even when it bothered to pretend otherwise, and most of the south had remained under aristocratic rule until mere years ago. The people there, unlike those who'd lived for decades under imperial governors, had never entirely abandoned the old Calawan way of life. In the face of the insolent Sider's gaffe, Cordelia allowed displeasure to touch her face for the first time since they'd begun this audience. She cocked an eyebrow and glanced at the other assuring. An interesting position, she said, a mite coldly, for the thalassocracy to take. I am not in the habit of carelessly disposing of lands, nor do I take kindly to attempted bribes. The man looked like he'd plunged his hand into a brazier, and the look her sent at his colleague promised a hard conversation. My fellow Sider misspoke. Most Serene Highness, he said. It appears the coldness of these lands had inflicted her with some manner of fever. Please forget anything that was said. I am saddened to hear that the weather has left Sider indisposed, Cordelia said pleasantly. Perhaps she should be allowed to rest. I simply could not bear to be responsible for the ill health of a treasured ally. The woman looked furious, but after locking eyes with the other envoy, she bit her tongue. We would not impose on your patience any longer, First Prince, the man said. Yet before we take our leave, might I raise a small matter? Cordelia debated instructing them to pass the request along to one of her officials as a polite chiding for the utter lack of manners Adonia had offered, but after a moment decided against it. Best to have Sider Hakram owe her a small favor instead. He was more malleable clay than most among his committee, and holding the debt without ever calling it in would make him more hesitant to contradict her in sessions where the Levantines were in attendance. It would be my pleasure, she said, demurely inclining her head. Hakram's smile was rueful. He knew very well what he'd just surrendered. A delegation of speakers from the homeland has recently arrived in the city, he said. If she hadn't known they were coming months before they ever came in sight of Salia. They mean to consult with the House of Light on some matter of theology. Might I trouble you for the throne's permission? The blonde Lycanese brought the teacup to her lips, mind spinning. This was, in truth, something of an offered courtesy. She did not have the authority to forbid Proceran priests from holding counsel with the assuring cultists. Yet granting official permission would change the nature of the sessions held. It might become an official conclave, however unlikely such an affair was to take place. The speakers were mystics prone to speaking in riddles, and had no patience for the many scriptures and theologies of the House of Light. In truth, the council would take place whatever she said. Best to give sanction, and in hosting the event on palace grounds ensure she had eyes and ears at the proceedings. If they turned to one of the many Salian cathedrals instead, inserting agents would be a tricky affair to accomplish without ruffling the feathers of the priests. You have it, of course, Cordelia smiled. It is but a small matter, Sitter Hiram. I will naturally arrange accommodations, for I would not slight the famous sage priests of Ashur. She set the affair aside after the sitter left. She would keep an eye on the proceedings to ensure that whatever priestly squabble emerged did not threaten to spill over into Grand Alliance. But there were more pressing matters to see to. The Levantines were making noises about it being a breach of terms for their hosts to protect Proceran lands instead of taking the war to the wasteland, ignoring the fact that they'd been asked to march on a precise army led by the Empress' two finest generals, and she needed to convince the Princess of Tenerife she still had the full support of the throne without committing any more troops to the border with the League. Agnes sent for her just before nightfall. Cordelia did not hurry in a manner that would be unseemly, but immediately set aside any duties that were not essential. The moon was out when she joined her cousin in the palace gardens. "Whoa, Cordelia," the augur said. "Woe to the north and to the south. Sit and listen before it is too late." Book 4, Chapter 38, all according to Redux. It is said that on the eve of the maddened fields, the tyrant Theodosius consulted with the many Delosi soothsayers among his host. He asked them if he would find victory or defeat, should he give battle at dawn as he intended. The Delosi squabbled among themselves for hours, until the eldest among them looked the tyrant in the eyes and spoke his answer, yes. Extract from The Banquet of Follies, or A Comprehensive History of the First League War by Prince Alexander of Lyonesse. I woke up, which was somewhat worrying considering I did not remember going to sleep. My fingers clasped the knife under my pillow even as my eyes opened, and with all the stunning majesty owed to my rank, came flailing out of the sheets half naked with a blade in hand. It was somewhat embarrassing when I found myself completely alone in my palatial bedroom. Making a very dignified cape out of my bedsheets, I took a wary look around and found nothing unusual. Save for one detail. There was sphere of misty ice on the stone table, still strewn with papers we'd been using for planning. That hadn't been there. Shit, what was the last thing I could remember? Walking out of the Garden of Crowns, then I drew a blank. And my head was pounding. Had I gotten drunk last night? Hells, could I still have hangovers? It'd be just like winter to take out half the fun of drinking and leave me with the worst part, but I couldn't think of another time I'd had such a brutal headache. I'd had them once in a blue moon before I became the squire, and the gods saw fit to relieve me of my monthlies. One of the few things for which I might actually owe thanks to Below for, but even then they'd been rare. Had I been in a fight then? I carefully checked my head for wounds and found no obvious ones. I did, however, stumble across what appeared to be granite coming out of the spot where my spine joined my skull. I swore on the fucking hells, if Archer had gotten me wasted and talked me into some kind of pissing contest. Oh gods no, it couldn't be that. The stone didn't wiggle at all when I pressed on it, but I could feel it going deep into my head. Some kind of cylinder? Yeah, not even Indrani would have been on board for that. I dropped my nifty cape but kept the knife, because this was still Keter. Padding softly across the floor, I neared the frozen sphere and immediately noticed this was my own work. For one, it was much colder than ice was supposed to be, and though the surface was misting and weeping, there was no puddle of water around it, as there would be if it had been melting for a few hours. That had Fey bullshit written all over it. I leant over and wiped away the surface, eyes narrowing when I found there were objects inside. Cards, by the looks of it. 3 of them, over each other with room in between. I couldn't quite make out the one furthest in, so I picked up the globe to turn it over. It remained stuck to the table, as if nailed to it. Frowning, I tugged harder only to hastily stop when I heard a crack from the stone supports beneath. I checked under and found the base of the table had a sharp little fissure going through it. Shit, I thought, setting down the knife. Maybe if I pretended it had never happened, Athel would be too polite to point it out. I decided not to patch it up with ice, since it'd essentially be admitting I was responsible and the kingdom's coffers were running low even without having to pay for whatever fortune an antique Keter table was worth. So, the sphere had been made so it couldn't be removed. Presumably, there was another way to get at the cards. I was already started on bad ideas for the days, so I might as well try to shove my hand in and see what happened. Gods, that's cold, I hissed as my fingers went straight in. I fished the top card out and shook out the wetness, which apparently wasn't making the ink on it run. Was that from Inrani's deck? The Page of Cups stared back with his little smirk, but the interesting part was what had been written on the card. No one else in the woe had cursive this horrid, so it was clearly my own. It was you. So, I'd screwed with my own mind instead of having it done to me. That was good. Ask about Isabella's deception. Don't force the cards, you savage. Past Catherine had evidently decided to be a smug bitch about this. Fuck her and her cryptic riddles. I flipped the card and found another few words. Skein. Thief of. That was probably meant to be a star, but I wasn't exactly an artist. Shoddy work. Past Catherine, you could have asked Hakram for help. And to end it. Spellblade. Named, evidently. The thief was supposed to be keeping an eye on this very palace, though if I'd encountered her since King Edward's warning, I had no memory of it. I did not even need to know what this plan was to already know it was terrible. P.S. Fuck you, future Catherine stars are hard to draw. I'd have to ask Masigo how feasible it was to arrange a ritual so I could go back and deck myself in the face. Who knew? Maybe I already had, and that was why she was being such a cranky asshole about the whole thing. I got the other two cards out, but they were encased in black ice. Bearing my worst enemy's instructions in mind, I didn't try to force them open. The working seemed to have been tied off, anyway. The power within the ice was slowly trickling away, though one of them would run out long before the other. I left them on the table and got dressed. I'd helpfully, wait, no, that was too neatly folded, so probably Hakram, left clothes atop the dresser last night. A green and silver tunic, with trousers of the same make. My plate was nowhere in sight, but what looked like Inrani's spare set of chain mail was waiting next to my boots. That was unusual. The time where a full suit of plate had slowed me down had ended around when I'd become strong enough to accidentally break tables. Which I had not in this particular place, for the record. Archer was taking the fall for that, if anyone asked. I clasped the mantle of woe around my shoulders and idly ran a metaphorical chain that bound Diabolus to it, finding it already taut. She was nowhere close. Then, and given the lack of windows in my room, following the chain's direction told me nothing about where she'd gone. I was among the first to wake, but not the first. Vivienne was already glaring down at a cup of tea, a half-finished pastry in her plate. No servants in sight, though the table was bursting with a morning banquet. I touched the cards in the inner pocket of my cloak, right beneath my pipe and Wakeleaf stash, and plopped myself down next to her. So, I don't know if you're aware, I said, reaching for what looked like fresh bread. But I think we tried to get clever right last night. There was playing card nailed to my bedpost when I woke up, Thief admitted. It told me to look in my bag when Hakram joins us. Can you, remember anything from yesterday afternoon, or after? I asked. She eyed me cautiously. Skein, she said. Prophecy by spun thread. It's all I was told I could say. So there's a seer on the board. I mused. That did explain why apparently whatever the plan was, it had to be kept secret even from us. Maybe they could only predict through conscious decisions? Black had theorized that was the augure's weakness, in Procker. Also that she didn't always control what she saw, but that tended to be a staple of oracle names. What the gods believed was important, and what mortals did were not necessarily the same thing. If I asked you about Isabella's deception, would it mean anything to you? I asked. Vivienne's brow rose. Nothing, she said. Way to be specific, past Catherine. I'd finished buttering my bread and was struggling to drip honey on it without spilling when Masigo joined us. My eyes widened when he came in sight, which was mildly ironic considering the reason they did. One of the glass orbs that served as his own was missing. Hierophant, I delicately said. I don't know if you've noticed, but dash. I don't want to talk about it, Masigo grunted. He reached for the pot of tea, missing it by half an inch. I had wondered about his depth perception nowadays. Vivienne kindly poured him a cup and he settled into his seat, casting half a baleful glare at the world. So, can you see through the missing dash? He muttered in the arcane tongue, and my breakfast caught fire. That's what. I'd just gotten it the way I liked it. I put out the flames with a twist of winter, but now it was all soggy and disgusting. Fine, be that way, I said. I was just worrying for you. I know where you stash your Wakeleaf, he warned me. That was a grave threat, and with the elegance of a tried diplomat, I changed the subject. I don't suppose anyone knows where Diabolist is, I asked. No idea, Vivienne admitted. Masigo, I am going to drink this cup of tea, Hierophant announced, and greatly savor the accompanying silence. Shatter that dream at your peril. Vivienne discreetly covered her face before I could catch her smiling, wily veteran that she was. Hierophant finished his cup in the quiet, broken only when Hakram finally joined us. Isabella's deception, I said as he strolled into the hall. Ring a bell. Good morning, Catherine, he said amusedly. Don't you give me lip, I said. We can't know who came up with this mess, but we can. Be sure we wouldn't have gone ahead without your agreement. As far as I'm concerned, this is entirely on you until proven otherwise. She's taking to the works of queenship rather well, isn't she? Vivienne told the orc. Give it a few years, and my name will become the scapegoat, Hakram gravelled. It does ring a bell, Cat. It refers to Isabella the Mad Scheme when she fought Theodosius as the maddened fields. I finished buttering my second bit of bread, casting a wary eye at Hierophant. I'm listening, I said. Elaborate. Theodosius was said to have soothsayers, or more likely a great deal of spies. Adjutant continued, grabbing a seat at my side. So General Isabella secretly gave her commanders wildly differing plans to carry out during the battle. She turned it into an axiom when she wrote her book after retirement. The heart of warfare is deception. Therefore, the generals who can deceive even themselves are invincible. I sighed. So we were now taking operational advice from a woman whose moniker was the Mad. Lovely. What were the odds that there were actually several plans and most of them were false? Goddamn me. I glanced at Vivienne, who was hiding away something in her palm with her other hand. Right? She'd been told to take out a card from her bag when Hakram arrived, hadn't she? She crumpled the card. Now, she said. Hierophant rose to his feet without warning and flared with power as he barked an incantation. There were 6 doors to the dining hall. Every single one of them closed, glimmering with light. Domain, Catherine, he said. I bit into my bread. Didn't get much out of the taste, and even less nourishment, but the texture was nice. Melted in the mouth. Even as I chewed, I opened the floodgates and winter came out to play. The darkness fell like a curtain over all the world. I felt the small bundles of warmth that were the woe as everything froze with an ugly snapping sound, and herded the worst of it away from them. They still shivered. Our visitor was granted no such protection. Flesh hardened, bones shattered, and the thief of stars went still. She spoke not a word, but in the darkness above a constellation of stars was birthed. The king's crown, I thought. Back home, they said it was an auspicious sign for the rulers of Callow. I swallowed and waited. Was it an aspect? Probably. Or at least the remnants of one. But in the end a thief was a thief, and I was the sovereign of moonless night. I had all the time in the world here. A dozen eternities passed, and one by one the stars winked out. Winter devoured everything, given enough time. When the darkness left, the revenant was revealed to our sight. Shivering, Masigo wove binding sorceries around her through hushed whispers as I eyed the frozen remnants of my breakfast with distaste. So much for that. Within my cloak, one of the cards shattered, the casing's unmaking accelerated by the touch of my domain. I took it out and found my writing spread across the 4 of Pentacles. Do you have the thief? There were 2 bundles of words beneath the question. Yes, Z's breaks first rune. No, find Archer. I flipped it and found a single word on the other side. Lark. Enlightening stuff, passed Catherine. Good work, you riddling bag of crazy. What the hell's had I learned about the scheme that made this elaborate a plan seem like a good idea? Everything I'd been taught about scheming screamed that multiple steps were a recipe for failure. I woke up with a list of questions on the 6 of Swords, Hakram said. I assume she is the one I need to ask. I put back the card and frowned. Well, it wasn't like interrogating one of us would help. We'd screwed with our own memories. Masigo, you need to break the first rune, I said. Hierophant's lone eye swiveled towards me. The artifact in your head, he said. I had wondered the purpose of it. Everyone else has a spell instead, but I suppose you would not so easily be enchanted. We shoved a magic stone into my skull, I said, quite uncomfortable at the notion. Oh gods, that won't have any ill effects, will it? Your brain is mostly decorative, Hierophant assured me. Could have told you. That, Vivienne murmured. I was going to start keeping count of her instances of sedition, I decided. Probably not a list, since she'd absolutely steal it, but there had to be a way. Just don't blow up my skull, Z's, I sighed. I'm not sure it'd grow back. His lips thinned. If you'd just let me dash. We have a rule, Masigo, I said patiently. What is that rule? We don't vivisect friends, he muttered mulishly, even when we could learn the most interesting things from it. He patted over, and without any warning placed his palm against the back of my head. Oh, he said, that is skillfully dash. There's a revenant overseeing every palace, I told the others. If my source is to be believed, ours is the Thief of Stars. That is a much snappier name than Vivi's, Indrani noted. Have we considered trading in? This outfit needs fresh blood. Corpse. You know what I mean. I met Hakram's eyes across the table. Idly, he shuffled Archer's deck of cards, though the game they'd played before Thief and I returned was long abandoned. Nothing we can do about that, I said, especially if the skein really is guiding all of them. I very carefully did not begin to ponder how we might catch her, even though she would need to be at least temporarily removed from the board if we were to have any chance of success. Chaos was our only best tool here. To cheat an oracle, you had to cheat yourself. We would need a touchstone, but also a way to multiply and scatter the possible trails. And, to tip it all over, a blindfolded blade. I turned to Diabolist. Akua, I said. I never thought I'd say this, but I need you to scheme. The smile on her lips was less than reassuring. Catherine, Vivienne said. My eyes rolled back into their proper place. I'm here, I said, brushing away her hand. This is going according to plan, maybe? I think Hakram needs to ask her the questions. She's part of this, one way or another. You'll need to unfreeze her mouth first, Adjutant said. I rolled my shoulder, more out of habit than need, and turned my gaze to the Thief of Stars. Like King Edward, she looked almost alive. Quite a bit younger than him, too. Tanned, leathery skin and sun-bleached blonde hair in a single tress going down her back. I did not recognize the cut or cloth of her short-sleeved tunic, though admittedly that meant little. Exerting my will, I freed her jaws and tongue without a word. You people are the worst, the Thief of Stars said in garbled Shantan. Procerin. Just my luck. Still fresh and exciting to us, Vivienne drawled in lower Meson. Hakram. Looming over her small form, the orc cleared his throat. What does threefold reflection mean? He asked. If I were not bound, I would have taken your eyes by now, the Revenant conversationally said. It's one thing to be bound here, another to suffer your tender attentions. Twice. I do have my pride. My eyes narrowed. We've done this before, I said. I can see why you're the leader, she said. Your wits are truly peerless. Masigo, I said. I'm not sure how to phrase this delicately, but dash. Without replying, he traced a pair of runes out of red light, and the Thief of Stars hissed. You little wasteland twat, she said. Compelling truth is not objectively possible by sorcery, Hierophant said. But this should compel her to answer and forbid her from consciously speaking something she knows to be false. What does threefold reflection mean? Hakram patiently repeated. There are 3 overlain palaces, the Revenant snarled. The thresholds meld. How many Preside delegates are there? Adjutant continued. 43, she said. Where is Archer of the Woe? He asked. I don't know, she said. Why had he asked that? No, the important part was why that had been a question. If we needed to know where Indrani was right now, it'd be written on a card. So that couldn't be the point. If us having that information wasn't the point, then most likely the question was meant to establish she didn't have that information either. That must matter, to some extent. Did the skein need that knowledge to predict us? The memory Masigo had freed had involved thinking we needed a touchstone. Archer wasn't who I'd pick for something like that, but maybe that was the point. Akua is still missing, I thought. Too many parts were still unknown to have a proper guess. Is the Empress currently within the threefold reflection? Hakram asked. Yes, the Thief of Stars said. Gods, you could at least change the questions. I hummed. So, same questions. We'd meant for us to have the same information we got from her last time. So we'd make the same plan out of them? That was a chancy roll of the dice. That was all the questions, Adjutant told us. It seems unwise to simply leave her here, if we are to act now. That one's mine to solve, Thief noted. No card, mind you, but it's the obvious solution. She got up and laid a hand on the Revenant's arm. Nothing happened. Vivienne sighed. Hold, she said. While the sight of the undead vanishing was interesting in its own way, it was Hakram's body-wide twitch that took my attention. He winced, and I recognized from the look on his face the signs of a dawning headache. Well, I know what we need to do, he said. We're going to find Athel, and then we're going to start a fire. Book 4, Chapter 39, Hakram's Plan. My dear Prince, why would I settle for merely being on the right side of history when I could be on all sides of it instead? Extract from the minutes of the Conference of the Blessed Isle, between the shining Prince Harry Albin and dread Emperor Traitorous. Black had once told me that people could get used to nearly anything if it happened regularly for long enough. It had been while we were having one of our evening lessons in Enchère, talking of the many reasons why there'd never been a serious attempt by the tower to forbid diabolism across the wasteland. It was one of those little truths he enjoyed that seemed vague, but ended up relevant surprisingly often. To demonstrate, arson. No matter what rumors Robert kept spreading, I didn't actually enjoy setting things on fire. Sure, it was one of the most frequently used tools in my arsenal, even if it did have the nasty tendency of collateral damage. But it wasn't like my first resort. There had even been a time where I'd been somewhat conflicted at the notion of dropping goblin fire on the head of the latest named army entity. I suppose with the 10th Crusade in full swing, I was due to add Continental Coalition to the list. That was after my head on a pike. Not without reason, either. She managed that landing in perfect silence, to my mild envy. If I did that, it'd sound like I was running around with a dozen rings of keys. I slid down the ramp smoothly, though in truth that had more to do with my shaping of the ice than any skill on my part. Hard to fall down the stairs when you controlled where they were. The ramp shattered into shards behind me, and I brushed off a few pieces from my shoulder. Think Hakram found him yet? I asked. He's got the aspect for it, Vivienne shrugged. I'm more interested in why we're starting a fire in the first place. Smoke will be visible from outside, I said. Could be to draw the patrols. We could have moved quietly instead, the dark-haired thief pointed out. Not so sure about that, I mused. Mind you, we can sort of manage quiet. But against a seer? As long as the patrols are out there, a single message is all it takes for them to be in our way. That assumes they're all coming into the palace, Vivienne said. The binds, at least, are sapient. It would be an elementary mistake. We don't really know how they function, Vivienne, I pointed out. It might be that the dead king gave them the order to check on disturbances, and they literally can't disobey him regardless of context. Guesswork will only take us in circles, she sighed. Let's find Hakram. One assumes he knows the next step in this cavalcade of merriment. We ran into Hierophant first, as it happened. He'd been weaving spells at the other two bonfires, just small spurts of flame that'd get the blaze started after long enough had passed. His mood had not improved since breakfast, and he merely grunted at us on his way to the hall we'd just left. Nice to see you too, Z's. I called out as he cleared the corner. I wasn't a fool. I'd waited until he could no longer aim easily at my wakeleaf. Not even 15 minutes we found Hakram navigating the corridors with Athel at his side, the dark-haired host looking rather harried. Had he been sleeping? Great Majesty, honored guest. The man greeted us, bowing low. I was told you had need of my services? It will wait until Hierophant has joined us, Adjutant graveled. I did not gainsay him, since I had no idea where we were going from here. I have a question or two for you. Until then, I told the pale man. Did we happen to speak last night? He blinked in surprise. Indeed, Great Majesty, he said. You were wondering as to the steps the crown took to assure your safety within these walls. Well, that was ominous. Anything in particular? I probed. You were quite curious as to the nature of the measures that would be taken in the face of a natural disaster, such as an earthquake or a fire, Athel told me. Do you not remember this, honored one? I've had a lot on my mind, I muttered. Most of which I did not remember, apparently. So the fire had a payoff beyond just serving as a distraction, probably. Before I could think of a way to delicately ask what, in a pure hypothetical, would happen if the silent palace caught fire, Hierophant joined us. Masigo took one look at us, hid his hand behind his back, and I felt a small flare of sorcery. Lord Hierophant, Athel said, bowing once more. The palace caught fire, host, he said. The dark-haired servant blinked. How? He asked aghast. When? I clapped him on the shoulder. Listen, I said. Don't worry about it. Those sound like details above our pay grade. Are you not a queen, Great Majesty? He said in a strangled voice. And, as a queen, I'm deciding this is above my pay grade, I sagely said. Obviously we can't stay in a palace that's on fire. That'd be dangerous. So where are we headed, my good man? There is a passage to outside, Athel said. I will lead you through it, if it please you. He sounded a little dazed. Well, I didn't blame him. Lots of that going around today. I checked on the last card in my cloak, but the ice casing had yet to melt. Blindly forward it was, then. The host led us deeper into the palace until we reached the end of a corridor with two opposite leading doors. Instead of taking one of them, Athel took out a small knife from his sleeve and cut his palm open before smearing his blood on the wall. Even as runes lit up, I rose an eyebrow. Why did people always go for the palm? It made it so much harder to hold things afterwards. and it wasn't like hand blood was better than forearm blood or anything. What had previously appeared to be a wall vanished into nothingness, leaving only the blood-red runes hanging in the air for a few moments before they vanished as well. Masigo let out a noise that implied he now felt like sticking around and having a closer look, so I discreetly kicked him in the shin. "There was no need for that," he whispered. "Maybe not," I replied just as low. "But someone screwed with my breakfast this morning, so I'm all moody now." He half glared at me, which to be frank was more amusing than intimidating. "If you would follow me, honored guests," Ethel said. The threshold led into what appeared to be a dark tunnel, though the moment the host stepped within, mage lights began to light in sequence. By the look of them, we were headed down. Thief went still at my side. "I forgot something in my rooms," she announced. "Go ahead, I'll catch up." I cast her a look, but she shook her head. So it had been nothing she could share. "Honored one," the dark-haired man said. "Please do not. The guards will be arriving soon, and smother the flames long before anything within your rooms can be lost." I blinked and Thief was gone. "She's hard of hearing," I told Ethel, "and not very bright. Also, frequently mutinous. I'm going to start a ledger." The last part had no bearing on the situation, but I felt like it needed to be said for posterity's sake. "I must find her," the host gravely said. "It would be a grave breach of hospitality if dash." "Oh, look," I said. "Adjutant is sick." There was a heartbeat of silence. Hakram coughed into his fist. "I am," he loyally said. "It's the fire," I told Ethel. "Orcs are notoriously afraid of it. We have to get him out of here before it gets worse." I felt Masigo twitch and shot him a glare. "Now is not the time to be a pedant, Z's. Do not contradict my blatant lies." "I feel faint," the orc added dutifully. "Like a dove. A dove that is sick. Way to sell it, Hakram. Glad to have you on the team." "We must make haste, then," Ethel said. He looked like he very much wanted to express skepticism, but was too polite to do as much. The joys of diplomacy. We followed him as he briskly led us into the tunnel, and I pretended not to hear Masigo mutter, "No, they are not," under his breath. The entire passage felt drenched in sorcery to my senses, heavily enough I could barely sense the mage lights when I stood next to them. The host apparently knew the way by road, as when a crossroads appeared he led us down the left corridor without hesitation. All right, so Thief was going after something. She'd been necessary to the first part of this mess because we'd needed her to put the Thief of Stars into her bag. She'd also given Masigo the signal to close the doors, but we could have given that card to anyone. Diabolist and Archer were still out there up to the gods knew what, and since there'd been no instructions to seek them, most likely the next part could be accomplished by Adjutant, Hierophant, and myself alone. The Empress was still inside her palace, so that was likely where we should be headed when we emerged from this. Alone? That might have been the whole point of Thief splitting off, that Ethel would have to go after her, leaving us to our own devices after opening the passage. The thing was, a plan with this many moving parts wasn't going to work. I should have known that last night, but I'd gone ahead with it anyway, which either meant the plan wasn't supposed to work or that I was missing something. All pithy imperial quotes about planning aside, there were too many points of failure for even the sections of this I was presuming had worked as intended. What if the Thief of Stars had taken a card or added a fake one? To play the rebel's advocate, it might be that the Revenant wasn't supposed to meddle in our affairs, only listen in on our conversations. But that was quite the mighty if, and it was making a lot of assumptions about the agency of all involved. It had to be about the skein, one way or another. Why else screw with our own memories? Thief had called what they did prophecy by spun thread. I'd mentally considered the enemy Revenant to be an oracle, but it didn't quite sound right. No seer was omniscient. Even those who also bore a name, and the source of their visions tended to give a hint about their limitations. For example, as a heroine, the augur most likely took her cues from above. I had a nifty little booklet from Black that was half speculation, half observation on the nature of her abilities, which were terrifyingly broad in scope, but also as fatally flawed as those of any other named. The eyes were convinced her limit was that she could only foresee things that were already in motion, or, as my teacher had put it, initiated decisions chains. It was why the Empire's once frequent assassination attempts on the first prince and some of the most key supporters of her regime had always failed. So the Empire had managed to catch diplomatic couriers and even the odd tactical coup by leaving agents in place with no instructions except taking advantage of presented opportunities. Except it wasn't actually that clean-cut, because there'd been an attempt on the first prince's life that fell under those characteristics 2 months after Second Lease, and it had failed. Black had amended the theory to note that it was feasible the augur could make two kinds of prophecies. The first would be those she got handed by above, about whatever above cared at that time. Those were likely to be significantly more detailed, but also significantly rarer. The heavens couldn't repeatedly put their finger to the scales like that without enabling the opposition to do the same. And more than that, the augur was only one of many tools. They wouldn't send her a flock of eagles, or whatever she read the future through when whatever that prediction was about could be handled just as well by a hero they'd sent in to take care of it. If the likes of Black and Militia had been handing out prophecies to their people, I had no doubt that trusted underling or not there would have been predictions given anyway, just to be sure. But heroes were already supposed to win, weren't they? Unless that loss was part of the story, meant to pay off down the line. And the whole point of the wager known as creation was that the gods didn't know which of them would win their pissing contest. Black had a whole half-page of scribbles going on about how the augur could likely read fate, as seen by the heavens, but couldn't go beyond those bounds, making heroes a blind spot of sorts. But in my opinion, it was simpler than that. The augur's role was that of a coordinator. She got the message out so troops would stand at the right place at the right time, but she wasn't supposed to actually guarantee a victory. She couldn't, I suspected. If the game was that blatantly rigged, Below would have whelped out an oracle of their own to check her by now. Above had to toe the line. The second kind of prophecies would be those she sought out herself. It was on record that the augur had wielded visions to help her cousin, the first prince, win that same title on the battlefield against the other contenders in the Proceran Civil War. It was dubious the heavens have much of a shit about Procerans slaughtering each other. If they had, a hero would have popped out to take care of the mess, so the augur herself had likely sought out those visions. And that was the interesting part, because then she was acting as a person and not a messenger, which meant she was fallible. Odds were that was when the decision chain limit came into play, but that was too low a bar. She couldn't be impossibly hard to interpret, since she was capable of passing coherent military information along to the Iron Prince that was usable for campaigning. That left the oldest of mortal failings. She only had one set of eyes, metaphorical or not. If she had to seek out the vision about something, it followed she couldn't see all things at all times. And that meant she could be fooled if she was looking at the wrong unfolding plot. It wasn't a flawless solution, as Black had written in his notes. If the failure was too large in scope, she'd likely receive one of the first kind of visions to make up for it. Coordinator, yes, but perhaps also a safeguard. Sadly, I did not have one of foremost name lore experts alive and an empire's worth of informants to help me puzzle out how the Skane's future-telling abilities worked. We had something of an idea, evidently, because Vivienne had given me a hint earlier. How? We'd learned that was impossible to puzzle out at the moment, so I'd set the question aside to pick it later. What I wanted to know, as a stepping stone, was whether the Skane had been a hero or a villain while alive, or even one of those named that floated somewhere in between, cast into one role or the other depending on the story they came in touch with. Neutral was the wrong word for it. There could be no such thing as neutrality in the game of the gods. Even objecting to the rules was to take a side, in its own way. I was jarred out of my thoughts when we finally reached the end of the passage, Athel smearing blood on solid stone to open it up once more. We emerged into daylight, the four of us blinking until we'd acclimated again. I glanced around curiously. We weren't on the wide avenues surrounding the Hall of the Dead. No, this was the base of a rampart. The innermost set of it, right before the Ring of Palaces, near the outer edge of the Garden of Crowns, though I could see our target from where we stood. The threefold reflection, as King Edward had implied, was a pyramid of faded white stone that held so much sorcery it was almost visible to the naked eye. Guards will soon come to guide you to a temporary resting place, the dark-haired host informed us. I must return to find the Lady Thief, but I implore you to remain here until your escorts arrive. I smiled and put my hand over my heart. On my teacher's honor, I said. A flicker of amusement passed through the man's eyes. Yeah, I wouldn't have bought that in his place either. May your hours be fruitful, great majesty, Athel said, and after a bow went back into the dark. The three of us stood there for a moment, and eventually I cleared my throat. Hakram, I asked. My health has improved, thank you, the orc drilly said. I rolled my eyes. I assume you remember the plan, I said. I do, Adjutant agreed. I must proceed alone. The pyramid has 3 gates, leading into 3 different intertwined palaces. You are to take the western gate, while I take the southern one. We're splitting up, I slowly said. Oh hells, this just keeps getting better. Look on the bright side, cat. Adjutant grinned, ivory fangs bared. How can they foil our master plan if even we don't know our master plan? I much preferred, I decided, being on the other side of that brand of quips. Book 4, Chapter 40, Vivienne's Plan. A battle is, in my experience, a handful of hours where one of two generals proceeds to destroy his own army while the other simply happens to be there. Prince Fernando of Solomons. For anyone to come up with the underlying principles of the threefold reflection and to then decide someone should live in there required an impressive amount of dementia. So in a sense it made sense that Neshama had built the damn thing. I'd seen drawing of the pyramids that could be found in northern Praise. Wolof, in particular, was known for them. But this one was of a decidedly different bent. Stone instead of mud, for a start. But where the sonic works tended to be broad and gently sloped, this one was tall and unpleasantly angular. I suspected if the monuments were going to have anything in common, it was the amount of bodies buried beneath them. Akua had been vague about the rituals that still took place by the city she'd once been in line to inherit, but Masigo had been disturbingly informative about the most infamous atrocities associated with the place. It took a particular kind of people to decide it was a going idea to sacrifice a few thousand people to make something called a plague cauldron. The only reason I was pretty sure Diabolist had never been taken down there to murder puppies as a kid was that after the whole murder your childhood friend party, it'd feel like a bit of a letdown. I pulled the mantle of woe closer around my shoulders after running a metaphysical finger down the chain binding Akua. Still pulled taut. Wherever she was, it wasn't anywhere close. After Hakram informed us we were meant to split the group in two to take different doors, the western gate for Masigo and I, while it was the southern one for him, we'd wasted no time dawdling around. A trail of smoke going up into the sky of Keter made it plain that our work there had not been discreet, which I assumed to be the point. Hierophant was not in a chatty mood as we passed through the colonnades surrounding the pyramid proper at a brisk pace. Whether it was our piecemeal fiasco of a plan or the loss of an eye that had him in a tiff I didn't know, but either way I couldn't blame him. There was much I despised about what I'd become through winter, but I would feel naked without the eldritch senses of my constructed body. I'd come to take what they told me for granted, tasting heat and fear, hearing beyond that even of a named. That muted sense I had of the intents of others, which straddled the line between sorcerous boon and a flood of details put together I would never have noticed without winter. All that, and I was only a bastard child of Arcadia. No wonder the Fae had reputation for exquisite machinations, if they had all these senses and more. It was like being the only person in a pitch-black room that could see in the dark. Our gate, Hierophant said, breaking our stretch of silence. I nodded slowly. It had been too much to hope, I supposed, that it would be wide open for us. Instead, the two slabs of sun-drenched stone remained tightly shut, which was admittedly something of a problem. I'm guessing hammering through isn't an option, I half-guessed. We have no hammer, Masigo reminded me gently. And even should we employ sorcery, it would be loud and difficult to open this through force. Figured. It wasn't like the dead king bothered to build on anything but titanic scale. Maybe there's a magic word, I suggested. The dark-skinned man inclined his head in concession. Neshama, he tried. Nothing. Yeah, I supposed it would be a little like a Calawan wizard using revenge as the key to a magic door. There probably had been at least one that embarrassingly lame in the past, but it wasn't common practice. Could you dash? I began, but he raised his hand. Quiet, he murmured. His brow creased, and after a moment he traced a rune against his temple. A dot of light came out, and in a streak came before the both of us. It changed into an illusionary card, the Eight of Wands, and on the projection a few words in Old Mizan were written. I winced. I'd never paid as close attention as I should to those lessons. I'd had a deal with another girl where I traded her translations for my history essays, and I was horribly rusty besides. Translation? I asked. Sparrow, Masigo said. And I am instructing myself to remove the third rune from your artifact. That's skipping one, I noted. Last time was the first. It occurs to me, Hierophant, that the confusion here might be the purpose instead of a mistake. Yeah, I'd come to that conclusion myself a while back. I wouldn't work off anything this messy and complex if I had a feasible alternative, which once more took me back to the soothsaying revenant awaiting us inside, the skein. I was starting to get the impression we were not playing Shatranj with the Oracle so much as tossing handfuls of pebbles at the board and hoping one ended up tipping over the king. That aside, I said, did you engrave a card into your own head? Several, Masigo replied. It seems wiser than keeping them at hand, where they could be witnessed. Aunt Eudokia always told me that treason is the one thing one should leave no paper trail for. That might be true, but it didn't make him any less of a show-off. All right, Z's, I said. Magic fingers it is. With a put-upon sigh, he rested his palm against the back of my head and... The palace isn't a maze, Vivienne said, elbows on the table. Not in the traditional sense. There's a chamber at the center with a guiding artifact. Akua got it before any of us, which did not strike me as odd. Masigo might boast a broader base of sorceress knowledge, but these kind of traps were as milk and honey to Prisai Highborn. 3 palaces, reflections and overlap, she said. The artifact is able to decide which threshold connects to which across the span entire. It looks like 3 wheels on a stick, the other Callowans said, with pieces of twine hanging through, tying places together. The look on Masego's face at the revelation was pure avarice. Goddamn it. His mild magpie tendencies when it came to artifacts had only increased since we'd technically robbed the Sahelians of their most precious artifact. In our defense, Akua had been in the box, and it had been just lying there. Finders keepers, right? You found the room at the center, Hakram said, cutting at the heart of the matter. Vivienne nodded. More accurately, I was allowed to, she said. You ran into the guarding revenant, I guessed. He's called the Skane, the dark-haired woman said. And before getting deeper into that, I have a few questions for our foreign experts. What can you tell me about rattlings? Indrani set down her cup, looking interested for the first time in a while. The species, she said. Nothing too deep. Lycanese call them the plague because they never stop being hungry. Just like a disease, they'll wipe out everything even if it starves them down the line. Said hunger has been speculated to be caused by their unusual physiology, Masigo added. They never cease growing. They are birthed as bipedal rodents smaller than humans, and have no theoretical check on how large they can be save for each other. The chain of hunger is so named because rattlings will promptly devour each other when there are no other sources of immediate sustenance. Father believes the entire species is a kind of strange demiurgian phenomenon of unknown purpose. My eyes turned to Akua, who'd been standing a little outside of the Woe's circle this entire time. Woolafite records agree with the Lord Warlock, she said. There are scrolls dating back to Triumphant's campaign in the region that speak of a time in the life of their kind called the Metamorphosis, where rattlings will transition from bipedal beings of observed sapience into the animalistic large creatures called the Ancient Ones. The few of those beings that manage to consume enough quickly enough while in that state are speculated to undergo a second metamorphosis into the elusive Horned Lords of Lore. Those Horned Lords, Vivienne said, back on 2 feet, about 60 feet high, antler-like pairs spouting from the head, capable of human speech. That's how the lady described them, Indrani slowly said. Save for the antlers. Well, Vivienne smiled ruefully. We have something of a problem then. Burning hells, I exhaled. Horned Lord, Hierophant. There's one of those with seer powers sitting pretty in the middle of the pyramid just waiting to fuck with us through a maze-making control artifact. A rattling, Masigo mused. Unusual. I suppose the kingdom of the dead does have a border with their kind. Do you have the magic word for the gates? I sighed. Apparently that wasn't judged a high priority, I said. What had you reaching for the card anyway? Any help coming from there? I was instructed not to tell, Hierophant replied absent-mindedly. I suppose attempting to jostle the wards open is in order, lacking alternative. That's feasible. I asked. Quickly, he said. No, but a few hours of protracted study should do the trick. It won't take more than half a day. We're in a bit of a hurry, I said. I think. This is not the kind of miracle I am proficient with, Catherine, he replied peevishly. Bickering would have been a nice way to let off the steam, but a notion reached the surface of my mind, Quicksilver Swift. Sparrow, I spoke at the gate. The heartbeat of silence that followed echoed with unspoken mockery. Ah, well, it had been worth a try. Sparrow, Masigo said as well, only in Ushkaran. Without a sound, the stone slabs withdrew into the threshold. I would have thought of that eventually, I said, not the defensive in the slightest. I note you did not give a precise time limit for that statement, the one-eyed mage said. If I stepped on his foot going into the threefold reflection, well, no one could prove it wasn't an accident. I'd considered it a safe assumption that the creepy dimensionally layered murder pyramid would look like a dusty crypt inside, but apparently I'd done the dead king disservice. It was actually pretty pleasant in here. Sunlight, fresh air, and the decorations were both tasteful and welcoming. The unfortunate part was that here was becoming a vaguer term every time we turned a corner of past a door. Left, Hierophant decided. We literally just took a right, I said. In another palace, yes, Masigo agreed. This is not that one. After spending a solid 60 heartbeats in awe of the fact that it was natural sunlight and not torches or mage lights that lit up the entrance hall of the threefold reflection, I checked out for most of the ensuing mutterings about fixed temporal sliver and redistribution arrays. He'd gotten his shit together and begun to serve as my personal navigator. Since the entire place was a madman's nightmare of wards and thresholds, it was possible for him to follow along the metaphorical dotted lines of the wards and get a bare-bones idea of the layout of the palace. Took him a little bit and required concentration, but it was reliable. Unfortunately, it was also useless. The image he got from that trick was only a single layer of the reflection, which meant the moment we left that layer we were lost again. And he couldn't see the whole pyramid with that trick, either, which had bitten us in the ass swiftly. We were probably past the outer reaches of the palace, but the gates we'd come in through were nowhere in sight. Which went some way in explaining why it had been so easy to get in, I supposed. It was inside the palace that the skein would find us easiest to contain. So why had we wandered in blindly? This was Hakram's plan we were following, and as far as I could see, it could only end in failure. More than that, we were wasting precious time. Militia and her minions might already be out of the pyramid for all I knew. This isn't getting us anywhere, I said, then winced at the accidental pun. I looked up at the ceiling. Skein, right? I said. I'm assuming you're listening, because let's be honest, if I were in your place, I want a good look at the people I was screwing with. Don't suppose we could cut out the whole maze thing and have a civilized conversation instead? No answer. Cat, Masigo said quietly. He was gesturing towards a door we'd passed earlier, and my brow rose. The room behind that threshold, a cozy little antechamber with fainting couches, had gone dark. An invitation? Only one way to find out. I made sure Hierophant was right next to me when I passed the threshold, as I had this entire time. The last thing I wanted was to get separated from my erstwhile navigator. My reflexes were quick, but not quite quick enough not to fall. Winter came eagerly when called, and a platform of ice formed beneath my feet, though I almost slid off it when I had to bend over to catch Masigo by the scruff of the neck. Impressive workmanship, Hierophant noted, lone eye looking down through his own body. I glanced as well, and forced myself to count up to 10 in silence. A spike pit. An actual fucking pit filled with sharp metal spikes. There were even faded skeletons at the bottom, which was really the spine in the wine as far as I was concerned. It wasn't like they hadn't had literal centuries to clean that up. I just knew they'd left them there as a statement. A simple no would have sufficed, I complained, looking upwards. There was solid ground on the other side of the pit, and with a careful flex of my legs I leapt up here. No threshold there, at least. Jumping from pit to pit would have been a bit much, even by fucking Keteran standards. I dropped Masigo back on his feet fairly awkwardly, given that I was holding him by the neck, and he had a few feet on me. Quiet bubble, I ordered. The ward went up, and we tried to position ourselves in a way that would make it difficult to read our lips. Changed to speaking Karsam as well. It wasn't nearly as well known as Lower Mizan or the other Imperial languages. This isn't working, I told Hierophant. We need a change of tactics. Your source that you can't talk about, can they be any help? I assume they already would have intervened if they could, Masigo said. Was that implying the conversation went only one way, or was I reading too much into it? That was the pain in this plan. Well, one of them. I never could be sure whether I was supposed to try to figure out something or not. I shifted on my feet, though not because of what he'd said. His silence ward wasn't the same he'd used when we were inside the Silent Palace. It had no physical component to it. Not that it had helped in the slightest against the thief of stars that we knew of. It wasn't a sound so much as a moving of air that I caught, a difference in pressure. My hand snapped out, and I caught a wriggling form by throat as I smoothly unsheathed my sword. Morning, Catherine, Vivienne said, snapping into sight. I dropped her with a sigh. I could have stabbed you, thief, I said. My aspect is the only reason we managed to run into each other, she said. He shunts me off at will otherwise. If I remain hidden in his vision of the future, he cannot predict where I am. It is no absolute. The rest of the gambit was presuming you'd irritate the skein enough for him to send you here eventually. I raised an eyebrow at both things being implied. First, that hide could ward her from whatever means the skein used to see us. Second, that she'd expected us to end up here. This was planned, I said. Sparrow, she replied in Karsam. All done, we on my tack now. Her hold on the language was bare bones, but Hakram had taught her enough we could have a functional conversation. My eyes narrowed. The second card had the word Lark written on the back, without an explanation. I'd taken it to mean an adventure or a bit of fun, because past Catherine had a terrible sense of humor, but it was also a kind of bird, wasn't it? Al didn't ring a bell in the slightest, but it might be there were at least 3 plans unfolding. And Vivienne had told us we were now on her tack. Skein. Prophecy by spun thread. One set of eyes. Were we gods? That would mean building at least 3 interconnected towers. The sheer complexity of that. We did have Akua, though, who was still missing. And the first runebound memory had me considering the need for a touchstone, which might very well be her. It was a good thing I almost never got headaches these days, I decided. Where do we go from here? I asked. Your aspect can't cover all 3 of us. Not need to, Vivienne smiled thinly. We hunted militia presently. Now bye. The Skein have her on way out here. By now, I corrected. She rolled her eyes. He can still move us between the layers so we never run into her, I said. Before answer. Object limits has, she said. Cannot bridge same layer. Cannot go nowhere. How do you know this? Masigo asked. Skein, she said. Flaw. Single speaker must. Memory back. Monologue. I thought. She'd met the ratling before. That much I'd already suspected, but this explained quite a bit. He must have been a villain while alive. Which still begged the question of why the dead king had put someone in charge of the threefold reflection he had to know would give us a solution to the riddle if pressed. He could have put a hero instead, and they might not have been as skilled at using the artifact, but they wouldn't have talked either. It felt like he was willingly giving us an opportunity to kill militia if we were sharp enough, and while that fit with my suspicions this was a test, it also had me wary. Guessing at the hidden horror's motives was a dangerous game at the best of times, which these were most definitely not. That's useful and all, but how do we find militia through the shunts? I asked. No-go layer, she smiled. Center artifact. I saw. She tapped Masego's belly. Extract, she said. And she tapped mine. Gate, she continued. No inside. Cold iron protect. Close. I frowned. Then why didn't we gate directly from the Silent Palace? I asked. You can't thread through different pieces of fabric, Masigo said. I would presume that chamber to be removed from creation. This layer, however, is directly connected. Then why hadn't we done that the moment we entered the pyramid? Why leave a necessary piece of information, the location of the central chamber, solely in the hand of? I winced at the sudden spike of pain from my forehead. Second rune is flaring, Hierophant murmured. So we hadn't. Masigo and I had just never thought of it, and Vivienne being here was a contingency. She must have entered through a place that guaranteed she'd be here to wait for us. Evidently she'd found it the first time she came here. She must have moved the exact same way. What if the Skein had never sent us here, and we'd never thought of it? There might be other contingencies, then. Hakram was now unaccounted for, as well as the other 2. And I still had a card encased. Fine. Then, maybe we'd been surprisingly cautious in our recklessness. I clenched my fingers and reached for Winter. Time to pay the Skein a visit. Book 4, Chapter 41, Akua's Plan. Note. Though fell down the stairs is common fate for Pre-Psi Highborn, further study demonstrate this is not nearly as lethal as the records would imply. It took, on average, 5 repeats to reliably kill someone in this manner. The Tiger Pit remains most practical. Dread Emperor Malignant too, the particularly petty. I honestly wasn't sure this was Arcadia. It didn't make sense for us to have ended up elsewhere, since it wasn't like a Fey mantle was a key to the infinity of dimensions in existence. But this didn't look like Arcadia in the slightest. Or at least no part of it I'd ever seen. There was a sky, though gray and with no obvious source of light hanging, and ground to walk on. Which was where it got unusual, because it wasn't earth our feet were on. Or even stone. It was some sort of hard black material that felt like softer obsidian. I could handle that much, truth be told, but the shifting shapes of the same material around us were where I drew the line. Go into Arcadia, she said. I mused. It'll be a shortcut, she said. I never actually said that, Thief muttered back. Without us ever moving an inch, what had been the sky above our heads now seemed perpendicular to where we stood, like we'd moved from the ground to standing glued on the side of a house looking upwards. I closed my eyes and opened them, which got me situated again but also had me gritting my teeth, because I could have sworn I was now standing on the ground, but the sky was to my left, and what had been the ground before was now a massive wall, one that was slowly disassembling into smaller blocks, shifting into staggeringly large structures. Creational laws run particularly thin here, Hierophant noted, standing at my side like nothing was wrong. Arcadia always did have the tendency to work on say-so, but gravity here seems purely a matter of perspective. A geometry trap, I complained. That's just great. My tutors had said I'd regret not taking those lessons more seriously. Shall we proceed? Masigo suggested. You're sure this is Arcadia? I asked. I have valid reasons to believe so, he replied. Do you not feel the nascent gate at the end? I do, I said. It's far on the other side of the ground. Wall. You know what I mean. Clutter. Vivienne helpfully contributed, pointing there. Clutter was about right. There were stairs, not all of them making sense at the angle I currently stood on, but also a myriad other structures, columns and bridges, towers and plateaus, and things I'd never seen before. Not too far away, I could see a spiral of blocks that only made sense if you went up with a certain perspective and down with another. I'm guessing that's the way through. I sighed. Let's get a move on. We began our walk through insanity, taking a diagonal bridge across nothingness that put us on top. Top seemed about right of things. I leapt down at what was the foundation of a tower going the wrong way, landing smoothly. Vivienne followed a heartbeat later. I hesitate to ask, she said. But what exactly ensures that we don't fall off, Masigo? He managed a crouch landing, but would have tripped if I didn't catch him by the shoulder. Strictly speaking, he said, nothing. I would not get vertigo on solid ground, I told myself. Gods, I would not get vertigo on solid ground. Reality could be said to function by the fiat of the gods, in large part, Hierophant continued. This particular place seems to extend that privilege to anyone within it. I should have stolen more grappling hooks, Vivienne muttered under her breath. We moved on to a vaguely sinister promenade of black columns, which went some way in quieting the instincts in the back of my head screaming I was about to fall and die. But then we took stairs that went down through the ground, and the shift of perspective had me under the impression I was hanging from the basement of this nightmare, through only my feet. Remember when the worst we had to worry about was William stabbing things with an angel feather? I said, and Vivienne hilariously failing to knife Hakram. Not all of us took so well to killing as you. Thief replied defensively. I wondered what it said about us as a group that we frequently ragged on Vivienne failing to murder my closest friend in the world. Even Akua got it on it, these days, and for an unrepentant monster she had a scathing way with sarcasm. Masigo patted Thief's shoulder. It's all right, Vivienne, he consoled her. No one thinks less of you for it. You're very good at other crimes. You. Thank you, Masigo. She finally got out, soundly defeated. Truly, of all the terrible sorceries at Hierophant's command, the most dangerous was his occasional bouts of disarming sincerity. Aside from headaches and the occasional existential crisis, this little detour into the worst of wonderlands did not prove to be a major hindrance. Slowed us down some, but less than I would have expected. The shifting structures were fairly accommodating. It was maybe half an hour before we got inside of where I knew the still unformed exit gate to be awaiting us. Atop a massive cube of blocks, which meant I had to leap onto the side and think very hard about why I wouldn't slide off the way common sense dictated I would. Masigo had absolutely no trouble with it, the fucker. He'd taken to this place like a fish to water. I got off my knees, having learned from our earlier travels to shield my face so it wouldn't stack straight into the new ground. Straight across. Then we shift plane again, Hierophant said. This was quite the interesting interlude. Would it be incriminating to thank the dead king for widening my horizons, do you think? Yes, I replied immediately. Very, Vivienne added. That's a shame, the one-eyed mage murmured. Perhaps just a gift, then. I would not want to be an ingrate. He's the immemorial undead overlord of a hellscape and a half, Z's, I said. I don't think fresh apple bread and decent wine are ever really in order with him. Maybe the soul of a minor irritant, bound to an ironically chosen household object, he mused. I still have a book on imperial court etiquette somewhere. There are customs to things like this. We'll talk about it later. I lied. For now, let's dash. The ground opened up beneath us. No, it parted, like waves, hollowing out the thick of what had been a cube and forming an eggshell ceiling above us from the blocks. The broad ramp that emerged led straight to where I could feel the portal awaiting to be born, with the small hitch of there being man sitting on a throne to the right of it, legs crossed. And it was going so well, Vivienne said. I winced. We've had talks about saying things like that. Thief, I said. Well, he's already there, she said. How could it dash? I covered her mouth with my hand. Don't you dare finish that sentence, I growled. Hierophant, assume hostile. I always do when you're there, he cheerfully replied. That had been perhaps a little too honest for comfort. But I couldn't deny the general accuracy of the assessment. I released Vivienne and took point, hand on the pommel of my sword. Thief to the side, Hierophant in the back with room to maneuver. Fey eyes meant I did not have to wait for anything as pedestrian as actually being closer before having a better look at the stranger. It was not human, pale and thin and angular, like it had been cut out of marble to look like a human with a too large chisel. Whether it was a man or a woman I could not tell, or even if the label would apply. It wore a long-sleeved shirt of white satin, trousers of the same, and had not bothered with boots. Its eyes were narrow and dark, and I found nothing but scorn within when they met my own. It was the ears that gave it away, long and sharp, almost triangular at the tip. "Elf," I quietly said. Vivienne inhaled sharply. Masigo did not waste his breath on an answer, immediately beginning to layer protective spells around himself. Was it a revenant? I had no heartbeat I could hear, but that might be normal with elves for all I knew. If it was this deep in Keter, even through Arcadia, then I'd assume it was undead until proven otherwise. The elf did not move even as we approached. Was negotiation an option? "Good morning," I said. It stared at us, completely still. I kind of hoped deep down that it was just an intimidating corpse and we'd have a good chuckle about it afterwards, but I doubted my luck was that good. I could see no weapon in its hand or anywhere near. "Close quarters fighter?" "Don't mean to interrupt," I said with a winning smile. "But we're lost, and I was hoping to ask for directions." The elf rose to its feet, still silent. Its hand snapped out, and before I could get so much as a get word out there was a rip. For a heartbeat, I thought it was tearing away at the fabric of this half-world, but it wasn't that. Not exactly. Like it was ripping away an invisible screen, it tore out the gate I had yet to make. Dropping it on the ground afterwards, it eyed us patiently. I could no longer feel the way out of this place. Not to be overly dramatic, but that was something of a problem. "I take it that's a no," I said. "We'll, just be on our way then." A ring of golden flames formed around the elf's hands and burned with blinding brightness until they solidified, formed into a long single-edged sword of what I might have thought to be simple bronze, had I not seen its making. "Spellblade," I grimaced. That was a little more literal than I'd expected. "You may kill yourself now," the revenant told us in a voice utterly devoid of inflection. "It will spare me the filth." "All heart, this one. Would you consider us to proper fucked at the moment?" Thief asked lightly. "Well, if you want to get all technical about it," I muttered back. She passed behind me, and after moving my hand pressed what felt like a card into it. There was a thin covering of ice over it, and a sliver of will was all it took to shatter it. Another exertion had 3 reflective pieces of ice growing on my armor at the proper angles, and I took a look at what was written on it without ever taking my eyes fully off the spellblade. On the Queen of Wands 2 bundles of writing awaited. Skein. Not the most pressing danger at the moment, but whatever. Don't. If Hakram is there, Swan. If not, Dove. Fucking hells, how many plans did we have? Spellblade. That was more like it. Past Catherine better astound me with her wisdom and foresight. If Masigo is there, buzzard. If not, good luck. I was officially not astounded by past Catherine's wisdom and foresight. I flipped the card and found nothing on the back, so I crushed it. What was the trigger for that? I asked Vivienne. Your handwriting, when proper fucked, she replied. Note it was not. If. Buzzard, I replied. Z's. A kind of bird, he kindly supplied. Although, his fingers twitched, and the word appeared in red letters in front of him. The elf swung, and in that exact same moment, I lost an arm. It had been instinct that had me putting my arm in front of Hierophant. A vague sense of danger. The red letters vanished like smoke, for layers of wards on Masigo broke like glass, and he was violently thrown back even as my sword arm dropped to the ground. I'd formed another blade out of ice before my arm was done reforming and immediately made for the enemy. Thief had disappeared, thank the gods. She wasn't cut out for brawls like this. You should have obeyed, the Revenant said tonelessly. Irritating. They swung again, almost casually, and when the instinct flared I ducked down without hesitation. The slope broke behind me even as my body bent forward while I ran down. Fuck, how had the Revenant done that? There'd been no flare or sorcery or anything. It had felt like a perfectly normal swing of the sword. It stepped to the side, and impossibly that took it right to my left. Distance warping, maybe? It couldn't be teleportation. The sheer amount of power those spells required was insane. The first swing down towards my torso I followed. My footing shifted, I spun to the side, and it was just out of the trajectory. Then the elf moved again, a lateral cut, and that one even my eyes failed to see. I had just enough time to guess at where the hit would land and cover myself in ice before I was blown away by 100 horses kicking me together. The elf was behind me even while I sailed through the air, having simply stepped. There, and I was entirely done with this. Winter held. A dozen spears of ice shot out of my back, avoided and parried without fail, but I twisted around and my feet landed on the platform I'd woven. I filled the space beneath me with ice and leapt down into it, passing through it like mist. I felt the edges shatter beneath a blow as I did and wove glamour even as I rolled out of the way. 2 doppelgangers spun out of me, and I left another behind in a crouch as I mimicked the stance of the others. The elf ripped through the last of the ice with a single hand, then simply struck the illusion left behind. Golden flames ate at my mail, and I was smashed into the ground, biting my lip so I wouldn't scream. It was above me again a moment later, the entire glamour broken, and with a fluid shift of grip it came down towards the still burning wound on my chest point first. Fine, I grunted. Be like that. It wasn't like my organs actually mattered anymore. The sword went right through me, puncturing the blocks beneath. My hand clasped the burning spell blade, reforming my fingers as quickly as they turned to ashes, and I opened the floodgates. Ice and shade ate at the bronze-like material, spreading across it lightning quick, and the elf abandoned the blade. A step had it withdrawing where it had first begun, silver light forming in rings around its hand. Change of weapon, huh? I wasn't allowing that so easily. Ice crept across the ground, encasing my feet, but all it took was a thought, and it was dragging me along faster than I could have moved on my own. 2 heartbeats, and I was on him, just as the light turned into a blade. 3 truths do I now reveal, Hierophant said. The elf flicked the blade backwards and I ducked, feeling something powerful scythe through where my upper body had been. I extended forward, every muscle bending, and the pommel of my sword struck its chest. There was a sound like a crack of thunder, but it remained unmoved. First, that which I see is the mask worn by Void, Hierophant said. The elf kneed me in the belly, but I caught it with my free hand and ate the vicious impact with a grunt. It kicked me upwards into the air, blade already swinging, but I formed a handhold of ice and used it to kick its smug fucking face. It barely even noticed, until ice spikes grew beneath my foot. It angled its head back, just out of range, but with a twist of will I had them shoot out. While it ducked beneath, I wove more ice out of the handhold and made it hammer my back, so I'd smash into the revenant. The silver blade flicked towards me. Tearing through the ice, I set in its path effortlessly, and with gritted teeth, I formed a tentacle out of the ice trail behind me and had it drag me out of the way. The elf straightened up even as I landed. Second, in a world that is nothing there can be no partition, Hierophant said. Change of tactics. Slugging it up close wasn't going my way. I stomped down and thick mist billowed forward in a tide. No doubt it could see through that, but so far it hadn't used more than one trick at a time. That should allow me to make a dent, if executed well. It felt the elf move through my working, and in that moment I struck. I opened a gate, right through its torso. It felt its skin shiver, but it was still whole. Countered, but now I've got you. I grasped the mist, sucked into a spike, and hammered at the silver blade with it. It felt like light. No, more than that. I felt fury well up in me, unbidden. Moonlight. Mist turned to shade and ate away at the blade like a drop of ink in water. It was trying to burn me out, but I had the fucking power to spare. I brute forced it, winter coursing through my veins, until the blade shattered. Third, if all is one, then to master a grain of sand is to master all of creation, Hierophant said. Enough, the elf said. Agreed. I smiled and filled its goddamn mouth with ice. It stiffened for a moment, and before it could finish cheating its way out of that I was on the revenant. My sword carved into its side, shattering its way through the spine. There was a shiver of power, and if I'd been half a second slower I'd be dead. I stumbled back onto the ice, unseeing. The forward half of my body was just gone. Winter was sluggish to react, as if shocked by the depth of what it had to reform. My eyes came back just in time to see a silver blade about to punch right through my forehead. Mine, Thief said, and snatched death and moonlight both. She was gone the moment the word was finished. The elf grabbed me by the throat, but my mind was elsewhere. If half my body could just be formed out of winter, what was I really? Lies and mirrors and the stubborn belief I was still a person. Maybe it was time to leave that delusion behind. I was a construct, and what had been made could be unmade. My flesh turned to mist around its fingers, and I slipped out of its grasp before it could crush my windpipe. I heard Masigo begin to speak and backed away. And so I act. Hierophant spoke conversationally, wielding a blade of absence for higher purpose. The ground shifted. Blocks collided against the revenant, ripped out of the floor, and within that ever-growing cage, it was forced into the air. There was another shiver, the shell disappearing as if by writ of some ancient god, but more filled the gap. That was as good an opening as I'd get. My instinct was to strike, but I'd not come here for a brawl. This was just a distraction. I remembered where the gate had first been ripped out, and with a steady exhale made another one. It opened into nothing. This is not great, I admitted. I closed it with a flick of the wrist. Masigo made his way to my side, panting, as the elf kept wrecking his ritual above us. That wasn't going to last much longer. It was going through blocks quicker than they gathered now that most the surface was gone. I think I lost the thread, I told Masigo. What can you do? He grimaced. I don't know, he admitted. We've never dash. The gate opened again. Thief appeared at my side. Catherine? She asked, sounding surprised. That wasn't me, I said. A head popped through the opening. Do hurry, Akua Sahelian said with a pleasant smile.